when you started to get that feel for let's reduce the amount of drag, and that sort of beautiful style is how they started to do that, rather than just having the wheels up there or sort of separately. You're getting a lot of airflow, and I think that Alfa shows it off beautifully well. So that's yeah, the Alfa 12C with Derek Bell at the wheel.
You wonder that the design, talking of design, perfect. You know, the design concepts that went in here, it really was a free-for-all, wasn't it? It was a hand-produced free-for-all. Who thought of going a little wider on the wheelbase, a little longer on the wheelbase, a little bit of aero here and there, little tweaks that nobody knew the way at that point, did they? Now with computers and the like, and CAD designs and so on and so forth. But back in the day, hand-built was the essence.
This is the other car that Chris mentioned earlier on, by the way. That's that Lotus 10 that he was talking about, that James Dean, the film star.
Yeah, Rebel without an engine, that was. He had to put his own in it.
That's right. So that was that car. So lovely to see that. Mike Rimmer now in a BMW M3. We're going to see quite a lot of BMW M division machinery this weekend. And of course, we've got that amazing structure outside Goodwood House to celebrate the M. And we've got, there we are, we've got something slightly different. We've got a 1990s touring car here with great success over the years. This was driven by David Leslie back in the day. I don't know if Anthony Reid's in it again. I think he is. He was in it yesterday, yep. So Anthony Reid, who was a real contender for the British touring car title back in that period in the late 1990s, almost won it.
Have a bit of that. Well, that is very touring car-esque, isn't it? I have to say, these were the forerunners to drifters. They were the hooligans of the day.
And they certainly were. And I think for me and a lot of the drifters that you'll see coming up the hill, this is what we watched on TV as kids. You know, we're growing up, we're watching these guys throw these Premieras around, the Volvos, the Mondeo. You watched them going around Brands Hatch, Snetterton, and you thought, that's a real buzz. These guys hitting the apex, popping it up on two wheels. It was a real, like I spoke to Ben about earlier, a real expression of your driving style.
Although I've got to say, when the Volvo T5 came in, I can't imagine that being quite your style.
No, not really.
Apart from the fact it was a very fast car.
And my granddad was a huge Volvo man, so I kind of didn't really get the hook up there.
Well, Anthony up the hill. We'll be watching him later going quickly, no doubt, because he'll be in the timed run. Remember, later on, they'll be doing a timed run. That's this afternoon. And Anthony, who has set the outright pace here in the past, I don't think he'll be doing it this time because he's not actually... now this is a special car for me. This is the Napier Railton from the 1930s. There is a very distant family connection that we had with the designer, a guy called Reed Railton, who designed this car. So it's got a Napier aeroplane engine in it, in the front, and it is the car that set the lap record around Brooklands that obviously was never beaten because after the war Brooklands was never reopened. So this car still holds the lap record around the Brooklands track, and it is an absolutely beautiful machine. It's down at the Brooklands Museum, that's where it lives.
And we talk again about design, the way that the radiator is scoop-shaped to try and get the air through the front. I mean, it must have been pretty tricky to get an aircraft engine cool enough to run at much slower speeds, and obviously in kind of dirty air on the ground as compared to up in the air.
Yeah, no, it's been a beautiful piece, and it's been very well polished, I have to say.
It really has. Anybody with sticky fingers, keep them off.
Yeah, absolutely. John Cobb was the man who set the pace with this car at Brooklands. He went on to set various other speed records with this vehicle, and then went on to do more of the ultimate world speed records in a different car designed by Reed Railton as well. But that was the one that did so well at Brooklands.
You wonder why more corners aren't named after some of these heroes from that era. I mean, Cobb obviously has got a corner named after him at Thruxton, but there were a lot of really, really top runners that didn't get corners named after them. Probably should have done. Hello, this is a bit busy. That was Morecambe. Slightly extravagant. We have not had anybody in there yet. I've got a feeling that somebody will be going in there.
Well, I'm very good friends with Lewis Kent, so I know him very well. And he said that he was aiming to try and get into the top 10 of the shootout before the end of the weekend. And here he is in his Hyundai TCR, former champion, currently fighting in the points for the TCR Championship. Incredible young driver, and this is a new car for him for this year. So they invested in the Hyundai chassis. They said it drives completely different to the chassis they drove before.
Youngsters, you know, I wonder if I think they do, adapt to technology much quicker. I think the you know, older driver, older rider, you have your style that you kind of work your way through. It's very difficult to teach old dogs new tricks. I think of Valentino Rossi. Now, Valentino Rossi is one of the few guys that I've observed that was able to, when Marquez came on the scene, Valentino was able to change his style to a Marquez-esque style to make it work for him. And I wonder if that's the same in cars.
Yeah, I think it is. I think these younger guys, they adapt quicker, they can learn faster, and the technology's with them there. You know, we've learned from a lot of stuff, and here we go, some of the drifters coming back out.
With the rear bumper reattached.
Yeah, an overnight repair job on Tetsuya Havino's Shadow S15. As you can see in there, I'm not sure what he was going to try and do there, but he did try and get a donut in there. Not quite outside the house yet, so quite a tight area to be doing a donut. Quite a big car. You can see how wide that is from the factory Silvia S15.
Let me ask you something. They seem to have a huge amount of lock. There doesn't seem to be a lot of lock stops on these. Have they got that modified?
Yes, so there are actually steel uprights or billet upright hubs that are fully modified with different control arms. The steering racks are standard, but the steering arms are modified as well to give them over 70 degrees of steering angle. A lot of these cars don't run front anti-roll bars because they bind and they catch and they interfere with the steering lock. So you can see these wheels right out of the arches.
I was going to say, they've got enough angle on it. They remind me of a shopping trolley.
Or a London taxi. There you go. And a sensory overload for everybody.
It's right outside our commentary box, and it's just covered in smoke now, but it was wonderful. And the people who were standing next to us just watching, there are big smiles. I can see your smiles, everyone around here. It's just so entertaining.
Ed Foster is at the top of the hill, and Ed Foster got absolutely blasted with tyre debris when they were spinning up there earlier on. And if anyone can reach the height of Ed Foster with tyre debris, they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, this is Kevin Quinn, come over from Northern Ireland, the Quinn M Sport S15. Built this car in just 8 weeks from a bare shell, and Quinn's M Sport building some incredible chassis. Had some issues yesterday with the rear brakes. We mentioned it yesterday about these guys running twin calipers on the back, one pair of calipers for the hydraulic handbrake, one for the foot brake, so they can manoeuvre these cars on left brake. And once again, a Mark IV Toyota Super engine underneath there, completely rebuilt, 800 horsepower.
We also mentioned that how long it takes a driver to get used to a new chassis, a new car.
Yeah, I mean, it takes quite a while. This is a brand new chassis. Kevin's very worried about damaging it because it's impeccably built. It's very, very clean inside and out. And Kevin had an S15 Silvia before, so he knows the chassis really well. He already knew kind of what settings he would like to run on it. So he will adapt to this fairly quickly. Here we go, James Dean in the E92 Eurofighter.
This guy is my man, I've got to say. His style, the way he goes about it, his pinpoint accuracy, I hope I don't jinx him, but look at that. That is just, he comes off of one lock, straight to another lock, into a donut, a 360. He can't even see where he's going, and he's still more accurate than I'd be.
So he was the top point scorer yesterday, wasn't he, when we did the Driftcarna competition?
By far, as well as it happened. Although I have to say, we'll talk about that in a little while.
We'll talk about that in a little while. Yeah, those are going to get the speed. He's just come past the commentary booth. Wow, James Dean. Wow. Absolutely flying. He had the front wheel locked as he came around Malcolm then. No messing around for
Malcolm,
James Dean.
He just spat half of Malcolm into the crowd.
So up next you can see Paul Smith in the Jap Speed Maxxis tyre GT86. 2012 British champion is Paul Smokey Smith.
It's great to see so many people taking their own pictures of that and getting some amazing images.
I've got to say, these guys, the drifters, have lightened this place up. I mean, I think it was a kind of very much a minority sport just a few years ago, but it's here with a bang now. We were all talking on Goodwood Radio this morning about the different federations, if you like, the different rules in different parts of the country. And I likened it to World Superbike. We have the same thing in Superbikes. The Americans run different rules, the British run different rules, the World Superbikes run different rules. Similarly with drift cars.
To a degree, yes. These guys basically have an umbrella of rules, really, where every championship around the world has kind of decided that roll cages will be one spec, safety equipment will be mandatory a certain spec, and then really everything else within that comes down to the individual organisers of the event. So these cars really can be shipped all around the world and compete without any issues.
So they can play in each other's federation or in 100%. Each other's championships. Well, that's the difference between bikes then, because sadly, in World Superbike terms, we can't.
You can't, no, that's right. So you can see Steve Biaggioni in the R35 GTR, 454 cubic inch Chevrolet LSX underneath the bonnet with a huge Garrett GTX 45 turbo on there.
The sound of it is really impressive, isn't it, that one?
Well, it's one you step back from.
Yeah, the noise it's creating.
It sounds like it wants to eat you.
It does, yeah. It's well liveried in that respect as well, isn't it? So, yeah. And here we go. This is the car that appeared, Axel Hildebrand. He ran it without the bonnet, so don't worry. I don't think there's any problems. He's been running it without the bonnet throughout the weekend so far.
Yeah, sometimes when you see him without a bonnet, it's because they've blown up.
blown up, they've broken something.
Blown the bonnet straight off it.
Yeah. So Axel, one of the guys who made some suspension changes last night, said that the camber on the road and the width of the road was making it too grippy for him to drive. So there you go, flicks it in. Full carbon Kevlar Chevrolet Corvette C6 with a rotary engine.
The rotary engine must be a completely different, mind-blowing style to drive, because they just deliver power in such a different way.
And I think the revs as well. I think these guys with the rotaries understand how fast these engines rev and how quickly they make full power. As you can see, Axel's still really getting to grips with this car.
Yeah.
We spoke about it yesterday, Ben. He finished this car off yesterday morning in the Cathedral paddock.
And you can see, you can just, as you say, you can still see he's finding the balance with it. He's learning it. Doing this hill climb, it doesn't give him a lot of opportunity. In a way, he needs to go and spend a day somewhere with it in a big space, doesn't he?
Exactly.
It's hard to learn around here.
It certainly is. It's very narrow, it's very technical, and it's tight, and he needs the room. And our female drift ambassador in the Monster Energy Driftworks Nissan Skyline, Tess Whittock.
She had just a little bit of difficulty yesterday. I don't think the practice was enough for her. She started off in the wet stuff, and then when we got to the dry, it was and I think that underlined the fact of how difficult it is on a narrow track like this.
Exactly that, and the grip level. She said that the front wheels was very greasy, because drifters rely on front grip a lot. It's impeccable. You know, you need so much front end grip. Tess said she didn't have as much confidence in the front tyres as she'd like. She went back again, made some suspension changes, but she also broke a rear drive shaft halfway up the hill, so they had to do some work last night to get that car back on form for today.
I don't know how any of these cars stand the kind of punishment they get, to be frank with you. I mean, they really do go through purgatory.
They certainly do, yeah. They go through hell and back. These guys put them under 4 abuses. Martin Richards in the Driftworks Sylvia S15.
Yeah, it's a very pretty car. You were telling us this is a more standard car, and he did take the rear bumper off it as well yesterday. But it's all looking very immaculate once again.
Yeah, he was very embarrassed about that when I walked back to Cathedral Paddock yesterday, and he hung his head in shame and said that's very embarrassing to do in front of all these people.
I was going to say, it's pretty public, isn't it?
It's very public, yeah.
That is a point, though. If you want to go and look at these drift cars, Cathedral Paddock is where they're based, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we're down at Cathedral Paddock alongside the Tin Top Heroes.
Great, so it's a good place to go down and have a look at these remarkable bits of kit and the Tin Top Heroes as well, if that's your thing. Of course, there are so many things to go and look at here at the Festival of Speed. It's a long day of looking around the whole area and trying to absorb it all, but it's great fun, and we'll see some very special stuff. So that's coming over the line. We're nearly there with this first initial run, and we will see the drift cars coming out later on today for the actual competition, when they will be scored accordingly. So that is the end of that first batch. We've got some of the course cars heading up the hill now.
My worry is, Ben, I must say, and Ian, that drift cars really bring out that kind of sparkle in youngsters, and I can see every Tesco, Sainsbury's and car park being used accordingly from now on in.
We try to defer from that, and we try and stop these cars. There are plenty of places in the UK where you can go and drive.
And where are they?
Well, Tess Whittock actually runs one at Three Sisters Go-Kart Circuit in Wigan. You could go there. She has cars that you can hire for the day, and you will have Tess as an instructor. She will teach you how to drift, all basic car control, and she even did it on ITV for a few guys. So there you go.
Is that actually around the Three Sisters track, or does they have another area?
It's on a paddock area, but
because
then
the Three Sisters is quite narrow.
It's very narrow.
It's a lovely place.
We do use it for British competitions as well, so it's wide enough just about, but Tess will teach you off circuit and then take you on circuit when she feels you've got the confidence.
Fabulous. Well, isn't it wonderful to see the support, the interest in all of these cars as we are here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And whether you're listening to us on site or whether you're enjoying watching us online, I hope you can really absorb the fun and games of all these different vehicles. It's amazing, this event, which started back in 1993 by Lord March, and it was just a Sunday event, and now it's turned into a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday event, and we're getting up to 200,000 people here. Absolutely remarkable, and the popularity of it all has just got bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's go up to the top of the hill now. Our man, Ed Foster, is doing the interviews up there, and he's there right now with Jochen Mass.
Jochen Mass, there are ways to start a morning, and then there's coming up the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb in this 300 SLR. How is your trip up the hill?
I love the car. You know, the SLR is a wonderful race car. It's very responsive. No, it's super nice. And of course, coming here to Goodwood and seeing the response of all the spectators, you know, the public who loves it. You know, when I came yesterday from the airport, I couldn't believe the number of campers and cars and tents, and it's unbelievable. It's obviously people were thirsting for an event again like that. And the Festival of Speed, particularly this year, I find it very, very rewarding. It's wonderful for us drivers, and I think, the Duke has deserved to be in this sort of situation now that people really love it.
Now, this car in single-seater form and in sports car form like this, it utterly dominated the 55 season. I mean, can you get a small bit of insight into why?
Well, I think there was no better car at the time. I mean, handling-wise and everything, these cars were fantastic. They have the inboard brakes, and that means the wheelbase is a bit longer than some of the outboard cars, like the Fangio car, the 658, and that's a bit more snappy. But these cars, like the 722 from Sterling, are fantastic cars to drive. I mean, they're all good, or 658 as well. But they're just very, very, very easy to drive and beautiful, beautiful handling, very good brakes. So I don't think there was any car in real competition to these machines here.
Jochen, have a wonderful weekend. We'll speak to you later in the day.
Thank you very much. No, great.
Tom Christensen, you're famous for jumping in any car and every car, but this is something a little bit different, a pre-war auto union. What a trip up the hill it must have been.
Yeah, it's really an amazing piece of history to drive these cars, to step that back in time. And these were, of course, I mean, everything was is sort of arrived to the world around those cars, being driving back in those days. And this is really a proper rocket. I have been driving these cars a few times at different demonstrations, but this Type C, obviously with the twin rear wheels, is made now for a proper hill climb. It's in the hill climb setup. It's a Grand Prix car, but it's optimized into the hill climb. And of course, it was Hans Stuck Senior was driving these cars back then. So to do it is always a fascinating journey.
What a lot of people say about these cars is just how unbelievably fast they are. I think people who like modern cars probably don't appreciate how quick this is.
It's incredibly fast. A lot of torque, a lot of power, and then not necessarily that amount of grip what you expect. So the brakes are probably a little bit where it gets a bit of a worry, because you need a lot of force on the brake pedal. It's very long brake pedal, and then it's delayed. When you press it, the delayed happening arrives a little bit later. So you really need to know your sort of points of where you start to brake and where you expect it to start really to decrease the speed. So that's pretty tough. And then the steering wheel is not very direct. There's a lot of moving both forwards and also sideways as the steering rack is a little bit unprecise. It's really safe and good, but it doesn't give this indication of a modern car. But nevertheless, where they were back in those days with the power, the weight distribution of having the engine behind your back. Of course, this is from 1936, the Type C. It's really fantastic, and even the suspension works fine. Of course, the grip of the tires necessarily is not super good, but the traction is definitely made well on this one, as you have the twin rear wheels.
Sounds like a very relaxing thing to drive early on a Friday morning.
You will love it. Anyone will love driving it. I mean, you just have to probably have to go to the gym a few times to be able to press the clutch. But after that, it really drives well. But the clutch is hard, and the brake, as I said, is pretty hard as well. And then having to experience the delayed impact of when you actually hit the brakes is a good one.
Well, Tom, before we get run over, thank you very much.
It's just Anthony Reid. It's going to be all right.
Brake.
Up over the finish line goes Sam Schmidt and the amazing Chevrolet Corvette C8 with all that technology developed by Arrow.
Now, as with many manufacturers, Lotus have a full stand here at FOS to show their wares, and now they've got that new investment. They've really pushed the boat out, shall we say, with these new models that they want to show off to the public. First of all, here we have the Lotus Emira. Now, this is going to be the last ever petrol-only engine from Lotus, and it's available in a 4-cylinder or a V6 model, and it's absolutely lovely-looking car, expected to sell very well now that it's just gone on sale. They've also debuting just behind us here the Emira GT4. Now, all Lotuses have racing pedigree, and this car is expected to do very well, and they're launching that car here at the Festival of Speed in this really dramatic racing livery. Over here, right at the far end, is the star of the show, or it has been at least for the last couple of years. The car that really has relaunched Lotus, it's the Evira. 2,000 horsepower all-electric car. This thing will take you all the way to 217 miles an hour. It's got a range of 250 miles, but perhaps not when you're doing that sort of speed. But absolutely stunning design, and I think Lotus have really nailed this new modern look of theirs. Now, that has been the star of the show for the last couple of years, but at the back there is the big one. And this is the car that really Lotus are going to hope to sell some really decent volume, sell some really good numbers, and it's the Electra, the all-electric, and they're naming it the first hyper SUV. It does 373 miles on full range with its 800-volt architecture, but being a Lotus, it has to be quick. So it's 161 mile an hour top speed, and an 0 to 60 expected to be just under 3 seconds. They did a huge launch of this car at the BBC Centre in London a couple of months ago, and they're expecting very big things from this car. Very futuristic, very interesting. You see these frameless doors here, and it really is going to be the future of Lotus. So they're here. The public are obviously very interested, and they're hoping to sell well here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Well, another exciting part of the festival is down here in the Future Lab. It's really looking forward to new, I guess, series that possibly coming in the future. You guys will have all heard of Formula E, Extreme E, and now the new e-scooter championship, which has made its debut this year, which actually is showcasing at the Festival of Speed. Well, there's something new from the guy who developed all these, Alejandro Agag, and it's sitting behind me here. This is the Racebird, and it's set to feature an all-new electric powerboat series. Yeah, you heard it right. The first electric powerboat series, the E1 series, meant to make its debut next year in 2023. And I'm here to find a little bit more about it with Ria here from the E1 marketing team. Ria, this looks incredible, this boat. That's what people have been saying. They keep coming up to you going, what is this? It's a Racebird, of course. I'm aware of what it is, but tell us a little bit more about this series.
So, yeah, firstly, it looks incredible. I think as soon as everyone walks in, they're like, what is this? This is cool. Is it a boat? Is it a car? And is it, you know, and actually it's really interesting. It's a cross between motorsport, powerboating, and it's the world's first electric race boat. Designed by a female, Sophie Horn, who collaborated with Alejandro Agag and Roddy Basso to make the Racebird a reality. From her, it was a design, and now recently we've just had it on water in testing in Venice, and it was incredible to be able to see a fully electric Racebird driving through the canals of Venice by St. Marco Square, and it was incredible. It's fully electric. It has an electric outboard powered by Mercury Racing hydrofoil technology, which means that the Racebird essentially flies on water. Hence why we call our pilots, because they're not drivers. The Racebird actually flies, and if you look at some of the footage on water, it literally just slices through the air, and it's a cross between, you know, aviation, motorsport, and it has, you know, so much technology, and it really is cutting edge innovation.
I guess everyone wants to know exactly how fast this is set to go.
Yeah. Top speed of 50 knots, and yeah, once it gets around 25 to 30 knots to be able to hit on the hydrofoils and kind of fly. But once you see it there, once you see it on its hydrofoils flying, it truly is something special. And with our races launching next year, we're going to have short and sweet Titan technical circuits, which will really enable foil to foil racing, and it will be a true spectacle.
Yeah, and for you guys, your motorsport fan, that's about 58 miles an hour as well, just so you can get your head around the speed that this thing will be going on the water. And really, it's got sustainability at the heart of it, like all these E-Series have, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's fully electric, and our ethos runs through everything with sustainability at its mind. Once we race, we'll leave behind electric charging stations, and we're going to have lots of startup incubators at our acceleration festival, where startups in the marine mobility space can really start up. So ESG is always at the heart of our mission, and we want to bring that innovation and that sustainability message to every city that we're on, that we arrive to, and every partner sponsor can truly get involved and drive forward that mission.
Well, I think this looks credible, and guys, this is the future of powerboat racing. This is the E1 series, and it's set to debut in 2023.
It's never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations and you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me, and Dad stopped breathing and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figured that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car, and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, why? How could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
Right, it is time to get back into some action of the cars coming up the hill, and we're going to start off with some of the Lancias. This batch 2, we've got Lancias, we've got rally cars, Group B cars, and the so-called Brickyard Heroes as well. And Lancia Stratos starting things off for us. What a wonderful machine from the early 1970s. The Lancia Stratos won the World Rally Championship 3 years in a row, 1974, 75, 76. It used a Ferrari Dino engine, V6 engine, and it was an absolutely delightful machine. And you think it was only fast perhaps on tarmac, but actually it was quick on all surfaces.
Yeah, spectacular car, one that you will remember, I'm sure, because certainly from my perspective, this is a car shape and a car performance that I remember really well from the past. And it looks really stable here on the hill as well. We talk about the camber and the crown in the road. You know, the bigger the cars get, the more stiff the suspension is and the like. Find it more difficult to keep the things on the kind of line they're looking for, the perfect line up the hill. But this car looks absolutely immaculate all the way to the top.
Yeah, really beautifully done. And we're just seeing a few more of the Lancias that will be coming up the hill in just a moment or two. We've got some of the 037s, Lancia Deltas as well. This group, we are going to see some of the Group B rally cars, which are always mouth-watering to watch as well. Here we are. So here's another of the Lancias with the 037 car heading up the hill now. That was in that Group B era that we're celebrating this weekend, because it began in 1982, so some 40 years ago. Only went up to 1986 when unfortunately it came to an end with some horrible accidents. Oh, there's the Lancia Fulvia heading off the track. Hopefully it'll be coming back on again, will it? What is he doing?
Well, I think he's trying
doing the rally style.
Doesn't want to wear his tyres out. So it's a little bit of off-roading there, and showboating for the crowd. That won't please the groundsmen that have spent so much time this morning in making the grass look particularly nice.
No, their rally cars have been told stay off the grass. We don't want stuff being flicked onto the tarmac, but he's decided to just take it all the way up.
Well, I was wondering if he'd got a problem at one point, but clearly he hasn't. He's just preferred the green to the black.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a strange one. So never mind. We've got Lancia Delta here. Now, this was another fantastic machine from the Group B era. It really was. And of course, battling away with some of the other top Group B teams, and we can see it in action here. Sadly, of course, Henry Toivonen was killed in a Lancia, and that's sort of what ended the Group B era.
Yeah, Group
of
B
rallying.
was just one of those situations where, from a spectator's point of view, was absolutely fantastic, but from a safety point of view, it was they were just a bit too quick.
Yeah, but remarkable machines, and lovely to see this heading up the hill right now. We'll see a bit more action from the other Group B cars in a few moments' time. We've got quite a mix of machinery here, but this is a bit of a celebration of Lancia's 20 years of dominating in rallying. But now we move up the ladder a little bit to Subaru. Now, of course, Subaru, a successful rally car, but a little bit later on, you're talking about into the 1990s, and of course Colin McRae, a champion with the 1995 car, and Richard Burns as well. So Subaru meant a lot to British racing drivers, not just the British racing drivers. This is a Tommy Mackinnon car, but Steve Rockingham is in the car at the moment, heading it up the hill. It's lovely to see.
Listening to the turbo boost squeaking away as well. It's that's again Subaru blue and gold wheels were the style that every kid aspired to at one stage or another.
Sebastian Loeb, who drove, he's not driving this now, but this is an ex-Sebastian Loeb car, Citroën Zara, a man who had so much success in rallying. We're still seeing him occasionally. It's amazing that he's still coming back out and doing the occasional bit of rallying as well as racing. But this Citroën, and of course, in this modern era of cars, we've actually got cars that are quicker than the Group B cars were back in the day, even though they were banned. All the technical side was pretty much banned from the game.
Technology moves on, and so does safety, of course. So I would imagine that the systems on board just that little bit more sophisticated than they were back in the day. The tub, the shell. Kenny Brack, well, the IndyCar driver. Kenny Brack then having a blast up the hill.
Yeah, no, that's interesting to see Kenny Brack in this. He always loves coming up Goodwood, no doubt about it. And up in the 215 machine. So modern car, this one, and something that has had a lot of success in more recent years.
Great camera we've got there on our wire that zips along the top of the course. Gives you a bit of an indication of just the line taken through this. It gives you just that little bit more perspective about what they've got to do. I can't wait to see that wire working when we've got the drift cars out there as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see, isn't it?
From above, you certainly get a bit more of an impression of the shapes that they're pulling through some of these corners and the obstacles that will be put out on the track for the drift cars later on as well.
So just coming up to the top of the hill, we'll see some of these cars coming out for the timed session later, but they're obviously at this stage, it's just a demo session at this point.
Looking forward to the bikes as well coming back. Wayne Rainey will be doing 2 runs up the hill today, providing that conditions are perfect, of course. So Wayne Rainey, those of you that have come to see the 3 times motorcycle world champion take his 92 winning machine up the hill here at Goodwood. you'll get 2 opportunities to stand at the side, and a little bit of history yesterday being made when Wayne was reunited with that 30-year-old motorcycle in the condition he's in. More about that later, of course, as we continue with the cars up the hill under our zip wire.
Peugeot 388 Dakar, Magalhães Goncalo in this one, and of course the big Dakar vehicles, we've got a couple of them here this weekend. They take up a bit more space on the track, there's no doubt about it. These things which are built for going over the sand dunes, having a slightly different experience up the Festival of Speed hill climb.
At least they are using the tarmac, when they could, of course, use anything they wanted to use.
Absolutely. But these machines, of course, have had a lot of success on the Dakar. The Dakar is such a classic event, and it's lovely to see some of their vehicles here. It's always a great competition to be involved in at the beginning of a year. Nowadays, of course, mainly in Saudi Arabia that it takes place, but still the same challenge for all the drivers and teams.
I love watching the weight transfer from the back. When under throttle, it sits down. When you're on the brakes, it tips forward, changes the weight to the transfer from back to front, front to back, depending on where they are on the gas. There we go. Proper hooligan car.
Yeah, RS 1700T. So this is from the Group B era. It's actually a car that didn't really do much because it wasn't really what was going to be enough to be competitive in the series. So they sort of built the RS 1700T, but then decided to give up on it, and then they built the RS 200, and we will see one of those coming up shortly. The little machine that was so impressive in its day. The RS 1700T was an early stage, and still impressive to see. An escort from this period, of course. Absolutely beautiful piece of kit. And that's Ryan Champion who's driving it up the hill today.
The growl.
Yeah, and here we are. In fact, we are looking at the RS200. So this is what Ford then produced after that RS 1700T. It didn't quite work out for them particularly well, with Group B getting banned at the end of 1986. But it was a four-wheel drive, mid-engine, 1.8 litre turbo. Some of them actually then went into rallycross after Group B and were very successful in rallycross. The machine designed by Tony Southgate. The best result it had was a third place in the Swedish rally back in 1986 with Kalle Grundle. But there were a couple of key accidents as well for RS200s back in the day. But as I say, they then went into rallycross quite a lot, and very, very popular machines. A beautiful little mid-engine Ford.
And looks good in our demonstration up the hill then. Of course, we'll be doing more timed runs a little later on. See who qualifies through. But it does look the part, there's no doubting that. Already catching up with the runner that left the grid just a little earlier. And he'll have to steady things up a little there as they come to the finish line.
Yeah, a few more getting up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, they're firing up fast and furious from the Indianapolis bricks that are across the track down at the bottom of the hill. Now that is a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, the 450 Mercedes SL. So Klaus Ludwig's back up again in a rally version of the Mercedes. That's pretty rare. This was not a car that we saw with a lot of success in rallying, but nonetheless, isn't it a stunning machine? Now,
look at
Travis
this.
Pastrana, watch this, with its flapping wings, which come up, you
Put
can
the brakes
see
on.
when he puts the brakes on. And this was rapid yesterday on the time session, and we will see it out again later.
Yeah, Pastrana, I mean, he loves this hill, doesn't he? He loves the hill climb, he loves it. Look at the way that sticks his aero bits out into the air to push them down into the track to try and get as much braking traction as he possibly can. The thing's fast in a straight line, but it also, again, transfer of weight from front to back to front. Superb. Oh, look at this.
Yeah,
He's quick and he's inch perfect as well.
Using it as a bit of a practice session for later on when we're doing the timed sessions, no doubt.
He's going to catch the Mercedes up and over the line. That's a differential. You won't want to get that wrong.
We do actually get a time from it, 47.25 seconds for that run.
136 miles an hour through the trap. So pretty impressive. 125 mile an hour overall over the hill climb. So that is a quick old time from Travis Pastrana.
And this is Stig Blomqvist in the Quattro. So the car that he rallied back in the day and now having a little play out there, and driver champion in 1984 with the Audi Quattro. A big battle with Peugeot that year because they came in with a 205 T16. We'll see one of those going up the hill as well. Stig is playing around. He is such a talented driver.
Audi Quattro was what introduced so many people to rallying as a visual thing, wasn't it? And the Audi Quattro was just a little bit special in its era.
Yeah, definitely.
And four-wheel drive, of course, wasn't something that you saw on the road very much, but then Audi made it normal.
Yeah, they created four-wheel drive becoming normality, and they were so successful with it in rallying. And a rather bizarre car in the way it was so chunky, but it worked so well. And Michel Mouton, of course, was another star driver for Audi back in the day with various rally victories in the World Rally Championship. Walter Roll was another star driver for Audi as well, Hannu Mikkola as well. So there were some brilliant names, and it was always a joy to watch.
We just had a NASCAR roll past our commentary position here as well. I remember NASCAR being featured here at the Festival of Speed a few years ago, and there's another one.
Yeah. No, it's good to see. We've got a few of these enjoying the fun and games of coming up the hill. These are the Brickyard Heroes, as this class is called here.
Yeah, brilliant. If you've never followed NASCAR's one of those strange Americanisms almost, isn't it? If you've never been into it, you sort of flick it off almost. But I must say that NASCAR is a sport that when you get into it, it's really, really an interesting sport, because the cars, they look pretty ordinary, but they're anything but. And the way that they have to chase the track wherever they race is pretty impressive.
And the noise they make as well. This is Ed Berrier, and actually we'll see Ed doing the timed run later on in this machine, I believe. We saw him yesterday doing part of the timed run. So I've got a couple of 2016 Chevrolets here from NASCAR. And of course, it's not a car that we see race in the UK nowadays. There was a version of it when Rockingham was running.
Yeah, indeed.
We had a European version. But
didn't kind of work. What was it called? ASCAR.
Yeah, that's right.
Back in the day. And Rockingham really, it was a great shame that Rockingham didn't quite work out, I've got to say, because fantastic circuits, the oval itself is fantastic. The infield was really a bit of an afterthought, which was a shame. Very flat and not very accessible, perhaps. But the parabolic grandstands on their own were a work of art at Rockingham.
That's right, and there we are, Marino Franchitti, I believe it is, now heading up the hill.
Marino Franchitti absolutely loves this event. He gets to drive all sorts of cars. Marino, hang on a minute, we've got Tatiana Calderon on there according to our graphic, but it looks like Marino...
Tatiana's about to head up the hill, but I think
that's Marino's helmet.
His helmet, yes. This is the March Cosworth 86C, and this was a car that won the 1986 Indy 500 with Bobby Rahal, led the last two laps. It was a big battle to take the victory, and that was the year that Bobby Rahal won the kart title.
When it was kart, then went to IRL, and then became IndyCar again. And of course, Dario, this man's brother, Indy 500 winner and champion, Dario Franchitti, and a big motorbike man. In fact, he took a year out of IRL because he hurt himself on an MV up in Scotland when he's stacked it. I bet the contract was very happy with that. Back in the day.
Back in the day. Well, the absolutely beautiful car, this, though, from the IndyCar period. And Bobby Rahal, who then, of course, got involved in running teams himself and having a very big involvement in motorsport. But Marino Franchitti just having a pretty gentle run up the hill, I have to say, because Marino can be pretty rapid up here at times, depending what he's in.
I think he's under orders.
Yeah, I think he is.
He didn't look like he was going to bend at that one, but Marino, we know, will be performing a little bit later on.
So we've got a bit more fun and games going on here, and it's a little play. Terry Grant, isn't it, having a bit of a play in one of the cars that he loves to show off, and this is always going to be a part of the Festival of Speed.
It's got an interesting front end on it, the way it's bouncing around there, but he's obviously got it set how he wants it to be, you would think, Terry Grant, but was that burst a tyre, left-hand front?
Oh, really?
Certainly... No, obviously not. But
I think it's still surviving.
It's got a fair hop, skip and a jump about it, hasn't it? It looks like a bit of a handful, but this man knows what he's doing.
Yeah, as ever. He's always so good at all this sort of stuff, isn't he? He's got his Legends machine here as well, stunt car. but he's obviously playing with a few different vehicles.
Oh,
so Terry
bailed
Grant,
out early. So off he goes.
That is the section, actually, that I saw his cars are parked. That's where he obviously is based for the weekend. So it's not as if he's gone somewhere too weird.
Aston Martin looking like it's blowing up the hill.
Yes, that's right. That's the DBX heading up the hill right now.
And then we've got the newly shaped front end of the BMW portfolio, if you like. Not everyone's a favour. It's not everyone's favourite, I think, but
these are some of the course cars
grows on you.
Coming to the end of that particular run.
Did I see a Bentley with a tow bar earlier on as well?
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
that's a nice one.
It's an unusual tow vehicle that you might get.
So that's the end of that batch 2, the Rally Lancia Group B and the Brickyard Heroes. And they were fun to see, weren't they? And we'll see them again a little bit later on. These batches get a second run later in the day.
Service vehicles going to the top then to collect their charges, if you like, and we look down and you can see the BMW display there outside the front of Goodwood House. Absolutely superb, iconic displays that they have here every year at the Festival of Speed. And BMW, of course, the BMW M series. Is there anybody that's never had an M at some stage in their life? Once you reach a certain age, you've got to have had an M, surely.
Yeah, it is lovely to celebrate.
What's your favourite M?
Oh, that's a good question. I love the M1 Pro car, actually.
Thought you would.
And we've got one up going up the hill, you know, this, and we've got one up on the stand, haven't we? And it was a car that was raced by Formula One drivers back in the late 70s, 80s. They had this race series that went alongside Formula One. Fantastic. But the M3 as well. I have to say, that early M3 was one of my favourites.
Out of all the M cars I've had, the M2 was my favourite. It was a car that actually could find grip in the wet, which I've got to say BMWs were not perhaps renowned for, if you're a little lively in the wet stuff. But the M2 seemed to have a lot of grip in all sorts of conditions, as I found out.
So lovely. We are looking across this Festival of Speed site. There's so much to enjoy, whether you're going to head down to the Electric Avenue or to the Future Lab. There are so many things to go and enjoy. The Jaguar driving experience, I can hear them wailing away behind us at the moment. The cars spinning around, doing a lovely bit of drifting on a special section. So that's something else to go and have a look at.
Relentless for hours. I can't believe these cars are standing the pace. I wonder how many sets of wheels and tyres they've changed.
All right. Well, we are going to go back up to the top to Ed Foster, and he's speaking to Emanuele Pirro, who was driving on the grass.
Emanuele Pirro, you're a professional racing driver, 5-time Le Mans winner, yet you took some very interesting lines up the hill just now.
Yeah, well, you mean me driving on the grass? Yeah, this is the first Lancia that entered the Safari Rally, and at the time Safari was really, really a tough race. And I felt she was not feeling comfortable in the tarmac, so I hope the Duke doesn't mind, but I drove all the way in the grass, and she was very happy about that.
Now we're celebrating 20 years of dominance for Lancia. What an amazing lineup of cars. It's easy to forget how many iconic Lancias there were.
Yeah, it's really good to remember things, because Lancia, at the time, Italy was important in the motorsport world, and Lancia, with Cesare Fiorio at the helm, it was really an iconic brand. You know, they were fighting for the World Rally Championship and for the World Endurance Championship, where I took part. And it was an Italian pride, and I think they wrote history. Also, the Martini livery played a big role into it. So good times, heroic times in a way, and it's really good to celebrate them.
Now, you're not just in this over the weekend, you're in plenty of cars, but you just mentioned you're in the McLaren as well, that you test drove.
Yeah, correct. This is why I use my 1986 overall, which still fits somehow. But yeah, I developed for 4 years the McLaren. In 88, the iconic MP4, 89, 90 and 91. And since then, I never drove one. And I really wanted to. It has been wonderful times in a wonderful team with great drivers, Senna and Prost first and Senna and Berger afterwards. It was great memories. And now I rejoin with my little baby, the MP4-5, the V10 one. And actually, the chassis I drive is the original championship winner car from Suzuka. So very, very, very special for me.
Well, we'll have to catch up with you afterwards. Emanuele, thank you.
My pleasure.
Stig Blomqvist, it's lovely to see you again. jumping back into this, it must be like being reunited with an old friend.
Yeah, it is actually, because the cars are really nice and they are very well prepared. So it's like in the days, really. They're really good.
Now, you've been doing a lot of racing at Revival and things, and you even won a touring car race there. It seems a shame you didn't do more circuit racing back in the day.
Yeah, okay, now that's more easy to do, really. So it's not such a hard work, and then you can do it. And it's nice to do something different. I did a little bit in the days, and now here you have such a nice people who lend you cars and let them drive, so it's really nice.
Now, we're obviously celebrating Group B this weekend. It really was a golden age of rallying in terms of spectacle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame to say, but I think it was really good those days, because the car was quite special, and it was quite a lot of different cars. And they all look different and they sound different, so people recognize their favorite in the forest.
Well, Stig, thank you very much. Speak soon.
Okay, well.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with, Fab, the choice galore. Go ahead and place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey Car.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
Now, Alfa Romeo are back, as always, at the Festival of Speed. And here we have the Stelvio and the Giulia, which are the sort of mainstays of the Alfa range at the moment. Last year, we saw the fire-breathing GTA Giulia, which was absolutely fantastic. This year, they're showcasing the slightly lower version than the Quadrifoglio, the Estrema, or Extreme in British. And these cars sit right below the Quadrifoglio in terms of their performance, but they've still got that really aggressive body styling and really nice looking sporty versions of both the Stelvio and the Giulia. But the star of this year's shows are the new compact SUV from Alfa Romeo, the Tonale, which is making its both static and dynamic debut here at the Festival of Speed. This one in that glorious Montreal green that Alfa Romeo do. And these are mild hybrids, and it's the first electrified Alfa Romeo. And this is just a little teaser of where we're going to be, because by 2027, Alfa Romeo are going to be fully electric. And we'll see the plug-in hybrid version of the Tonale and then the fully 100% electrified version in the near future. So the old school, sporty Alfa Romeo and the new electrified future of Alfa Romeo, showcased here at the Festival of Speed.
There are so many faces lurking about in the Drivers' Club that you have to be really on the ball. And Dougie Lampkin, trials legend, I've spotted now on the red carpet. It's pretty apt, isn't it? You've been coming here for years and probably more known here for doing some more unusual things at Goodwood, Dougie. I mean, what have you done in the past for those people who possibly aren't that aware of it?
Yeah, I mean, we've been here for a long, long time.
That was Steve, don't worry.
Oh, well, you never get away from him. But yeah, no, the main thing that I'm known for here is riding on the roof, which was obviously the Duke's idea. We rode up through the house, did a video of that, promotional video, and then rode on the roof every day. Sadly, those times have gone and the health and safety's crept in a little bit since then. But yeah, no, it's still great to be here as per usual. Everyone, you know, it's definitely one of the first things on everybody's calendar. And yeah, we're just doing a bit of loitering around and riding in the gas arena a couple of times a day down by the Land Rover area. So yeah, quick breakfast this morning and then back out there.
Yeah, just tell us, like, from a point of view of, you know, an athlete coming here and I guess getting reacquainted with so many legends in the sport as well.
Yeah, that's the main thing here. There's a lot more bikes here year on year, which is great for me. Obviously, I'm passionate about the bikes and all the different sports. And with everybody being so busy, it's just a great place to catch up and meet up with everybody and yeah, spend a bit of time. It's not really work, is it? This is like a great weekend off for everybody. We might not want to admit it, but it's true.
And there's such a crossover, isn't there, of motorbiking and trials riding. In the past, in years gone by, did you used to get out with some of the guys here, like Steve and John McGuinness and those kind of names?
Yeah, for sure. I do a little bit of trail riding with John McGuinness as well. So he lives quite close to me now. So yeah, spend a little bit of time together, and the families do as well. So yeah, it's good to catch up here. And but I don't think I'll be chasing him up the hill. That is for sure. I'll be a lot slower. It takes me a while up there now. You have to wait for me. So but we'll be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick word on Wayne Rainey as well. Made his debut on the hill yesterday. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, he was being interviewed by Keith Ewan for about 20 minutes day before yesterday, and I snuck down the side to listen to that, and it was fantastic. He was so passionate about riding a bike again, and yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing that is here. And yeah, I watched him ride up the hill. It was special. There's a lot of special things happen at Goodwood, but that's certainly very high on the list.
Well, yeah, Wayne Rainey is one of them, and you on the house of yesteryear as well, Dougie. Well, good luck this weekend and enjoy it.
I will do, don't you worry. Thank you.
Thank you to Rachel, and yeah, that was a very special moment. As we know, Wayne Rainey, we're going to see him going up the hill a couple of times here today, aren't we, Keith? So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah. Dougie Lampkin, he had a story for me yesterday when I was talking with him, and he's a remarkable fellow, Dougie Lampkin, as well, a real legend of his style of sport. But he was saying a friend of his was paralysed in a similar way to Wayne, and out of the blue, Wayne rang his friend to give him support and to advise on it will be okay, effectively. And Dougie, despite his size and his slightly, how should we say, style of things, he's quite a sensitive fellow, and it meant such a lot to Dougie, and I'm sure it meant a hell of a lot to his friend to hear from someone like Wayne Rainey. But it also underlines just the kind of man that Wayne Rainey is. He's a proper legend in our sport generally, and he kind of transcends all of that nowadays, doesn't he? I mean, what he's gone through over the last 30 years is huge. It obviously is life-changing, but he's become an ambassador for the sport. He's single-handedly now, along with his team in Moto America, bringing motorbikes back to the fore in America because they'd fallen away. How can a country that led the world so much, right through Kenny Roberts, Wayne Rainey, Eddie Lawson, you can go through a lot of world champions and even below that some great American motorcyclists, and yet we're pretty much without. We've got Cameron Beaubier now, who is coming good after he came through from the Moto America series as well. But Moto America is all about Wayne Rainey, and his legacy, I'm sure, in America is going to be a great one.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. So we'll see more of him later. We're looking forward to some more action coming up the hill shortly. We're going to be into batch 3 soon, which is a Ferrari, a celebration of 75 years of Ferrari. Great to see you there, guys. Lovely to see our fans here today enjoying the views. We've got some massive cameras being filtered around, getting some amazing shots as well. We've got the Ferraris and the Group C cars coming up in just a few minutes' time. So Group C, Le Mans type cars, there's a lovely mixture of those that we'll be seeing coming up the hill soon. But some really classic Ferraris, and I can tell you the value of some of the Ferraris that we're about to see coming up the hill are eye-watering. There is the Bonham auction going on today. You do need to make sure you've got a catalogue before you can go into the Bonham auction, but that is starting actually fairly soon, in an hour or so, with the memorabilia, and then this afternoon with the car sales. But it's all part and parcel of what goes on here.
I'll make sure I keep you in here. So you don't go spending all of your money.
Well, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do much. It's tempting just to watch and see how much some of those cars will be going for in there. And there'll be some remarkable machinery.
I remember staying in Florida one year, and the Jackson Barrett auctions are live television. You can actually find a channel for the Jackson Barrett auction. So if you're ever in America and you see this rather random thing come up on your TV, watch it, because I remember waking up, I was still at 3 o'clock in the morning, still watching auctions, because I've never known an auction to be so exciting. So it's worth the price of a catalogue to get in down the bottom here, because there will be some exotic metal going under the hammer, that is for sure.
Absolutely right. Well, we've got some of the Ferraris getting ready to come out and up the hill, and we, as you can see, we've got cars from right from the 1940s. The earliest is actually from 1947, but then there's quite a bunch of cars from the 1950s, obviously, which was an incredibly successful period for Ferrari in motorsport. Enzo Ferrari, who was involved with Alfa Romeo pre-war, and then during the war, obviously, was somewhat distracted from motor racing. But after the war, the Ferrari setup got more and more successful, and is still such a major part for all of us, whether it's Formula One racing, whether it's supercars, hypercars. Ferrari is a massive part of the history of motorsport and of cars in general.
There's some great films out there to watch as well. Nowadays, with digital television being what it is, you can pick up on that as well. The Race to Immortality, which was a Ferrari film, effectively brilliant. If you've never seen it, make a note in your pad right now. Race to Immortality, or more still, to take in the war and the like, Fiat with Agnelli, it was called. All about Gianni Agnelli, who basically was the head of Fiat, and had a collaboration at one point with Ferrari as well, and it went through the war periods and through Italy recovering from the war, and how motors generally, motorsport as well, rescued the country effectively. They were Fiat were at the front of bringing that back to the kind of industrialist country that we know that they were and are. But some very interesting films out there to watch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're looking through this lovely line of cars. You're sort of looking into some of the cars from the 1960s as well. There is a big batch of cars from the 1960s in this group that we'll be looking forward to seeing coming up the hill. Some of them will be doing the timed runs. Not many, actually. I noticed that not too many Ferraris are going to be on the timed section for this. And then we're going to get some single-seaters, some race cars as well, which is fantastic. Early wing cars like this. Piero Forghieri, who is... Mauro Forghieri, sorry, who is one of the key designers and in charge of engineering. He put the wings on the cars at around this time in the late 1960s, and that began the whole process of aerodynamic wings. And you can see how...
Just look at that.
Yeah. Look how high the wings were mounted. Of course, they were banned from doing that very quickly.
V12, all the infrastructure around the rear suspension there to make it all work, just spectacular. And again, you're in that sort of almost unknown innovation, people just trying stuff and making it work.
Yeah, this is an ex-Jackie X car from 1971. Jackie X never quite had the success in Formula One that he then went on to have in sports car racing, but he was always very fast in a Formula One car. Just the timing didn't quite work out in terms of winning the championship, but he had a great deal of success, and that is another very beautiful car. By that time, of course, the aero restrictions were a bit more like they are now, so it had a big rear wing, big front wing, but not as high on the car as we saw just a moment ago. And sports car racing has always been crucial for Ferrari. And we are going to be seeing more from Ferrari. They are going to get back into racing at Le Mans with the new hypercar rules that are coming in a couple of years' time. So lovely to know that Ferrari not only doing Formula One, but also getting back into sports car racing, which, as we've seen from these historic cars, has always been absolutely crucial to them. And so a fantastic display that we're going to be enjoying here. We are down at the back of the group. We're going to see more Ferraris, and then we're going to see some of the Group C sports cars as well, Le Mans type cars from the 1980s. So that's going to be a fun part of it as well. And as we go down below the trees, getting a little dark down there. The sun not quite as bright as it was first thing this morning, actually.
No, we've definitely had a distinct change in the last 15 minutes. Of course, all of these cars, if you're on site, you can pop up into the paddock and see. The great thing about the Festival of Speed is the access that you've got to both drivers and cars. If you find yourself, they're going to hate me for this, but if you can find yourself near the Drivers Club, there's the red carpet for the Drivers Club. It's the only place that really... the famous drivers, famous names can get away and get a bit of lunch without being disturbed throughout their day. But if you manage to stand just near that red carpet, you are going to find a superstar or two that maybe that autograph that's been dodged for so many years, you might be able to grab it just outside the Drivers Club. But the cars, you can see them all the way. You can. It's the one thing that slightly surprises me is the access is so much. You can touch, feel, photograph every single aspect of motorcycle or car that is here. So an incredible opportunity for the fans.
Marino Franchitti, you just saw, getting ready to come back up again, which is lovely to see, in a 1970 car. And then here we are into the Group C sports cars. So you've got a Lancia lining up ready to come, Lancia LC2 from the early 1980s. So that's down at the back of the group. So you'll see the Group C cars towards the end, but we're going to start off with the early Ferrari sports cars, and it looks like we're going to start off with Sally Mason-Steer, and she's going to be driving the number 302, the Ferrari 166 Barchetta up the hill.
What a beautiful car to start the run with. Just waiting for the final. Actually, it makes your heart beat just watching it on TV. Here we go then, select first gear and off we go.
So part of the Mason family, and in fact Nick Mason's father Bill used one of these cars to help film the 1953 Miglia. So Nick Mason's dad was very involved in racing from the early days and filming it, and that's partly what gave Nick Mason his passion for it. And here we are watching this 1950 166 Barchetta. Racing back, developed from a car from the 1940s, in fact, and it won the three most famous races, the Mille, Le Mans and Spa 24 Hours back in the day. This type of car, it wasn't this particular one, but this type of car, Ferrari, won those key events. So Ferrari really kicked off well in 1949.
Yeah, we're blessed with the likes of Nick Mason, aren't we? Because Nick Mason is not just a collector of beautiful motor cars, he uses them, he allows them to be used. They're shown all the time, they're actually on the track. And they are worth an absolute fortune. I mean, as an investment, I'm sure they've done very, very well. But great that Nick shows them regularly in the hands of family, often on a racetrack.
Yeah, no, Sally Mason-Steer is driving this one up the hill, and it really is such an elegant little car, isn't it?
Elegant is the... Do you know, I was trying to find a word that actually described that Ferrari particularly, and it is really much an elegant car. And if I may say so, very suitable for a lady.
Yeah, it's got a pretty powerful machine as well. It's got a V12 engine in it. It's amazing. It's not a huge engine. It's a typical Ferrari. It's only about 2 litres, but it's a bit like a motorbike engine. So it's a V12 but 2 litre.
Yeah, well, we've got 6-cylinder Hondas, of course, 125s and the like that scream to 17,000 RPM, and the tiniest pistons. You can't imagine being able to... It's almost like model engineering when you get to that small with that many cylinders.
Yeah, well, it's lovely to see. We've got some more Ferraris coming up the hill. Mark Newson in the Ferrari 857. This is 1955, so coming up a little bit later. And the 857 was a car that, back in the day, was running with a 4-cylinder 3.4-litre engine. A change of colour, going for a bit of yellow. So not all Ferraris are red.
Still looks like a Ferrari, though, doesn't it, in this particular instance? And he's using it as well.
Yeah, lovely to see. And
up towards Malcolm, down through the gearbox. Then he had to look down there to make sure he got the right one engaged.
So Mark Newson making the most of this opportunity to drive the Ferrari up the hill as we move back down to the start line. We're seeing a whole group of these classic Ferraris celebrating 75 years that this manufacturer has been part and parcel of it all.
Yeah, careful with the clutch there as he left the line as well. Making sure he didn't, if he's got to do a whole weekend, and of course with the extended Festival of Speed, if you like, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you said it earlier on, 4 days now, compared with the 2 originally, you've got to make these older cars do some work more often.
You have. This is a Ferrari 250 GTO. This is one of the all-time classics. Won the International Championship for GT manufacturers 3 years in a row, 1962, 1963 and 1964. So this was an incredibly successful period in the early 1960s for Ferrari. Slightly different colour scheme, of course, but beautiful to watch. This is actually a car owned by Anthony Bamford. Not sure who's actually driving it. We've got an unknown on our timing screens at the moment as to who's actually driving it up the hill today.
Yeah, Ben and I have been running around in the paddock trying to make sure that we've got our lists up to date, but it's driver change, rider change. Again, with motorcycles, it will be the same thing. You can't quite get clarification sometimes on who might be the privileged person to be flying up the hill.
Yeah, that's right. This is the Ferrari 365P from 1965. The bright yellow and mid-engined, of course, by this stage. So front-engine Ferraris were very much out of it by that stage, but they were still coming up with some pretty successful machinery and starting to do some more winning once again. The 365, it was a customer version really of the 275 and 330 P2 cars. Slightly lower and lighter chassis, fitted with a single overhead cam 4.4 litre engine tucked in behind the driver.
Here we go. This one is one of my favourites down on the grid at the moment.
Yeah,
a classic Formula 1 car with a big bedstead wing on the back.
Yeah, the 1967 Ferrari 31268. So this was the introduction of aerodynamic wings in Formula 1. But the problem, in a way, you talked about the V12 engine when we were looking on the lineup. Apparently that was, in a way, part of the problem for this car, because that heavy V12 engine had quite a high centre of gravity, and it did affect the performance of the car. Jackie Ickx once won the French Grand Prix in 1968 in one of these, and this is an ex-Jackie Ickx car, I believe. Well, he would have driven it at some point, but yeah, fantastic to see how the wings were first introduced.
Aero was an unknown quantity back in the day. They knew it all, squidged it down on the floor, but things like around those bell mouse off the carburation and stuff like that, all the aero affected all of that flow around, even the air intakes for the fueling of these vehicles. Oh, it does sound so sweet.
Yeah, it does sound fabulous. So that V12 engine, a V12 is always going to sound good, and it does as it heads up the hill. So Jean-Francois Decaux driving it up the hill. There's 4 exhaust pipes blowing its way. Heading up the hill now. So another Ferrari, slightly more road-going version, 337.
Coming out of the darkness into the light. And again, a slightly more subtle paint scheme than you would normally have in a Ferrari, but I think it suits this one beautifully. As again, our zip wire follows it up under the bridge, the pedestrian bridge across from the house side of the track to the manufacturer's stands side of the track where our commentary position is, goes past our commentary now through Moulcombe. A little kiss of the drying grass verge. And up towards the top of the finishing area. Meanwhile, slightly more glary in the paint scheme department.
So then we move into something a lot more modern. We're going to see some of the more recent versions coming up the hill. And we shall see how this is the 333, I believe. No,
Ben's
getting confused. Yeah,
trying to
getting
get this
myself
one
confused with this one.
I can't help you, Ben, because as you know, 2 wheels is more my thing. So honestly, I've got to say that I've worked with Ben Edwards now twice, the members meeting and here at the Festival of Speed, and I've never seen a man do more work in my life of broadcasting and commentary. You have to be commended on that, Ben.
Yes, but it's quite complicated trying to keep up with all the different cars that they've got out there.
And all the different drivers.
Yes, exactly.
And all the different launch modes that we might be in and when they might be coming to us. Here we go, though.
Yeah, this is lovely. This is a slightly earlier version. Heading up the hill now. We saw it. This is from the 1970s. sounding beautiful. So, looks like Marino Franchitti is at the wheel again. It is Marino.
He's a busy boy today, that's for sure. He was looking forward to it. And
so this is 321, the Ferrari 512. Yeah, Marino taking it up the hill. This was from 1970, this one. And Marino obviously making the most of it. He does love it. The 512 is a rival of the 917 Porsche back in the day. Now, we've got a couple of the Ferraris heading up the hill. Nigel Mansell is due to be out in one of them, the 639 and the 640 that we've got.
Doesn't look like him from a helmet perspective, but certainly sticker tyres on there. So as we move through the eras of Ferrari cars, this one, again, for me, Formula One, it's a little prettier.
Yeah, we were getting to a stage when John Barnard was... Yeah, there's Nigel. There he is. So he's in the other one. So Nigel Mansell heading up the hill, and we are celebrating his 1992 World Championship victory this weekend, and we will be hearing from Nigel a little bit later on. But that's lovely to see.
What a driver. He and Murray Walker together. Fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. Nigel in a brand of car at that time, when he was with Ferrari, of course, the first year he was with Ferrari, he had a lot of success, and he was incredibly popular. Il Leone, as they called him in Italy, the lion, and he produced some wonderful results. But we'll see a bit more of Nigel a little bit later. He's also going to be driving a Williams up the hill as well. Ian Beattie in a Ford C100. So now we're moving on to the Group C cars, Group C sports cars, and this was one of the early ones. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long in Group C. It didn't quite work out for Ford. They pulled out quite early on, and therefore the Ford C100 was not seen on track as much. But it is a classic sort of Group C machine. 4-litre Cosworth V8 back originally, and then replaced with a 3.3-litre version in 1983. But only 5 were built, I believe, and car designed by Len Bailey and Tony Southgate back in the day. So a gorgeous machine. Sadly, it didn't have lots of success.
I wonder how much money and effort and time was spent developing cars that where the championships changed or the formulae changed and the eras changed, that cars were basically wasted. If you go to the Honda Museum at Suzuka or somewhere like that and you look at all the different motorcycles and innovations car-wise, you forget how much Honda were involved in those kind of things. I'm sure Ford have exactly the same kind of museum, and a lot of effort went into developing a car that probably didn't quite work in the era that it was intended to.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking at the MK Aston Martin, Richard Hope is driving this, and Steve O'Rourke was the man behind getting these cars produced back in the day, and impressive stuff. He was the manager of Pink Floyd, but he got involved in motor racing and raced with Tiffany Dell as well, and they raced at Le Mans. Didn't have too much success, but they finished 17th in 1983, and then I think they had an 11th place finish a couple of years later, back in 1985, with the MK Aston Martin. So it was powered by an Aston Martin 5.3-litre V8 engine sitting in behind the driver, and again it's another pretty little Group C car from that period, taking it quite steady up the hill.
This has got a lovely sound to it, chugging away down at the bottom of the hill then, and away we go. A little bit of tyre smoke as we launch towards the first turn.
You're looking at one of the Saubers here with Mercedes power. Now Sauber kind of were the beginning of Mercedes getting back into motorsport, with Sauber providing the engine power for these sports cars, and then Mercedes got more and more involved, and then of course started to switch from sports cars to Formula One. So this is Paul Knapton in the Sauber Mercedes C8. This was a 1985 Group C car. This actually was the first cooperative car between Mercedes and Sauber, using a Mercedes 5-litre turbo V8.
Sounds good though. There's something unique about the sound of a Mercedes V8 that you don't hear in other V8s. It's kind of got a unique, what's the word I'm looking for, kind of resonance to it, compared with an American V8 or some of the others. Skull Bandit They were involved in so many different disciplines of motorsport, motorcycle sport sponsorship back in the day, before basically being banned just about everywhere.
Yeah, no, lovely to see the Porsches. We've got both 956 and 962s here today. We saw a fantastic collection of them at the members meeting earlier this year. They did a run at night time, which was a real joy. And Henry Pierman, who owns this car, he owns a whole batch of them. And they are wonderful machines. The 956, the original one, designed by Norbert Singer, a great deal of success. Basically the same car as the 962. And what really struck me, actually looking at them again at Goodwood, very little difference. You can barely tell the difference between a 956 and a 962. It's a very, very slight difference.
Yeah, and you explained it to me because I couldn't see the difference, and it was about 6 inches effectively.
Yeah, a little panel.
Just extended the thing by a panel. I was very impressed at the amount of prep you did on a 956 and 962 at the members meeting, and that was one of the interesting developments. Just a small... Was it to get slightly bigger drivers in?
I don't think it was to move the pedals back slightly, because they changed the rules that the pedals had to be behind the front axle line, so that was what it was about. Now this is the H24 Racing LMPH 2G. This is actually electric hydrogen hybrid, effectively, so it's a fascinating machine. This is sort of looking into technology for the future. They are beginning to enter it into events. It's doing some racing now, and it's more about technical development. Le Mans themselves, or the ACO, the organisers of Le Mans, are involved in this project to look at developing machinery like this, and they're looking to allow them into the Le Mans event in a couple of years' time. So we are seeing this machine. We saw it in the timing run yesterday as well, and I'm sure we'll see it up and down the hill a few times over the course of the weekend.
Doesn't seem to have been settled definitively yet between electric, hydrogen and biofuels and the like. There still seems to be quite a lot of developments going in all three directions there. I wonder which one. Electric seems to be winning out at the moment, but of course there are issues regarding the not so much sustainability, but the amount of mileage, carbon mileage that you're getting from that when you look at the, shall we say, entrance to grave affair of vehicles and the like. Batteries are obviously still in development, but then you've got the hydrogen side. MotoGP are developing fuels so they can run MotoGP in a more environmentally friendly way. So we'll see how that development works out over the next few years. Still a long way to go, I think, in the environmental stakes.
Yeah, still a long way, as you say, but we're seeing quite a lot of it here at Goodwood. It's interesting that we're watching some of these developments for the future. As you say, a lot of electric cars, but we're seeing things like this hydrogen-involved machinery as well. And I think, don't forget, we've got Future Lab here. We've got various things that are looking at how things are going to develop into the future, whilst all of us are also enjoying the history of motorsport. Now, the next batch that we're going to get, Keith, you're going to start to get excited about, because it's got cars in it, but it's also got motorbikes in it.
I'm excited about the cars as well. I've got to say, I just don't know as much about them as you.
Well, we're looking forward to you telling us all about the bikes that will be coming out. But let's go up to the top of the hill. We saw Nigel Mansell a few moments ago driving up the hill in the Ferrari. He's now talking to Ed Foster.
Nigel Mansell, there's something about those helmet colours, that balaclava and your eyes in this Ferrari. Does it bring back as many happy memories for you?
It's incredible. I mean, sitting in the car this morning, the memories that come flooding back is astonishing, and a very special time with Ferrari, and the 640 here is an iconic car, winning first time out in Rio. That fantastic race in Hungary from 12th on the grid to win the race, and passing Ayrton in the way that we did in the race was just marvellous memories.
Now, of course, you were known as Il Leone, the lion in Italy. Do you still get a good reception when you go there?
Yeah, I mean, the Italian fans, the fans worldwide are just incredible, but when you drive for Ferrari, it's something very special. If you're 2 years of age in Italy and 92 years of age, everybody knows who drives for Ferrari, and if you win a race, it's not like winning a race in any other country in the world, because all the bells throughout the country ring in all the churches and everything else. And I mean, how many teams get a visit from the Pope? I mean, it's an institution. Ferrari's an institution.
Now, it's the first time back at the Festival of Speed for a while. How's your weekend going?
It's fantastic, and I mean, many compliments. I mean, what His Grace has done, Lord Charles, is just absolutely amazing. I mean, it's fantastic for motorsport to have someone like this to put on a presentation for 4 days for the fans, the cars, the drivers, the sponsors. everyone who's displaying their wares, it's just an incredible sight for it, isn't it? I mean, I think everybody throughout the world must be very grateful for what His Grace and Lord Charles does.
Now, of course, you're not just in this car this weekend. We're in for a real treat later, the FW14B. You must be looking forward to it.
It was wonderful. I mean, last night we were reacquainted after a long, long time, and we had a little practice go up the hill. The car obviously is a little bit delicate, but in first and second gear it's okay to give it the berries a little bit, but just like this car, it jumps gear, so you have to be very protective because we want the cars to run every day. But the Williams especially, we have to be very careful, but looking forward to driving it on Sunday. It's an amazing car, and the mechanics did a fantastic job to get it running yesterday. So, again, it's just a joy to be here to drive it.
Nigel, it's a pleasure seeing you back in the car. Thank you.
Thank you, and hello to all the fans. I mean, it's just brilliant. The fans are great.
Then select first gear and off we go.
So part of the Mate...
Select first gear and off we go.
So part of the Mate Ferrari...
Race Against Dementia supports early career scientists in their research around the world. Our scientists are supported by the RAD Leadership and Development Programme. So that's interesting to hear that from you.
Race Against Dementia is going about it the right way, invested in new talent. I think there's a lot that we could learn. Being hungry for change is the way to go.
Let's beat dementia together.
So wonderful action that we're looking at, both on the hill climb, but also on the rally stage here, up at the top end of the Goodwood venue. And we've got some lovely action from that. Let's take a look at it now with our commentator, Tony Jardine.
Welcome everybody to the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022 on the rally stage. The world of rallying awaits you up here at the top of the hill, and we invite you to join the party because we're joining today. It's the world's best and most important motoring extravaganza in the Duke of Richmond's back garden, his estate on the Sussex Downs. And you're looking at the Ford Falcon 1963, a beautiful car, and that's Lou Luzzardi. Based on a car that did the Monte Carlo in 1964. But we have 125 rally cars for you from every era, from this Falcon right through to a 2022 Nitro FCI Rallycross electric car, the Extreme Rallycross car. And we have from old stagers to young chargers, from Roger Duckworth, Kim Mather and Lou Luzzardi, who you're looking at there, to the would-be's, the young chargers like Rory Bell, Ollie Mellors, Tom Williams, they're here. And this is the Goodwood Rally Stage, 1.9 miles. It's carved out of the Sussex Downs escarpment. And it's a mix of everything, making a great forest stage. And that's all down to the late, great Hannu Mikkola, who designed this 1.9 mile stage in 2003, and they ran in 2004. It's run by Southern Car Club. But here's the rub. For the first time since that date, the forest stage is being run in reverse. And whilst the characteristics of the stage are the same, it's a whole new ball game.
That is the first car off on the Friday. Down 1.9, Hannu Mikkola designed Goodwood Festival of Speed rally stage that has increased over the years in popularity as more and more people become aware of it. This would have been the finish line in years gone by, but it's just the beginning, and as you and I saw yesterday, Tony, some really tricky off-camber bends, and of course gullies that allow the water to drain down across the valley behind us here. Our start position opposite to where it would normally be, and Braun's Puff the Magic Dragon, it's going to start the stage very soon. There is a plethora of rally history here in terms of, we have coming up a Lancia Fulva Coupe 1.3, Datsun 240Z, which is on static display, Ford Escort RS 1600. We have a Lotus Sprint Rally. I think if you're in the forest stage at the moment, stay put, because you're in for a treat. And if the rain stays away, you're in for an even bigger treat.
This is where McRae really started to make his name. He came up through winning, the UK, the British Rally Championship, with its boxer engine. But part of what we did was bringing in, putting a Grand Prix driver into a rally team. So persuaded ProDrive to run a third car for Derek Warwick in the rally, and he became very friendly with Marco Allen. So there's the Larby's car. There's Stuart and Simon Larby, father and son. And as Zav was pointing out, a very, very original car. Now let's watch the Porsche. Wow, wait, that's fantastic. Wow, superb, superb.
Yeah, nicely done.
Very, very well done. Here we go, out of Africa, Zav, 505. It's not a 504, it's not a 404, but this is a pickup in Group B4.
Yeah, this Alan Weston car, it's a replica of the Group B pickup. There wasn't many of them about. It usually South Africa, mostly during the 1980s on long distance events. But it is a replica, and it's really, really popular here at Goodwood, and has been known through the years. Mike Rimmer comes down to Delta to get a big launch on the handbrake, which hasn't worked. Mike Rimmer is a name, if you're familiar with rallying. Mike, famous for his exploits in the ProDrive Loctite sponsored BMW M3.
Right, there's George Lapley over the jump, nice and neat. Braking in a straight line, squirting it round. Yeah, well, that's one way of doing it. On your road to Dakar. Dakar, of course, goes all over the place. It's been to South America. It's in Saudi Arabia currently. As we look at Pat Horan and his wife, Noel Horan, in the Lancia Delta. Wow, just look at all that suspension and the big beefy transmission underneath, all necessary to take the knocks over nearly 2.5 weeks of running through Dakar. Now, George Lapley, one of our young stars, part of the Lapley family. Jason Lapley, who runs the family bespoke business, which is in rally cars and selling incredible rally cars around the world, and many customers. And off of that, of course, as you would expect, father Jason and son George both go rallying. George also can be seen in an R5, and he's been doing well, done a lot of rallies in BTRDA, BRC. Very quick young man, and one of the young drivers that we watch. This is Group A Lancia. Of the demise of Group B, that's what we got. Those Group A cars, as lovely as they were never as spectacular as the Group B cars. Whereas we started again in this era of Group A, and the Galant there, the Mitsubishi, and Mitsubishis went on to be an incredible dominant force with Tommy Mäkinen, a 4 times world champion, and Richard Burns drove for Mitsubishi as well. So we have the armed forces. They always support us and come back for more each time. Phil Cook in that one, the Land Rover Wolf XD. They go rallying in a lot of the big events around the UK, whether it's Wales Rally GB towards the back, or national or international events. There's Gary Lecoudou, and he set some startling times and won some amazing rallies in that essentially tarmac Toyota. Now, not a great advert for the environment with the smoke blown out of the back, but nonetheless, you will see commitment from the armed forces. That's the Navy, the Army, the Air Force. Gary, well, he's gone off. He's given a nudge to straw bales in exactly the same place as John Saunders there. You have to be committed and give it that extra throttle, yank that handbrake on at the right time to get the rear end of the car rotated and spun round and given the throttle. Those straw bales approach very, very quickly, and they're very, very hard. It's a bit like hitting concrete. Let's have another look at Gary there. Initially, great, but then, of course, off on the handbrake, and the front end carries on.
And of course, tremendous history with Miguel Oliveira, who co-drove for Joachim in nearly all his rallies. With the Lapley family themselves, we have Jason and James and George. So we have the Mitsubishi Galant, we have the Ford Sierra Codsworth, and we have a Ford Escort in Castrol colours that the three out of the family are running. I did see the Escort this morning with a prop shaft missing, as Jason gets a big slew on after the flying fin jump.
Just quickly, so we're talking about the Lapleys there. George Lapley, quickest so far in the Mitsubishi Galant, the VR4. And Alistair McRae, I think he might have nipped round Delta and not done a 360. I could be wrong, but Alistair McRae in second place, with Max alongside him. And we were also watching Jade Pavley before, going very smoothly, very far, just flicking the tail out every now and again. I'm sure Lee's having an incredible ride in there, and they'll be all wired up for sound, so that's going to be a great feature that we'll be able to see on the TV later. In the meantime, we're going to look at Sierra Cosworth. Oh, absolutely great, I was going to say, but just a little bit too much of the flick round. Took him the wrong way round the bollard for Jason, but no problem, no issue, off he goes. And the Armed Forces team in action again with the Land Rovers, and they're always committed. I mean, look at the side walls bending on those big tyres.
So lovely to see some of the highlights from the rally stage. Tony Jardine talking us through, and we'll be going back to him throughout the course of the weekend. But a good opportunity, if you are here, to head up the hill and take a look at some of the action that's going on there. So lovely to see that. We've got plenty more to come, though, and we have more action on track coming up soon with the Grand Prix greats, the Sparks of Genius, and the racing motorcycles. They'll be heading up the hill pretty soon. So let's go and join Rachel once again. She is now talking to John McGuinness.
Well, the Drivers' Club is definitely the place to find some famous faces, and this man, John McGuinness, I managed to quickly grab him away from, I think it was his family and friends this morning, for a quick chat. John, I really wanted to start by speaking about your 100th start at the TT only a couple of weeks ago now. I mean, what a moment for you, firstly.
Yeah, it was amazing, really. I've been through a bit of a rough patch and away from my injury and one thing and another, and no TT for a couple of years, and I was sat on the grid at number one, 50 years old, gold bike, 30th anniversary of the Fireblade, new set of teeth. I was thinking, I'm under pressure here. So, but yeah, no, to be fair, it was a good, honest result for me. I finished fifth in that race. Really, really enjoyed it. The sun was out, the fans were there. It was an epic day, something I'll never forget. Quite emotional at times. Just sat there on the grid thinking, I'm 100th start. But it was a good TT for us. We're honest results. I'm getting a bit long in the tooth, so it's going to be hard to run right at the sharp end, but it was a good solid TT for me. And here we are at Goodwood again, 2022. I'm a bit of a hangover this morning, a few beers last night, and I'm just trying to get signed on. But I've got my licence already. That's up in the motorhome, so I'm in trouble immediately. So
can't use a line, do you not know who I am? No, I'm joking. But obviously 100th start now ticked off. Do you look at another milestone? How many years do you still want to be going there? You said, maybe not going there to be super competitive, but you love it. It's you, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. I don't know what to do. People keep popping the question about retirement and they're just trying to nibble me and just trying to get something out of me. But to be fair, I've not said anything after the race. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm going to go away and have a think about it. And I want to race till I'm 100, but I know that's not possible. But I think there's a year or two left in me somewhere, maybe... I don't know, I'll get around the table with Honda. Honda have offered me some ambassador roles and other bits and pieces in different directions, but I still want to put the helmet on. When I put the helmet on, I still love it, I look at myself in the mirror and think, you look a bit rough, John, and a bit old, but the eyesight's there and the passion's still there, so we'll get round, make a bit of a plan and see if we can maybe do a little bit more.
And you're taking your 5-8 out today up the hill. A little bit different from a TT course, isn't it? What's the plan up there?
I think just get up safely. I'm excited. We're seeing Wayne on the bike and Mick and Kevin and just like I say, I've just walked down from my camper. I'm just super excited just to be here. And the bike, you've got to be careful. No stunt riding for me. Just get up, maybe pop a wheelie, wave at the crowd, get up the top of the hill safely. And but it's nice to get back on it. And it's really authentic. It's as the bike finished the race with all the flies on it and stuff. So it looks really, really cool if anyone wants to go and see it. And I had a special gold pair of leathers on, some gold boots and things, so it looks, all the gear's there, so it'll look quite cool. So just enjoy it, be safe, and enjoy it.
Well, go and get that licence of yours, go and get your steps in, back up to the paddock, and then we'll see you out on track a bit later. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
For the next run. And there is Wayne Rainey once again getting ready to come back up the hill, Keith.
Yeah, it's looking just a bit busy down at the bottom of the hill at the moment. Mick Doohan's bike parked against the barrier there with the famous multicoloured helmet, and the fans really that are pushing towards the bales here alongside the track going up the hill. It'll be interesting to see who goes alongside Wayne Rainey on this occasion, whether it will be Schwantz, whether it will be Doohan, whether it will be Kenny Roberts, all on period motorcycles.
It is amazing. You list those names, such superstars.
Mick in the Honda leathers there with the greying hair now. He's a very entrepreneurial man. He's got his own jet sales business. He had a nightclub in Las Vegas, in the Pyramid in Las Vegas. So Mick Doohan, Kevin Schwantz in the background there as well. Suzuki leathers, of course. And we look also at Kenny Roberts. But while we look at the superstars from the past, perhaps, we've got one right now. Peter Hickman is the man that did the business in the TT. He's with Rachel.
Peter Hickman, I think I can now definitely say you are a TT legend after your exploits only a couple of weeks ago. 4 wins, obviously, there at the TT. You're riding your bike from the TT up there this time. You haven't been up this time out of Festival of Speed. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, real legend sat back there. Look, this is John.
I already spoke to him a couple of hours ago. He knows I like him.
Yeah, I have been to Goodwood before, but this is my first run up this weekend. Obviously on the Gas Monkey BMW by FHA Racing, so looking forward to it. It's the first time I've ridden there since the senior, obviously.
We know you like going fast. How fast can you go today?
It won't be that fast, I don't think. No tyre warmers. It's a bit slippy and dusty and all the rest of it, but we'll put on as much of a show for the crowd as we can do, of course.
Is your TT wins and what you achieved a couple of weeks ago settled in yet?
A little bit, yeah. It's been a bit of a whirlwind. I went straight to Knockhill for British Superbike straight afterwards, so it was a bit different. But no, it's nice. And even coming here and at Knockhill, really, lots and lots of people just talking about TT, which is brilliant.
It's so friendly as well. You've got the Birchall brothers behind you, obviously John McGuinness. They're behind you. Does that mean they try and get past you on this? I know you're only meant to go one at a time.
Maybe. I was asking what sort of order we're meant to go in. I've got no idea.
Well, good luck, Pete. Have fun out there.
Thank you. Cheers.
So as the course car comes up the course then, Peter Hickman, he is a modern-day legend. Of course, he comes from a motorcycle family. Dave Hickman, his dad, was pretty superb in his day as well. And Peter Hickman really has it all. He's got the PR element, he's got the fans' friendliness element, and he's quick.
No, it's lovely to see. Look at this collection of bikes that we've got down here, Keith. I mean, we are going to see a real massive collection of bikes heading up the hill soon. We've got what one class called the two-wheeled Grand Prix Heroes, stars of Grand Prix racing. But we've also got the celebration of 100 years of the Ulster Grand Prix to look at, haven't we?
Yeah, somewhat ironic that they can't come to terms in the Ulster Grand Prix this year, the Dundrod racetrack. The local authorities have not been able to find the budget to actually run it during this year, which is a great shame. So it's been cancelled this year. But again, a massively historic. Philip McCallan, a superb TT and roads rider, has been really pushing to try and put the budget together to bring the Ulster Grand Prix back. So as we're looking down through all of the group, of course, there is a very fast lady, a Guinness Book of Records lady as well. Jenny Timmoth, the fastest around the TT course. She's with Rachel.
We've got Jenny Timmoth here. She's about to go up the hill. Jenny, what are you going on? You haven't even got your bike near. You're so relaxed chatting to these guys.
I've wandered off. Yeah, I've left my bike down there. I bought my CBR 1000, so I just have a ride up on that, yeah.
First outing here today?
Yeah, first ride up today, so looking forward to it. Glad it's dry and it's sunny, it's lovely, so yeah.
I mean, you've ridden, 119 miles an hour at the TT. That's the speed record there. How fast are you trying to get up the hill this time out?
I'm just going to plod and wave. Yeah.
So this is more from enjoyment than being competitive, or do you try and get competitive with some of the guys here? I can see Michael Rutter over my shoulder.
No, we just have a ride and a wave to the crowd and just say hello to everybody. It's more to like show the bikes and just have a wave and enjoy ourselves. So
we'll keep your eyes on the road, Jenny. We don't want any accidents. Good luck up there.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Ian Simpson over the back there, and Michael Rutter. Talking to 50-year-olds, of course, John McGuinness and Michael Rutter. Now there is a legendary lineup if ever there was one. On your right, Mick Doohan. On the 99 bike, the KR3 will be, I suspect, Kenny Roberts, because that is his old machine. He's not riding a Yamaha this weekend. Kevin Schwantz we're looking at, of course, the Lucky Strike Suzuki man. And there somewhere along the front there we will be seeing Wayne Rainey as well. A little bit of tension, I have to say, with Wayne Rainey. Because yesterday, getting him to the bottom of the hill, finding the protocol here at Goodwood with the amount of we talked about the logistics of getting bikes and cars to the bottom of the hill and to get them out of a paddock. We've only got it reminds me of the railways, trying to get all these trains in place with one track in the middle that you've got to negotiate how to get them there. And Wayne Rainey, of course, the most important motorcyclist here this weekend. Sorry, folks, but that's what he is from most people's points of view. Just needed that extra little bit of room. Now, I'll tell you what else we've got as well. We've got Maria Costello riding her sidecars a little bit later on, and she will have Fei Ho, the boss of the FHO Racing, Peter Hickman's team, as a passenger going up the hill. Fei Ho, of course, part of the MGM Casinos dynasty, if you like. Dr. Stanley Ho was the main man back in Macau. You'll be familiar with Macau, of course, Ben. So there is that little synergy again between motorcycles and cars. Tenuous, I know.
Well, Rachel's got another little chat, Ben and Tim Birchall.
Well, I'm just going to grab the Birchall brothers quickly for a chat before they go up the hill. Guys, I know you from the BSB paddock. You're always going around those circuits. This is a little bit different this time out, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just real fun. Yeah, what a great event and a real honour to be here, and we can show off the TT bike and be part of this. It's mega.
And I guess, the sidecars are a little bit different than just the two wheels in front of you. What are people's reaction to you guys when you get up the hill?
Normally we get a really good reaction here, it's just a crowd pleaser, it's something different, We love riding these bikes up this hill. What a fantastic event. This is as it finished the TT a couple of weeks ago, so she's a race winner, and yeah, I hope everybody enjoys seeing it.
I'm meant to be going out with Maria tomorrow. Any advice, guys? Actually, any advice for holding on?
I don't know, that's his department.
Well, guys, have good fun, and I'll speak to you later.
Thank you. See you later.
Birchall brothers then alluding to the engineering behind these motorcycles as well. The three-wheelers are very similar to the cars in as much as the technology that goes into them. And the Birchall boys, they are really, really quick. Maria, as I say, taking Fei Ho up the hill today. Tomorrow, Rachel.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, grip on, Rach.
We shall look forward to that.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. So Wayne Rainey's #1 machine to the right, the Yamaha. The #1 bike in the middle there is Kevin Schwantz. The 99 will be Kenny Roberts Sr. Then Mick Doohan already sat on the bike ready to go. Bike #3 to the left there. And many more behind them. That is an incredible lineup that we've got on the front row of the grid here. At the Goodwood Festival of Speed, you will not see a lineup like that very often, that's for sure. Only here, in fact, because I don't think there's any other schedules for Wayne to be riding the motorcycle, although he might have just enjoyed it so much so far that maybe he will be looking at other places as well. But we're going to see him twice today, twice tomorrow and twice on Sunday.
It is fantastic, and it's wonderful that you've got those other riders there with him. Kenny Roberts, of course, so supportive of him back in his day. But when Kenny came into bike racing, of course, he took on our Barry Sheen, didn't he? Because he took the championship after Barry had won it the previous couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, when Kenny first came to Europe, which basically the World Championship was pretty much a European championship back in those era, and Kenny and Barry, there was real rivalry there between them. And the famous Murray Walker commentary when the hand signals were going from behind the back when Barry Sheen gave a little extra to Kenny Roberts, but Roberts in the end managed to beat him.
We're just watching some of the Goodwood action that's going on. This is one of the areas around this Festival of Speed venue, and you can see these bike guys are doing some amazing stunts. I walked down there the other day and they were doing some practice runs, and my goodness, the height at which they can fly these bikes and turn over, and it's a wonderful place to go and watch. So do, if you're around, go to the Goodwood Action Sports area and you will see some amazing riding there if two wheels are your thing, although we're going to see some fantastic two-wheel machinery heading up the hill in just a moment. You can see it's not only motorized bikes as well, it's cycles, and they are also putting on a tremendous show. So I'm sure many of you will love to go over there and have a good look at what's going on. Well, in the meantime, we've got car drivers, bike drivers, all sorts. We've got a star from the world of motor racing, from Formula One and sports car racing. Mark Genet is now talking to Rachel Stringer.
Well, Mark, I just wanted to come over and have a quick chat about what you're driving up the hill in today. I mean, this looks pretty nice. Tell us what you're driving. 2009, I think you just mentioned to me.
Yeah, Ferrari brought the 2009 and 2008. It's a very special Goodwood for us because it's 75 years. So the batch we're going to do after that is going to be all Ferraris, and we brought the most exclusive Ferraris we have in Maranello. But now this is the Formula One batch, so I'm driving the 2009, yes.
And what's behind you as well? We've got Ferraris wherever you can see, and the batch later, like Mark said, is going to be absolutely stacked.
Yes, behind myself is the 2008, so it's a very nice Ferrari as well, world champion. The last world champion, so let's see if we can turn things around this year. But yeah, it's going to be one of the most special Goodwood for Ferrari, for sure. We have even our CEO here, Benedetto Vigna, and then you have the SP3, the latest Ferrari Daytona. So really look up on the next Ferrari badge. That's going to be very special. And now I'm warming up with the Formula One car.
No pressure up the hill then with the CEO watching you. Good luck.
Thank you very much. No pressure.
Lovely to hear from Mark Genet. He always a star. See him still currently at often Formula One events. He's still involved very much with the team, and he's going to enjoy driving that car up the hill in a moment. But we are getting ready hopefully for the start of this run fairly soon now. Of course, everything has to be correctly sorted and positioned to make sure everything is safe for Wayne Rainey to ride this bike, the man who is paralysed from the chest downwards as a result of that accident back in 1993.
I noticed that Kenny Roberts' KR3 machine, the three-cylinder prototype that Kenny developed himself for his own team, they've run a treaded tyre coming up the hill today. Yesterday the slick tyre wouldn't get up to temperature quite as much as they needed it, and got a little lively for Kenny on the 99 machine there. That KR3 bike was really developed. It was a quick two-stroke, three-cylinder machine, but it was at the era where the four-strokes came in, and it just wasn't quite the motorcycle. It came a little late, really, and that was the end of what was a very promising project at the time. So the Proton KR3, Kenny's going to ride it again. I did see a wonderful YouTube piece with Dave Peterson in South Africa where they were bought and redeveloped a thing.
Now we've got superstars from motorbikes, but superstars from Formula One as well. Jenson Button is now talking to Rachel.
Jenson Button, well, you're going up in something we don't usually see you, but this is the rally car that you're yet to still do a round, but we're hoping to see you out there at some point this season. I mean, how's the training been going for it?
Good. Well, this is actually pretty good testing for me because I've not done a lot. So, yeah, I'm racing in Nitro Rallycross this year. I missed the first race, which is Linden Hill the weekend, and this is fresh. This is actually my teammate's car, so there's a little bit of damage here and there and some bumps and scrapes, but no, it's a weapon. At full power it's over 1,000 horsepower, so electric, and it's an insane machine. So I'm doing the time trial in it on Saturday and hopefully on Sunday as well. So I'm hoping it'll be top 5.
I was about to say we'd be competitive. 45 were you looking at time-wise?
I don't know, I did 53 yesterday, but we had 30% less power than we should have had. So, I won't be fine. If I get in the 40s, I'll be impressed. I mean, this is definitely not my thing. And this is not built for a hill climb, but it's got a lot of power. It's very quick off the line, and it's fun to drive.
Well, no one will be able to hear you, that's for sure. I heard you come past like, yep, electric car at its finest.
It does make a noise. Most electric cars don't, but this sounds like a jet engine. If you actually get out there, when it passes you at like 100 miles an hour, it's loud. Enjoy it.
Well, there's a test run for Jenson Button then in this, and maybe we'll see you out there in the Radford a bit later on as well.
Yes, you will.
Good luck.
Thanks, Jenson Button. But this is the main event. Look at this. Have you ever seen anything like it? 30 years on, it is Wayne Rainey that leads up the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill. Goodwood have absolutely pulled off a massive stunt here. Mick Doohan on bike number 3. Kenny Roberts in the yellow leathers at the background on bike 99. Number 1 is Kevin Schwantz, the massive rivalry between Schwantz and Wayne Rainey back in the day, back on their flat tracks in America, superbikes in America, and then it moves across into Europe. Transatlantic Trophy, for those of you that go back far enough, remember the Brits versus the Americans. It was American versus American when it was Schwantz and Rainey against each other on superbikes. But this is an incredible sight. Wayne Rainey, paralysed from the chest downwards, he's getting that feel for the motorcycle through those chest pads. You can just see them, the vibrations that are coming up his upper body so that he knows where to put that bike and what the bike is doing. He's in bottom gear and all the other riders are around. This is a demonstration. Yesterday he properly gassed this bike up and fired it up the hill, but this is for the fans to appreciate the 3 times world champion, 90, 91, 92 in the 500cc Grand Prix era. No electronic controls, anything to help them. A 2,500 or thereabouts power band, massively powerful, with less grip than they've got nowadays as well. No electronics compared with what they've got nowadays in MotoGP. It was the forerunner. He was the professor. He was the man that was analytical. He was the man to beat. There was no one else to beat him. After him came Mick Doohan, 5 times world champion on a Honda, but it was Wayne Rainey they all aspired to beat. The only man missing from this lineup at the moment for me is Eddie Lawson. If he could join us, that would just make the complete set of top men superstars. I know there are people watching this around the world on YouTube that are going to have a tear in their eye, because believe me, this is a very special, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see Wayne Rainey ride up the hill with the competitors of the time around him. Kenny Roberts was the man who gave Wayne Rainey the opportunity on a 250cc motorcycle. He looked like he was going to be brilliant back then, but it was a little later in his career when he came to 500s when he really proved just what he was capable of doing. Roberts gave him the opportunity, and then Rainey paid him back in spades. Kenny Roberts is a legend in his own right as well, as we look back down the order now to what was a Lucanelli Suzuki that leaves the grid. The number 50 is the Suzuki XR35. I think that's Nigel Everett that's riding that. Is it Nigel? It is Nigel Everett. I recognise his face. So Nigel Everett, famous spanner man. Can obviously ride a motorcycle as well. Spanner for Mick Grant for many, many years. Preps motorcycles regularly now. I actually insulted him yesterday when I said, did Paul Bolton prep his bike? And the look on his face, I thought he was going to hit me. He's only
I wonder how he feels following that group of riders that have just got up. He's the next one up there.
He'll never be phased, because Nigel has been in amongst them for years. Nigel's kind of recognised as being one of the techs of the time, and he'll enjoy this ride up the hill for sure.
Yeah, lovely to see. So riding up on the Suzuki XR35, and our great champions have made it safely to the top of the hill. And you, all of you, giving such a big round of applause to Wayne Rainey and the other guys. It was lovely to watch, and as you say, some special moments here that we're going to enjoy throughout the rest of the weekend. We're getting some lovely sounds now as some of these bikes come past us in the commentary box.
Yeah, we're celebrating the 100 years of the Ulster Grand Prix as well. So looking back down the order, this is, a very, very well prepped. Is that the Alloy Earls? It's the BSA, Sammy Miller Motorcycle Museum. It's come out of 1951. nice machine and beautifully prepped. Mind you, would expect that out of Sammy Miller, wouldn't you? Sammy Miller, superb rider himself back in the day across disciplines, and that is... Actually, again, that must have been under wraps when I did the paddock, because I never got to see this. And that is the great thing about the Festival of Speed. Get down there and spend some time looking under those tents, because you are going to find some absolute gems. So up the hill comes the number 8 machine. That's Alan Cathcart, I think, riding that as well. The legendary journalist, some would say, Sir Alan Cathcart. He's not really a sir, it's just the way that he has been designated over the years. Now then, this is the... is this Conlaw? No, it's the Joe Miller machine. So Joe Miller's machine. I'm just trying to work that one through.
Yeah, trying to pick up the correct times, the correct numbers at the moment. Slight mixture on what we've been.
Yeah, I think that's Mike Meskel on the Rock. It's a Joe Miller's machine, but it's the Rock. I don't think that Rock has ever been actually raced. I think it's one of those bikes that's sort of a spare bike for many, many years, the number 17. But it's Mike Meskel, the owner of it, that's running that machine. I think it's number 22 in the... Of course, the slightly difficult thing with ever the Festival of Speed, they stay in era as far as the numbers on the bikes are concerned, but the numbers as far as Goodwood are concerned are slightly different. And that's what makes it slightly trickier from our point of view, perhaps. So the number 5 machine is the HRZ Vincent that's gone up there with Henry... I think that was Henry Cole that was on that bike as well. Here comes Mike Meskel. Quick motorcycle, 500cc two-stroke, of course, again, without any of that traction control and the like, the French chassis builder. We have Harris Performance Products here. Sadly, we lost Steve Harris recently. He was ill for some time. Steve Harris, a legendary chassis builder from Hertford. Well, really Essex he was, but the business came out of Hertford. Sold out to Royal Enfield. Now then, this is another 50-year-old. Tony Rutter's son, Michael Rutter, another TT rider, and Michael Rutter, I think that is, I don't think that's actually the 600 that we might have been expecting. Let's have a look and see what we've got there.
It's lovely to see such a range of bikes heading up this hill, though, really good, and histories from early 60s, 70s, 80s that we're going into as well. We will be seeing one or two of the more recent bikes coming up shortly, but
Charlie Williams on the number 8 machines going up, I'm sure, so I'm pretty sure that was Charlie Williams that we saw in front of there. And again, a famous Grand Prix rider, TT winner, Charlie Williams. Yeah, that's definitely Charlie in front of Rutter. Rutter had another, well, a fair TT, I suppose, a bit like John McGuinness, was perhaps not as happy with it as he might have been. Again, with the modern day racers being as quick as they are, it's not easy, that's for certain. So Rutter comes up there. He's got a book out now, mostly about his dad. We've had the book about him, now we've got the book about his dad. This is one of the Joey Dunlop Hondas. Very famous motorcycle again. Anybody that remembers Joey Dunlop. Joey sadly taken away from us at Tallinn in Estonia when he was out doing a charity run. He used to take a van load of goodies down there and also have a little ride out at Tallinn in a basically a closed road circuit. And Joey taken away from us some years ago now. Peter Hickman on his TT bike, the FHO Gas Monkey. Anybody who knows about it? I had no clue about Gas Monkey, but it's a very famous show out in America, and the man himself was at the TT. There we go, popping a wheelie. Hickman has got it all for me. He's the consummate professional on track. He's very, very classy at 133. You have to be doing 133 mile an hour average laps to even get in the same airspace as this man. He was just a bit special. Try and feature at 37 3/4 miles of roads around where you live that you can do 133 miles as an average, 133 miles an hour as an average. Peter Hickman, consummate professional, great with the fans, great with the media.
I mean, this guy has it all. And again, British rider, perhaps overlooked as far as World Championships are concerned. He's a big lad, which again is something that goes against him perhaps. We do seem to breed them quite large over here in Britain from a Grand Prix perspective. Here's the Virtual boys, the Virtual brothers then coming up the hill. Heard Rachel talking to them a little bit earlier on. They're the first of the sidecars as they blast up by the wall. These guys do not hang about. And this kind of flint wall, what flint wall? They won't be bothered about stuff like that. Get it over the back wheel to get the traction to... we got no aero... Well, they've got aerodynamics, obviously, but they get over the back wheel to try and keep the wheel on the ground to get it spinning. And then, of course, you've got to get yourself over the sidecar wheel to try and keep that thing on the floor. Being held up by the solos, chaps. That'll go down badly. Yeah. Jenny Timmoth comes up the hill then. And Jenny Timmoth, we didn't hear enough about her stunt riding. She does a tremendous amount of stunt doubling for a lot of the big films. Tom Cruise, for instance, does a lot of his own stunts, but Jenny stands in for the female parts in most of his films as well. She's very famous in the stunt world and very understated in our world. She's a remarkable lady, Jenny Timmoth. You can't help but like her. And she's humble and understated. You don't get that very often in our game, do you?
No, it's right. Oh, a nice little bit of play going on here.
I wonder who that is.
Certainly putting on a good show. Number 74, is that Sam Sunderland, I think, heading up the hill?
Thunder Sam, and he is one of the best off-roader Paris-Dakar. You know, this guy is a legend across those kind of very difficult terrains. He'll be able to sit that thing up there all day long if he wanted to. I'm surprised he's not riding along the top of the bales.
He may be doing that next.
No, that'll be, I reckon that'll be Dougie Lampkin that will be doing that, riding along the top of the Flint wall or something.
Yeah, wonderful to see.
Thunder Sam.
Entertaining all the way up the hill. Look at the balance and the control, just remarkable. Getting lots of support all around the track.
It's the kind of bike that you can do that on as well. Of course, it's the area that James Whittam found himself in a bit of trouble on the Triumph a few years ago, just here when I think he momentarily forgot where he was, and basically Jack Valentine's TT winning Triumph was completely destroyed at the top of the hill. James is really going to thank me for reminding everyone of that. A bit like reminding James Toseland of when he crashed his CB500 at Brands Hatch while wheeling, celebrating his end of race win. Yeah. Back with the cars, Ben. And that was so brief for me. I could go on all day.
Well, there'll be plenty more opportunities, Keith, to get into it all, so that's going to be fun. But we are just getting back into some of the cars now, some of the early cars from the period. You're looking at the Connaught B-Type here from 1955. So this is where we're starting from in terms of age. This car created by Rodney Clark and Kenneth McAlpine in Surrey back in the day. And they sort of started out with sports cars, and then they started to create Formula One cars. They Formula 2 initially, and then they went to Formula One in 1955. Such a beautiful machine, driven by Tony Brooks back in the day. And he won at Syracuse at the end of 1955 in one of these cars. First win for a British driver in a British car for 31 years in a Grand Prix in this style of machine. Pretty impressive. And ran with disc brakes as well for the first time. So it was the first Grand Prix won with disc brakes. And also apparently the last to be won with a pre-selected gearbox, apparently back in the day. So Spike Milligan in the Connaught B-Type heading up the hill. And we're looking at car number 29, one of the Lotuses here. Heading up the hill, Nick Fennell, the Lotus Climax 25. This was another gorgeous machine. Revolutionary monocoque chassis designed by Colin Chapman with a 1500cc V8 engine. It was unveiled in 1962 at Zandvoort. And immediately it had the performance thanks to the stiffness of that monocoque chassis. And of course a monocoque chassis became something not only in car racing but in bikes as well.
It did indeed, that honeycomb monocoque. I remember, it's funny, I lived in a village called Wollaston many years ago, and we used to have a fabricator down the end of the street, Eastfield Road. And I wandered in there one day, and they threw a load of covers over this chassis that they were working on, and sure enough it was a Suzuki development chassis that was being secretly developed in the heart of Northamptonshire, in the middle of nowhere, by a tiny honeycomb manufacturer. Amazing what you can stumble across when you wander around in other people's workshops.
It is. Very, very, very good indeed. So we've got some more heading up the hill now, and Just taking a look. We've got some of the cars from the late 60s and then early 70s where the wings really started to come into play. Like this, the John Player Special Lotus 72. Well, this is actually a 1974 car. This is the 72.8.
And I love the airbox as well over the top of the helmet there, trying to get as much air into the motor as you possibly can.
Chris Locke using a Mario Andretti style helmet as well, which is rather lovely to see. And heading up the hill, that Lotus, this particular colouring, the way it was laid out, it was such a popular style.
Iconic, I think, is the word that you were stumbling for there. And Colin Chapman, he was the innovator, wasn't he? I was trying to think the other day of a motorcycle chassis person that was quite as innovative as the likes of Colin Chapman. He would try. Lightness is what counted for him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Lotus car was always innovative. They brought in so many introductions to the world of Formula One, which was so great to see. It's one of the earlier cars here as well. Heading up the hill, Karun Chandok, who is part of our team this weekend.
He looks too tall, doesn't he, to be in that? He's not particularly statuesque, is Karun.
He's in a BRM, the P578 BRM. This was used between 1962 and 65. They initially used the Coventry Climax engine, then they developed their own V8 engine. They were driven by Graham Hill and Tony Brooks back in the day. Brooks was third at the US Grand Prix, and of course it's been a sad year this year, losing Tony Brooks. In 1962 mainly it was Hill and Richie Ginther who raced the BRM, and he took the title with BRM in that 1962 season. Now
moving even further up to date now.
Yeah, we saw this doing the run. Lorena McLaughlin's driving this Benetton B192, the 1992 Benetton. It was the second year, well, it was the first full year that Michael Schumacher got to race in Formula One. He started with Jordan for one race in 1991. Then he went to Benetton for the last part of the 91 season. And then he was at Benetton this year, and he took his first ever Formula One victory in one of these cars. That was the Belgian Grand Prix. It was a rain-affected race in the latter part of 1992. Teammate in those days was Martin Brundle.
Was this the era where the shenanigans over certain electronic interference was...
Yeah, that came in like a year or two next. Yeah, it was sort of 93, 94, where it really started to get a little bit carried away.
And then on one or two drivers and teams were able to circumnavigate, I think, the rules at the time.
Yeah. Mark Genet, we heard from him earlier, so he's in the somewhat later Ferrari F60, part of the Ferrari group, effectively, of cars that we've got here this weekend, which is lovely to see. And we are going to see several of them out there. So this was the 2009 Ferrari Formula One car. This was actually not their best year. That was the year that Jenson Button won the championship in the Brawn, and they had that double diffuser rear part aerodynamics. And Ferrari were another team, like McLaren at the time, who didn't quite get on top of that straight away, so it didn't work out for them quite as effectively. So
the Festival of Speed certainly is underlining the changes that over the eras that you can see just in aero, as well as a configuration of just bodywork is so incredibly different.
Steve Soper driving one, that's great to see. Steve Soper in the 2008 Formula One car, which is very, very impressive. Of course, that was the year that Lewis Hamilton took his first title, but only by a point. Just winning it from Massa in the final race of the year, and that car was hugely competitive, obviously.
And Ferrari remember that look on Massa's father's face at Brazil when it didn't quite work out, just that last lap.
Yeah, we've got the McLaren heading up the hill now, and then the Formula E car. Now this is Nick Heidfeld. And this is their latest version. This is the sort of new version of the Formula E machinery.
Well, he was the lap record holder, or the Porsche record holder.
In a Formula One car here.
And that Formula One car was dead lively. This looks even livelier. I've got to say, this thing has got some grunt.
It is. He's doing a little... Is he doing a little experiment, or... He certainly braked pretty hard there, or has he had a problem?
I think maybe he's got a bit of a demo coming our way right now.
Oh dear.
Or has it stopped?
No, I think there's a problem.
Stopped,
Nick Heidfeld has had a problem. They've only run this a couple of times so far, Mahindra, this new Generation 3 Formula E car. So
or Mahindra were big Moto3 sponsors at one point in the smaller class in the Motorcycle Grand Prix series, and they dropped all their budget from Moto3 and other activities to concentrate on their EV.
Yeah, well, that's pretty interesting. So, and Mercedes heading up the hill now, so this is something a lot more recent, isn't it? Lovely heading up. Are we going to have a little bit of a practice start? And a spin as well. Hey, being a Formula 1 car, do a bit of drifting exercise. Yeah. Always wonderful to watch.
Lewis Hamilton practiced that on a Formula 1 car back in the day when he attended the Festival of Speed, just there. Not quite in front of the house, but pretty much there. Oh, yeah. Tell you what, that does sound rather sweet when it's just come past our commentary position, that's for sure.
A team that has had so much success in recent years with these kind of cars, but not having so much success this year, clearly under the new regulations. But this is a car that has had plenty of success, and all of the titles we've been seeing, that Lewis Hamilton has gone to those 7 titles, missed out on the 8th one last year, and now, of course, having a little bit more of a tricky time with the current car. But well, Silverstone next week, we'll see how he gets on with that.
You mentioned the current car. He's having a bit of trouble with George Russell, his teammate this year.
We're going to see George here this weekend, hopefully, as well.
He's a spectacular young man. I think we're very fortunate in Formula 1 to have some of the class drivers that we have. Charles Leclerc, of course, and Lando Norris, who's a big Valentino Rossi fan, which I'm always impressed with. Is this 2,000 horsepower, or the equivalent of, EV van? Have a bit of that. I want one of these.
This is Supervan 4, and Romain Dumas, who drove it yesterday, and has got the record here in an electric vehicle. In the past, electric VW, Romain is always highly competitive. I was talking to Ed Foster about it, actually, because Ed talked to him after he did his run yesterday. Romain wanted to know how quick it was straight away. I think he's not sure he's going to be able to compete for the outright fastest hill climb speed this weekend, but he is thoroughly enjoying it.
22.7, he's pretty quick through intermediate 1. Let's wait and see what he manages at the top of the hill. It's a big vehicle, of course, but 2,000 horsepower on a hill climb. It's going to be useful.
Jenson Button's going up the hill too on that in that electric rallycross car, so that will be fairly rapid, but it's not as rapid as Romain Dumas.
I think they didn't have it wound up though, did they, yesterday when he ran it? So it'll be interesting to see if they give it a bit more power. Here he is then.
Yep, Jenson Button. So he's not in a Formula 1 car this time. He's in this electric-powered rallycross machine, and it's something that he's planning to compete in, and we heard him talk about it a little bit. And of course, his dad was very much a rallycross racer.
I tell you what, John Button, rallycross racer, but 2-stroke tuner. Loved karts and all the rest of it. Again, there's crossover between motorcycles. Whenever I bumped into John Button, we always talked about motorbikes and 2-stroke engines.
Yeah,
fantastic John Button.
Yeah, me
I
too.
loved John Button.
Yeah, I used to sit down and chat to him, and he was a wonderful guy. And he just loved following Jenson into Formula 1 and being at the events, and his enthusiasm was wonderful. So there's Jenson just going across the line now. This is Max Chilton. Now this little vehicle that you're looking at, another electric powered machine, it's got a fan, a sort of double fan system at the back, which is producing downforce. This was very rapid yesterday on the timed run.
Look at that. That just gets off the line so quick, and that is the EVs take your breath away, but when they get to this stage this is very, very quick indeed. Our cameraman, oh look, and I overemphasised the fact our cameraman's going to have a job to keep up with it, and yes he did. Whoever you are, sorry about that.
This is so rapid. Let's have a look.
It's like some kind of rocket.
Max was saying yesterday when Ed was talking to him that apart from a Formula 1 car, this is the most dramatic car that he has ever driven. It's not easy.
First 100 yards done from a standing start in 3.7 seconds.
You look at the way it chucks the aero out of the back, because it creates a huge amount of downforce. And it was this section yesterday he backed off a little bit, but he's done another very quick time.
32.7 through there.
And 45.0 complete. So that is competitive, there's no doubt. And he will be doing the run today by the looks of it. He is going to be sharing it with a British Hill Climb driver who's actually leading the British Hill Climb Championship at the moment, so we will see how he gets on with it when he does his run, as we've now got one of the Extreme E's heading up the hill. This is part of this new system that we've seen now into another second year. So Jamie Chadwick is at the wheel. She did the first year. Of course, she is a double champion in the W Series, and she's heading up now. The big machine, though, so fitting onto this track, so different to the machine we were just looking at.
Yeah, but she threw it around yesterday, I seem to remember, that she looked a bit lively in it. She's certainly not shy, that's for sure. And Jamie Chadwick then, it's a big vehicle. It's not. It's only just a little less than the actual width of the track in some places here. I don't want to rub it up the flint wall. That would ruin his paintwork.
It's not going to be quite as quick as the McMurtry Spearling that we saw Max in a moment ago. This is another of the Extreme E's heading up the hill. And Katie Munnings is driving this, so she's another part of the team.
Oh, hang on. Let's have a bit of that.
Oh, I gather it's not her. It's Timmy Hansen. Timmy Hansen in the car this time. So they share this car. So it's hard to know which one's which. But it's Timmy who's in the car right now. Swedish rally champion himself. And they have had some good results in Extreme E so far.
And this is why they put triple bales in some places, I would suggest. The Extreme E cars are getting larger and larger and faster. And that extra protection around the course, very much necessary.
Certainly got a bit of a higher perspective on the venue here.
Yeah, you can see over the bales.
Yeah, you can pretty much. One of the few vehicles that you're going to drive up here that you can do that and see over the bales. Coming up over the hill then and completing it. So Timmy Hansen finishing off that little run.
Here we go. Now that's the Vodafone coloured chromium MP425. What a car. And this is one that just stands the hairs up on my arms from memory. And this was the car that I was mentioning earlier on that Lewis Hamilton was doing the 360s in front of the house. The first time I'd ever seen it in such tight proximity. Really amazing how he managed to do that in such a tight space. But he did, and he never touched the grass either.
No, Mark Radcliffe is the man who's got this car now and is going to be driving it up the hill. And apparently it's the first single-seater he's ever driven. He's done all sorts of other stuff, but the first single-seater is a Formula One car. But what a Formula One car! This 2010 for Lewis Hamilton and Jenson Button. They were teammates back in 2010. Lewis ended up finishing 4th in the championship that year with 3 wins, and Jenson had his first year with McLaren that year, and he had a couple of wins with this car.
A lot of these collectors' cars are they're so technical, Formula One, if you go back just a few years, that you need to warm the things up. They need to preheat the oil and everything in them. They will not, if you try and start it from cold, for instance, it's not got a choke button, let's put it that way. And it's quite a technical process you have to go through to start the things and to keep them in the best condition.
So there we go. Let's enjoy this. This is very much a classic McLaren Mercedes. And their partnership was very successful. Yes, as I say, they didn't win the title back in 2010, but it was still a good one. And McLaren are actually second to Red Bull in the Constructors' Championship that year, but it was the year that Vettel took his first title by just 4 points from Fernando Alonso. You remember that finale in Abu Dhabi? Hamilton finished second and Button was third in that race, but what the key thing was, Alonso got held up in the race and it was Vettel who ended up winning the championship. But yeah, McLaren produced a good car that year back in 2010, and it is quite a distinctive looking machine. The aerodynamics around the rear in particular are very different to the cars that we're seeing nowadays.
Special kind of car for me as an outsider looking in to Formula One. I've got to say, this is one of the iconic cars from my memory.
Of course, Lewis did stay with McLaren for a couple more years before deciding he'd had enough. Left at
it was
the
quite
end
a brave move at the time when he went to Mercedes, you know. I remember thinking, and he judged it to perfection.
He did. No, absolutely. A lot of people thought, why are you doing this? But McLaren, he was still competitive in 2012, his final year, in the early part. But he was just looking for other options, and he went to Mercedes 2013. It was before the beginning of the hybrid era, but of course it was Mercedes were really beginning to get stronger, and then when the hybrid era began in 2014, as you say, it was perfect timing because they got everything right. So there you are. That's we've been enjoying what a wonderful display once again of Grand Prix greats, of motorcycling greats as well, who started that whole batch of machinery going up the hill, and that has been a very special time. I hope you've all been enjoying it, and a little bit of a chance for us to take a breather, because we've got another lovely interview coming up as Ed Foster up at the top of the hill is now, well, spoke just a little bit earlier to Wayne Rainey.
Wayne Rainey, what a wonderful moment that must have been, flanked Schwantz, Doohan, Kenny Roberts and yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. You know, I think about it, it's been, I believe, 29 years since I've been on the track with Mick and Kevin, and certainly Kenny Roberts. So, yeah, it's a real thrill for me. I was pretty excited about it.
And just talk us through how difficult the Goodwood Hill climb is, because there's a real crown in the road, isn't there?
Yeah, well, when I first took off, the bike was actually leaning too far to the one side. So when I took off, it shot across the track on me. So I got to work with my team a little bit to try to keep me a little straighter when we start. But the track is, in my opinion, is perfect for this type of an event. I think it's great.
I must ask, can you hear the cheers as you come up?
Yeah, you can. You actually can. So I could see it on the big screen, and I could see the, you know, Mick and Kenny and Kevin waving. It was a little more difficult for me, but I gave it a shot.
Wayne, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, stay with me, Andy. We're going to try and come around here and interrupt everyone here. Kenny, sorry, I'm going to squeeze in. Guys, come on in, come on in. What? I face many problems on a daily basis. I'll start with you, Kenny. What a magical moment.
Well, how do you put it into words? You know, it's I'm not an emotional guy, but just to see him on a motorcycle and the 500 is it just takes you to a place that you just don't get normally.
Now, hearing that, there's not an emotional guy, but I think it's hard not to have done that without a lump in your throat.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen the back of that bike a lot of times, so it made it not too unusual for me. But yeah, to see Wayne back on a 500 is awesome. And
how was it for you coming up the hill?
Yeah, it was good. You know, my bike it's got a nice long first gear in it, so I never even got out of first gear really. But it's great to see the crowd here. Great to ride with Wayne and Mick and Kenny and all the rest of the guys on motorcycles. It was awesome.
Thank you, Kevin. We're going to try and grab a word with Mick. Mick, some heady days they were, and what a group of riders to come up the hill with.
Oh, absolutely. It's been some time, well, 93 since we've all been together. So to ride with Kevin, to ride with, especially with Wayne here, to see him on the 500 again, very emotional time for me. And it's the only reason I'm here, to be honest. See everyone again, but I mean, I've done this a number of times, and probably I would have waited a few more years had it not been for Wayne being back.
It's going to be hard to beat this, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. So you only get this once, don't you? So and that was great to do that the way we did that then, and to see Wayne cruise up the driveway, I guess. I could only imagine what he's thinking and feeling. So it was just good to be part of that.
Mick, thank you.
Thank you.
René Arnoux, there are so many wonderful bits of machinery at the Festival of Speed, but this is one of my favourites. Kind of Renault's first turbocharged Formula One car. Just tell us about it.
Yeah, I remember this car when I was driving in '79. This car I make a big war with Gilles Villeneuve with this one. And this one was B-turbo. It was more easy to drive, but always very, very difficult to. But for me, one of the best car I drive in my life, because we have a lot of power. We have the skirt with this car, and it was really exciting to drive this type of car, except maybe in Monte Carlo. It was better. In Monte Carlo in '82, I make a fantastic time. I am in pole, and I am leader of the race. But we have much success with this car. I win four races with Renault, and it was really exciting to develop the first car in Formula One with a turbocharged engine.
And was it difficult to drive with a delay in the turbocharger? As you mentioned Monaco, was that quite difficult because of the turbo?
Yeah, I remember when I drove the first car, the 01, it was a disaster. We have a big car turbo like a lorry, and you brake, you turn in, you put flat, and you don't smoke one cigarette, 20 cigarettes, and you power away suddenly. But with this car, it was more easy because with the small turbo, the lag was less, and it was. For me, I start with this car in '79 with Renault in Dijon, but with this type of car, it was more easy to drive because the lag was very, very reduced.
René, thank you so much. Enjoy the weekend.
To you, enjoy everybody. I am very happy to come back after 2 years with nothing, and the event is always, for me, one of the best events in the world.
Well, I think we all agree on that. Thank you, René.
And thank you to everybody. Everybody spend a very good weekend.
I'm Danica Verzaski, professional tennis player. I can do this and this. I can even do this. But sometimes this is hard. Too hard. Technology makes my life better. That's why I am working with Arrow Electronics to develop the Wheelway app. Wheelway uses real-time edge data, cloud compute, and machine learning to find the best routes wherever I want to go. I am racing forward. Always forward.
Talking reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you trying to eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey.
Well, I'm here with Miche Borket, Head of Design at Lamborghini, and it's your first time to Festival of Speed, so welcome.
Welcome, thank you. It's really amazing. It's an amazing place. I was yesterday walking around and, seeing all these cars, all these different cars, from the super sports cars to the Formula One cars. It's amazing.
And of course, we have the glorious Lamborghinis here at the Festival of Speed, and I wanted to talk to you about your design process, which is, I love it. You use a ballpoint pen and you're just freehand drawing.
Yes. I mean, a designer needs just a piece of paper, very plain paper, and just a pen and some ideas, of course. No?
Now, we've seen some of the classic Lamborghinis here from obviously Countach and the DNA, but you're working on showing us a design of Technica here, which is the latest model you're working on.
Exactly. We are here with the Huracan Technica and also with the Huracan STO, and we have also a very nice lineup with the Essenza's SCV12. All of these cars are sharing our fantastic Lamborghini design DNA that is very simple.
And how do you start when you see this blank piece of paper and then you work on the new design in your head? Does it just come to you?
Yes, I mean, I have to say I'm fortunate because, I mean, sometimes in the morning under the shower, the first ideas arrive. So I have no problems finding them, the ideas. So, but everything is always starting with the sketch. So usually, you know, when I have, we have a project where you have a starting point and you have technical briefing. I mean, you start to sketch because you want to find on the paper the idea. Yeah? So you will see us, not only me, you will see all the designers for sure always sitting somewhere in the airplane sketching or in the meetings. You know, it's always the famous moment when the designer is sitting in the meeting sketching. Actually, we are the ones that are able to do two things. We can listen to the meeting, and in the same moment we are also able to sketch.
And you say the shower, but these designs literally come into your head at a given moment. And
yeah, I mean, it's our profession. So it's I think the talent that we were born with. So I mean, if there's any problem, if there's any new product, if there's any new challenge, come to us and we will always have this idea for sure.
And how do you know when you've really landed on something that you think is going to work?
I mean, in Lamborghini, we are following the design DNA that is obviously starting with the line of the Countach. For me, the silhouette of the Countach from '71 is amazing. It looks like a spaceship, it looks innovative, it looks like what we want to be, the most innovative super sports car brand.
And of course with Lamborghini, I think it's one of the few makes where you just know that car is a Lamborghini. There's no denying when you see a Lamborghini that it's a Lamborghini.
I mean, I think here are so many super sports cars. If you put just one Lamborghini in the center, you will see always, we have always this strong inclinated side windows, so you see our car, you can recognize the Lamborghini from far away, and this is what is about the Lamborghini design DNA.
Is that a little bit of pressure for you when it comes to designing a brand new model, that you have to sort of make sure you nail that Lamborghini key characteristic?
I think all the designers, we have all pressure because all of us want to create beautiful cars. Lamborghini, for sure, you know, if there's a new Lamborghini, everybody is arriving and wants to have this wow moment. You know? So when we unveil a Lamborghini, you want to have this, wow, I've never seen something like this.
And it's fascinating just seeing you draw here, because even just with a few lines, I can see the outline of the car there.
I have a funny story at home happened to me. When we moved to Italy some years ago, 6 years ago, my son was 2. And I was just at home starting a sketch, and I just started to do the silhouette of a Lamborghini. And he came to my desk saying, "Papa, Lamborghini," with 2 years. And it make me laugh, but you know, I thought about it, and you know, it's this big impact of the shape of a Lamborghini. You know that there are so many toy cars, Lamborghinis, and you know, we are very attractive, especially for the young generation that I see also here in Goodwood. And, you know, because I'm a big believer in the next generation also on super sports car lovers.
Well, you're absolutely right. I think I'm still a kid when I look at Lamborghinis. You get us early with these designs, and we love them. And it's just fascinating to see you at work here. Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, let's enjoy all together this show. Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your time here.
Well, they always say that if you've never owned an Alfa Romeo, you are not a car guy. If you never had a Lamborghini on a bedroom poster, are you actually a car guy? Clearly, there are lots of car guys here. And not just road car guys, not just racing car guys, there are rally car guys here as well. Right up to the top of the hill, there is the rally stage. Let's take a look at the action. You can get a trailer up to the rally stage from the top of the Formula One compound. So ride up, watch the rally, ride back down.
And some more highlights for you from the day. The 1963 Ford Falcon of Lulusardi went out early this morning, had a couple of runs, got its headlights on, and I saw Dave Watkins going wild there in the Mark 1 Ford Escort, the RS 1600. Andrews heat fire. Mr. Brown going down the stage. RS 1800. Could have been the late Russell Brooks at the wheel of that, or it could have been Ari Vatanen at the wheel of the fabulous Allied polymer car, Timo Mäkinen. Terry Maynard in the Lotus Esprit. And it was how to do it and how not to do it. This is how to do it in the Ford Escort Mark II and the Talbot Sunbeam
Lotus of Kim Miller, racing driver, rally driver, just flicking the car around. Henry Toivonen won in one of those. The Audi Quattro took to the bank, gave us a wink, and off he went. John Saunders pretty committed this morning, landing on the front left, and he was fast early on, despite having a little nudge there, and also having a nudge down at the bank through to Delta. Colin Falvey went extremely well, and the Porsche 911 showed us how to do it. What a fantastic rally car. Not really for the loose, although on the ice and snow in Monte Carlo they won quite a few times. And the late great Vic Elford opened the winning for the 911 on the Monte Carlo rally. And that was Bill Painter in for Gary Lecoudou, his stepson, who gave a nice nudge to the big straw bale there. No damage done in the GT86. Fabulous car. People like Carlos Sainz, twice World Rally Champion, drove for the Works Toyota team, and the Castrol colours signalled that it was a Works car. Now, this was a great moment for Xavier and I, because it was father and son, McRae, Alistair, McRae, Max, 17 years of age, the latest in the dynastic line of the McRae Rowley family, all the way from Australia, where Alistair lives now. And his son was in the co-driver's seat, in the hot seat, learning about rallying, but not learning necessarily how to do a donut around the course properly. But here's a replay again of the WRC. And is this Alistair at the wheel now, Zav?
It is, yeah. And I mean, it's a car that, as I said, driven by his brother Colin, San Remo 2001, Monte Carlo 2002. Quick nod to the Jaffa logo in the F2 Hyundai there.
Yeah, that's the Middletons. So they got the Mirage out, and they got the Hyundai Coupe. And this was the Group A car. Sav, so you're going to say Jaffa?
Yeah, I mean, Jaffa was co-driver to Craig Green for quite a while, as we cut back to Alistair. Certainly not hanging around. But yeah, Jaffa quick. Co-driver to Craig Green, killed in Italy 5 or 6 years ago, and of course Gareth Roberts remembered fondly by so many people. Gareth was a lovely fella, and a great support to Craig in his very early years, formative years in the F2 Fiestas ER, very early front wheel drive Fiestas, which Craig sort of made his name and learned his craft in.
We'll need to see that time soon.
Rory Bell. We're spoiled here at the moment.
Oh, Travis slightly got it wrong there. He outbraked himself, so he didn't get it stopped in time to click on the handbrake.
That's what I was saying to you about. It's not noticeable there, but that's an uphill, downhill donut, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because yesterday when we were on the stage, you come up there, it's very difficult. But we have a couple of really quick cars on stage now. Rory Bell here. Rory, who also would have known about that from yesterday, but Rory won the Tour of Epont a couple of months back, beating the cream of the top of English rallying and Welsh rallying, as we see Travis Pastrana.
Well, that is uncharacteristic, let's be honest, because in Gymkhana he does that day in, day out. But as far as I know, this is his first run down the stage this morning, and as we said, a lot more dirt is being dragged onto that tarmac section down at Delta, where they're doing the 360, where they're doing the donuts. Unaffected, he'll remember that, and next time he'll go in a little less hot.
So up on the rally stage, Tony and Sav enjoying their morning, and that is right at the very top of the hill climb course here. If you go and walk through to the Formula One paddock, you can ride up there and then come back down via the off-road course, via the JLR, Jaguar Land Rover driving experience. You can be scared witless in a Jaguar XF and then come back and watch the action down all the way to the start. So we're getting ready for our next batch of cars. A little change in voice. We're giving Ben and Keith a moment to wander around and enjoy the scenery. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones. And Bruce, as always, why are we working? There's so much to see and so much to do and so many people to talk to.
The big problem, Martin, we were allowed out of the box for a bit. We could see the things beyond, and it was magical, but no passage through any paddock is rapid, not just because of the people looking at the cars and milling around, but because you were looking at the cars and milling around. But we kept bumping into each other as we were crisscrossing the paddock trying to get some interviews. But I must say, some of the shots on the hill, brilliant shot, looking up the nose with that March BMW 782, part of the celebration of 50 years of the M division of BMW. And people, of course, tend to think of BMW sports cars and touring cars, but a rich history in Formula 2 and Formula 1 as well.
M1 Pro car, as driven by Elio De Angelis, and very evocative livery there as well, denim aftershave. Is that Tiffany Dell of this parish? No, I'm not sure that is. And right behind, another BMW M1, this from BMW Italia. Again, the six-cylinder engine in the M1, then went on into, went into endurance racing. Sauber, their early Saubers were running with those, and they actually ran Group 6 BMW M1s as well. Moving on into the early 80s, European and British touring cars, but particularly ETCC 635 CSI. This one actually driven by Prince Leopold von Bayern. There is Poldi. So drove it in period, driving it here again. And yes, he is a real prince. Now 85 years old, I think.
And still, Martin, as fit as a fiddle. And in fact, the driver who raced this in period is a very similar age, Dieter Quester, likewise, magnificently fit, but for an awful lot of people. Brabham and Piquet, what a marriage in heaven. And the BMW-powered BT52 winning the 1983 world title with Nelson Piquet on board. But we've got Pedro Piquet on board this afternoon, so a very special moment. The right helmet, Martin, in the right car.
And absolutely, and you can't go beyond it, can you? It just looks the piece. It looks the piece. You know, we were talking about this yesterday evening on the radio. Nigel Mansell in his original Ferrari, Stig Blomqvist in a short wheelbase Quattro. You know, a Piquet in a Piquet championship winning Brabham. It's and this thing is so tiny. You know, yes, it's wide, but you take the body earth at the rear, it's got a tiny little 318 four-cylinder engine. Okay, that's the block, and the rest of it is hugely different, but very impressive. Tarmac Rally Spec BMW M3, again, cars like this built by ProDrive, very successful, particularly rallies like the Manx, which of course is all tarmac and just built for road races like that. And it's 50 years. I mean, it's a long while from the early CSLs to where we are today. And of course, with their big stand here as well, BMW's M brand looking to the future. They got all the new cars, they got all the new technology here as well. So lots to see and lots to enjoy. And in fact, on their display, which is right over the crossing beside our giant screen and our commentary booth, on the top story, they've just perched an M1 road car because, you know, they have.
It's a beacon, it's a siren call. It calls out to you as you cross the estate. Glorious to see. But what I really love in this celebration of 50 years of the M division of BMW is the diversity. We had Mike Rimmer sitting in his rally car, we've had the pro cars, we had the touring cars, and still to my eye, I wouldn't mind if touring car racing stopped with the BMW 635 CSI. And as you saw when we looked at that car, Martin, that brilliant livery, BMW has always liked something different, and the profile of the driver and the car and the engine parts, still exquisite today.
Yeah. And, of course, bringing everything right up to date with the Drift Brothers. This is the BMW M4 GT4. Well, it was. They were once BMW M4 GT4s. And, in fact, the Drift Brothers got these cars before any of the racing drivers got their cars, and they are no longer even remotely BMW M4 GT4s. For a start, where the rear window should be is where the exhausts come out.
Yes, yesterday morning when it was damp on the hill, their exhausts we wished were pointing down to dry the track, and they're pointing straight up. Now these drivers, Johannes and Elias, so it could be Elias ahead of Johannes, I cannot tell from this point, they're going to race up the hill drifting in synchronicity, and they get traditionally marked on proximity, and they get scored points for artistic merit and staying close together and for speed. But these drivers are absolutely mighty, and as you said, not entirely standard in the M4 BMW division.
I thought you were going to say not entirely sane. I think there's possibly a degree of that as well. I mean, it looks like just hooliganism, but it actually is hugely skillful. Anybody who's even remotely tried to sustain donuts in any car knows just how hard it is to choreograph that. And particularly when they are choreographed together, dancing together, side by side, door to door, in a cloud of white smoke. We can't see in to see where they are. I still have no idea how they head out the right direction.
Well, the big problem for them coming here for the first time is the track is wide, that we know that. It's not wide, but it also drops away. Now they're spinning in front of our commentary box. The noise, the clatter, the sound, and in the moment, the smell of burnt rubber is going to be absolutely epic. They get through on an average weekend anything between 20 and get this 80 tyres on their BMWs.
And you can imagine why, can't you? The run will last approximately 3 minutes, maybe 4 in a long drift battle, and that's a set of tyres. I think any Formula One driver or motorcycle racer worthy of their sort would hope to get more than 4 laps out of a racing tyre. So these guys definitely, they stress the rudder to a degree. So it's throttle, it's brake, it's handbrake. It's super quick steering racks, and it's a huge amount. I mean, it's proper ballet, isn't it? You've got to have real spatial awareness to be able to drive a car in that kind of style.
And no wonder when the world champion drivers and bike riders get to see that, they become slack-jawed. They just look at the precision. They know they'd like to do it, but they know that because they have the superior knowledge way above us, Martin, they just really appreciate how hard it is to be so dynamic, so active, and so accurate, which is the crucial part.
And it is great. I mean, whether you're a motorcycle fan or a car fan or both, because I don't think normally you sort of distinguish between the two. If you like mechanical things, you like mechanical things. Then, especially for the newcomers, they're just slack-jawed at everything. Look at this. BMW 3-litre CSL, 3-litre CS road car, developed for racing. Used to come with the spoiler in the boot. I mean, that was the first homologation special, really. Battled against another car that we've seen here in the European Touring Car Championships, the 2.6-litre GA Cologne Capri. And a phenomenal battle of might between Ford, which was based in Germany, and BMW, which is based in Germany, for European Touring Car Championship honours through the late 1970s. And yeah, that sort of started a touring car arms race.
Oh, it really did, and the images of those racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife getting air, phenomenal. Then, of course, the cars became a little more extruded, a little more out there. The Group 5 BMW E21, Eric Vick, this is an ex-Harold Ertl, Manfred Winkelhock car, and of course the wings became bigger and bigger, the front splitter stuck further out into the paddock than ever before.
And the turbo was about the size of one of those wheel rims. Absolutely brutal throttle. I'm saying response. This is almost the dictionary definition of light switch power delivery. Absolutely nothing, and then no holding it back. A phenomenally brutal car, as you say, pretty extreme Group 5 regs. The M1, normally aspirated, 3-litre, 3.5-litre, 6-cylinder engine, so development of the car that was in the CS and the CSL, and just still one of the most beautiful cars ever made in road car form. And, you know, in brutal competition form, somehow they made it look even prettier as a racing car than it was as a road car.
And these ran the championship alongside a lot of the European Grand Prix around Europe with sort of half the field regular BMW Pro car drivers, but the very first race was won by this blue-white one at Zolder with Elio De Angelis at the wheel. Sauber then got hold of one and made it sort of M1+++. Yes. This is what we're looking at now with the Wurth sponsorship, and that's fabulous to see.
And it was from here that they then sort of moved into having it in the back of the early Sauber C5, C6 endurance racing cars, which everybody remembers with the red and white BASF logo and drivers like Hans Stuck at the wheel. It really gave Peter Sauber his start in endurance racing, and the fruits of that, the Kuros Sauber Mercedes, are also down there in the Group C demonstration. But yeah, this is the extreme translation of an M1, and still it's a handsome looking beast, isn't it? And
now,
then,
the pencil slim Brabhams made look even slimmer by their dark blue, the navy blue and white livery on the top. This is the one that won the world title for Nelson Piquet in 1983. Pedro Piquet slightly taller, as you can see, his head sticking rather higher out of the top of the car. Contemporary racer, but still exquisite, super pure lines, and the punch from that BMW turbo.
Yeah, and when he will know that when he gets it in a straight line and it comes on cam, he's being very cautious, clearly not used to driving the car at all, but it's just so nice. Genuinely, I'm not actually sure I've seen this car move since 1983 at the British Grand Prix. So, for me, it's just wonderful to even see it out and about and to be able to just like peer into the cockpit.
And it's one of the many cars prepared by BMW Group Classic. It's great when the manufacturers with strong motorsports history are so keen to keep it going. A lot of people, as they walk around the paddock, were just dying to see these glorious BMW engined F1 GTR, the long tails, still so pretty, Martin.
And that's the link here, obviously, because people will go, hang on a minute, this is about BMW M, and that's a McLaren. Yes, it is a McLaren F1, but it had that V12 BMW engine behind the driver, amidships. I mean, it was, you know, Gordon Murray wanted to design the ultimate road car, and at the time he absolutely cleared that bar and put it another metre higher for everybody else to try and catch. As you say, the long tail version designed for racing at Le Mans. McLaren were always adamant their car was a road car, not a racing car, but the lights, and particularly Thomas Boucher, who drove that car for the period, encouraged them, nearly forced them to actually develop the car for racing. After the disappointment of the V8-powered BMW LM, a V12-powered car designed in association with Williams Grand Prix Engineering actually then went out and became the benchmark for BMW in World Endurance Championship racing and went on to win Le Mans. And this car is just such another really pretty looking car. And just, you know, the tiny little kidney grills on the front. That's all the identification you need, isn't it?
A lot of the BMW livery was very subtle. They had the red, the white and the blue and the little key lining. Steve Soper, who raced one of these Imperials, is sharing it with Marcus Flesch this weekend, and Steve didn't win at Le Mans. Don't let me tell you, it doesn't still rankle him. The sister car did, but he did win in the States, as he pointed out to me earlier in the race. And
absolutely.
Steve, very busy this weekend, but V12 racing engine, what is not to like?
Well, and another thing, again, you know, BMW's M Group is a massive car buff centre. So they thought, right, we've got all these Le Mans engines, what are we going to do with them? I know, let's put one in an X5 and make Hans Stuck drive it around the Nordschleife, and that's what they did. So there is actually a Le Mans engine BMW X5 video from Hans Stuck. In a very different era, but again with those Le Mans echoes. You don't have to be much of a car fan to know that the pale blue car that is racing up towards Moulcom right now is a Ford GT40, one of the early short-tail GTs. And following it is this...
It's the Alfa Romeo, the Periscope. You can see the great big periscope behind the driver. Just to point out that GT40 from the stable of Jean-François Decaux. He has some glorious mid-60s Formula 1 Ferraris as well. So the man who made his money from the advertisement hoardings behind bus stops all around Europe has chosen very well indeed. But what I think when I look at that little Tipo 33 Alfa Romeo, it is so small.
And it's sort of like the size of a 2-litre sports racer in those days, but it's got a big Alfa V8 in it. And it's, of course, developed further into a World Championship winning, a World Endurance Championship winning Alfa Romeo T33.
And it's in very good hands because Marco Cajani always drives the sort of historic Alfa Romeos. But the biggest rumble on the hill is following him up because it's the mighty Chevrolet 44-litre, not quite, but it sounds that way, the M8 F McLaren. But Marco getting towards the top of the course, going through the top batch of trees. You burst out into a little bit of sunlight past the meadow. It's only a short meadow, then back into the trees, sweeping to the left, and the finish line banner up ahead, and then sitting solo, who'll be down below, his head will be below the height of those giant hay bales You get to, straw bales who get to the top of the hill, to the collection area where our man Ed Foster will be waiting, but there's still a lot more glory to follow on the hill. Martin Sunoco, brilliant race sponsor, but look at the car beneath it, one of 3 of the Porsche Can-Am cars.
And this was the car that finally killed Can-Am, wasn't it? Porsche's 917 was outlawed from the world of sports car racing at Le Mans rules, but they went to America and brought it as a 917-30, so an open car, a Spider, and the likes of, well, George Follmer was the man who was the development driver, but also charged with hanging on to this thing when they brought a perfectly acceptable 917. We've taken the roof off and we've put in a couple of turbochargers, so, you know, go off and enjoy yourselves. And absolutely dominant performance particularly from George Follmer, but also guys like Mark Donoghue also racing these cars in period.
Just the sheer width, Martin, though, as you look at it between the bales, there is nowhere to run. And I remember talking to Derek Bell years ago. He's driven everything, particularly from the Porsche range. But he got to the top and had to sort of stop and compose himself. It spins its wheels in every single gear. Fine in a straight line, not so good up the hill here.
Yeah. And behind it, you're seeing a couple of other cars coming up the hill. Chrysler Viper that was raced in period at Le Mans in the early 90s, entered by the French Motorsport Federation for some of their young drivers. And a couple of Porsches following as well. Again, in papaya, the traditional McLaren colour that was all over that Can-Am McLaren Chevrolet.
Well, this is a brand new car, the Artura, and already they've been working on it to develop it to GT4 trim. Rob Bell very much at the forefront of that. It's heading off to Portimao next week, not just for any old test, a 30-hour continuous run. He said it's going to test the car, but you know what, it's going to test the drivers as well. But GT4, a global racing category, one level below GT3. But these cars, the GT4 cars today, are as fast as GT3 cars were 10 years ago. So much has been the progress.
And that is the escalation of the arms race, isn't it? We're going to have to introduce GT5 as a starter category so that GT4 cars are for the more experienced and more advanced drivers. Following him up the hill, I think, was Timo Bernhard in the Porsche 917 Spider, the open car that in Penske DHL livery dominated in IMSA and as a P2 car won its class. And then the dark grey 911 with the blue highlights. This is their GT4E racer. This is an all-electric four-wheel drive Porsche 911 program for the future. This being driven by Richard Leitz, who was racing for the company at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. And I said, what's it like as a driver? And he said, it is scary fast. He's never been here before. Yesterday was his first time up the hill. Today is his second run, as you can see, still learning it. This car in qualifying, in race trim, 500 kilowatts, which is 670 horsepower. In qualifying trim, 800 kilowatts, nearly 1,100 horsepower through all four wheels, and developed, as he said, in a bit of a rush. Not the car, the power comes in a bit of a rush. He says it is scary fast.
Yes, I mean, we heard from drivers who drove those early BMW turbo engines car, and it was wait, bang, nothing, everything. Yeah. But this Porsche 911, just a much easier tool to be competing with, and this has been successful all around the world. Porsche's such a sort of linchpin of GT racing. Doesn't matter which category in the past 50 years they've been there. They've been at the forefront.
Well, we've got a GT3 Cup car, normally aspirated. We've just seen the GT4 E-Racer. Now this is the 911 hybrid. So Porsche are investigating all these new technologies, plus new fuel technology. They're actually running the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup this year on 100% renewable fuel. So it is all plant-based, the fuel that the cars are running on. So they've got hybrid cars, they've got pure EVs, they've got normally aspirated cars, and they're working on the fuel as well. Now, again, for those of a certain vintage, I never saw these cars race in period, the Porsche 935, but it's, you know, one of those landmark cars for Porsche. And is that Jackie X? That is Jackie X. And again, you know, the helmet is, that is a 50-year-old photograph, nearly. Jackie X in a 935, with which he and and Derek Bell won the Le Mans 24. So it was Derek's
first win,
win.
1975. Yeah. This is the Porsche 936, and the next year they'd suddenly moved as Group C. Came their way. They moved on very quickly from this shape, but it still stands out. It's not got the Joule livery, which the race-winning car had, but it's a big traditional Le Mans car with an open top.
Take a look at the tiny wheels. You know, we're used to see modern cars with enormous wheels and tiny rubber bands. This car, the opposite. I think 13-inch rims. So what you would find on a Mark II Escort, but enormous sidewalls on those slicks. And yeah, I mean, it relaunched Derek Bell's career, let's say, as an endurance racer rather than a Grand Prix racer, rather than a Ferrari driver. This was the big start for him. And of course, it was Jackie's third Le Mans win, I think, this car. For many, many years, Jackie Ickx, Mr. Le Mans. Tom Christensen, Mr. Le Mans, is here as well, driving the V16 Auto Union a little bit earlier, but just great to see the driver and the car reunited. Jackie Ickx in the Porsche 935. Well, here's another car that raced at Monaco. What? You idiot? Yes, the XJR15. 1 year they had the XJR15 Challenge. Monaco was one of the European Grand Prix at which these cars were raced. This was raced by Armin Hahne in period, being driven by Armin Hahne today. So again, same driver, same car, 30 years on.
And what's remembered that it was a very short series, but there was a very, very big prize fund for the winning entry, and it came down literally to the final lap of the third and final race at Spa-Francorchamps. There were bits littered all around the circuit as drivers were racing to put the money in their owner's pot. Now here's something completely different. It's a Formula One car under a Can-Am body shape. It's a BRM Formula One car. This is not World Championship car. It was built for the Aurora F1 series in 1979, never raced. And Stephen Hepworth, his father David, was a British hill climb champion. They then built the Can-Am car. That never raced either. So these are being combined. It's been here before, but this is the first time it's actually had a competitive run in its life. It's the first time it's against the clock here at Goodwood. They still think there's a little bit of work to do on the car, but it's a big beast. It's got an awful lot of power, and Stephen, I can guarantee, is having an awful lot of fun.
So what we're looking at here is a car that is nearly half a century old, that has never actually been driven before this weekend in any kind of anger. That's just an astonishing legacy. I mean, every car has a backstory. This car's backstory is long, but also very, very short. Now, is this Sam Schmidt driving this Arrow McLaren? I have a feeling it is. Sam Schmidt, IndyCar racer and owner.
It is.
Had a crash in IndyCar that left him as a paraplegic and has been running his own hugely successful team since. But with Arrow, this high technology firm, he is not only walking again with an exoskeleton, but he has also had this car adapted so that he can drive this car. And if I remember correctly, he has also driven an adapted Indy car as well. So Sam Schmidt is clearly, and anybody who's spent time with him, I'm sure will agree, a man for whom impossible is merely just the first of many hurdles in life. Phenomenal to see that so much progress is being made in the help of people who have suffered such catastrophic accidents.
I just think that he's controlling this car by blowing into a couple of tubes, and obviously doesn't want to have a sneeze halfway up. That could be really quite disastrous, but it's getting better and better. He's getting quicker and quicker, and for an awful lot of people that what he's developing now is going to be transformational in putting their lives back on track.
Absolutely. And such again, as we saw with Wayne Railey, such a determined character, Sam Schmidt. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, famous letters and applied to a car that probably deserves them. CSL, competition lightweight BMW nomenclature. This is the M4 CSL. About a decade or so ago, we saw an M3 CSL hit the market, and this is BMW's latest lightweight.
It's very attractive, but as you look at it, that brilliant drone shot from above, the high angle looking down, that is pinching the inside at Moulcombe and really, really well balanced.
And it is, I mean, even at a distance as our cameras are, it is absolutely honking on. And don't forget, this thing is road legal. plenty. Yes, that is rapid, as they're saying in the truck. Plenty of money and a license with no points on it, I think, may well be required for ownership. But boy, oh boy, that's some quick wheels.
I think it's very hard when you look at contemporary road car to understand how much horsepower they have. But horsepower isn't everything, because Terry Grant, he drives all sorts of things. Stunt driver extraordinaire. He's got about half a dozen cars. He's chosen the smallest one. Has he gone mad? What's he up to, Martin?
I don't know. No, this is not a vehicle I've seen him in before. So this is a Swift GTI, I think. And again, Terry Grant, we've seen him with the donuts for many years with his Legend car. Little kind of Yamaha motorcycle engined vehicle. Oh, not on the gravel. Won't get asked back.
And bear in mind his other tricks include driving up the hill, not just at low speed, but on two wheels the whole way. Not up a straight line, round a curving course.
Looping the loop. In a car, loop the loop. So, another... there we go.
These people are not normal. They have a supernatural power of balance and focus. Martin, you or I would have lost our bearings long before now. Lost our bearings, lost our balance. But
lost our breakfast, I think, to be honest. Sitting alongside Terry, I think you need to be in charge of what you're doing. Otherwise, you're not in charge of anything. Terry Grant has a phenomenal ability to create magic, sometimes from the least likely situations.
Is the motorcyclist going to get in on the act? One sort of hopes to in a way, but to lean down and touch with your glove, with your leather-clad hand. One, try not to get your rear wheel onto the grass in the background, but this, children, does not happen without practice. Endless hours of practice, and just to get a bike to skid like that, to get the tail to come round and round and round some more.
Well, there might be a few on Mad Sunday on the Isle of Man who are replicating that sort of action, but may not have the balance. Again, that super long swing arm at the rear is the key to the whole thing. It allows you to really do things that a standard motorcycle is less likely to be able to deal with.
I'm fairly sure we didn't do that in the obstacle race at primary school, but certainly back into the paddock halfway up the hill. And it's when the tyre smoke still hangs in the air long after the car or bike has departed the sea. But I think that's probably the conclusion of the back. And may I say, look at Goodwood House in the background with that brilliant M Division Jerry Judah sculpture with 5 of the classic cars from BMW's 50 years of competition with its M cars.
For me, the real takeaway is just look at the sea of humanity. It is so good to have fans here at the Festival of Speed in huge numbers. Thank you for coming out wherever you've come from. Thank you for making the long journey. I know a lot of you will have started very early this morning. Liquid lunch, 12:04. All right, okay, I'll give you that. 5 minutes latitude, well done. Plenty to eat and drink around the site. Plenty if you're in the VIP enclosures or if you're just walking around like the rest of us with a humble ticket and some fairly sore feet already. Well, it's been great to reunite some cars and drivers at the top paddock. With the drivers is our Ed Foster, and he is with Mr. Le Mans, Jackie Ickx.
Jackie Ickx, another Festival of Speed. It must be like going to an old school reunion and seeing all these cars from your past. Happy memories.
Well, you are right to say happy memories. It's happy memories between car collector, car drivers and organizer, and a fantastic public. And it's very emotional because, for example, I am in this Porsche 936 that I drove at Le Mans in 1977. We won with, and to be in 45 years later is just fantastic. It's just been beautifully restored, and it's a pleasure because, of course, as you say, we are surrounded by lovely people who are part of your history. But what an event, Goodwood. It's so exceptional and so unique. It's fantastic to be part of it.
Getting back in this car after so long, did everything feel natural?
Everything feels natural, except that the first gear is very long. So I didn't really do a good start, but it's not about doing a good start or not, it's the pleasure to offer everyone the possibility, one of these iconic cars, and globally there are only iconic cars at Goodwood and iconic drivers as well. We are talking about passion. The passion of the public, we are talking about the passion of those who produce the car, the passion who drive it, and the passion of an organizer who wants to do well.
Jackie, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam Hancock, we're celebrating 50 years of BMW's M division. I think you and I will probably both agree that this has to be one of our favourite cars here. You've done quite a lot of miles in this. Is it as special as everyone says?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, everyone, I think, falls in love with the Pro car because of the looks. And in fact, a couple of years ago, I remember there was these sort of 10 or 12-year-old boys who surely didn't know what it was, but they just loved the car, and it's because it's such a striking shape. And the good news is that driving it is as exciting as it looks from the outside.
And you always do a lot of setup work with cars, professional racing driver. How hard are these to drive on the limit?
Actually not very hard. They've got a beautiful balance because it's mid-engine. They've got they're quite wide slick tyres. Well, wets today, obviously, because we're on the hill. But they generally have a lot of mechanical grip and a long enough wheelbase that means that when they do slide, it's quite progressive. So actually you get the sense of a car that you can chuck around and hang out on the throttle. And that's why I think everybody loves them. They're just beautifully balanced, very straightforward, a 5-speed manual gearbox, fantastic sound that sounds as good inside the car as it does outside, and a quite sort of go-kart-like handling balance, you know. They're just fun.
Is that progressive for you or for someone like me?
I'm sure it's just as progressive for you, Ed, yeah.
Sam, thank you.
No problem.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with thousands choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey Car.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
This side there's life, that side there's death.
Well, the cars have ascended the hill, and now as part of the celebrations of 50 years of the BMW M Division. 5 in the sky, you can see the forthcoming hybrid car at the top of the Jerry Judah sculpture in front of the house. But the great and the good, all body shapes, all forms of motor racing, entered by the BMW M Division, being celebrated in front of Goodwood House, and certainly one of the most eye-catching cars. The biggest wing of the lot is this Group 5 BMW with the Rodenstock sponsorship, but to my desire is the shape of the CSL, the Batmobile from the mid-1970s in the bright orange of it looks absolutely superb. The cars will ring around that Jerry Judah sculpture. The crowds flocking in to look at these absolutely fabulous cars. Single-seaters as well. The March BMW 782 that cleaned up in the Formula 2 Championship. Et al., a Rally M3 in the background. And Pedro Piquet, the famous Piquet helmet, and in which Nelson Piquet won the world title in 1983. That slimline Brabham, the BT52, with a super powerful BMW turbo engine on board. No wonder this is a celebration. The cars that have been spawned by the M Division. The BMW 635 CSI in the background with the BMW Tyler livery. The M1 Pro cars and the cars that were spawned from that. The V12 LM racer that won at Le Mans in 1999. And then, of course, yes, these are McLarens coming in, but there are BMW engines in the F1. A car designed by Gordon Murray that was never expected to go racing. In fact, Gordon wasn't too keen that it did. But then it did, of course. The customers fancied it. Went to Le Mans, won first time out in 1995. Sam Hancock there, he's one of the drivers who's been lucky to go up the hill. He's in the M1 Pro car that was a championship that ran alongside the Grand Prix around Europe in 1979 and 80. And that one was the very first M1 Pro car winner at Zolder in the hands of Elio De Angelis. What a sight in the background, a moody sky. And there is the car. The World Endurance Championship is about to explode into a new era, maybe following and be as popular as the Group C cars that ran 40 years ago. But that's BMW's new offering. And Sean Ward, with a bit of a camo livery, as you're used to in the road car world, just keeping its shape a little bit in check.
Keeps you interested, doesn't it? Doesn't give any secrets away. I'm really looking forward to when the livery finally comes off. We get to see what it actually looks like.
Well, they'll be hoping for BMW to take one more win at Le Mans. They've only got one, and that's with the car on the left-hand side of the sculpture from, well, 23 years ago. So time is fresh for them to take a tilt at the top of the sports car racing world. And here is the orchestra in front of Goodwood House. Well, as dramatic as the Carmina Burana is sung in front of the house, it was the dark clouds, it was the fireworks, but most of all, the drama was around the 50-year celebration, the central sculpture of the M division of BMW, done in that Goodwood way. And Sean, it sounded as though the artillery had come onto the site.
I think there was some collective gasps then as we kind of wondered, oh yeah, remember it's fireworks, it's okay. It's all right, we're okay.
It's when it shakes the commentary box window and we're a good 100 metres away and more, but you can see how the crowd are milling around. So much to see on the ground and up in the sky on that very, very special celebration of 50 years of BMW's magnificent M division. And now, of course, we're going to be waiting for the next batch of cars to take the hill climb, and we have a major, major mix. And of course, you're the man that brings us all the stories and the details of the incredible Michelin supercar run, the first glance, and then of course we will work our way through. But a lot of cars people haven't seen before, most notably of course in the first glance. But yesterday was a great day for the manufacturers here, and really, really looking forward to, for a lot of people here, it'll be the first time they see these cars. They might have seen them in pictures, but they get to see them on the move and hear the sounds they make.
That's the thing, there are so many cars in the coming batches that we ourselves, we've seen pictures of them in some cases for 2 years now. Because of COVID, we haven't been able to actually get out, see them for real. So this is a fantastic opportunity to see them moving, to hear them, see what they're capable of.
Yes, and also to see them alongside. You know, you sort of can imagine the dimensions, but unless you've got a side-by-side, suddenly something just looks much more attractive and something sadly less attractive than before. But the technology that is wrapped on these cars and the sheer performance. We were talking last night on Goodwood Radio about actually saying a road car has 1,200 horsepower isn't unique anymore. It's extraordinary, the acceleration up to that level.
If anything, there are some cars now that push beyond 2,000 horsepower. So, but when you think, 300 horsepower, that's plenty to begin with anyway. Here we are, Aston Martin Bulldog. It's been hidden away for 40 years, been a 2-year restoration project to get it back up to speed. It was supposed to be the first Aston Martin road car that would do 200 miles an hour. It did 192 miles an hour in testing back in 1980.
But look at it. It looks modern now. If you told me this was something in first glance, I'd have believed you. But for Richard Gauntlet, son of Victor Gauntlet, the man who saved Aston Martin when it was on its knees at the end of the 70s, this is super special. And I am so excited. Part of my childhood that was snatched away from me in so many ways is now here on the hill.
More than 600 horsepower, twin-turbo V8 engine. It's sad that it never went into production, but they just decided it would cost too much money, and that was it. So this is the only one in the entire world.
That is just super cool, and racing driver Callum McLeod will be loving its performance, fearful of its value. It's one thing if you have a little bit of a slide into a straw bale in something that is one of many, but this is one of a very short list. It's one of one, the Aston Martin Bulldog. I mean, just how much would this car be worth? Well, there is no price. There is no value.
You don't know, because it's only ever been owned by 2 or 3 people. There's no information on how much they bought them for, how much it was sold for, so we don't really know. But, one car in the entire world, and something as significant as that. And again, another significant car, the Zinger 21C. This comes from the USA. It's got a 2.88 litre flat plane crank, twin turbo V8 engine, 2 seats, but the driver sits in front of the passenger. So certainly a unique driving position.
I think that's the last time a car in the performance market had the one in front of the other was probably the Rocket about 30 years ago. Car designed by Gordon Murray, and a great deal of fun. But this has many other elements. Indeed, an awful lot of it is produced by 3D printing. I did say that, right?
Yeah, you did. The designers basically used AI software which decided where to print titanium and aluminium. So if you look at the suspension components, the exhaust, different parts that attach to the part of the chassis, it's all 3D printed. It's got bits missing, which looks strange at first, but the computers have just decided, well, that's where the strength is. We don't need this extra material, and that's the benefit of 3D printing.
Would Colin Chapman at Lotus have loved that technology? That was the sort of modus operandi for Lotus back as the 50s turned into the 60s, that lightness is good.
Here we have Ferrari SF90 Spider, more than 1,000 horsepower. It's got electric motors on the front axle. We've got a twin-turbo V8 in the middle. Yeah, more than 1,000 horsepower, 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. I've been in the passenger seat of one of these with one of Ferrari's drivers, and it makes you feel ill off the line, just how quickly it accelerates. It's absolute beast.
One of the features of the Michelin Supercar run is almost invariably these cars have been driven up the hill with a passenger who might feel lucky at the bottom, might feel sick in the middle, but when they get to the top, they cross the finish line and their heartbeat can come down this side of hideous. Then the smiles when they get to the top paddock. One of the most expensive car parks in the world. It's absolutely tangible.
And I think as well, when you're behind the wheel of something like this, you can kind of understand the G-forces. You're in control of the car, so you kind of know what to expect. When you're in the passenger seat, you're entirely at the whim of whoever's driving, so you're not expecting movements on the brake, on the throttle, lateral G-forces. It's quite an experience.
Yes, and you're not gauging the feel back through the brake pedal. Is he braking hard enough? But then Bentley, I mean, they have been mighty at Goodwood over the years. And always a little twist on the car from the year before, and such popular cars since Bentley decided that really performance was part of their very feature.
This is the Bentley Continental GT Mola. This is now the fastest Bentley Continental GT you can buy. 208 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds, I think, more than 600 horsepower. Twin turbocharged W12 engine, a combination of luxury, because it weighs more than 2 tons. If you cross the continent with it, you wouldn't even know about it. But it is immensely powerful.
And I think we have to sort of raise the spectrum of what lies ahead. These are probably the last hurrah, but there'll still be a few more twists for cars with petrol-driven engines. And, of course, we know that we're heading the way of going to alternative fuels, alternative power sources. I actually sense the Bentley trimmed the straw bales at the top of the course, turning into the final corner. Now, Alex Brundle, fresh from competing at Le Mans at the Hennessy Venom from the USA. This is a car that has more than enough horsepower, and then some more on top of that.
More than 1,800 horsepower. What Hennessy is going for here, they had the original Hennessy back here 2 years ago, and that was that could do 270 miles an hour. For that, the goal is more than 300 miles an hour.
Now, your eyes are not deceiving you as you look at the orange Charger coming up the hill, because look, the rear wing is moving backwards and forwards, or tilting up and down. When it's tilting up, it gives you the cornering and the braking, and then that lowers again for the straight line speed. Through Malcolm, the wing goes flat and the foot goes flat as well up the hill.
This is the Koenigsegg Jesko. So Christian von Koenigsegg named this car after his dad, Jesko von Koenigsegg. This is the replacement for the Koenigsegg Agera, which came out in 2011. 125 cars being made, 5-litre twin-turbo V8 from Koenigsegg, between 1,280 and 1,600 horsepower, depending on what fuel you use.
And you know what I really loved last night? High on the Goodwood estate, there were about 10 Koenigsegg's, almost forming a ring, and in the middle the drivers and their friends were sitting having a barbecue. They get together. That's another side that isn't always seen at the Festival of Speed.
Now this is a variant of the Koenigsegg Jesko. This is the Jesko Absolute. Basically, as you might be able to tell by the fact there isn't a rear wing here, this has been tweaked for speed. So they haven't said exactly what kind of speed they're going to go for. The Jesko anyway will do more than 250 miles an hour. This, they've done all they can to make it as slippery as possible.
I think it's really, really exciting, Sean, to see these variations made for different purposes. Of course, they're all exquisite, they're all powerful, they're all fast, have amazing handling. But I'm a particular fan of Koenigsegg's because people who buy them want something that's a little bit different. People sometimes didn't feel they were getting what they wanted from other top supercar manufacturers, and they really listen at Koenigsegg, and their performance has just got faster and faster and faster.
And to give you an idea of how much downforce they've stripped away in search of speed, the standard Jesko, 1,400 kilograms of downforce at top speed. This, only 150 kilograms of downforce.
So the Koenigsegg, surprisingly, not surprisingly at all, catching the car in front just at the top of the course. They slow down. Now, looking down at the bottom of the hill, yet another McLaren just accelerating away from the line. This is the 765 LT. What do those letters mean?
765 horsepower, long tail, so it's got slightly longer rear end, but this is essentially a stripped out lightweight version of the 720S. And Kenny Brack is behind the wheel.
Kenny behind the wheel. Rob Bell has driven it previously, but that yellow and blue Swedish livery on the helmet, and Kenny is a driver who loves Goodwood, whether it's the circuit. Look how that rear wing flips up in the back, and Kenny is working super hard. Top driver, raced very, very well in the States in IndyCar, but that is mighty.
Now here we are, there's a Zenvo TSR S. So this has 1,193 horsepower from a 5.8 litre turbocharged and supercharged V8 engine, flat plane crank. What a save!
Well, that was a phenomenal. Well, it's one of the Drift brothers. It's Johannes Hundonci has decided to have a go in this, but of course his inimitable style burst out of him by the first corner. The rear wing doesn't just tilt forward and back, it tilts sideways. The first time I saw this, the car, I was convinced that something had come loose, it was falling off. But Johannes, he'd been up the hill in those Red Bull BMW M4 specials with brother Elias, but he said, I want to have a go in every car here. He was so enthusiastic yesterday, but this Zenvo TSRS is an extraordinary car, and you need his sort of reactions to handle something like this with such aplomb.
Yeah, I don't really fancy oversteering a car that's got more than 1,800 horsepower. That sounds quite alarming to me.
Well, I really, really hope that we get an interview with him at the top of the hill, because this is, well, it's the advantage if you can drive a drift car as well as he can and be such a showman. And he's such an engaging character. You can be sure that he'll be knocking on people's doors saying, do you really want your run this afternoon?
Now, this is the Manthe Racing version of the Porsche 911 GT2 RS. It's essentially what they've done is they've taken a 911 GT2 RS, which already has more than 700 horsepower, it's insanely fast, and they've made it a little bit faster. And just in every way, they've changed the suspension, the brakes, the aerodynamics, all of it, just to tweak it, make it incrementally slightly higher performing in every respect.
Well, of course, Olaf Manthe, long time Porsche specialist in Germany, brilliant racing driver, even better moustache. And he then started handling the Porsche GT Enterprise. They are absolutely cheek by jowl with Porsche, and this would be a truly exquisite car, because what he doesn't know about making a Porsche go faster, nobody knows anymore. So Andy Di Giulio will be having a fabulous ride. It looks remarkably standard when said and done, Sean, but clearly it's more than a little bit special.
I think when you kind of look at any road car that's produced, there are little things that if you want to, you can tweak them for what you want to do with the car. So with this, they've just gone, right, we want to make it perform better in these areas. What can we do about it?
Well, the obvious answer was the brain says yes, the computer says yes, the customers, importantly, say yes. Squeals of tyres burning away through Moulcom, coming through the commentary box window. But in this Michelin supercar run, we have some exquisite machinery. How right! If you thought the cars weren't fast enough, let us throw it into your past. The Aston Martin Valkyrie. This is a car that is truly super special.
Aston Martin Valkyrie, 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12 engine, more than 1,000 horsepower, rev limit just into the sky, makes the most insane noise.
But it also has just a lot of technology and air movement under the car in the way that a Formula One car would have. This is a real crossover car between, you know, the ultimate racing cars in the world and the ultimate cars. This is not a car made for racing, it could be made for track. The opposition must be thinking, thank goodness, but the noise this makes. AML1, brilliant number plate, but strip that off. This is going to be a very quick time. Indeed. You can see the intent through the first few corners. No showboating here. It's cutting corners, and it's Peter Brack, top racing driver from Scotland, at the wheel. He's done many miles with his Valkyries. Oh, you can see the angle of this car. This is a car being driven with considerable intent. Past Goodwood House he goes, and now, of course, the trickiest corner coming up next. That will be Moulcom. Clips the verge on the inside, only half the wheel over that. That is absolutely fine. So Peter flying up the course.
This is actually the AMR Pro version as well. This is the first time we're able to see this car. So Aston Martin basically said, how can we make the Valkyrie even faster if we don't have to worry about the regulations of the road? This is what they've come up with.
Well, extreme by its very nature, and then given even more of a shove. And Peter Brack, star in sports cars over the years, brilliant in single-seaters early in his career, but what a safe pair of hands, what a talented pair of hands. And Aston Martin have a considerable number of cars here at the Festival of Speed, and this is showboating from the outset.
Is there a better way to get off the line in a big horsepower rear-wheel drive car? I don't think there is.
No, and I think Simon Dickinson at the wheel of that, number 602 on the door, it's just an Aston Martin DBS, not just an Aston Martin DBS. You can see the model keeps on being tweaked, looking better and better. And, you know, 20 years ago, there were only motor shows in big halls around the world, and then Goodwood decided the moving motor show would be a good thing to have. And you need to see these cars, you need to smell the cars, you need to hear the sound, and that's why this has been such a success. We've got the Michelin Supercar run. We also have First Glance, the first time these cars have been seen on the world stage. It's super, super special and a real treat for all of us petrolheads.
And this is the Bugatti Chiron Supersport 300 Plus, which, as the name suggests, can do more than 300 miles an hour. Quad turbocharged W16 engine. Limited run, just 30 cars. This is a very special thing to see.
And Andy Wallace, the more winner with Jaguar all those years ago. Other top results nearly in his hands, but he's been with Bugatti for years and years and developed these cars. And he told me a while ago that 200 miles an hour, no problem. 200 miles an hour in a Bugatti, it's so luxurious inside, you should be able to talk without raising your voice to the passenger alongside. But since then, he's topped 300 miles an hour, clearly made of different cloth to the rest of us. And this car, it's about performance, but it's also quite simply about luxury too.
It's amazing as well that they looked at this Chiron and thought, yes, we need to add another 100 horsepower. It's got 1,600 horsepower. And yeah, it was Andy Wallace who did 300 miles an hour in 2019. It's also got a 25mm longer tail for better aerodynamics, and the price is £4.2 million.
If you need to ask, you shouldn't be asking. So other Bugattis can be purchased as well, and the one leaving the line, another black and orange one. This is the Veyron 16.4 Supersport.
So this was in the same way that the Chiron Supersport 300 is the tweaked Chiron with more power, with a higher top speed. This is what Bugatti did to the Veyron. They thought, again, let's add more horsepower, let's try and up the speed. So the official top speed was about 257 miles an hour, so only 4 or so, I say only 4 miles an hour more than the regular Bugatti Veyron. But in testing, they actually did, in one direction, 267 miles an hour.
Truly, truly mind-boggling. So you can be sure that Claudia Jantz at the wheel is working very hard indeed. But what I love is the calibre of the drivers who've been running these supercars up the hill, a long way back. We didn't have the pro drivers in. There were a few little mishaps, but to see these cars being driven properly, this has given the regular pro drivers a chance to earn some money for the weekend, but keep the cars on the hill and drive them in the way in which they were intended. But perhaps the most superb car of the lot in terms of performance and its very entity is this super special Mercedes that is the Project One car. Tell us about it. Sebastian Fescher driving beautifully through the first turn, but what is this?
This is such a special thing. This is a Mercedes AMG 1. It's got a 1.6-litre turbocharged V6 engine. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's the Formula One powertrain. It's got a KERS system, battery system from a Formula One car. It will do nearly 220 miles an hour. Only 275 of these are going to be made. It is a real treat. Rev limit 11,000 RPM, lower than the Formula One car, but of course this has a warranty. Driven as well, judging by the helmet, by Esteban Gutierrez.
You're quite right, Sebastian Fescher sharing that, but with very, very good spot. So a little bit cautious at the top of the hill, but that Formula One engine, and Esteban based in London, getting his back end back into some cars, and for a long time Formula One test driver for Mercedes. But looking at his eyes, that level of concentration, he was holding on to a bit of a Bracking Bronco there.
Yeah, I think he wanted to bring that home in one piece. And here we have the Lamborghini Huracan STO. So this is another evolution of the Lamborghini Huracan, naturally aspirated V10 engine, but this is lightweight, 35 kilograms less than the regular Huracan. It's rear-wheel drive only, lots of very clever aerodynamic work going on for maximum downforce. So yes, you can still drive on the road, but really this is something you take to track days and have a lot of fun and make a lot of noise.
Well, we talked about this a lot through yesterday and today about the noise, and if you can have it, and if you turn up on a track day with one of those, that's such serious intent, but so much fun. And of course, you'd like to share it with your friends. Some of your friends are capable of behind the wheel, but what a treat. And Lamborghini, they've really spread their wings in the last 5 years or so. Brilliant in GT racing, but I think their road car range has also become far, far more intelligent.
640 horsepower as well. Just listen to the noise.
Well, beautiful, tidy run for the grey Lamborghini there in the hands of Liam Bird, and now he can get his heart rate down just that little bit. Car 629, another Koenigsegg. It's the Camera GT. I must say, I really like the lines of this one, and I think that black and gold livery on top of the white makes it look very, very sleek indeed. But it's a big, broad-nosed car, isn't it, Sean?
It is as well, and the wild thing is, it's only got one gear.
Sean, you keep saying silly things. Why?
Because Koenigsegg have developed a system where they only need one gear. It's backed up, the internal combustion engine is backed up, twin-turbo V8's backed up by a series of electric motors. So they provide the low-down torque to get the car off the line, and then when the motor that's on the engine and the engine itself then into a rev range where it's happier, then they all join in, they all kick off. 0 to 250 miles an hour in 23 seconds.
Oh, just stop it. That's phenomenal. But, you know, it is extraordinary, the marriage of all different forms of technology. You know, I'm still so analog, I only think cars have engines. I still struggle to say power unit. But that is just... Bear in mind, Koenigsegg is not a large company, so their development is absolutely at the top of the game. But then, of course, we've had low and fast. Now we've got high and fast. The DBX 707 Aston Martin, Neville Foster, pro driver at the wheel of this, and a different box of tricks.
Yeah, Aston Martin just decided that, yes, we're going to make the DBX even faster.
So another car, tall and green, going up through Moulcombe, past the wall. What are we looking at there? Is that an Alfa Romeo we're seeing as it goes up the hill there?
That is the new Alfa Romeo Tonale. So we've already got the Stelvio, which is a slightly bigger SUV. This slightly smaller. There's some hybrid powertrains. There'll be an all-electric version in a couple of years. And now we move on to the Charged Mustang.
Charged Mustang. Squint, is it the Mustang that was driven by Steve McQueen in Bullet? No, it isn't. It's the very same body shape. It's black rather than bottle green. But Adam Hay-Nichols, a journalist, will know. In fact, it's Thomas Howarth who's taken that over. This is electric powered. Certainly no combustion engine under the front of this, but it looks mean. It's pretty quick too.
It is 545 horsepower, 1,500 newton meters of torque. Just 499 of these. We built all carbon fibre body. And it's an officially licensed 1967 Mustang, but yeah, built in carbon fibre. So it's not a copycat. It's not something that's just been rebodied and had an electric powertrain plugged in. This is a very serious bit of kit. 1,500 newton meters of torque is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I was joking yesterday that if in Bullet that we'd had one of these instead of the standard one, it would have been the world's shortest car chase.
It would have been a different film. We would have just pulled them over. That would have been it.
It would have been a lousy film, quite frankly. But for Thomas Howarth, you know, I still love the body shape of that mid-60s, the fastback Mustang, as I think a lot of people around the world also have a similar affection towards it. And it looks suitably sinister. Almost looks like it's the car for the baddies, not the goodies.
And because it's an officially licensed shape, if you didn't know what it is, you'd just think, oh, it's just a normal 1967 Mustang. You wouldn't have any idea what was underneath until it drove past and it made no noise at all.
Well, sometimes we need a bit of a giveaway, something to guide us down the path of the things that we're looking at. But for Charge, well done. I think that's a great looking car, and the technology is just extraordinary.
Jaguar F-Pace SVR 1988 edition, and behind that now we've got the Kia EV6 GT.
Well, this is a great looking car. Kia coming on in leaps and bounds, and you threw the figures at me yesterday for this one. What sort of power has this got? I was really impressed.
So bear in mind, it's a Kia 2 motors, 585 horsepower, 0 to 62 in 3.5 seconds.
Yes, and it's one of those cars, I now remember when we had an interview at the top of the hill yesterday, it's got its sort of stats and facts on its on the C pillar. So just at the back of the car you can see that 585 horsepower and some torque figures as well, so just to help you. But the good thing is those numbers are very big.
And it's amazing as well when you think about just where Kia's kind of come from, really, because 15 years ago they were marketing their smallest car, the Canto, as the cheapest car you could buy. Or one of the cheapest cars, certainly. You could go into a dealership and buy it, put a deposit down with £1 coin. And yet they've come on leaps and bounds. Their design is really strong. This looks fantastic. And the technology underneath as well is wild, like more than 500 horsepower.
Well, I don't think with cars like this they'll need to lure people in with the 7-year warranty and other extended contracts. Off the start-finish line. Again, it still seems like a deceit to my eye to have a big, tall SUV, but this has got the Trident on the front. It's a Maserati. It is looking at its pace with Sean Hunspett driving it through the first couple couple of corners. The Grecale Maserati is a very, very wieldy tool indeed.
Maserati Grecale, by the sound of it, it's the Trofeo, so it's got a turbocharged V6 engine, more than 500 horsepower, makes all the right noises.
Does, and Sean has been racing in the Italian GT Championship, so he's got a great deal of racing experience, but it just still slightly makes my eyes think they're out of kilter to see the pace that these SUVs can do. I know I need to adjust my brain accordingly, but Sean doing a great run in the Maserati Grecale, and how many manufacturers are here. The diversity of performance is just so enormous. Low body shapes, high body shapes, and as you say, all these crossovers in technology. But I was particularly impressed by that Koenigsegg with just the one gear. I've got to have some lunch and digest that.
Go away, look up that car and get it, read all the stats. Honestly, it's a monstrous machine.
Right, this is the Polestar 3 Camo. I know that because it's in the camo livery. But if you do have a chance, go down to the Polestar stand and look at their cars. They are moving them out quick and fast, and some very, very interesting ideas from the Swedish company.
This is actually the Polestar 5.
Oh, it is,
There
isn't
is a
it?
slight mistake in the entry list here. So this is going to be coming out in 2 years' time, 2024. It's based off the Precept concept. 2 motors, 884 horsepower, 900 newton meters of torque. In between this car, we'll also see the Polestar 3 and 4 SUVs. They'll join the 2 and the 1 that is now out of production. But this, yeah, a lot of horsepower, very, very quick. Quite looking forward to seeing what it looks like without the camouflage on. But sadly, that won't be this weekend.
I'm sure if someone takes a bucket and a sponge, they can remove it. But anyhow, job well done. Christopher Begley clearly enjoying that run, and plenty of grunt under his right foot. Just about to complete the course under the finish banner. And slowing down, in which his passenger is probably going, I didn't have my feet on the pedals, but there was an awful lot of poke there, a lot of torque, and that instant acceleration.
That's the thing. When you're in a petrol car, let's say a 911 GT3, if you drop it down a couple of gears and set off the lines, people know that you're going to go fast. In one of those, you just got it instant torque in silence, so you can surprise people.
Yes. Catch someone checking a message on their phone, that's the moment to floor it and just have that seamless acceleration. Martin Sparrow at the wheel of the Range Rover Sport. Range Rover changing their body shape subtly, and I think very much for the better.
Yeah, new generation of Range Rover, all new platform. This has got a huge rear engine, plenty of power. And it looks quite different as well, I think, to the regular Range Rover. They've tweaked the styling, I think, more than they have done in previous generations, because from some angles you kind of think, oh, maybe it's a Discovery, but it isn't. It's an all-new Range Rover Sport.
And I think the fact is it doesn't look so enormously different. It'd be one of those tick off, spot the differences, but actually all in it's very different indeed. Going quite slowly, and the car behind actually closing and quite slightly got 2 together. Now there's 1 behind. This is somewhat different, but from the same camp.
Again, this is all electric. It's Rivian, the R1T. This has come over from America. I mean, it's one of those cars, again, that we've seen in pictures for a long time now, and we've been waiting to see it for real. And finally, we've got it. However, he has sadly caught up with the Range Rover Sport in front, but that's okay. They can have a nice serene drive up the hill and have a faster one later on.
Well, he can. James Wood, who knows Goodwood extremely well, at the wheel of the Rivian. In fact, he in turn was caught by a Toyota GR86, I think I fancied in the background. We've had the GT86, so Sean shocked me yesterday, for 10 years, and now the more powerful GR86 has followed. But that Rivian is a very interesting looking mobile, I must say, the R1T.
Behind that we've got the GR Supra, then we've got the GR Yaris, and then after that the GR86.
And the Alpine A110 has been really impressive since it was launched. Very similar in appearance to one from the late 1960s, early 70s. But this is it the Tour de France model with the sort of Alpine Renault yellow, white and black livery?
Yep, the Alpine A110 Tour de Course, special edition, limited run. The thing that makes any Alpine A110 so special is the fact that they haven't chased big power, they haven't chased, maximum tyre grip. They've just said, right, how can we make a car as far as possible? He's right on the edge there, come down into Malcolm, but he made it through okay, just clipping the grass ever so slightly on the inside.
Yeah, Abby doing a great job as she powers up the hill, and of course this is one of the most nimble cars to go past a really tricky flint wall. Stay away from that flint and waiting to put the power down, accelerating now, going back into the daylight from under the trees, into the meadow. At the top, it's a short meadow, gives you a little chance to breathe, and then the final sequence of corners.
And as well, one of the reasons why the A110 is such a joy to drive is because it is a small car, physically small on the road. So when you're just driving along in your lane, you've got space to manoeuvre. That was one of the things about the Lotus Elise. It was small in your lane, so you've got more space to enjoy the car.
Yes, in fact, if you walk around the estate, go down to the Cartier Style Lux, they've got sports cars from the early 60s, and they were no wider than this. And you suddenly realise the road is a much bigger place to be. I'm a big fan of those, I must say. Now, the last of the battle of the bikers up on the hill. So many celebrations, and of course this weekend seeing Wayne Rainey going up is very special for all concerned. He went up for his first ride since 1992, since he was paralysed from the chest down. But so many other bikes on the hill. We're celebrating 100 years of the Ulster Grand Prix and many, many other bike batches as well. And it's always been a feature of the Festival of Speed, and the riders love it. And what I love is the sheer diversity of the shape of these bikes as they go up the hill.
What we're looking at there is the AMB 001 from Brough Superior.
Yes, now these are the new bikes, and Brough Superior, very famous name from the sort of immediate post-war years. But what I really love is this one, the Triumph Scrambler. 1200 cc's. It's exactly how I would have drawn a bike when I was a teenage boy with a moped and getting into motorcycles as well. But it looks from the front almost like a dispatch bike from the Second World War. Sorry, Triumph, but it does to me. But it's the way those high, broad handlebars, and sitting up high, tallish rider. Sounds nice and gentle, just waiting for it to come past our commentary position and then rumble up the hill, past the house, under the bridge, coming towards Moulcombe. Sitting up high, dabbing down a gear, down another gear into Moulcombe. He's got almost a vintage helmet. I think he might have taken that from my helmet bag. It looks like it was there from about 1980. So these bikes across a range of designs, but I really like the fact, much like cars can come in more shapes and sizes there than they have for a long time, so too can the bikes, and certainly drawing a lot of envious glances down in the paddock.
We were saying a minute ago about how the Alpine A110 had lots of space to manoeuvre on the road and on the course today. The bikes, they've got all the room in the world.
Yeah, they really have, but the one thing that sometimes can catch them out a little bit is the crown in the road, because it's very much sitting there in the middle. But apparently it's not just the gradual move to the edge. When you get to the last foot or so on either side, it really curls down, and if you're just being a little bit inattentive, that could be your undoing. So Triumph Scrambler that gets my votes. The bikes at the top of the hill, and the lookout over the Goodwood estate, Goodwood House on the right, in front that dramatic Jerry Judah sculpture with the 5 classic cars from the 50 years of the BMW M division. On the left-hand side, behind the screen of trees, all the manufacturer stands, the shopping arcade, and just displays as far as you can see down there. And GAS, the Goodwood Action Sport Arena, with people on motorbikes going high in the sky. And it really is more than a one-day enterprise on a visit. Otherwise, you walk a considerable distance. And the worst thing is, if you're not paying attention, didn't look at the map, you could go home and miss something you really wanted to see. So it is almost a military exercise to get it right. But for a lot of people, the place they want to be are under the awnings, the canopies on the right-hand side of the screen, bottom right, and just off to the right of that screen you've got the Formula One Avenue. But all the historic cars and the bikes under these awnings, normally with the rider, the owner, the driver around, or even the person who owns the car, all with a story to tell. And people are drawn to them like moths to a light show when the engines get fired up and revved. Noise, I know it's something that's really important to me, partly deaf in one ear accordingly, but it's something special. And you see it just draws people in.
I am one of those moths. I will jump to any car with this engine on.
Right, the cars and bikes at the top of the hill. So is Ed Foster, and so is Dario Franchitti.
Dario Franchitti, we know the T50, we've seen it before, but it doesn't get any less impressive. How was it up the hill?
That was good. It was really good. This is VP5, newly built car, and no, it's lovely. I mean, as you can hear, anybody in the crowd here, it makes a lovely noise, and yeah, it's driving ever so well, and it's so small that it works really, really well up the driveway, and makes the driveway feel a little bit wider, which is nice.
You and I have known about Gordon Murray's designs for decades, whether that's in Formula One or the McLaren F1. It must be quite a privilege to kind of finally work with him on something like this.
Yeah, it's not it's a massive privilege. It's like going to school every day, but it's the coolest teacher in the world ever. And I spent a couple of days this week in Nardo. I'm going back there Monday. We're doing some work, some filming, some development work, and it's so much fun to be involved in it, and it's so difficult. Developing a racing car is very one-dimensional. Developing a road car, there's so many dimensions to it, and but the group he's put together with him at the head of it, I learn so much every day, and it's not really work. Don't tell him that because he'll stop paying me, but it is so much fun.
Talking of road cars, I've got a bone to pick with you. You very kindly lent your brother your Singer. But what you didn't do was let him even sit in the seat. You made him use a seat cover.
Yeah, well, I made a spec of car that's not very usable. It's got this sort of tan nubuck suede interior. So I said, look, only three people, myself, Marino, and Maz from Singer can drive the car up the hill. Nobody else, no passengers, because if you get in it with blue jeans, it dyes the seats. So it looks amazing, but it's not very practical. But yeah, I was going to say I might take it up, but I've got a full dance card with T50, and it's a lot of fun to drive this thing up the hill.
We'll look out for you around the Scottish lowlands driving in a hazmat suit.
That'll be me.
Cheers, Dario.
Thank you.
Esteban, we've seen photos of it, we've seen sort of videos of it, but we've never seen it in the flesh, actually running. What an amazing bit of kit this Mercedes is.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, I tried it once, but it was not finished a couple of years ago. But now that it's finished, and it's just impeccable. The design inside, the feeling, the power, the sound of the engine, everything is just perfect.
And what's it got sort of under the bonnet, as it were, in terms of power?
It's the Formula One engine from 2016, so you can imagine how much power you can get out from it. It's a lot of horsepower. I mean, I think it's definitely above 700 easily, or even 800. Maybe I'm a bit short on that, but it's really impressive because to make a Formula One engine work for the streets, for the road, has been a huge challenge. And the work that has been going behind that, and the engineering side to make that work and to make it possible and road legal, it's just incredible.
You said you drove it before when it wasn't quite finished. You've driven it up the hill now. It's a very tight, twisty hill, probably quite difficult to kind of get an idea, but I guess you get a sense of how it handles.
Yes, no, it feels so light. You turn the car and it's like a racing car. It reacts to you very quickly. I think 1 hour ago I was driving the Formula One car, and then I drove this one, and I felt like, quite interesting. Of course, it's a different environment inside, but the feeling of the car is just incredible.
You're having a terrible morning, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm very lucky to be driving, probably the two best cars in in Goodwood. So,
Esteban, thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Higgins, I don't think there's anyone on the planet who doesn't have a soft spot for the Subarus. And this thing, the P25, tell us about it, because it's a new prototype.
Yeah, it's a one-off build. They're building 25 of these cars, which are actually all sold already. We're trying to achieve like a world rally car feel on the road, and I think they've certainly done that. This car was a bare shell like a week ago, so to come here, it's very, very new, and it's sort of stages. But the feeling with the car is great. It's the very iconic blue Subaru that we all love and remember Colin McRae and the likes of Richard Burns in. So it's great to be involved with Pro Drive. They've done a fantastic job, and I'm looking forward to it as it develops over the next few months.
And how similar is this? Is it completely different to those Subarus?
It's got a lot of the World Rally Car heritage in terms of the suspension, the geometry, the engine power. It's going to be more than what a World Rally Car was. So it's just putting that sort of World Rally Car feel as a road car, and it's usable. A lot of these supercars, you take them down a country lane and you're bouncing from hedge to hedge. This thing, I think, will do us all very proud.
And you said the 25, they're all sold, I think, for 500,000 plus. Is your name on the list?
Unfortunately not. I just missed out. I'll save up next time.
Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
1 in 3 people born today will die with dementia. Every 3 seconds, another person is diagnosed with dementia. Worldwide, more than 150 million people will have dementia by 2050. Let's beat dementia together.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders, gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
So the cars coming down the hill, and the next cars that will take the hill climb here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed will be the drift cars, something that started small a handful of years ago and has grown and grown. So we're welcoming Ian Waddington back to the commentary box, our expert who's slotted into the team so seamlessly. And there's more than meets the eye with the drift cars, not just because there's more performance under the bonnet, but there are so many elements. And in so many ways, you're the perfect guy to explain what we're looking for.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Yes, so this afternoon, we see the guys run up the hill this morning in a bit of a warm-up, a bit of a sensation for you to wake up to this morning as you entered into Goodwood. But this afternoon, we're going to get into things a little bit more technical. So these guys now, as you'll see up and down the circuit, are setting up these barrels. They have proximity sensors within them. So our drivers have to be within 12 inches of those barrels to illuminate the light green. It'll be flashing blue before the cars get there. Once they trigger that proximity sensor, the light will turn green. They can then move away from that barrel to the next section. There we go, you can see it on your screen right there. Now, yesterday we see a lot of the guys taking these barrels down. So overnight we rustled some new ones up and got them back out on circuit. The object isn't to hit these barrels, as we see mostly in drift competitions. They are to stay within that 12 inches of the barrel. There is a time section from the start line to just up under the bridge before Morecambe. That is timed, so the faster they can illuminate these lights and get that section done, the better. We see James Dean yesterday light up the scoreboards and do an incredible run. And then at the top end of the circuit where they turn around, there's a wall ride. So there's a plastic barrier wall with proximity sensors all the way along them. The guys have to get the rear end of the car as close as they can to those proximity sensors, once again illuminate them. Then there's a barrel with a really big illumination pole on it. The more consistent close donuts they can do to that barrel, the higher the lights illuminate. Once they get the top one going, perfect score, and then park the car in the little parking area. Seems very simple, and Bruce, you're looking at me like this seems an impossible task.
Well, totally so, but it's another reason for people to make sure if they're at the Goodwood Festival of Speed to ride and the tractor draw trailer to the top of the hill. The turnaround area at the top is phenomenal, but that is the only element within the Festival of Speed where there's a competitive element in the top paddock.
There certainly is, yeah, that is a part. Sorry, Martin.
No, I was just going to say, for those who have not seen drifting before, let's have a little bit of an explainer. Becky Adams took a look at the sport.
So you want to know what drift corner is? Okay. Let's go. Forget engine sizes and batches, any rear-wheel drive can drift. It takes place on the hill and finishes up here at the top paddock. It's a winner-takes-all competition, and it's scored on these 3 criteria. 1, proximity, 2, time, and 3, style. Driver scores are added together, and the highest score wins. James, do you mind showing us how it's done? Proximity is measured by sensors, and the cars have to be close enough to set them off. Time is measured over one section of the course. And style points will be awarded by the commentators. It's fast, it's skillful, it's wicked.
Well, Drift Corner has been fantastic, and no longer can Ian Waddington walk the paddocks incognito. Your cover is blown.
It certainly is, Bruce. I've been incognito walking backwards and forwards from Commentary to Cathedral where we're based, and nobody's batted an eyelid. No one's noticed the face or the voice, and it's been very nice because I haven't been swarmed by anyone yet. But now after that little VT which just went out, I'm sure that me and Becky Evans are going to get hounded for the rest of the weekend.
So expect the beard to be gone by tomorrow morning.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Otherwise you'll never get to the box.
Listen, there's not a motor racing commentator alive that doesn't occasionally want to go, no, stop doing that. You can't be doing that, or you should be doing that, and praising and actually being able to reward drivers. But that's exactly a part of this sport, is that you have the expert view, and the experts are, as in gymnastics, say, the judging panel as well, or at least part of the judging panel.
100%, yes. And Bruce is there rightly pointing out the sensors.
The sensors, but also the shot at the moment shows where they're turning around. The sensor is on the barrel on the right-hand side, but look at that precision, almost perfect circles in the slightly wider area. They're clever, these drift drivers. They do it where the track's narrow. They do the turnarounds where it's wider.
Exactly that. And if you're outside the house, there are 3 barrels positioned on the outside of the circuit. And those guys have to do a really big 360, swing that car around in a really big arc. When they come down this part of the circuit towards where we are, the commentary tower, they have to be really precise. And you see a lot of the guys balancing the car on a foot brake. These guys, like you just said, Martin, they're so precise. And the judges are also influenced by the public. You know, the more cheers, the more hands in the air, the more camera phones are out recording these guys. We actually have a scoring system in here, and once the guys get to the top of the course, we get to choose, influenced by some of the public here at Goodwood, how well we think they've done, and we can get them up to 1,000 points. And there we go, there's that barrel I was talking about.
That's the one up in the top paddock being wheeled into position. We don't expect the Formula 1 drivers to try and donut around it, but this is why the drift corner is so special. The drift drivers, we haven't even started talking about their cars yet. There's a huge diversity, and the amount of horsepower. Martin and I sit there in the evenings and just sort of shake our heads like 2 old men.
But they're kind of modern hypercar territory. You know, you guys bandy around 800, 1,000 horsepower. Just as, and a dozen sets of tyres, please. I mean, it is absolutely standard that these are proper hypercar power outputs.
Yeah, they certainly are, yeah. I mean, you're looking at a grid of cars here that run on real tuned engines running on race fuel, and the best tyres. I explained to Keith and Ben over the weekend. These guys, I think the mindset of a lot of people is that these guys don't want a lot of grip from the rear of the car. They like the tyres loose and the wheels to spin. That's not the fact. These guys actually want a lot of grip, because once the tyres are spinning, you don't have that grip, so you need that forward bite from these sticky, grippy tyres.
Now, the Nissan Silvia, quite a few of those. Why was that such a popular car? The Silvia S14, we can see an orange one right in the middle of the pack, and one a little bit further back.
Yeah, so the Nissan Silvia chassis was picked up upon many people across Europe and America, because it's all started in Japan. The mountain hills is where the guys started, grip racing to a fact, and then they learned that these Toyota Corolla AE86s and these Silvias, it was much more fun to go down these mountain roads with the back end, oversteering, having some fun. They then developed a lot of parts. Obviously, as those DVDs travelled from Japan across the world, young guys see them, we picked up on them, we liked the styling of the cars, and there was obviously a huge market of aftermarket parts ready to bolt on and use these cars in anger.
It's kind of like Japan's answer to the Mini, isn't it? Because it was cheap, available for impecunious youth, and easily tunable. And actually, I'm not sure whether cheap to start with or easily tunable was the biggest factor, but somewhere between those two, you get the base car, which was a kind of mum and dad car, and then you can produce, Japanese GT championship power out of these cars.
100%, yeah, 100%. And like you say, there was a fine balance. It was easily already available to tune. There was plenty of them about, so it made it very, very popular. And quickly, a lot of guys made aftermarket body kits, so they had the styling. The aftermarket wheels then come into production, and these guys made these cars look so cool. They took those stylings. We'll see it on Tetsuya Hibino's car. It's like a homage to the old touring cars, and that's the styling. It all came along.
But I think anybody who hasn't been to Japan just cannot understand how intense their car culture is. It goes off in certain directions where you don't have in Europe, but they embrace it so completely, and they almost live the life of that car group.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, it's like we always say, once you get into cars and the petrol starts running through your veins, it's very hard to shake it off. Yeah, my wife said to me, when are you going to get out of this? And I said, probably never. It's once it's in you.
When they nail the lid down. But you're absolutely right. And I think whether you love old cars, racing cars, drift cars, whatever, once it's bitten, there's no going back.
No.
And guys my age remember Ridge Racer, on the consoles, Midnight Club, Dub Edition, all those. I mean, and it's sort of hard to tell which is driving which, isn't it? Whether the car culture is still driving the games, or whether the games are informing the car culture, and the whole thing is just a virtuous spiral. Yeah, more people know about it, more people get into it. Suddenly, it becomes more sponsored, and so drivers can be more extreme with their cars, with their builds.
Of course they can, yeah. And I think you're right there saying that a lot now. We see a lot of these drifters. We have got a few now that have started in the European Championship, which is probably one of the highest championships in the world. And these guys they learnt to drift on a simulator. Then they stepped into the real car and they said the real car is easier to drive than a simulator.
Because you get the sense, and that's what real drivers say about racing sims, is you have to, it's all between the ears, whereas when you're driving a real car, there's feeling, there's sensation, it's like riding a bicycle. Imagine trying to ride a bicycle on a sim that doesn't keep it upright for you. I mean, that's the balance. That's where these guys are not wired up correctly, because their spidey senses, their balance is better than ours.
Yeah, it's
more defined and more rehearsed than ours, and that's how they can do these amazing things with cars.
They certainly can.
First car on the starting line, waiting for the signal to go. Still tyre smoke in the background at the turnaround point, but this is an unusual one, the Lexus RCF. Jordanian drifting ace Ahmad Daham at the wheel. But what I love here, he debuted it a handful of years ago, 2019 here, and since then he's taken out not 100 kilos, not 200, but 400 kilos out of this car. Engine is now producing 1,200 horsepower. These are hideous, but at the same time fabulous figures, and let's wait to see what he can do. No wonder Red Bull have slapped their name on the bonnet.
They certainly have. An incredible build, and we spoke about Ahmed Daham earlier on, a really nice guy, and he actually tunes a lot of engines in the Middle East. He's a whiz on the computer, a very, very good engine tuner. And for those guys, you just mentioned the tyre smoke down the back. Probably wonder why why these guys are already trying to burn their tyres off. Now, that's because if we've been drifting, we rely on the front tyres heavily to have a lot of grip. So those guys go down the back of the grip, spin them around, warm up the front tyres, and there we go.
That's a drag racer. You've got to get the heat into them. There are no tyre blankets, and I'm on his way. So this car, presumably acid dip shell, composite panels, full race Lexus engine. I mean, it's an absolute beast.
It certainly is. There we go. You can see Ahmed Daham now making his way. This is only the second run up the hill for Ahmed Daham this weekend. As I said, the car stuck in customs, got it out late last night. Look at that. Flicks the car on, sets off those sensors perfectly outside the house. Drops his wheels on the grass. Doesn't knock the barrel over, though. Does a perfect job. Now he's going to enter into an area where there's a bit of freestyle, so he can do what he wants. He can impress the crowds, and as we said, the more influence we are by the crowd here at Goodwood, the more we will score him, and he's going to come absolutely flying down, keep that car on circuit perfectly as he comes past the commentary tower through Morecambe. And Daham not messing around.
Well, that was absolutely fabulous through Morecambe. All the camera phones up above people's heads as he goes past the crowds in the grandstand, and now it gets the tight part of the circuit, so you'd like to keep it in straight line, except if you're a drifter. Yeah,
there we go. You can see the LED strip along the front of the windscreen. That's done for scoring in competitions. That's to show the judges that he's using the foot brake, the left foot brake, that car around the flip wall. Incredible talent now with the hand fishtailing his way up through the hay bales.
There was a fabulous shot just as he left the split wall area. You can see a photographer in the background leaning back. Too close, wasn't sure what was coming through the finish line, but it's not the finish of this round, of course. We've got that for the wall they have to get to, and then the finish. Ian, take us to the finish.
Yeah, there we go. So he's going to come up now. This is a little bit of a cool-down area, get the drivers back in the right mindset, cool themselves down. Ahmed Daham just making his way quickly up the hill and towards this area. Here we go. So he's going to enter his way in, and he's going to be looking to get the back bumper of that Lexus RCF as close as he can to this wall. Now, some guys will get it slightly wrong and take that wall down, but we hope that Ahmed Daham, a very talented driver from Jordan, will make it through. There we go, already lighting up the tyres. Oh, see the way he used the foot brake there to hold that car on angle, gets himself nicely round the wall line, lights up everyone, and takes down the barrel. Too close.
He's gone and spoils it for everyone now.
Yeah, trying to be a little bit too greedy, parks the car. Now, I don't know about you guys.
That is action camera work.
I was fairly impressed with that, so I think we're going to go for a mid-score there of 500, so we will give him a score of 500 there in the middle. If it wasn't for the barrel, I think he would have scored slightly higher.
You were only supposed to blow the doors
off. But again, you could see running up the bar, he was getting really good scores on the proximity sensors. So again, that is, proximity is exactly what is right. And, we're talking about inch precision here, because you're not doing it with the nose of the car, you're doing it with the tail of the car. The object you're trying to get close to the barriers is a couple of metres behind you.
100%, yeah. These guys, their perception or their understanding of how big their vehicle is unbelievable. And we've spoke to a lot of guys before, a lot of the tin top heroes, the BTCC drivers, they come over and they say, every single inch of this car, and they sit very, very low in the car like a BTCC driver would. They say you understand exactly where the front of the bumper is. You can get within an inch of something. And their minds sometimes a little bit blown that these guys are that tuned into the vehicle.
Well, racing drivers never look back. It's always about how big the gap is that you're going to put your car into, not how big the gap is that you're trying to reverse your car around.
That.
So, it's a completely different mindset for them. Worrying where the back is, that's a spatial awareness thing. But with racing drivers, you're going forwards. You're not trying to drift it around against a wall. So, guys just here checking out the electronics, making sure that everything works in the pylon, because otherwise we're going to have a little bit of a struggle. So, here we go. Here's our second car already away from the line. And again, part of this is style, but Ian, part of this is just feeling the grip, feeling that he's got the temperature he wants in those rear tyres, so he knows where he's going to go when he gets to the scoring areas.
He certainly is, yeah. And this is Steve Baggsy Biagioni in this incredible Nissan R35 GTR. The engine swapped out for a Chevrolet 454 cubic inch LSX. Big turbo on there, and you can see Baggsy a little bit worried about hanging that Liberty Walk spoiler too close to that barrel. Now he's going to get into his favourite part. He says he loves doing a burnout, a rolling burnout in front of the grandstand as he makes his way up the hill, and Baggsy doing a nice job so far of that. You can see most of the barrels illuminated. He still has a few to go in this time section.
What's so fantastic, people are looking at the giant screens and then they have to look behind them because he's coming up and he's coming past them, getting the cameras ready. The boot was flipped open. And super sideways through Morecambe, worth the price of the admission ticket alone.
He was just slamming the door there. I don't know whether he deliberately opened it to just see where he was or whether it had come open, but having to slam the door as well, mid-drift.
Yeah, look at that, flicking it. Flames coming out. That exhaust comes out the front bumper, flicking a flame up the flint wall there. Yeah, Bagsy, a real showman. Loved it at Goodwood. Said it was the highlight of the year for him coming to Goodwood. And look at this, all the way through the hay bales. No messing around. The big, very big car, the R35 GTR.
Foot brake, handbrake. I mean, the whole thing just to get the angle of dangle that you want, and then, you know, then it's like every driver does, driving it on the throttle to keep that car's attitude stable.
100%, yeah. And these guys have to really use the throttle more than anything. They tend to use the clutch more to disengage the transmission so that they can keep the throttle going, so they can keep the turbo spooling, because they make such great horsepower.
Yeah.
I feel this cool-down zone before that final tweak. The way Bagsy, he's so natural, but I think he's already thinking up a few Bmw for the interviews afterwards, because he is one of my favourite interviewees. Ed Foster will handle that. Let's see how he manages the ball. That looks cool, calm and collected. But will he collect the barrel at the top? It's been reinstated, the battery pack put back in place. That is how it's supposed to be done, so I think that should move him ahead. But keeping him going. Number of times you go round?
Is it 2 or 3? They say 3 is the perfect amount, and you can get nice and close to it. Then we go back, he completely smokes out that pylon, parks the GTR perfectly at the spot. Job done for Bagsy.
Yeah, any more than 3 and he's really going to be in trouble, actually losing his bearing. Yeah, okay, here we go. So he's parked it, but yeah, once a drifter, always a drifter. Oh yeah, I've scored, yes, fantastic. No, I've still got some tyres left. They haven't quite exploded yet. So.
Exactly that. And Bagsy knows that we always get a really, really good crowd, as Bruce said. If you're in attendance, make your way out the top of there. We're doing this every day so far on the weekend. You can see so much smoke inside the car, he can't see where he's going.
So all those people in the VIP dining area finding their coffee tasting not quite as exquisite as before.
There is a crowd there.
There is.
Guaranteed there is a crowd there.
So up next we have Axel Hildebrand in a brand new build for him this weekend. It's a full carbon Kevlar Corvette C6, a Chevrolet Corvette C6. Engine swapped out, the LS3 V8 removed, and a triple rotor PPRE Mazda engine fitted.
So is it a tube frame with a composite body that looks like a Corvette, or did somebody actually at some stage own a Corvette that this now is?
No, so these panels are made by a company called HGK in Latvia, and they basically make all carbon Kevlar panels for a whole variety of vehicles, allowing you to get these cars as light as possible. And Axel went above and beyond getting this car set up perfectly ready for this weekend. You can see he's got the roof off. He said he's getting a bit warm out there now, so I can pop the roof off. MS UK said, not a problem, you're all safe and good to go.
Well, actually, as you saw him leave the start line, he was waving with his hand through where the roof should have been. No T-bar roof for him there, but again, the slowing down and spinning in the gap just by the paddock area. Past Goodwood House, hand out of the roof, just about picking up there, but again, the pall of tyre smoke behind the cut, bellowing out from underneath.
I was talking about this yesterday. A few years ago, there was a phase where coloured smoke from coloured tyres was a big thing, and then it sort of disappeared very quickly as soon as it came. Axel apparently remembers those days.
Yeah, Axel does remember, and Axel said this weekend he's got a few different colours potentially coming out, ready to show off, and Axel fitted up a pair earlier on. He said, I'm going to just try and throw something else into the mix and try and impress everyone. He's got the red smoke tyres on there as he makes his way up. Very nice job from Axel so far.
Yeah, red arrows, schmed arrows, smoke on from Axel Hildebrand.
And we can smell it in our commentary box. So everyone up the length of the course has a new smell in their nostrils. It's part of the experience. It's almost 4D here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It doesn't smell red. It just smells like normal tortured tyres. So, all right, so score of 7 on the barrels on the way up past the house. The wall ride is going to be the next scoring element, and then the remaining lights, hopefully he will trigger with his run round the pylon. Did you add anything to the previous score?
Yeah, I go back to your 500 for his score when he got to the top end there. I felt like he maybe held back a little bit. There's more to give over the weekend. He said he wants to save the body panels on that GTR. And Axel Hildebrand, here we go, doing a wide swing around that barrel. Another guy who doesn't really want to damage the car too soon. You can see them lights illuminating, doing a good job. Almost gets it wrong. And I was impressed, but not that impressed.
Yeah, but I must say, not having the roof, it does help us and people alongside see into the car and see what he's doing and how hard he's working. But again, going around that top barrel, just the precision. The ground there slopes away across the plot, so that's another factor. Maybe he'll blame that for the parking schnuffle.
Well, and the other thing with your scoring is, like these guys, you can't go too early. There's still Saturday and Sunday, and we know they're going to get better. I mean, Axel's only driven the car a couple of times now, so he'll get better. So if you go straight to 1500, that leaves you nowhere to go. and then how are they going to impress the judges? I already gave you a 10 out of 10. Come on, Sunby, what do you want, a 15?
Exactly.
Well, the answer obviously is yes, I do want a 15.
Now, Tetsuya Hibino was the driver who had the most problem with the barrels yesterday, and the car, though, clearly been repaired. It looks absolutely immaculate, but he was Ed Foster's dream interview yesterday. Director in his head, go on, interview him. He doesn't speak English. Interview him anyhow. It's not a formula that works, but let's hope the talking will be done by Tetsuya on board.
Well, I think his body language showed how excited he was. The words didn't matter. You exactly knew what he was feeling and how he was expressing himself. So, you know, this is how he does his talking. And again, hand out of the cockpit, here we go.
Yeah, look at this, Tetsuya Hibino. This car running a quad-rotor Mazda engine under the bonnet, 1,400 horsepower. This is the Super Silhouette S15 from Liberty Walk. As he makes his way around now, Hibino said he's got a bit of a feeling now for the grip and the track, and even though he still drops the wheel off, look at the pace he comes through there. Absolutely flying. He said he's going to maybe miss a few of these barrels and just try and put on more of a show. Gets them ones absolutely nailed, and as you said, some new body panels on there. The team spent a long night last night repairing that car to make it look perfect for the crowds here this weekend.
I don't think he's worried about the score today. His scoring is very strong, actually, but the showmanship as well. That's exactly, you know, what everybody expects to see from their drift stars. They love a show, and the fans love the putting it on.
Well, that was the best flick to the left, flick to the right, into Malcolm, which does go to the left, notably, ladies and gentlemen, and up the hill he goes, all the tyre smoke behind him, up to the flint wall, getting it sideways on the wind. I wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't do that, Martin.
Backing it into the flip wall, reverse Scandinavian flip through. Boy, oh boy.
Yes, Tetsuya Hibino there, look at this, absolutely full throttle through, down, he comes up towards the finish line, no messing around, and he's done most of this run now, if you notice, with his arm out of the window. 1,400 horsepower that literally wants to try and drive in a straight line. Hibino doing it all with one hand on the steering wheel, just goes to show you the talent that this young man has had.
Absolutely extraordinary, absolutely brilliant camera angles up the hill, catching just how close they got to the straw bales. You could see bits of straw flicking off the side, flicking out under the car, over the car. The car seldom in a straight line. Now they pull down, but then of course the focusing of the mind, the final sweep through that top paddock. A few 100 metres to go, still flaming out the Nissan Silvia. Just, well, of course it's flaming out. You've got 1,400 horsepower. It's got to go somewhere.
Again, that's all part of it. You know, they love the big sheets of flame as much as we do, so that's all part of how the car is built. And Liberty Walk and they stand right behind our commentary position. They'll be very happy to talk to you about drifting and everything else if you go and talk to them. And again, look at that. He will actually just gradually shave that barrel until it's a little narrower than it started the day. And precision park, that is parallel parking. He passed his driving test with parking like that.
I think I'm going for a 750 there, just for the style and for the risk of the one hand. The barrel donut for me was absolutely inch perfect.
That front splitter was so close on his second rotation. Clearly that's something that could collect. When I say collect, yes, collect. No, I didn't mean you had to do it.
Now, see, that was me trying to go round the barrel. That was me right there, getting it 100% wrong. Now, before we get that back into position, Martin Richards already on his way in this S15 Silvia.
Yeah, no, I explained to Ben and Keith yesterday and this morning, this is more of a street-style car. So Martin damaged his car, unfortunately, out in the Middle East. Didn't have the time to repair it and get it done for Foz this year. So he's jumped into another car that Driftworks have. This is a Silvia S15. Still carries the standard SR20 engine on the bonnet. It's a 2-litre 4-cylinder 16-valve engine. Produces around 500 horsepower. But this is what Martin likes to say is how you enter the sport. So this is simple roll cage, simple safety devices, but enough to get you involved in the sport. And I think he wanted to showcase this weekend, that if there's any young fans out there wondering how they get involved with drifting, you can start off at this level.
Entry-level lunacy. Well, actually, you mentioned, you know, that Toyota's GT86, the last rear-wheel drive Corolla hatchback, was kind of one of the entry points when this sport originally started. And again, you know, an old 3 Series, and a 3 Series is an enormously popular car for obvious reasons. Hugely tunable. You can start with a 1600, 1800. You can end up with a 3.5-litre 6-cylinder engine. It's hugely tunable, great balance, and available. You know, you can start very cheap.
You can start very, very cheap. You can start right from the bottom. And now the BMW is becoming very, very accessible with aftermarket tuning parts from. There's a lot of companies out there producing everything you need to get the job done. As we see Martin Richards now come past that camera.
And actually, one of the things about this car, particularly because it's got the vaned wheels, when he's locking the rear wheels, it's so evident because it's absolutely stationary, the wheel. It's not like a smooth rim where you can't see that it's locked. Here you can see every single time he's on the handbrake, locks the rear just enough to get it to move. It really shows kind of the workings of what he's doing inside the cockpit.
Exactly, you could see exactly what he's doing to make that car drift and how he's balancing that car. In European competition, they have to have a spoke on the wheel marked with a different colour so the judges can visually see that wheel lock. See Martin Richards making his way through that wall ride. Picks up only 2 of the sensors. Now, hopefully, that pylon stays in place, and Martin Richards doing a nice job so far of illuminating those green lights. Gets the top one going now, going to go for the park. And a nice job by Martin Richards.
Excellent stuff. I mean, not the wildest, most radical car, but again, the skill is so evident. And, you know, it's like all the drivers here. You put them in something absolutely bog stock, they still make it dance.
They certainly do. And we take a look back now at the start line, and we see Martin Richards' fiancée, Tess Whittock, in her Nissan Skyline R33. The Driftworks Monster Energy driver making her way off the start line. Our female ambassador for UK drifting. This young lady's been all over the world, just recently in Uruguay doing some demo drifting with Toyota Gazoo Racing in the new A90 Supra. And Tess yesterday had a few issues, said she feels a lot more comfortable today. The first day nerves have gone, and now she's really out here to show everybody what female drifters can do. And Tess Whittock there just avoids 2 of those barrels. Says the favourite part for her is right here outside the house in front of that beautiful BMW statue. She said she was going to do some nice donuts for everybody, and gets it wrong, unfortunately.
Yeah,
too much. Oh, takes a barrel over. Oh, and takes the back bumper off the car now. Very, very common. You'll see these cars shed body panels, and they're held on mostly with zip ties, but some guys go the extra mile and use some Zeus fasters to hold the panels on. They're designed to easily be removed and easily fall off if you do make contact with anything.
So I think Velcro would be the way to go there. Just a nice strip of Velcro.
No, I hate that ripping sound. But now, from Tess's point of view, she's now rather blown in at the bottom of the hill. At what point do you think, I'll just abandon that? And in fact, she's already thought that. Do some more donuts here, entertain the crowd, come back another day or later today and get it right. There is a point at which you just go, I'm not taking the top prize, I'm here to entertain. And
100%, and that's what Tess does. Tess is an incredible driver. She is a stunt demo driver. She's recently done stuff for the Mission Impossible movie that's just come out. She's done stuff for Lufa as well. So she's here to have fun, and she said she's here to get a show on. And I think that's what Tess is going to do now. She's going to put on for everybody in attendance and really have some fun out there on the hill.
I wonder if she's thinking, you know what I'll do to entertain them? When I get that barrel over, not knowing it's been over twice already.
So hopefully not. So Tess, as we can see now, on that cool ground, still wants to have a drift as she comes up towards the finish line.
Still not scoring badly on proximity. I mean, 7 out of 10 on the way up the hill. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's not a bad score so far. I think she's going to do really well on the wall ride, and she's a very, very technical driver. So when it comes to that pylon barrel, I can see Tess getting that front wheel locked perfectly around that barrel and parking it exquisitively. So Tess now cooling the car down, just probably shaking off the nerves a little bit.
Trying to wipe the grin off her face, I think, actually, to be honest, the way she was coming past us. So here we go, wall ride coming up.
Yep, does a lovely job.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, just drops away.
Lights.
Yeah, just drops away ever so slightly there. Takes a wide swing into this now. You can see her on the foot brake, trying to get that car absolutely dialed around that barrel. Foot flat to the floor, destroying the tyres on the back of that Nissan Skyline. Gets straight out of it, taps the cone, and into the parking spot. Not a bad job for Tess.
If you're going to hit a few things, hit all of them. Get those out of the way, and then the next run will be a real golden one.
But there we go, Tess Whittock going to finish off the last of those tyres up the top of the hill.
Good to see the grandstand packed on the top left side of the screen. The people in the VIP club, well, you can see them to the tyres at the moment. They've still got about, probably half the field still to come up the hill.
Yes, there is.
And they've been entertaining us royally, but who's top on speed?
Moment to hand. Up next is Northern Ireland's very own Kevin Quinn in the Quinn's M Sport S15. This car built, as I said earlier on in the broadcast, just 8 weeks from a bare shell to what you see now making its way up the hill. There's a Mark IV Toyota Supra, 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 3 litre, 24 valve, 800 horsepower. And Kevin Quinn, renowned for building some of the cleanest cars you see on the drifting grid. And Kevin Quinn had some issues yesterday with the rear brakes. Oh, it still looks like he's still trying to find the balance in this brand new car. As Kevin Quinn fires down outside the house, gets it done. Oh, just about keeps it on the tarmac.
Well, and again, getting the feel for the car and developing it as you start to actually use it in anger as opposed to fiddle with it in the workshop. That's something every racing driver or every racing motorcyclist understands. Nothing is perfect out of the box, and even if it is, it can be more perfect, and that's all part of the development of this car.
100%, yeah. We always talk about seat time with drifting. It's all about being in the car, getting that feeling, that sensation you were talking about earlier, Martin. You know, learning the car. We always like to say we're learning the quirks, because you drive your a road car every day, you know the noises it makes, you know the way it turns into a corner. When you drive a race car 4 or 5 times a year, you kind of really don't get those feelings. It takes a long time. So the more these guys are behind the wheel of the car, the more they understand them. And these guys, they're super professional, they understand them. But again, it still takes them that little bit of time to get used to these new chassis.
Just a thought, is there anywhere where they do drift corners and drift events where the conditions are really, really cold? Because I can presume that throws a whole new curveball into the mix.
We've been very fortunate this year in the Drift Masters European Championship. We've been blessed with weather so far. We went to Mondello Park in Ireland for round 1. We've just done Austria. Exquisite weather. There's 2 ends of the playing field. These guys either like it as it is today or nothing else.
Yeah.
Because
temperate. Yeah.
We was in Austria last weekend. It was 32 degrees outside the car. The drivers were reporting it was over 60 degrees by the time they get the overalls on, the fire protective helmets, the boots, the gloves, the whole show. They're saying the cars were so hot, it was unreal. Luckily, we don't really go to anywhere that's too cold. We're off to Sweden next week for round 3. And the guys are saying the weather there, quite stable, 18, 20 degrees, so not too bad.
Yeah, I, like everybody else, you don't want it to be too hot because the tyres suffer and the drivers suffer and the cooling suffers, and when you've got 1,000 horsepower under the bonnet, everything needs cooling.
Exactly that.
And too cold, well, yeah.
Now, Kevin's rather lost it there at the top of the hill. There's supposed to be 3 donuts around the barrel with the illuminated lights on, but not illuminated as yet. And is he? Well, he's just backed out of it completely. He's not doing the parallel parking, but you know, as you said, 8 weeks ago this car didn't exist, so that is a truly phenomenal job.
Yeah, I think Kevin Quinn had an issue there, maybe a drive shaft. Very, very common for these guys to break the drive shaft because you're locking the rear wheels. It's easy to slip off the clutch and just instantly break a drive shaft. As you can see on the start line, it is our superstar from the VT, James the Machine Dean.
You say superstar, he's just the bloke driving the car. He wasn't superstarring in, that was you.
With those slow-mo edits, I'm gonna never live that down with my friends.
Milk that for all that you've got.
Well, you want to get spectacular. This is going to be the man to watch. It is James Dean. He is the 18 international drift championships underneath his belt. He is one of the most decorated drifters in history. He holds a Guinness World Record for the longest tandem drift. He is an incredible talent behind the wheel and a man that had a queue of people waiting to see him earlier on.
And he's about the most laconic motorsport character I've ever met. He gets out of the car, it's as though he's literally just parked in the company car park.
We always say it's like James Dean's going down the post office to pick up a letter or a newspaper because he's always so chilled. There's no stress. A very, very nice young man. And look at this from James Dean, full commitment as he makes his way up the hill. He said, once again, another driver saying that the Foz hill climb is one of the most favourite events of the calendar. He says every year he looks forward to that invite, and you see James Dean making the most of his trip up the hill past the Flint Wall.
Well, actually he's making the least of it because he's comfortably the fastest guy we've seen so far all the way from those barrels. So he's carrying a lot of speed, and again, that's all part of it. You know, when you're on a track, particularly when you're tandem drifting, when you're battling against another car, being able to match their pace is, and then match their moves is a really important part of a drifter's art.
Yeah, and what these guys are very, very good at doing is knowing what the driver is going to do in front, because they are inches. Sometimes we have wing mirrors touching wing mirrors, and they are 80 kilometres an hour going around a corner. They're very, very good at understanding the next move of the driver and anticipating their move.
Yeah.
So there we go, James Dean illuminates all of the proximity sensors on that wall ride now, going to get into the barrel, and you can see those green LEDs flickering as they make their way up that pylon. No doubt James Dean's going to get the top one done. There we go, he goes for one more spin around. He's going to get lost in the smoke for the wall ride. Can he park it perfectly? Oh, and he doesn't. He has to work at it again. James Dean getting the job done.
Well, that is a man at the top of the tree, and again, I'm sure hear an interview from him shortly, but he never, ever fails to impress at Goodwood.
No, he doesn't. He is the superstar of the show. So there we go, door open, and I think one of the last of our drivers is Paul Smokey Smith, the 2012 British Drift champion in this incredible Maxxis Tyres Jap Speed GT86. Makes his way down. Look how close he gets the back bumper to the hay bales there. Paul Smith not scared to throw this short car around.
GT86, not a widely used drift car, and actually, maybe you touched on it right there. Shorter wheelbase. You know, the even E30s, E30, 36, 46 BMWs. Obviously, the Silvias are very, very common, and the Supras coming in, but not many GT86s.
More in Europe. We find a lot more of these cars scattered around Europe. They're becoming more and more popular because now the price of a used GT86 is coming down, and the aftermarket packages now available are becoming more and more frequent. These cars becoming more affordable for these guys. I explained yesterday, these guys pick up a road car, strip them down to a bare chassis and then fill them with all the gear necessary to do the job. And now 86 is becoming more popular because of how short they are on the front. It's more of an understanding of where the wheels are as a competitive car. So you get the feeling that you're sitting on the rear wheel almost because they're such a short chassis, but the wheel is so far back, you don't have to worry about that, having that perspective of how far away the back bumper is.
The overhangs are much shorter, aren't they? Definitely.
Again, another quick run, about 2.5 seconds down on the pace at this point of James Dean, but neat and tidy. But of course, it could all go horribly wrong at the top of the course. Through the finish line, but then the run through those hay bales and into the top paddock area. And this could be a point at which he picks up or drops off. Let's see.
Yeah, Paul Smith really needs to nail that wall ride, get the pylon done and park it perfectly, and then I think we'll give him a really good score for this, because such a nice young man.
And a brilliant start, those first two corners, just immaculate, so super sideways through turn one.
Who do you think bought Ian beer last night at dinner?
Nobody yet.
Oh, what?
We'll find out tonight who scores higher tomorrow.
Well, listen, judges are easily bribed. Cake, absolutely a given. So cake in the commentary booth, and, you know, a beer Ian's way in the evening definitely is worth an extra 500 points.
Well, look at this. Paul Smith gets it done. Absolutely clinical. 4 lights on the wall ride done, and look how quickly he gets those lights illuminated on there. Parks it perfectly. I'm going to go for a big score. I'm going to give him a 750.
I'm loving that. And that just flowed all the way off the wall, right around the pylon, parked perfect. That was just one long fluid move. No recorrections at all. That was fabulous.
Now we're on the stud bikes we had up the hill earlier with the rider touching, leaning down and touching on when he was cornering. But the show, it doesn't matter whether you're at the top of the hill, the middle of the hill, in front of the house, or up in the top collection area. And that is something I certainly couldn't do intentionally when I was a lad.
No, I mean, you say that these drifters are kind of crazy. I think these guys on these bikes, what they do is absolutely phenomenal. We talked about balance.
Yeah.
This now is another level again, because the balance to keep these bikes drifting, on one half is just phenomenal.
Again, we're looking at a further lack of imagination of what could go wrong. At least with your guys, there are 4 wheels. You know, you don't fall off a car.
No,
100%. He's got 2. Frankly, he's using 1 wheel, most of the time.
Look at this. Yeah. Unbelievable. The skill, the talent these guys have, and to get these cars done, unbelievable.
Well, let's go up to the top of the hill, because Ed Foster is live with the Drifting Stars.
Kevin Quinn, it was looking like a pretty good run there, but a few problems in the top paddock.
Yeah, the car had a water temp limit, so the car wasn't getting too warm, but the limit's set too early, so we'll have to go and turn that off for the next one. We were enjoying it up until that.
And what happened to the back here?
I guess just too much flames out of the exhaust. Too close to the bumper.
What a wonderful way to lose a bit of bodywork. Look, we're going to crack on. Kevin, thank you. We've got James Dean here. They've all been told to get back in the cars, but we'll see if I can just quickly say hello to James Dean. I'm sorry. James, that looked like a pretty clean, good run.
That was fun, yeah, very fun. It's pretty fast. You know, we tried to do it as quick as possible, and the barrels are in slightly different positions today, but we just took it as it came and pushed as hard as possible. But I really enjoyed it. Great crowd here today, and I hope they all enjoyed it.
Did you see any of the barrels, the new positions on the way down, or was it just a complete leap of faith?
It was a leap of faith because they were just setting them up as we were going to the start line. So as I came around the first corner, I could see the first 2, so knew where I needed to position the car. And the rest were quite similar to yesterday. So it was only the first 2 corners that were different, and the rest was quite similar. But I had a lot of fun.
James, thank you so much.
Pleasure, thank you.
Right, we got maybe another couple of seconds. Let's see if we can chat to Tessa Whittock. The cars haven't quite gone yet. Tessa, I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in. That looked like a pretty good run from the top here.
Not too bad at all. I'd lost a bumper, but we lose body panels rather easily, so it's not too bad.
Watching the drifters, it seems that you always shed bodywork. It's just part of the experience, no?
It is, and also we would like them to come off rather than bending things, really, I would say.
So what have you got planned for the next couple of runs then?
Well, probably change my tactic a little bit, go a little bit quicker, a little bit harder, because I think we need to put on a better show.
Tessa, thank you so much.
Lovely to see you too. Bye-bye.
Well, what a lovely crowd the drift drivers are. I said James Dean was laconic. He's actually more laid back than that, if possible.
I mean, there's a reason why we say that he looks like he's just going out for a daily drive. He is so chilled, and I think that really helps him in the car because he doesn't really get worked up, he doesn't get stressed. We've seen those iconic shots of drivers getting out of the car, throwing the crash helmet around. There we go, the scores are on your screen. James Dean once again illuminates the scoreboard with a 9,508 point, and closely followed up by Tetsuya Havino, Paul Smith in third, and Ahmed Daham in fourth place.
It is tight at the top, isn't it? I mean, and that's, you know, the thing here is that you've got guys that are all extremely close in terms of their ability and their performance. So, yeah, there's going to be some game upping, isn't there?
Well, it's
Certainly.
not often you see Baggsy down in 7th place, so he's got to get a bit of a go on. There's a little bit of a rabble rouser.
He needs to impress the judges more, is what I'm going to say.
I understand.
Cake
and beer may be the answer.
Cake and beer are definitely the answers, but he will do it the traditional way by raising his own personal bar. Yeah, I'm not sure he'll be at all happy with being 7th. So first round of qualification. Thank you to Ian. And we will look to see a lot more entertainment from the Gymkhana boys and girls in round 2.
When I was racing, Helen was always by my side. We've been married for over 60 years. In 2015, Helen was diagnosed with dementia. It's a cruel disease with no cure, but I want to change that. Let's beat dementia together.
Never miss a single lap of the Moto America season. Moto America Live Plus allows you to see races, qualifying, and practices of 8 different classes of racing. Enjoy coverage from 11 racetracks on your browser, Roku, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. See up to 8 hours of live racing per day or watch on your own time on demand. Sign up today for Moto America Live Plus at MotoAmericaLivePlus.com.
was the last time you saw the world in a new light? A new electric experience is coming to you. Introducing the all-electric Genesis GB60.
On the start line is the glorious sounding Aston Martin of Phil House.
Yeah, it is 6 ProDrive built cars, aren't they? The Aston Martin Rally GT cars. That's some noise coming down the rally straight. Big 4.3 litre V8. It's absolutely fantastic. But again, sports cars and rallying, as we watch Shelley talked and Julie Murphy. Nice job round there, Shelley. Yeah. You can see why she was ladies champion so many times. And she has a huge amount of experience. There's the Aston Martin over the flying fin and down through the gearbox. Brake lights coming on. But people like Stefan Sarazan, who've driven Aston Martins, ProDrive Aston Martins, on predominantly tarmac events where they're better, not necessarily see them so much on the loose. Although, as I say, with the Wurswicks and their Ferraris out there as well. Great to see the long line of sports cars, and great to see a Mercedes out. They're not the best rally cars in the world. They've been good tarmac rally cars. This is the 16-valve 2.3 litre version. The story behind those Mercedes is that essentially they were getting beaten by the Cosworths, by the Cosworth Sierra and so on, and they wanted to come back at them, and Cosworth engineered that car. That was the Aston Martin Round Delta. And people like Danny Snowback used them on in the snow and on ice racing and so on. But when they first tried them out, they did a one-make race at the Nürburgring in Tabor for the Grand Prix. Guess who won the race? Ayrton Senna. And proved that car in tarmac form. And it's been used occasionally on rallying. And there are some road rally examples, but it's great to see, because I think that's John de Heide, isn't it? The Dutchman in that.
Jan de Heide. I mean, he's been coming over here. He has that lovely Alfa Romeo GTV. Absolutely stunning. Now, it's not here this year, but it's an amazing car.
Stunning? You normally say stonking.
Yes, I say that as well. I see Mark Donnelly's making an appearance in the R5 Fiesta. It's the first time we've seen Mark. Mark, a former Pirelli star driver, and has dabbled a bit in rallycross in the last 18 months. Looks as though Graham and Craig Middleton have got the issues fixed in the Mitsubishi Mirage. And on the start line is Dave Pavley with Max in the passenger seat. I can see them. Our cameraman doing a really good job looking in. Car number 37.
Sorry, Zav, say that again. Who is Dave Pavley behind the wheel now? Is it Dave behind the wheel? And who's that in the passenger seat?
Dave's behind the wheel and Max.
That's Max.
Max Pavley.
Okay. But we saw Jade as well talking to them. Jade Pavley. She was talking to them earlier on, and she drove that car with Lee McKenzie in it earlier for the TV piece. Yeah. Which. People who are looking at the stream now will be able to see on ITV4, for example. There's the P. Well, no, I thought I saw a glimpse, but I'll shut up. There's the Mercedes again. Mercedes we know about in Formula One, Mercedes we know about in sports cars, not so much in World Rally or rally terms, but they certainly had a good go with that 2.3 litre 16-valve Cosworth engineered car. Now, Mitsubishi Mirage, we had a good look inside of that. Our cameraman Rich gave us some great views on the inside of that particular car. It's got short wheelbase, it's quite high up. It didn't do that well overall, so did that mean it didn't have the commitment of Mitsubishi?
No, it wasn't a Mitsubishi-backed scheme. From memory, they tried to get homologation for it and didn't because it wasn't backed by the factory. Any backing was unofficial, but there was a Swedish businessman whose name escapes me, decided to operate and run a few of them, and there was a few made their way here into the UK. There was a few that regional championships in Sweden and Norway, and this particular car hasn't been run in the last year. As coming down into the oil drum is Dave Pavley.
Joe, what was nice there, and that's a really, really good job.
Nicely done.
Well, it was only a couple of years ago that Polestar were the new kid on the block, but now they almost feel part of the furniture here at the Festival of Speed. And they've got this fantastic stand here showcasing the Polestar Precept. Now, this is their four-door concept car called the Precept. It's got fully electric, as is Polestar's way now. They started off with the Polestar 1, which was packed with tech, but it was a hybrid. Now it's fully electric for Polestar. And as well as this sort of high-tech electric, they've got a lot of sustainability within the car. The car seats and the carpet are made from discarded fishnets. And Polestar have got a bit of a habit of making their production cars very like their concept. So if you want to see what the production version of this like, have a look what's going up the hill in camouflage. Polestar 5 is essentially the production version of this car, or at least very close to it. And as you step over to here, we see another concept from Polestar, the Roadster concept. It's the same aluminium unibody, but of course open-topped. Very stiff, very rigid. You see this lovely front tine, and you see a little bit of those design cues that come from the company under the same name, Volvo, with that Thor's Hammer headlight design there. And the cool thing about this car, it comes with a drone that sits on the back deck, and you can set the drone to basically take off when you're driving, and it can film your drive wherever you are. Sort of really nice, cool little thing that it does. And Thomas Ingelath, who's the CEO of Polestar and a designer himself, has a habit of making these concept cars into reality. So don't be surprised to see this car in production form before too long. Going into the stand here, we get to Polestar's bread and butter, if you like, the Polestar 2, but it being Festival of Speed, they have to bring something special. So they've brought this intriguingly named BST version of the Polestar 2, and it's really a performance version. Polestar have always been quite good on their performance. They're very economical electric cars, but this one comes with adjustable Öhlins dampers, Pirelli P0s, and the Brembo brakes. So getting that little bit extra performance out of this car, which has become quite a commercial and critical success for Polestar. And you see these on the road all over the UK at the moment. So Polestar now very much part of the furniture here at the Festival of Speed.
So thank you very much to Tony Giardini and Xavier McCartan up on the rally stage, and David Green going to yet more fascinating places. And we're looking forward to the next batches of cars going up the hill, the cars going down towards the start line. Martin, again, we're in position that asked the drift cars just being tucked away into their paddock, and finally people could breathe without their noses being filled with rubber particles.
I wonder how long it is before you can actually start changing the wheels, because they must be absolutely molten, the rubber on those tyres.
Yeah, worked hard, and actually, as you point out, Martin, normally to the point of destruction.
Yeah.
And you can see James Dean didn't do some of the spins as he came down the hill, because I think he knows that his have been taken to the ragged interior, to the strands beneath. Still a couple of the cars going for spins in front of Goodwood House. The barrels, of course, removed. They were there just for the drift cars in the drift Kana, but soon we're going to go back to celebrating 50 years of the M division of BMW, an astonishing record and a brilliant assembly of cars.
And wherever you are, if you're not immediately trackside and you can actually hear commentary, don't forget, go out and help yourselves, buy yourself a programme. It is an absolute work of art. It is a proper masterpiece. It's more than several monthly magazines worth of content in it. Not only does it tell you what's going on this weekend, where everything is, where you are, but it's got lots of backstories with it as well. And you get a free radio with it, so you can listen to commentary as you wander around. Download the Goodwood Racing app and you'll be able to find out where everything is around this enormous venue. Meanwhile, a chance to catch up with Elise Christie, the former British Olympian.
Well, you may recognise this woman next to me from short track speed skating at the Winter Olympics, and you'd be right in thinking, yes, there is no snow here at the Festival of Speed. So why is Elise Christie here this weekend? And it's because she's made the transition to a new sport behind us, which is ESC, which is Electric Scooter Championship. It's the new brainchild from Alejandro Agag, the man behind Formula E and Extreme E. At least it's quite the transition. It's very different. Before you were racing around on ice, now you're racing around on short tracks all around the country on this new championship. Firstly, why the move?
It came at a perfect time, really. I had a few issues with the federation this year going into the Olympics, so I thought I'm going to find another sport right now. And luckily I seen this, and one of my friends, Billy Morgan from the Winter Olympics, he was doing it, and I looked at it and I thought, this looks really fun, really fast, and I like the concept of it, being carbon neutral and gender neutral. So I love that concept because I've always been really competitive with boys. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to go try this. It looks really fun.
And tell us a little bit about it then. You kind of alluded to it there. Carbon neutral, gender neutral. It's on a scooter, but tell us a bit more about the championships and exactly what this thing can do.
Yeah, so these are faster than they look. They go 100 kilometres an hour. And when you initially get on them, you feel like how fast that is. And it takes a bit to get used to. And for me, it was such a hard change because of throttle control. I normally make my own speed for my legs, so I found it quite difficult. But I took the racing aspects from short track over. And the thing I love the most about ESC is that they haven't just gone and got loads of motorcyclists and, racers and got them in. They've gone wide variety and looked around and really thought about getting every different athlete an opportunity. So we come from so many different backgrounds, and I find that really fun to be around because everyone's very different. And then also, the gender neutral thing is amazing. The boys and the girls bounce off each other really well, and a girl won at the last championship, Sarah, so that was amazing for the females to watch that. But yeah, they're fast. They kind of are like a mixture of a motorbike and a push bike together in some contexts because they've got the throttle, but both brakes are on the handlebars. But they're really good, really safe little machines, and we wear all our good safety equipment. On the championship format, we've got 5 or 6 races planned this year. We've done 2 already. We shut off the streets, make it really exciting, and go out on the circuits. And it's kind of run like a tournament event where there's a knockout event through the rounds up to the final. So yeah.
And what's the reaction been like to these, I guess, in competition and here at the festival this weekend?
So Sion was amazing actually. We had about 10,000 people standing around, loving it, absolutely loving it. And London was great too, but I feel like it would be great to get outdoors in the UK as well. But everyone's really liking it, thinking it looks lots of fun and loving the idea of it, the fact that it is good for the world, that we're changing motorsport. And it is the first micromobility series, and we are trying to change the way that electric scooters and micromobility is viewed around the world. So yeah, it's been an amazing reaction there, and here has been really good. Everyone's taken so much interest. I think I stood for about 2 hours yesterday talking to people, explaining everything, explaining the fact we are going to try and make this accessible everywhere. We are trying to, in a year or two, have these at tracks that people can go and they can try them and they can learn on them, and just everyone can do it. And then hopefully in the long run, the championship will be the fastest people in the world, and that because everyone can go and have a go and see if they're any good at it.
Yeah, it sounds amazing, guys. This debuting season at the moment, like Lee said, she was in Sion a couple of weeks ago, a couple more rounds still to go this season. Wish you the best of luck and for your future, if it's in this or in short track speed skating as well. Elise Christie, thank you very much for chatting to us.
Thank you for coming to talk about it.
Well, yet another form of competition we are experiencing here. Great to hear from Elise Christie. So much bad luck in the Olympics in recent years. But now the Red Bull Drift brothers, Elias and Johannes, with their mighty, truly mighty isn't a big enough word, Martin, to cover what they have, the performance coming out of these BMW M4s. They had them very, very early on after the new body shape was issued. They've worked hard, super hard, to make them effective and do what they need to do. A very specific performance required for this drift speed.
Yeah, and we heard from Ian earlier that a lot of the drifters don't have front-mounted radiators now. Front-engine rear-wheel drive is still very much the way, but they have rear-mounted radiators. You can see a lot of the cars being modified at the rear for rear airflow, including and not limited to, but the most obvious visual is that coming out of the rear windscreen are the exhausts. So all of the area below the spoiler at the rear is cooling system. They don't want the exhaust running under that, making it hotter, so the exhaust comes out the top. And you're right, we've just finished, though, the first round of our Drift Corner, so why have we now suddenly got another couple of drift cars coming? Well, because we are celebrating everything M. BMW's M brand has been the byword for Bavarian motorsport for 50 years, and that is the big celebration here for BMW and for M, and this is all part of it.
And of course, they're going 2 by 2, and when you have synchronised, it's a chase effectively for the drifters. Johannes was saying there are 4 things they're marked on: their line, their angle, their speed and their style. And then if the lead car gets away, or more to the point, the chase car doesn't keep in check, they get points docked from them. But looking at these people, but certainly Johannes is one of the showmen here. We've seen James Dean doing his stuff, but out of the car, Johannes is the opposite of James Dean. He leaps around, he absolutely loves being here. But he has said there's one thing that's caught him out on their first visit, it's the crown on the road, and then the final bit before it hits the grass, it drops away more. But we're moving through the BMW lexicon of the M division. It's a McLaren, it's a long tail F1 GTR, that fabulous FINA livery on board. These were cars that went to Le Mans. They won it in 95, then the long tail version was added for subsequent years, and the BMW engine, an absolute jewel.
Well, and that's the connection there, isn't it? It's the BMW V12 behind the driver that was in the F1 road car that was then further developed as the motive power for their GT racers that raced in the BPR Global GT Series, as it did in this livery, and also raced and won at Le Mans in a number of liveries, Ueno, Klinik and so on. You'll see the Davidoff car going up as well. Steve Saper driving this car, again a BMW legend, raced for them in British touring cars in DTM, he raced for them in Endurance at Le Mans. You'll also see the Le Mans V12. And this car, this is European Touring Car Championship, late 80s. 635 CSI, it was the factory car, it was a customer car of choice as well. This car driven by Prince Leopold von Bayern, Poldi as he was known, raced in DTM, raced in European touring cars, in privately into BMWs. BMW, Bayerische Motor und Werke, Bavarian Motor Works. He is the prince. He is literally Bavaria's prince. So what else would he be driving?
Yeah, absolutely so. And he's not there because he's a prince. He's there because he's a tip-top racing driver, and certainly the European Touring Car Championship in the mid-1980s was a fabulous place, multi-class, but the 635 CSIs very, very much at the top of the tree. And always with BMW, Tyler, they did a fantastic livery. And I still think this one with the BMW 3 colours up over the roof and the bonnet and the tail is matched with a brilliant cutaway. Talking of brilliant liveries, you can't get crisper than navy blue and white, and this is very special indeed. This is Pedro Piquet in the Nelson Piquet Championship winning car from 1983, the BMW engine. Yeah, there's the clue why it's here. The Brabham BT52, the taller Pedro. His father, actually famously really not very tall at all, but would sit down in the cockpit. But Pedro, I don't think he's had much time with this car. I think he's just experienced it, and he may go faster through the weekend, but that's not the point. The fact is the car is here.
And it's being driven by a Piquet, and the helmet livery is right. It's the right shape, it's the right colour as well. And yeah, there is only one championship winning BT55, so don't bend it. I mean, it's a tiny little thing as well, and for anybody who's used to a modern race car, it must feel very restrictive, so understandably being very cautious. And just to see the car round about, And if you get the opportunity, walk around and just look at that car. They'll be more than happy to let you look all over it. Just see how tiny. That's possibly the absolute zenith of 1.5-litre turbo Formula One cars, and it is just tiny. Even compared to this Z3 GT3 alongside it, Z4 GT3, the 55 looks a tiny car.
Now this is James Hewing on board a car that's very famous indeed, Alex Zanardi, after he lost both his legs in that IndyCar race back at the end of the 1990s, and he had hand controls adapted for this for his racing return. Shared the car with works drivers from the BMW camp, Bruno Spengler and Timo Glock, and raced in the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. That's coming up shortly this year, but he's here for the show. The BMW Z4 GT3 makes a fabulous sound, but this is it being its neck being given a ring, and through Moulcom it goes up the hill. But a great car, had a fabulous rumble in period.
And it was such a crowd favourite, wasn't it? It was just a great car. Great race. The drivers loved it, the crowd loved it, and a really big part of the field.
The BMW M3 Touring, first one of those we've had for a very, very long time. This car was unveiled, its global debut here yesterday morning at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Very much a feature, an increasing feature of the Festival of Speed. And the Duke of Richmond and Gordon was the first driver to take it up the hill yesterday, and the smile he had on his face, the inboard cameras, he couldn't contain himself. He said it was a little bit hairy to start with, but by the time he got to the top, he was beaming from ear to ear. This is a very quick car indeed, the M3 Competition Touring.
Yeah. Family of four, all the luggage and the dogs, and still, 160 miles an hour comfortably in peace and quiet on the Autobahn. It is a very quick way of getting a lot of things to a far distant point.
Yeah, certainly various manufacturers have pitched into the performance market for estate cars. I think there's still a way to go there, and certainly BMW, great invention. And certainly yesterday morning, looking at the reaction of the crowd when the sheets were pulled off that car, it was thumbs up all round for BMW.
Well, M3 is such an iconic name, isn't it, these days? It started with the E30 M3, the four-cylinder DTM and British touring car racer, and continues still to be a real touchstone for performance. Looking at the Porsche 911 Hybrid here, we've got 3 different flavours of 911 being run by Porsche here, as well as the car that was the Le Mans winner 2 weeks ago in GT Pro. So there's the 911 Hybrid, we've got the 997 GT3 Cup, and we've also got their GT4 E-Racer, so pure EV, hybrid, internal combustion engine, Le Mans winner. They'll all be going up the hill as part of the further development of a car that in the 1970s Porsche were desperate to try and kill. And here's another car that we saw. Timo Scheid is driving a number of these cars up. He drove the Porsche RSK Spider up a little earlier, their LMP2 car. He also shook down this car, a 956 and 962 that we'll see. This is the 961. This is the race version of the 959. So 959 was a four-wheel drive, turbocharged 911. 961 was the road version. There was also a Dakar rally version as well, which was obviously very different looking machine, but in period, and in the period Rothmans livery, this car also raced in its class at Le Mans.
And it was one of one. Exclusivity is very much the feature there. The 959 is a car I never felt it got the credit it was due. It almost had too much performance excellence, didn't quite fit in, but the racing version, its history on the move. Going to the more modern times of Porsche GT racing, of course, has had great success the more recent years, and took the victory again in the GTE Pro class, the last GTE Pro class.
Yeah,
it's not going to exist anymore from now on, from the end of this year in the World Endurance Championship.
This is in last year's factory livery. GTE Pro again raced in the World Endurance Championship, and the drivers narrowly beaten to the World Championship by Ferrari. But they have been racing GT Porsche 911s since the car made its debut, and will continue to do so as the World Championship moves to GT3 in years to come.
Right, Timo Bernhard at the wheel. He's been shaking down many things, and he was 4.73 seconds over the first 100 metres, 105 miles an hour through the speed trap, and he's working his way on up the course.
Timo just loves this car. He loves driving these Porsches, and he is their kind of go-to factory test driver now. Michael Christensen, who races in the FIA World Endurance Championship for Porsche, also on track at the moment.
See the name on the side of the Porsche on the start line, JX. It's on his helmet as well. It's that navy blue with white band around the opening at the front. This is a car that in 1977 he took to victory at Le Mans with Jürgen Barth and Hurley Haywood. This is before Group C came round, but the 936 with its 2.1 litre flat six turbo was a fabulous car. There have been periods, Martin, where cars like Le Mans have open tops. I'm really quite a fan of them.
Yeah, and actually I was saying to Timo Bernhard earlier when we're standing by the LMP2 Spider, I do miss open prototypes. I really do. I was mistaken earlier. I said this is the 935, but of course that was the Jules car they shared with Derek Bell. This is the last of their open prototypes before they went to the 956, the 936. So, yeah, same flat six motor. That was again 911 derived. But then this car led directly on to the 956. Actually, if you look at the nose around the front wheel, the way the side pods sort of come in round it from behind the front wheel, there's an awful lot of echoes of this car without the snorkel in the 956. That family line is very clear there. And here again, this early Alfa Tipo 33. In perhaps its purest form, actually, still with the real rounded look that the car had originally before it became a very aggressive wedge.
Exactly so, and in fact, when you look at it side on, it's not long at all. Marco Cagani, who drives this car an awful lot for Scuderia del Portello, in fact, has been coming, I reckon he's probably got almost more runs up the Goodwood Hill than any other than the top 10 drivers who've ever been here. So he comes, he has this lovely silver beard, and he sits there smiling at the top of the hill, gets a coffee, comes down. But, you know, what a job to have, to be kept on hand to go through Alfa Romeo's historical portfolio.
Well, listen, when you've had drivers who have been big names for your brand, Derek Bell, Tom Christensen, Richard Atwood, you know, those guys, the fans love to see them in their cars. They love to be seen in their cars, and for the manufacturers to be able to keep that tradition alive, to remind people of your history, really important.
For a lot of people, the ultimate racing car, just for what it achieved and the way it achieved it, is the Ford GT40. Several years of gestation and battling until it took victory at Le Mans in 1966. What's the number of the door? 66. A rather nice touch there. And great to have here Jean-François Dico driving this and a host of other cars from his stables, but it just looks right. Those broad rear haunches, Martin, still stand the test of time, you know, 50x years later. Now, not so long ago, a few weekends ago, it was the Nürburgring 24 hours, and much as the winning cars from Le Mans are kept with their fly-spattered front end, so is this car. Victory in the 24 hours. Pierre Caffer, well, he's Audi through and through and through.
Well, and he's enjoying driving his car exactly as it finished the race. So look, just below the right-hand front headlight, all held together by gaffer tape. It's covered in filth and rubber smears and dead insects and everything else. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a car that has worked hard for its living, and that's exactly how it will be kept.
Now, the McLaren Artura, their new body shape, but this is the GT4 version, first seen here at Goodwood. It's testing hard, it's going down. Talked about Rob Bell at the wheel, the Geordie, and he is a lead development driver for McLaren for their GT programs. Normally races in the GT3 class, that's more power, more downforce, more everything. The GT4 car, entry-level GT racing. This car is developed in a way that it won't scare the AM driver who's setting up. It's not set up in the aggressive way that a pro driver would like, but Pro-Am racing is what has made sports car racing great.
But just ahead of him up the hill, one Jay Button, Esquire, so I imagine that Ed will be trying to catch up with Jensen at the top of the hill. So lots of big names in this group. Karun Chandok was in the car earlier on as he went up. Motoring journalist Andrew Frankel, as ever, we're just whistling past our window the Glickenhaus that finished in third place at Le Mans this year. Again, Jim Glickenhaus returning as he has done. This is his 20th Festival of Speed, and he's brought cars to almost all of them. The Davidoff car of BPR GT Championship, again another long tail McLaren F1. And Thomas Boucher, who raced this car in period, was really the man responsible for forcing McLaren to develop the F1 as road cars. Chris Goodwin, a successful racer and now successful test driver as well, the man who is charming that up the hill.
Now, the car on the start-finish line is a car with an extraordinary story, driven by Sam Schmidt, IndyCar driver, paralysed in a racing accident, and he has controlled the technology on this car and actually drives it by blowing down a couple of pipes to give the car the direction, the throttle application, and also, most importantly, within that equation, the braking as well. And what he's developed, not just to make him drive up the hill, this will enable people who have become paraplegic to drive cars in the future. Think about that. Your mobility is taken away. And suddenly, with the technology, it's not here yet, but it's on its way from Arrow. Take my hat off to Sam Schmidt.
And it's not just driving a car, actually, either, because with an exoskeleton that's been built by Arrow, he is actually starting to be able to walk again as well. And as you said, you know, controlling this car purely with the part of his body that he's still got control of, which is his head. And that's exactly the same for the suit as well. And Sam, also running his own super successful IndyCar and Indy Lights team as well. I mean, this is a man, as we said earlier, for whom the word impossible simply does not exist. And just in front of him, H24, this is the hydrogen-powered prototype that raced at Le Mans this year in Road to Le Mans, the Le Mans Cup support races. And it's all part of a development program of new technology. Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO Automotive Club de West that runs Le Mans, is here this weekend. He's driving one of the two cars here. In fact, that may well have been Pierre going up the hill. They've got their original race car from this season, and that car, which is the test mule, which is their further development car, while the race car is building up, racking up the miles.
Yeah, so remarkable the way that new technology coming all the time to motor racing, and I'm a big fan of all elements of hydrogen, so I really do think it's the way to go. So the course vehicles, very glamorous course vehicles, it must be said, at
Not
the bottom of the hill.
As you would expect here at Goodwood, whether you're here or for members meeting or the revival, the course cars absolutely fit in perfectly. So at the top of the hill, Ed Foster mingling with the great and the good. Now, the driver in period of our Formula One Turbo Brabham would barely have come up to Ed's knee. Pedro Piquet is a little taller. Let's hear from the young man.
Pedro Piquet, there are very special cars that your father drove, but this must surely be one of your favourites.
Yeah, it has impressive power, so fast. It's a bit difficult to drive here because it's even on third, fourth gear you have wheel spin, but it's always an amazing experience. And it's my first time here in this event, and it's impressive how many people. It's amazing.
And you mentioned how powerful it is, the spinning up its rear tyres. The turbo, does it kick in quite suddenly?
Yeah, it kicks in like on 8,000 RPM only. So like from 4 to 8,000, it's like a 1.5 liter road car engine with nothing, no boost. So it goes from 0 to 100. It's like a two-stroke engine. Some people know, but it must have been very difficult at the time, even like in rain conditions, to hold everything together. Because Formula One these days is turbo, but the turbo is always on. This is like a proper road car turbo. You know?
Can you imagine driving this at Monaco?
No, actually on 83 there was a Monaco race, and I think it was raining in qualifying. I don't know. For me, it's another level of difficulty. I had already some difficult conditions in my career, but nothing similar.
Pedro, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Timo Bernhard, I sometimes think with modern cars, it's sometimes hard to tell how fast they're going on TV, but you coming up the hill then, it was not difficult to tell at all. You were absolutely on it.
Yeah, the first part. I mean, it's a short track, and it's just my third time being here. But the first time with competition, it's the original car from 2018. I drove it at Le Mans, so first time I go for competition. In the first part, I was trying a few lines, and yeah, I think the third corner was a bit sideways, but it's good fun. So
it's quite an unforgiving the hill climb.
Yeah, 100%, because the surface is not completely flat, so it bumps and also like the road is like a bit cornered, so it's not like completely flat, so it's completely different than a car. When you take a car from circuit racing, for sure it doesn't fit 100%, so you have to make up for it as a driver. But it's what I say, it's good fun, and it's also like hill climb is like, you have to be on it from the first corner, otherwise you cannot put lap time.
How hard is it? Because this is a proper racer. You got slicks on. Yes. The brakes obviously cold when you start. Do they even get hot by the end of the run?
No, not really. And this is like, and the last part is quite tricky because it's also high speed and then around the wall there. So you need to know what you're doing, and also, yeah, there you need quite some trust, and you need to trust the car that everything is on temperature. So that's going to be the thrill. But let's see, it's just the second heat, and I have one more today and then tomorrow, and yeah. But I'm looking forward. It's good fun, like when you're a racing driver, even though it's like a really cool event, you have a little bit of competition in you. Everybody's like that.
Well, Timo, you're a much braver man than me. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
We're urgently looking for breakthroughs in the prevention and cure of dementia. We sponsor the brightest and best scientific talent from around the world. We're fast-tracking research by bringing Formula One innovation into the laboratories. Working faster and smarter, together we can beat this disease. Let's beat dementia together.
Well, I'm joined by 6 times BSB champion, Shane Byrne. Shane, it's always lovely to see you here. Obviously not riding this year. You had an accident a couple of years back now, so spectating. But what makes Goodwood so special that you come back year on year?
Do you know what? This place is absolutely amazing. Obviously with COVID and the lockdown, they couldn't run the event, and that was difficult because, I come here and I get to see all of my idols. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I didn't have to come this year. But when I saw that Wayne was going to be riding and Kenny was coming over, Mick was here, Kevin's here, to see them all go up the hill together, that's magical, just unbelievable.
I bet you feel a bit like a kid in a sweet shop. And have you managed to go and sit down with any of the guys that you just named and kind of chew their ear off a bit, like I know you like to do, Shane?
Yeah, no, I have actually. I feel like a kid in a sweet shop with an unlimited checkbook as well. I feel so happy to be here. It's such a wonderful event, and who knows, maybe one day I'll get to come and ride again, because I rode here in 2012, I think, maybe. And I rode my what would it have been at the time, Rapid Solicitors Kawasaki up the hill, and that was great. But I saw one of my old bosses, the late Steve Harris, just passed away actually, and he was here running Kevin Schwantz's bike, and Steve said to me, "Oh, you know, you can have a go on it if you want." And I was like, "You're kidding me, like that's one of my heroes." And he was like, "No, come back tomorrow and you can have a go." And I said, "I'm not here tomorrow." And it's like 3 hours to drive home and 3 hours to come back. And I drove home and drove back just to have a go on that bike up the hill. So I saw some people today, actually, and they've got some 500s here. And they were like, "Oh, have you got your levers here? You can have a go." And I was like, "Oh, please don't do that to me. I'd love to." But we'll see. Maybe one day.
Obviously, you mentioned you have been up the hill before. What does it mean to you as a rider to get a chance to go up this famous Goodwood Hill?
Do you know what? I'll be 100% honest with you. And the first time I got sort of asked or told to come here, I'm not very good at being told what to do, but my old boss said to me, "You're going to Goodwood." And I was like, "I don't want to go to Goodwood. I've never heard of Goodwood, don't want to go to Goodwood." Anyway, I came and I'd done that first event, and now like I just want to come back at every single opportunity. So like I said, I'd done like a 6-hour round trip just to come back and ride again the next day off of my own back. So yeah, now to get to come and to see all your heroes and to watch the cars, to watch the bikes, it's such a magical event. I think it's a petrol head's dream.
I think the Duke of Richmond should sign you up as a spokesperson there. You speak so beautifully about the festival and all its glory. Well, Shane, we hope to see you back riding up the hill in the near future, and just go and enjoy your day.
Would you like a pillion ride?
I'd love a pillion ride. Are you offering in the future?
Yeah, no worries. We can sort that.
Signed, sealed on the camera here. Thanks, Shane.
Thanks, Rachel.
Well, it is wonderful, isn't it, to catch up with some great riders and drivers all the way through this weekend. Ben Edwards and Keith Ewan back with you once again as we look forward to the next batch of machinery coming up the hill, which is going to include many of the motorbikes.
Yeah, it was good to hear from Shane Shaky Byrne there as well. I remember when Carl Fogarty was a big advocate of Shane before he actually came through and did anything meaningful. Carl Fogarty was always saying, "Watch this kid Shaky Byrne, he's going to be really, really fast." And he was very, very fast. I think 6 British Superbike Championships to his name, a class rider and a great advocate now. He's turned into a real, believable advocate of motorcycle racing and the like. So good on you, Shane. Now then, we've got the bikes coming up the hill again in a moment. This is the opportunity now to start impressing, I feel. There are 1 or 2 riders that might just start to push a little bit. They've got used to where the hill goes, but unfortunately, and you'll be aware of this because you've got the window open right next to you, it's getting a little blowy. Now, that does make a difference. Wayne Rainey, of course, in his condition, in his position, this may be tricky for him if we've got a crosswind.
Yeah, well, it's going to be fascinating to see Wayne Rainey coming back up. Hopefully, the man who is, as you say, has been through so much ups and downs in life, paralysed from the chest down, and yet riding his motorbike back up the hill at the Festival of Speed. It is a momentous weekend to see Wayne Rainey riding up here. And Keith, you were lucky enough to meet up with him just a little bit earlier this weekend. Let's hear all about that chat together.
The Festival of Speed is about legends, both from cars and from motorcycles. This year, they come no bigger than Wayne Rainey. Rainey was a dominant figure on his Yamaha in the early 90s, winning 3 500cc Grand Prix championships. It was then, in 1993, while chasing a 4th consecutive title, that he suffered a career-ending crash at Misano in the Italian Grand Prix. It's been 28 years since we last did a television interview together, and at that point I asked you what was next for Wayne Rainey. It was the only thing you stumbled on.
Yeah, Keith, when you put it that way, that was a long time ago, and there was a lot of unanswered questions back then. But there was one message that kept coming to me every single day. I want to get back on my GP bike. I want to get back in my leathers, and I want to be able to ride it on a racetrack. So it's really incredible that I'm here at the Festival of Speed in 2022. going to ride my 1992 World Championship bike.
I mean, we've got Schwantz here, we've got Doohan here. Everybody is here to see Wayne Rainey.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I never thought that we would all be together, Kevin and Mick and myself. I don't think we're all going to be battling for the first turn, I don't think. So it's going to be a different experience, but it's one I'm looking forward to.
Let's talk about the bike. It is the bike, the 1992 World Championship winning bike. Perhaps you can give us a bit of indication how you've modded it for your riding style of today.
It does look similar, but it's quite different. I lose feeling from my chest down, so I've got those tank pads. When I lean against the fuel tank with the pad, I get some sort of sensation of what the bike's doing. But really, the only feeling I have is when I'm kind of idling the bike. I can feel it in my hands. To shift up, I actually have to hit the kill button, which normally shuts the bike down. But this shifts the bike up through the gearbox. The most difficult part, I think, is the initial takeoff. I don't feel the balance part, like when the bike's starting to tip one way or the other. If I can get it going, I think I'll be okay. I think I could finish it out.
This is history being made here at the Festival of Speed. A big moment then. Wayne Rainey leads the grid. Everybody at trackside. It is a sight to behold. You would not believe that this man is paralysed from the chest downward.
I'll ask you again, 28 years on, what's next for Wayne Rainey?
Well, this time, Keith, I think I can answer that. It's time for me to get it up the hill, get it up to the end, and just enjoy the whole experience, because if there's anything that I've thought about or achieved in those 28, 29 years that since we last spoke, this is going to be by far the highest one for me personally. So after that, I'll be cruising.
Well, that was a fabulous chat, Keith. Really lovely to hear from Wayne, and we're going to be seeing him going back up the hill, and Steve Parish is down there as well.
Yeah, he's amongst them, isn't he, Steve Parish? He usually does get amongst them. Kenny Roberts Senior, I should say, here, of course, father and son, world champions at 500cc level. Kenny Roberts Senior is there, Kenny Roberts Junior is not there. Steve Parish just in the background. Nambasan, you see the man with the yellow letters behind? He was pushed off Wayne at the start of it, and if you can look back in that clip, if you've got it recorded, I love the way he jumped up and down, leapt in the air and clapped, because that launch was all important for Wayne to get that perfect. And I think there was a lot of trepidation, should we say, in that situation. Also, Nambasan said to me that Wayne Rainey was the man that started his heartfelt career into motorcycling, and he wanted to be able to give something back to Wayne, to see Wayne enjoy this day as much as he has done. It meant, I think, as much for Nambasan as it did for Wayne at the launch yesterday.
Fantastic.
So Kevin Schwantz on the left-hand side of the bales there. Roberts, who is an absolute legend, a hard man on a motorbike. He could ride a garden gate faster than most people could even think about riding a motorcycle. The bloke is an extreme. Kevin Schwantz, of course, the man that went on to win the 93 world title after Wayne Rainey crashed out while leading the championship by some 11 points, I think it was, back in the day. And Steve Parish, well, Steve Parish, I suppose, I mean, Steve Parish is a quality rider, by the way. I mean, I'm a bit flippant with Steve because we have that kind of relationship. But the fact was that he very nearly won a British Grand Prix, and he fell off on the final lap while leading a British Grand Prix at Silverstone. And that must be one of those reminders that he hates to hear. So there you go, Steve, I got you again. There is a Parish motorcycle, a Sheen motorcycle, going back to the Yamaha days of Sheen as we work our way down through the order, and we'll have John McGuinness out there as well. You can see John McGuinness in the background. Nice that he actually admitted to his new teeth. He's had a new set of railings fitted, and they're looking rather well. Who will be the dunce, I wonder? When it comes to, well, you do anything to keep the sun off your head, I suppose. Joey Dunlop's motorcycles down here, look, the number 3s, 2 of them. I think there's a third one as well that we've got being ridden up the hill. This is going to be really, really very interesting. And Peter Hickman on the left-hand side of the group, and here's another Joey Dunlop machine. So plenty that we've got to look forward to once these bikes get themselves into formation to come up the hill. I don't think we're going to see anything too dramatic up there. I mean, the track is a little dirty now. And we're working our way down to Maria Costello. Maria Costello. Now, I was on the understanding that Maria was going up the hill with Fei Ho in the chair. that's obviously not the case. So FHO Racing's, that's Henry Cole. Anybody that wonders who that is, we've seen him many times on various TV channels doing motorcycle programs. I loved his one on Ducati, actually. So there you go, Henry. That was a great show. But Maria Costello, the driver of this particular outfit, I'm a bit surprised. I think that's her regular passenger who wasn't scheduled to be here. Now, forgive me, because I didn't follow that too well on the Isle of Man, but that motorcycle, a ZX6R engine in it. Sunder Sam, now there is a man that's tough.
He was entertaining earlier, wasn't he?
Well,
The way he was picking it up.
You want to do the Dakar? This is how you do the Dakar. Try and work that out. It wouldn't be any good for me, I can tell you.
It's a bit more simple going up this hill, isn't it?
I think so. I think he might know the way without having to look at the scrolling map that's on the front there. So
he's certainly entertaining, and they'll be doing lots more wheelies going up the hill.
Well, Peter Hickman will be on the back wheel as well. I mean, the endurance bike again is not easy, but Peter Hickman will be pulling massive wheelies out of a massively powerful. It's his TT bike, which may mean it's a little longer. The same with the sidecars actually, because they were a little longer in the wheelbase. They engineer them so they've just got that slightly slower, lazier steering on it.
Let's go down to join Rachel.
Parish then, I've just managed to grab you. I was just looking, where is your bike? It's over there, the Suzuki.
There with, of course, the number 7 on. It is actually a genuine Barry Sheene bike from 1975, and it was really the bike that inspired so many people to ride the Suzuki 500s. He developed the bike, and then we all ended up racing them. So it's a wonderful bike, priceless really, and I'm really honoured to be on it here at Goodwood.
Priceless and proud moment as well?
Yeah, I'd love him to be here for obvious reasons, but we went back a long way, and I still think of him every time I get on something like that. And with the array of superstars and champions we've got here this weekend, it's a hugely emotional time. It really is. Yeah, I mean, us bike racers are supposed to be tough, aren't we? But I've had a bit of a tear in my ear, in my eye all weekend. Yeah.
We'll enjoy it, Steve.
Yeah, I'm going to, very much so, and it's just wonderful for everyone at Goodwood to put all this together. It's been brilliant.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
So Steve Parish has got a tear in his ear. He'll be reminded of that when I see him in the bar a little bit later on.
Lovely to see him here, though. And Steve, a man, of course, who has raced all sorts over the years. He was teammate to Barry Sheene, but he was also a great truck racer.
So was I.
Yeah.
Didn't do me any good. Tough man to be teammate for, I've got to say.
Barry Sheene.
Anybody that's a team leader like Barry Sheene doesn't treat the teammates too well. Stavros, I always felt Steve Parish, Stavros to his mates, and anyone that hates him as well, of course, but Stavros to everybody. Steve Parish was a better motorcycle racer than I think showed when he was racing. When he went to trucks, he was the star that we expected him to be. So Steve was always a bit in Barry's slipstream, which I always thought was a shame.
Let's get back to Rachel.
Kevin, Kenny and Mick, of course, down here, all three of them legends. We just spoke to Steve and he was saying there's so many world champion riders down here on the grid and just getting to relive some of their historic moments on their race-winning bikes. I mean, what an opportunity.
Why did you talk to him?
Kenny, you're going to come first. What?
Why did you talk to Steve?
Mate, being British, the Americans, I'm going to come to you second, but you're on the front row. If this was a race, this is the front row of the grid here.
When I came here, very polite.
Kenny's telling me he's very polite.
But they worked on me.
Kenny, you went out yesterday with Wayne Rainey, I believe, first up. I mean, what an experience for you.
There's no words that describe that. It seems like 35 years is just gone. I'm riding with Wayne again, and it's I can't describe it. It's like I never thought that this day would happen. And it's just like all them 35 years are gone. And now we're back with these guys riding up the hill. It's amazing.
Kevin, we'll come over to you as well. I mean, yeah, it's such a moment, isn't it, being at Goodwood? For those people, this is still a rivalry going on down here. I mean, I don't really know.
He speaks English.
Shall we see if he can give us just a quick word? Kevin, can you speak English to us?
Absolutely.
I mean, just tell us about riding up the hill today and what you're going out on.
Well, it's no different than it ever was. Kenny Roberts is the guy in charge. Wayne Rainey, I get to follow him like I used to do when I raced. Every now and then he'd let me slide by and win, but to be back on motorcycles with Wayne is amazing. Mick and Kenny, having them here as well, it's a really special moment.
Mick, I'll come over to you finally as well. It does feel like, you know, on the front row, your man, Kenny's still going down here, guys. Man on pole position, it looks like. If this was a race, what would your approach be?
Kenny, he put his bike there. So, but
You're P2 then, going up, front row of the grid.
Same back in the days with Wayne as well, P2. But anyway, but look, it's what a great event. Great to be here with Kenny and Kevin, and especially Wayne. To ride up the hill like we did earlier today was just magnificent, and really I'm just thrilled to see Wayne enjoying it and being part of it all. It's just magnificent.
Well, that was quite hard work entering the three of these guys. I assure you it is friendly competition down here on the front row, as we're calling it, on the grid. Kenny Roberts, of course, is on pole position. Good luck, Kenny.
I'm the oldest one. He's going to hurt me.
Kenny is a real character.
Oh, Kenny's the toughest out of the lot. There's
You
no
can
doubt
see
about
that.
it.
And he's been a great team boss as well as a great champion.
He's old school, and we love him. He's done so much for the sport. He dragged it from the olden days into the modern era. The KR3.
He had some big arguments, didn't he, with the bosses of the sport? He almost set up a completely different
championship.
championship.
That with the time Barry Coleman, who wrote for The Guardian, I think it was originally, and Kenny Roberts tried to form a breakaway series, and because the promoters, the FIM, were not looking after our riders as well as they should be, they tried to set up a separate Grand Prix series. Kenny Roberts was at the forefront of that. The only time that it didn't come to pass was because the FIM turned round and said that any track that runs one of those series will lose an FIM licence, and so therefore they couldn't. But Roberts forced them into, very much like Jackie Stewart did with safety.
He got a bit banned as well, didn't he?
Well, I mean, that doesn't work for me in any way, shape or form.
No, I mean, he did the right thing for riders because they weren't being looked after properly at the time.
And then we moved into the Mike Trimby era, where Mike Trimby formed IRTA, the International Race Teams Association, which now means that our tracks are the safest there are in the world.
Yeah, so they
the
were
safest series in the world.
Like you say, to Jackie Stewart's who's here this weekend, similar kind of characters who had to make their effort in the sport to make it a better sport.
You had to take a massive risk. Jackie Stewart took a massive risk career-wise. He didn't care, and the same with Kenny Roberts. As you can tell, he doesn't care.
No.
He will stand on your toes if he needs to.
So you can see that. But it's wonderful to see these guys, and then talking about how it is to be together after nearly 30 years of competing against each other.
Mick was the latest one of those. Of course, how I would have quipped back if I had been him, count the championships. Mick had 5.
Indeed.
And was absolutely... Mighty Mick was phenomenal. I mean, his son now in car racing, you'll have dealt with him, I'm sure, and going pretty well too. But Mick, entrepreneur... You need a brain at this level. It's not just about riding a motorcycle flat out. I think people get it quite wrong when they deal with motorcycles. They think it's a bravery thing. It definitely isn't. At this level, it's calculation. It's analytics. It's about being Wayne Rainey. It's about being Mick Doohan. If you can't be like that, if you've not got a brain to work out where your strengths are, where the bike strengths are, and make them work for you, you are not going to be successful. Mick, again,
you were telling me earlier that Mick was one of the fittest racers that you'd seen when he came into the sport.
We had quite a lot of conversations about that because you and I, you came up with Schumacher as a
and it was a similar era, wasn't it? Because Michael Schumacher started in the early 90s in Formula One, and he was renowned for being super fit. And you're saying it was pretty much the same with Mick?
Mighty Mick, he was a machine. There is no doubt about it. And when he broke his leg badly, he almost lost his leg, remember, back in Assen, going back in the time.
Yes.
So he came back after that.
He could have won the championship that year, couldn't he?
He could have done again. I mean, Mick Doohan was particularly strong and made sure that he had everything going for him. If you speak to any top-line motorcycle racer, I'm going to put Philip McCallan in this in this conversation at the time. Philip McCallan, TT, Northwest 200, what has he got in common with these top-line Grand Prix guys? I'll tell you what, he takes all the variables out of it. His fitness is as best as it can be. The mechanics are the best that they can be. You take these variables out, and then you come down to raw talent to make it work on the track. You don't put any other variable into it. So Ian Simpson on the right-hand side there, John McGuinness on the left-hand side, Davey Todd with his back to us, the Milenko Honda Paget's again. Paget's come up in every conversation because Clive Paget and the family of Pagets from Batley, they've sponsored and looked after so many top-line riders and racers over the years. All of us at some stage or another are indebted to Clive Paget and his family, and that continues.
A lot of these bikes that we're looking at are celebrating the Ulster Grand Prix, of course, as well, aren't they?
Well, I think that's more to come for the 100th Ulster Grand Prix, which unfortunately didn't happen this year. The Ulster region couldn't put it together financially, so it didn't happen. But we've got the Ulster Grand... Well, obviously, when we get to Joey Dunlop's versions here, probably the most famous Ulsterman of the lot. There's an interesting motorcycle. Ray Stringer's... You talked about the rotary engine that we were talking about earlier on in the sprint cars, in the drift cars.
Yeah.
Well, that's got a rotary engine in it as well. Always had great difficulty in how to measure that, to quantify the horsepower. CCs is what we go on as a restrictor in most of these classes. And, of course, with a rotary engine, it's a little bit more difficult to measure. You can't be sure.
Rather lovely Honda RT45.
There's the Gas Monkey FHO Racing. Now, the owner of this is Fei Ho. Fei Ho, granddaughter of Dr. Stanley Ho, who owns all the MGM casinos and some 40-odd casinos. I think he owned out in Asia region at one time. And Fei Ho is the granddaughter, and she owns that particular team that Peter Hickman runs. David Hickman, of course, was his dad, who was another TT rider and another short-circuit rider as well. So...
Yeah. Lovely to see some of these machines, some of them more recent ones, but some of the older ones, and then back down to the sidecar again.
Yeah, I was looking for Michael Rutter. I don't know where Michael Rutter's gone, but mind you, at 50 years old, maybe he's gone to the loo again for the third time. You know what it's like. I certainly do, even if you don't, Ben.
Maria Costello getting ready to come up.
Yeah, and she was supposed to be the passenger was supposed to be FHO's Fei Ho. And she's got all the gear as well. There was, I think her fiancé, Stuart Higgs, MSVR race director and series director for British Superbikes, said took pictures of Fei's latest gear.
Well, we've got camera on board as well, so we're hopefully going to get some fun pictures. Let's go and rejoin Rachel, who's with Corinne Chandok.
Well, Corinne, I was trying to find you this morning, and there was a car and no driver in it, so I guessed it'd be you because you're always chatting to people down here, aren't you, at the beginning of the hill? But tell us a little bit about this car because it looks beautiful.
Well, first of all, you couldn't find me because I was there taking pictures of Kevin Schwantz, Wayne Rainey and Mick Doohan.
Well, I've just been having a conversation with them and it was quite chaotic, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I was in super fan mode, but no, it's a beautiful car. Obviously, it's a 1962 championship winner, which Graham Hill drove. It's known as Old Faithful because the car actually ran across 4 seasons in Formula One and won several races in that period. And yeah, it's quite special to be here sharing it with Damon as well. You know, Damon's a friend of mine who I've got to know very well over the last few years. So to be here sharing a car with him, a car that his father won the World Championship in, is pretty special.
And being a winning car between 62 and 65 is quite unusual. It really wouldn't happen now, would it?
No, and that just shows, right, the rate of progress in the sport. Now, the car's a 1-year-old car. On the modern Formula One grid, it would be at the back of the grid in the following season. And whereas back in the day, they could stretch cars out, frankly, even into the 80s sometimes. They could stretch cars out across at least 2 seasons. Certainly in the 70s they could. But, pretty unique. I have to say, it's the first Formula One car I've driven without seatbelts. It's a little bit confusing, and it does take some getting used to. When you press the brake heading up into Moulcombe, and you move forward, and you think, I'm going to brace myself for the steering wheel. That's a new experience.
It still feels pacey?
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, it's obviously a lot slower than modern cars, but considering the time, considering the safety, considering the tracks they raced on, I'm sure it felt pretty quick to them then.
I'm sure it feels the same pace without those seatbelts. We'll have fun in it, Corinne.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, so we shall see Corinne heading up the hill shortly, but we are seeing that front group now beginning to get ready.
Yep, and it's the 2-strokes that will rule away. Now, anybody that's a little old school loves the smell of 2-stroke. What am I talking about? 2-stroke motorbikes, of course, it's the oil in the fuel mix, so it's burning oil as well as fuel, and that's the smell that we all get for anybody that's up trackside that wonders what on earth that stink is. It's something that we all bow down to and revere because we don't get it anymore in these environmentally friendly kind of eras that we're on.
And a lot of car racers love it if they started in karting, because of course in karting 2-stroke engines were used.
Well, we talked about John
years.
Button earlier on today, didn't we? John Button was a 2-stroke tuner. Now then, the man we were talking about earlier about safety, Jackie Stewart, is with Rachel.
Well, you might recognise the man next to me who looks like he's about to have a nap. It is Sir Jackie Stewart, of course, and you do look very relaxed sitting down here, very snug, I should say, as well.
You'd come a few minutes ago, I was fast asleep.
Is that how relaxed you are to go up the hill then this time out?
Very relaxed indeed. I don't go very quickly. I just cruise up there.
And tell us about this machine then that you're getting the absolute honour of going up the hill in today.
Well, this is a fantastic event. There's not a question of cars anywhere in the world that matches this. And the Duke has put together something amazingly special, and he gets the best drivers in the world to come here, so I'm very happy to be part of it.
Well, you look very happy, you look very chilled, so on that note, I'll let you enjoy the rest of your time on the hill.
All right then, best wishes.
And you.
In one place, Jackie Stewart, we've got a lot to be grateful for him across motorsport as well, because of that safety angle as much as what he's given us as a performer.
Yeah, definitely. He's in a car, actually, the same car the same type of car he raced back in the day when he was starting out in Formula One. He had a good result at Spa in that. But let's focus now on what's happening up front, because Wayne Rainey is on his bike, getting ready to go.
Well, they have to prep him, because what happened in that first run this morning is they didn't quite get him millimetre perfect, sat in the seat and strapped down properly. And when he launched, the bike just went off to one side. And because of the feeling that he has, only from the chest up, it meant that his reactions are just that little bit behind what's going on underneath him. Obviously, car drivers, bike riders, all deal with their feet and their backside to feel what's going on around you. He doesn't have that feeling. He's got Shimano foot pegs, just like normal push bike racers have, and he clips his feet into those Shimano foot pegs. His knees are then strapped towards the tank, and he's got a pad on the tank at the top of the fueling area, as it still was in this era. Of course, it's not anymore. The fueling is underneath the bikes now, but the fact is those pads, he can feel that vibration through there and which way the bike is particularly pointing. The rest is done through his arms. Now we have Tony Matic up front, Machida up front. We've got Howard Gregory at the back on the starter. All the other bikes to start out. Kenny Roberts to the left. Number one, Wayne Rainey, middle of the grid. Nambasan there, the man I was talking about earlier that absolutely loves. And Schwantz trying to get in front first. Schwantz then trying to move up. Kevin Schwantz, the big rivalry between those two. They came through flat track, they came through superbikes, they came into British-American transatlantic trophy races against each other, even though they were on the same team. Rubbing shoulders and banging heads and not particularly liking each other back then.
I was going to say, because really at that time, I think they both felt maybe only one American would get to that level, but they both did. There we go.
Only mature. I'll tell you what, that was like ice hockey then, or whatever that curling. No, it was like curling, where Nambasan sent Wayne Rainey off, and that was a real launch then. Like, Wayne Rainey really dumped the clutch and got out of there. These two-strokes have got a very small power band, 2,500 RPM or thereabouts, that's mainly usable. Mick Doohan rolls in behind him. Wow, that's a shot. So the man that really was the forerunner to Mick, Mighty Mick became the man after Wayne Rainey was taken out of... Oh, Wayne Rainey's gassing it up. Have a little bit of that. So Kenny Roberts on the Proton, that's the KR3, the three-cylinder prototype that Kenny Roberts' own factory developed and made, the three-cylinder triple. Kevin Schwantz, well, he's a legend. Everybody loved Kevin Schwantz.
It's sounding amazing, and that's not just the bikes, it's the people. You are absolutely absorbing this, everybody here at Festival of Speed. It's wonderful to hear you. Look at the clapping, look at the shouting that we're hearing in the commentary box. It's wonderful.
I think everybody's cottoned on to just what a great event this is and what a great man Wayne Rainey is. If they didn't know him before this weekend at the Festival of Speed, they certainly will know all about him by the time we finish it, and what an achievement the man has made. 90, 91, 92 consecutive, 3 times 500cc Grand Prix world champion Wayne Rainey on the number 1 machine. Leads off Mick Doohan on the number 3 machine. The 99 is the KR3 of Kenny Roberts Sr., and then it is Kevin Schwantz bringing up the rear.
Is it 12 titles between this lot? Isn't that about right?
It's about
5
right.
plus 3 plus 3 plus 1.
I'll leave you at that bit. My mathematics is absolutely rubbish. I rode motorbike for a living.
But what an amazing group they are. You know, all those titles between them.
And what an absolutely broad range of personalities. Mick Doohan went on to be a massively successful, oh, look at this, entrepreneur. The number 3, he's got a jet licensing company in Australia. Hang on, Kevin. That's cheating. Hang on,
That's
Kevin.
typical Kevin, though, isn't it?
How unbelievably competitive are these men still, even the ripe old ages they are. Kevin certainly hasn't worn quite as well. It's quite interesting that Kenny Roberts from California, of course, as is Wayne Rainey, are having a go at the Texan of Kevin Schwantz on the other side of the country to some extent.
Well, that was absolutely wonderful to see. They've all made it up to the top, and Wayne Rainey safely getting up there, despite being paralysed from the chest down. He's still riding the bike up the hill beautifully well. And now we're going to see a whole bunch of other bikes heading out. Some older bikes, some bikes from the mid-70s. We've got the Sheen bike in the background.
Yeah, the Yamaha of Barry Sheen. That's a 500cc Yamaha, and again, it's one of those motorbikes that
It's a tricky motorbike to ride. I think Chris Richards, he owns it and he's riding it as well. The
what a
YZL
problem.
500.
It's not running very well.
Well,
that's a
what
shame.
happens. Two-strokes are, you can't sit there with them just burbling over because they oil up a plug or something like that. They're not really difficult motorcycles, but you've got to give them full throttle. You've got to give them lots of right hand, if you like, to make it work. The number 4, it looks like a Lucanelli Suzuki that's coming up next, a factory RG 500.
I think it's Nigel Everett again, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Nigel Everett, famous spanner man, getting himself ready. You can always tell Nigel by the nose. Come on, Nigel. So Lucky Lucanelli, another world champion, another 500cc world champion. This is Nigel Everett that's going to be preparing and riding this motorbike. Good spanner man, Nigel Everett. He's been around for a long time. And Mick Grant, he was Mick Grant's right-hand man for quite some time. I saw a Honda Britain bike. I don't know whether it's a static display or whether we're going to be seeing it going up the hill later. But some interesting motorbikes back in the paddock.
Quite a few from the Sammy Miller Motorcycle Museum. He's got an amazing collection of bikes. It's a wonderful place.
Sammy Miller is a great man. And again, the kind of stuff that he's got tucked in his, well, I'll call it Sammy Miller's barn, but it's a bit more than that, obviously. It's got a lot of brilliant stuff in there. Nigel Everett, well, known as a spanner man, not perhaps known as a particularly fast rider, but we'll see whether Nigel's going to give us something shocking, like a big wheelie up the hill. That would impress me. And these bikes are well capable of it, but because there's no traction control, because there's no wheelie control, there's no ride height adjusters or any of those things like we've got in modern day MotoGP bikes nowadays. These are obviously the forerunners to MotoGP. 500cc Grand Prix bikes were the premier class back in the day. To give you a clue, my 500cc factory bike at Hockenheim, for instance, was 160 miles an hour, and within 5 years, a normal 600cc production bike went round as fast as we could on road tyres.
We're looking at a Gilera. Now, Gilera was the key bike to have back in the 1950s. They did so much winning.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you go back to the day, I've been looking around to see if Giacomo Agostini is trackside to see where he is as well. The MVs as we moved into the 70s, but really, you're right, Gilera were a bit like in the cars when we were talking about earlier on. You go back to the really instrumental motorbikes that made the difference at the time, and celebrating 100 years of the Ulster Grand Prix, of course. I think that's an HRD Vincent, isn't it? And is that Henry Cole that's on that? It is Henry Cole. I'm fairly sure he knows how to ride a motorbike as well. He does actually amuse me sometimes with...
Lovely machine, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'm glad you didn't say that about Henry.
Vincent Series 8. This is from the National Motorcycle Museum, this bike.
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular. There's a Grand Prix 500 Triumph there. I think, is Alan Cathcart on that? And again, another man that... Yeah, that's Henry Cole's style, He's a bit of a knee-out kind of guy when he rides a motorbike, which I always find amusing from a road rider, because, road riders, it doesn't really make a lot of difference, to be frank with you. You're not Barry Sheen or Marc Marquez, whichever is your favourite man to pick on, Valentino Rossi. I'm glad no one's doing the doctor's dangle, by the way. The doctor's dangle, Valentino Rossi in the braking area, sticking his leg out, and which effectively forces your body back into the seat, therefore giving you slightly better braking.
It's an amazing engine in this as well. You can see that sort of V-twin. There was such different designs. So many of the the original Nortons were just single cylinders, weren't they?
Is there anything that's really new, when you go
it's
to
all
V-twins?
been done, hasn't it?
Yeah, you look at the 90-degree V-twins of the L V-twin, if you like, of the Ducatis that came out before they changed the... Here we go. Let's have a bit of that. Now then, that's the Milenko Honda. And that must be Davey Todd, I would guess. So Davey Todd then, up the hill. Now Davey Todd is a new, not that new actually age-wise, but certainly a man that is coming exceptionally good on the roads at the moment. And trying to make sure that I've got the right guy on it.
It's one of Barry Steele's bikes, isn't it? But I wasn't sure who was on it.
Yeah, well, I think it might be Todd. That's why I was, again, when people change helmets down at... oh, here we go. Yeah. There's only one man that most people come to see when it comes to the TT to start with. He's a big old boy nowadays. He's 50 years old, but he is still exceedingly fast. It took him a long time to get to the point where he was going to get some new teeth, which he has. And, yeah.
Look at the lift. Beautifully done.
with this kind of horsepower and the linear power that a modern-day four-stroke superbike gives you, it just makes it... I won't say it's easy, of course it's not easy for it, and you need to be a little bit careful that you've got enough room to be able to play this game.
So John McGuinness really having fun.
And we're not seeing any stoppage yet either. I like to see the odd stoppage. Here we go.
Right, yeah, we've got the sidecar of the virtual brothers, Tom and Ben.
They will be going for it. They'll lay some rubber down, just like the drift cars, these boys. They're not scared of anything. Look at that, bit of inside curve as well. And they'll be catching the solo boys up because the sidecars are prepared to put it on the floor.
You were talking about it getting breezy. I know it won't affect the sidecar so much, but the breeze has really just picked up. Is that going to hurt the guys on the bike?
No, not the little pace they're going at the moment. It might mean they have to put a wheelie down a little earlier if they get a gust across and you just drop the front wheel so you've got a bit more grip. What worried me was Wayne Rainey going up the hill, just if he got blown off course a little bit. We know the way the camber goes at each side of the road here. Oh, look, the Virtuals have caught up.
Yeah, that's EMC Road Tracks, I think, isn't it? The bike they're coming up against. Certainly pretty close. They're going to tuck in behind. So rapid round the corners.
I'm not sure it is. I thought that might be the Rotary Norton that's coming up there first of all. I can't get a good look at it. Yeah, it sounds very much like the Rotary Norton.
Across it goes. Yeah, I think could be right actually. That's not the one I was thinking it was. And here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, Sam Sunderland.
Sam's on it again.
Doing his stuff. This man is very entertaining to watch. So make sure you've got a good view. Look at him go. Not running too high a tyre pressure on the rear.
I've never been real keen on endurance bikes. They're very difficult to ride in certain circumstances. But I'll tell you what, this man, Paris-Dakar or whatever the Dakar is nowadays, this guy is exceptional. You imagine navigating the kind of things he has to navigate on a bike. You fall off on those things and you are going down the sand dune at 80 plus miles an hour. It's a big deal.
I wonder if he could do the sort of other version of what Terry Grant's done here in the past, of going up here on two wheels. Could he do the whole hill on one wheel?
I would be fairly confident that he probably could. I mean, you go back to Dave Taylor back in the day, if you remember him, there have been riders that have done the entire TT course, 37 3/4 miles, on the back wheel.
Wow.
There are some stunt riders that drop the front wheel out, so they only ride with a rear wheel in it. I hope we don't see that, because that is a mistake.
Beautifully done. This is all good fun and lovely to see. Oh, we've got one of the bikes being pulled over to the side.
I'm afraid that's one of the classic bikes that's definitely gone off to the side.
Hopefully they can get it out of the way. But here he comes up the last part of the hill.
Out of the bales and into the sun comes Sam Sunderland then. Legend of his sport. He is a legend. Yeah, a load of clutch there. To get it up in the air, you had to spin the clutch a little bit and then dump it. So you get a load of revs and then dump the clutch to pull it straight up. You don't have to bother with that on a superbike. You just twist the throttle.
Wonderful to watch. So now we've got a few cars heading up the hill. So it all starts to get a little bit busier once again. So we're starting with the Formula One cars from back in the day. And a lovely view of these earlier. The Connaught V-Type. We've got the number 14 Ferrari heading up the hill as well. Saw this doing its stuff earlier on. Another classic machine. This is the 407 Ferrari of Nick McReynolds. This is the D50A, and this was another classic with its side tanks. The time when Lancia and Ferrari were combined briefly before it was all Ferrari doing in the future. But a very classic looking machine. We've got plenty of cars from the Grand Prix greats coming up. We're on board with Karun Chandok now in that BRM he was telling us about, the P578.
Great camera. This gives a real perspective from a driver's shoulder arc point of view, and you can just see how quick it's going. This is a bit more like it, isn't it? It's very difficult when you've got cameras that are quite a long way away from the cars. We've got a zip wire that's up above us as well that's been spinning up and down here. That gives you a bit more perspective on the what they've got to achieve through corners. It's good with the drift cars, that's for sure, but they're not hanging about up this hill. It's 100 mile an hour plus for a lot of them.
Yeah, let's have another look at this on board. He did say he wasn't going to go mad. No seatbelts, of course.
You wouldn't want to get it wrong. That must be... Actually, when he said that, I remember thinking, oh, that must be feeling odd. It's a bit like riding without a helmet on, I would imagine, not having seatbelts for these guys, because they normally... The Formula One guys are strapped in so tight
nowadays, so really alien. Here's Jackie Stewart. He's woken up in time to drive up the hill.
Yeah, he has. In the BRM P83, the BRM designed by Tony Rudd back in the day. And it was originally used in the H16 engine, 3-litre, which was never very reliable, unfortunately. And so they had some problems with it. But Jackie Stewart, Graham Hill, raced these cars back in the day. Reliability was always a bit of an issue for them. And Hill was replaced by Mike Spence at the team. Jackie got a second place at Spa, and Mike had several fifth place finishes back in that year. And it's lovely to see Jackie heading up the hill. 3-time champion after that. That was all when he was alongside Ken Tyrrell, of course.
But of course now it's all about the dementia charity. Yes. Now it is all about supporting Jackie Stewart. He's given us so much to cheer, so much to look forward to, so much safety enhancement through the years. A lot down to Jackie Stewart. Now it's time to give a little bit back and support his charity. Obviously Lady Helen struggling in the situation that they're in now. It's a cruel, cruel way to spend your later years when you should be enjoying them. And Jackie Stewart, within his lifetime, he says he wants to find an advancement. Maybe not a cure, but certainly that would be a bonus. Jackie Stewart really banging the drum. And anything Jackie Stewart says, for me, goes.
Now, this is lovely to see. This is one of the Tolmans. We've got 2 Tolmans here this weekend. And this one is the car that was actually raced by Ayrton Senna. I think the first one's already gone up the hill. Callum Lockie at the wheel of it, I believe, at the moment. And this was the first Formula 1 race car for Ayrton Senna. He did 4 races in 84. It's actually a 1983 designed Tolman, but he raced it in the first 4 races of 1984 until they got the new car ready. And he got points pretty much early on, with a couple of 6th places at the start of that season, and that was the start of his career. Of course, later that year, he then went on to nearly win in Monaco, but by then he was in the 84 version. This was the 1983. We've got a red flag. That's the other Tolman.
Yeah, where it doesn't want to be.
Yeah, and that's Alex Brundle in the car.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's gone in there. That must be broken down and he's pulled to one side, I would guess. That he's rolled up the hill and found one of the few gaps there are, just before the Flint wall, perhaps.
Yeah, does look like a mechanical issue. This was a weird-looking machine, wasn't it? And Derek Warwick raced with Tolman back in the day as well.
I love the way you mentioned nearly won the Monaco Grand Prix. We were talking about a little bit of French bias earlier on, I think, in the olden days. I think when we were talking about Radio Goodwood earlier on. And that reminded me back then, there seemed to be certainly some kind of a conspiracy against the likes of Senna. First time I ever saw him.
The time that Prost won that race, you mean? Yes.
Yeah, but let's tell you, like it was just that. Anyway, we won't go there perhaps. It's a slightly negative time in Formula 1, perhaps. First time I saw Ayrton Senna, Macau, Formula 3.
Oh, wow.
And I watched him on TV, and I'd never seen anybody drive a car like it. I don't know about these things, but it's funny how you can look in and think to yourself, wow, that guy looks particularly good. And Senna went on to win in Macau, and he looked spectacular. Bikes race on a Saturday, cars race on a Sunday in Macau. Of course, I'm laying in my hotel still completely out of my bonds after we'd had the bikers party on the Saturday night, and we find as you focus in on the noise that's going on at the track around you, and you tune in your TV to watch the likes of Senna doing what he was doing around there. Spectacular, man.
Yeah, no, he was spectacular. Funnily enough, first time I ever saw him drive was a Formula 3 car as well. And, yeah, so memories are the same. But McLaren, of course, a team that he had a huge amount of success with. This was before he actually moved to McLaren, the car that we're about to see coming up the hill. But later on, McLaren would be absolutely critical to him in terms of winning championships. And Senna would go on to win 3 titles with them, of course.
Ron Dennis, he's a man that you either love and you hate. I actually love Ron Dennis. I love the way he went about his business back in the day, to try and juggle all those balls in the air at one time, to try and manage the egos and the situation, the politics in the sport back in that particular time. No wonder he turned into someone slightly harder when it came to opinion.
Yeah, well, it's actually, this is quite fun. This car we're looking at, the MP41, which raced in the early 80s, and John Watson won the British Grand Prix in McLaren MP41, and John is around. We saw him earlier. Lovely to see Watty here today.
There are two places on earth where you can be slightly politically incorrect: Essex and Northern Ireland. And I love John still has that sense of humour that fits in with me as an Essex boy.
Yeah, we were commentating together, me and John, just recently again, as we have done for many, many years.
Used to be my guest on IndyCars back in the day as well. And John just has a... Do you know what? He still has that wonderful enthusiasm. And it's something that you can't dial out of somebody like John Watson or any other top-line driver at the end of the day, but he still will stand and talk about the minutiae of any particular car, any particular situation, and that enthusiasm, that passion is so catchy.
Let's go up to talk to Ed Foster. Oh, Ed is in fact chatting to Karun.
Karun Chandhok, I sort of slightly feel like you're a 6-year-old in a sweet shop, walking around the shelves, choosing cars you like to drive. You just come up the hill in this. Very different from the 962 you're in. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is the 1962 World Championship winning BRM that Graham Hill won the championship in. It's known as Old Faithful because he drove it across multiple years. I think it was 4 years, in fact, and won several races and of course, the championship. So, yeah, very special bit of motoring history. But, I mean, if you stick the camera in the cockpit, you'll see this is the first Formula One car I've driven which doesn't have seatbelts in it. And I have to say, that's a new experience. You know, you get a sense of the respect, appreciation for what they had at that time, right? You know, you're sort of bracing yourself against the steering wheel and you're moving around, and when you brake, you're moving forward, and you're just trying to prop yourself up. But yeah, I mean, a beautiful car from the Collier collection in America. Just a lovely bit of F1 history. And listen, I'm parked here with Sir Jackie Stewart behind me, another BRM. I mean, this only happens at Goodwood.
And they're very light, very sort of delicate cars. I guess you got a sense of that coming up the hill, because it's not like it's got a massive V8 in the back.
No, exactly. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of power, if I'm honest, compared to cars from the 70s or the 80s. But as you say, it's obviously very light. So and because you're so exposed and you've got the skinny tyres, the car's moving around. So it's just a different skill set. You know, and this is the thing. It's so hard to compare drivers from different eras because the skill set people like Graham Hill or Jimmy Clark needed in that era is completely different to what, you know, people like Fittipaldi needed in the 70s or the modern era of Lewis Hamilton. So it's just nice to experience and enjoy different bits of history.
Kareem, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karun. Lovely to hear from you. In fact, this McLaren we are about to see is the later version. So I was talking about the MP41, but this is a later version. This is a version that Senna did race back in the day. Beautiful car, and wonderful to see it. The MP45B heading up, and you can see it has a real style to it. You can remember Senna driving this car. You can remember his crash helmet sitting in there, the MP45B. So this was the 1990 car with a Honda V10. The Senna and Berger were teammates in these cars. And Senna had 6 victories that year. And, 10 pole positions as well. So it was the second title for Senna when he was driving this MP45. It's lovely to see it heading up the hill with Rod Garofal, experienced driver himself, taking it up today.
Yeah, you can tell the guys that are used to driving vehicles like this, can't you? Because they're actually quite quick up by the flint wall. The most frightening part of the course, I think, for anybody, coming up there into the darkness where the trees overhang. He wasn't hanging about, that's for sure. Giving it a bit of a workout.
Yeah, lovely. That's a very simple design, very
like
clean
those
design.
simple lines, you know. I think that
more complicated when you got to 2010, and we saw this earlier on, the later McLaren.
Look at motorbikes nowadays that have got all these bits and bobs hanging off, and they look more like spaceships than motorcycles. You look at the Ducatis, the factory Ducatis.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Evolution within the rule book.
Yeah, absolutely right. And nowadays, of course, this year they've actually reduced the number of little extra wings that you can put on the cars. At this phase, 2010, they cut it back a little bit. I remember looking back to a couple of years before that, the sort of 2008 championship winning car for Lewis Hamilton had even more little bits all over it. But this aerodynamics, of course, is crucial. Still, it is the most important thing in Formula One, and the new rules of aerodynamics this year still causing a few problems, as we all know, with what's been called porpoising.
We've gone there as far as MotoGP are concerned as well with the aerodynamics, and now when they start to take the aerodynamics off to try and find a little bit more straight line speed, it's really messed up the handling of the car. So you can have some sympathy for Hamilton's team this year.
Here we are. Now, this is the recent Mercedes. This is a 2019 car, this one. So, and Esteban Gutierrez is driving it this weekend. He's reserve driver for Mercedes Formula One, and it's lovely to see him out. He raced for Sauber in Formula One for a couple of seasons. He was test driver for Ferrari briefly, but now he's with Mercedes, and you're looking at the Mercedes-AMG F1 W10 EQ Power, to give it its full name. It had 15 wins, this car, in 2019, on the way to Lewis, taking yet another of his driver's titles. Esteban Gutierrez is demonstrating it to us here today. Lovely to watch.
It's amazing how long these cars are, and the pendulum effect of trying to make a 360 donut like he just did. Once you get the pendulum swinging, it must be a right job to judge it dead on to get out of it, I would imagine.
Yeah. Only a couple of years ago, but everything moves on so quickly. I mean, the Mercedes now looks so different to this car, of course, because it's built under the new rules. But when it was like this, they were winning everything pretty much. They had such a dominant time. 15 wins in total they had with this car that year. So very, very impressive. Now you're looking at a driver from a Formula One car in something a bit different. Jenson Button's driving this one.
Well, they kind of knocked 30% of the power off yesterday for his first run, didn't they? But this time I get the feeling, judging by the way it just launched off the line, that they might have given it a bit of full power.
Yeah, well, it's...
he's nicely clipping the grass as well. Bit of dive on the brakes. Oh, we're going to have it. Oh, here we go. Jed. You can't keep a good man down, can you? He's still a great driver. Oh, it's going to be spitting stones into the grandstands. A little bit messy. I think the Duke of Richmond might not enjoy that.
I'm not sure actually it's Jenson in the car this time, because Oliver Bennett's sharing it with him. It's Oliver Bennett in the car this time, so they are sharing the car over the course of the weekend. Sometimes it was Jenson who drove it earlier, but I think it's Oliver who's driving it now, so he's got a bit more, he's obviously enjoying the fact that he can chuck it around a bit more. But it's a fascinating machine, and you're going to see these in rallycross. It's like a one-make series in rallycross. They're going to produce a lot of fun and games.
Oh, here's a classic.
Yeah, that's right. What a beautiful Golf McLaren, just heading up the hill. And the car, as you say, just brings back many memories. We're seeing some of the Group C cars that will be heading out onto track. And this is the F1 GTR. McLaren F1, of course, was built as a road car originally, but then became a very successful racing car.
Well, the first person who ever took me in a McLaren F1 car was round Silverstone, Jonathan Palmer, of all people, the man who went on to own the MSVR circuits along with his consortium of friends. And JP, back in the day, quite a Formula One driver, quite a driver that used to like scaring people like me. He wouldn't go on the back of my motorbike, but he did get me as a passenger in his F1 car.
Yeah. And Gilmore just showing that car off in it. The Golf livery, of course, which we've seen back with McLaren in recent years as well. It always seems to work so well. And looking fantastic. Across the line, we're going to be seeing the practice for the timed runs coming up pretty soon, actually. We'll be seeing everybody attacking the hill a little bit more aggressively.
You don't think? Yesterday there were one or two that were fast, but you get the feeling that there's going to be just a little bit more action.
It'll gradually build up as we go through the course of the weekend, of course. So that's the end of that particular batch, and now we will be looking forward to the timed runs coming up pretty soon. The course cars are heading their way back up the hill after we enjoyed some wonderful motorbikes on track, some Formula One cars from different eras as well, bringing us right up to date with that 2019 Mercedes that we've just been witnessing.
All the motorcycle team techs and the like have to obviously go up to reconfigure the bikes to bring them back down again. Some of them, some of those two-strokes need to be checked over before they come back down the hill as well. I mean, with the Wayne Rainey situation, obviously his crew had to be at the top of the hill as well, ready to catch him when he got to the top. That was quite critical. It's a slightly different protocol that Goodwood have had to manage with Wayne, obviously with his needs that he has to have, the room that he needs to maneuver, the room that he has to have to get the bike into position is important, and he's got twice as many team members looking after him.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So an opportunity now for us to go and join Ed Foster, who's been chatting to some of the drivers who made it to the top of the hill.
Emanuele Pirro, we caught up earlier, but you've just come up the hill in this ex-Senna McLaren. It says Senna on the airbox, but it could also say Pirro because you have a special relationship with this car.
Yes, absolutely. I've been developing driver 88, 89, 19 and 91, and this is 1990. These were special days for me, of course, but also, yeah, for the whole Formula One, you know, Senna versus Prost, and leaving it from inside. McLaren team was really state of the art at the time, and I don't know why, but I hadn't driven a McLaren since, so I was waiting for this moment a long time. And this car in particular, this is a championship-winning chassis, the one of the crash Senna and Prost in Suzuka. So very, very, very special. Thankful to McLaren, thankful to Lord March. It's a special day for me.
And there aren't many drivers who'd still fit into their original overalls.
Yeah, it's, you know, the helmet feels loose because I lost a lot of hair, but the overall is cool. And I just wanted to wear it because, again, you know, it's hard to describe, but when you sit in something that you know so well, it is really like going back in time. I don't have a good memory in general, but I remember the feelings of every single race car, and we did tons of miles in Suzuka with this car, so yeah, cool. I wish I could push a little more, but that's fine.
Manuele, thank you.
Thank you all.
Sammy Miller, Stuart Graham, it's lovely to see you both again. Sammy, you always bring such a wonderful collection of bikes. You said you've got 3 here. What have you brought us?
Well, we brought them from the museum, and it's really an honour to bring the AJS Porcupine, the first bike to win a World Championship, 1949, because there were European Championships, and then they become World Championships. And Stuart's dad won the first World Championship on that bike.
What a wonderful bit of history, Stuart. It must be lovely to get on something like this.
Well, yes, it's just nice to memories. You know, in my 80th year, to ride my dad's championship-winning bike is something special, and it brings back a lot of memories. I remember when they were new.
It must be a bit like choosing between sort of 2 children, but what do you prefer, bikes or cars?
Well, I feel safer in cars, I have to say. But no, I mean, bikes are great fun, and but parading them is about right for me now. I wouldn't want to race one anymore, thank you. But no, they're great fun, and you never lose your love of anything with wheels on it, really.
And Sammy, we're talking about the Porcupine here, but what about the other 2 bikes?
Another historic bike, a works BMW Rennsport, 1954. The great Walter Zeller almost won the World Championship on it by 1. He lost by 1 point to John Surtees, and really that isn't half the bike that an MV was. You know, quite difficult to ride with a centrifugal force, but great history. And George Meyer won the 1939 TT and similar bike, first German to win the Allemand TT on a BMW Rennsport. So fantastic history, you know, and great honour to have them in the museum. Great honour.
Sammy, Stuart, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ed.
So Jackie, a very warm welcome to the Festival of Speed again, the top paddock. You just come up the hill in this car. It was a very complicated piece of machinery, this, wasn't it, even in period?
Yeah, it was a very heavy car. It took a lot of fuel and oil. I tell everybody that it carried more water, fuel and oil than the Queen Mary. So it never really was very competitive at the time. I finished second once at Spa, but in the rain, because it mechanically was pretty fragile. So it was a difficult year, put it that way.
And how is it running okay today?
No, it's not really doing its best, but you know, these cars don't get out very often. This one's homed in Austria. The gentleman's here, and he's got quite a collection of cars. So he was with me last weekend, actually, at an event that was running up in Scotland, and he asked if I could drive it, which I was very happy to do, because PRM had a lot to do with my life.
Now, Jack, we're obviously I'm a huge Formula One fan, you're multiple world champion, but it's hard not to be moved by Wayne Rainey, Kevin Schwantz, Mick Doohan and Kenny Roberts, isn't it?
Just wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I just saw him, and I was working with ABC's Wide World of Sports when he was at his premium, right at the top, and they asked me to ride his bike, and I had never ridden a motorcycle. And I started this thing off, and anyway, of course the acceleration was so rapid, it goes up on one wheel, and I didn't know what to do with it. No, he was a hero and a wonderful driver. To see him today as enthusiastic as he is, and still wanting to do the climb, I think it's just wonderful.
It's wonderful. So Jackie, thank you.
Pleasure.
I'm Danica Verzaski, professional tennis player. I can do this and this. I can even do this. But sometimes this is hard. Too hard. Technology makes my life better. That's why I am working with Arrow Electronics to develop the Wheelway app. Wheelway uses real-time edge data, cloud compute, and machine learning to find the best route, wherever I want to go. I am racing forward. Always forward.
Talking reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight? You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you trying to eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey.
If you haven't been up with us this morning and you're thinking what's going on, is this year for the first time we're using the stage, the rally stage direction, opposite to the way it normally is. Led to believe that's because next weekend the Red Bull Air Show is here, and it is more easy for the organisers in terms of getting ready for that we run the stage this way in terms of the layout. So Andy Harrison, nice job, because it didn't look like it was going to turn in.
I think at last minute he got it broadside, didn't he, to the hay bales on the outside there. He got away with that, did Andy Harrison, and let's have another look at that. It is a big car. It is a big car. You see him cranking on steering angle there. He's got the handbrake on. Yeah, just a little kiss of the hay bale.
I think I saw the co-driver clapping his hands as well.
Off to a flying start, and just look at the dust cloud as the cars get away off the line. And then there's the Pavley car. I think Dave Pavley is behind the wheel. And Max has been sitting alongside him before. Jane Pavley is here as well. One of our top young women rally drivers, and came along with a Jaguar special 1 year.
Yeah, the F-Type, and she had it up and down on the hills, sort of women in motorsport and Jaguars foray into motorsport. Notice an entry here, quite interesting. We did see William Crichton earlier in his Peugeot. I noticed that Max McRae is sitting alongside him whenever their run comes up. Leaving the start line is Mike Storer and Chris Champion in the Sunbeam. We can see the Rover SD1 on the start line now, as we see Ollie Mellors shoot back in under the trees, heading up towards the stage finish. Car number 85.
Oh, he's really hanging it out, Ollie Mellors there. And that is the Proton Iris, the R5 car, which has been using in British Rally Championship rounds, and you tell me, Zav, as well, they've been going into some European events. Is it French Championship events they've been doing?
Yeah, a couple of French rounds they've done. They're sort of dovetailing, I think, his British campaign along with trying to promote the car in Europe. Obviously, back on the start line now with the computer vision Rover SD1, a car synonymous with the likes of Tony Pond and Mike Stewart, Bob Foden. Obviously drove one, Owen Salvage, I think it was sponsored by, as we kick back now to Kim Mather in the Cliffords of Sid Cup, Talbot Sunbeam. Car driven by John Weatherly and our own rally director Rick Smith, who you would have heard.
Oh, look,
nicely done.
Isn't that beautiful? Great shots as well. Really see the driver in action. That's what I love. And the co-driver sitting on tight, thinking about the next instruction. As soon as you get round the 360, get the power back on up that little hill there. What a glorious looking car. That makes me think of Henry Toivonen and 1982 in the RAC Rally, and his big breakthrough win. Yeah, Talbot Sunbeams Chryslers, a great competition department, and one of its top navigators at the time was Jean Todt.
Yeah, went on to form head of Peugeot, run the rally team, also Ferrari, and of course...
Yeah, Jean Todt, who'd been the president of FIA, was voted in second time, and Ben Sulayem is now our new president of the FIA, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, and Robert Reid is his deputy. So all new hierarchy in the FIA, started in earnest this year, but both from rallying, but both love the world of motorsport, and they are now heading up the governing body of the sport. So again, you can just see those air scoops there on the RS200 that's sitting on the line. As we look at the Talbot Sunbeam, I rallied a Cheetah engine version of that for about 2 years.
Yeah, that was the Brazilian block version, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Very, very bulletproof. James Davis in the RS200. Now, if you are joining us up on the rally stage, where there is a huge collection of rally cars running from the late 50s, mid to late 50s, all up to the present day. Not all the cars are on the stage. I do urge you to come up and have a look. We have a 037, we have a Lancia Delta S4, we have the unicorn of rallying, the Citroen BTX 4C, a Jean-Claude Andre car, and a few others that will not be on the stage because of their rarity and value, but they're here and on display. Come up and have a look.
Well, I've gone for a wander now away from the start of the hill, because it's always somewhere to come to try and find some famous faces, and obviously I found someone over here. W Series driver Abby Eaton. Abby, I just saw you having a chat with Gareth Thomas over there. Just quickly explain what you were chatting about in the Tough Talks tent by Ford.
So basically, Tough Talks is kind of a series of interviews with kind of sports people, comedians, basically people that are from the LGBTQ plus community, and it's just about raising awareness that, you know, there is still kind of issues within the community in terms of acceptance and equality and inclusion and all that kind of stuff. So it was just having a conversation about kind of my experiences in motorsport, not only as a member of the community but as a female in a male-dominated sport, and yeah, hearing Gareth's experiences as well is pretty cool.
And you are now obviously in the Women's Series, the W Series. You were first a little bit of a critic of it, now you're very much in favour of it. How have you made this season so far?
So this season started off a little bit differently to my usual season. So end of last year I actually broke my back. So all the off season has been about rehab. I was in a brace for like 4 months. So my kind of outlook really on this year is just about building strength again and, you know, just getting back to where I was. So I had a lot of bad luck actually this year. I've actually done not too badly. So first race I was running sick, then got hit off, and then some car issues at the next round. So the next one is Silverstone in a week's time. So I'm hoping for some better luck.
Yeah, that would be quite special, wouldn't it? A home crowd, of course. And you've actually been doing some pretty special things away from the W Series as well. I had a little search of your social media. You were at the Queen's Jubilee driving a Jaguar. How was that?
That was incredible. You know, what an experience to have, and to be able to look back on and say that I was there. Really, it was history in the making, wasn't it? So, yeah, fantastic to drive down and see so many people turn out for it, and the weather just about held off as well. And the main thing from that was everyone was asking me, all the kids, shouting, getting involved, and they're like, rev the car, rev the car. Obviously, it's electric, so I'm like, I will, but it won't make any noise. But yeah, fantastic to be a part of.
It'll just screech instead, kids. That's what the Electric Avenue's obviously boasting as well this weekend. Obviously, Goodwood, back your Festival of Speed in all its glory after a couple of years of not having all the fans. Why is it so special?
I think everyone here we're all like-minded people. We love cars, we love noise, we love even, embracing the EV culture that's coming through. And I think actually each year now that has been a part of it, it gets bigger and bigger. I'm actually a test and development driver for Fisker Automotive as well. So, it's good to be a part of it and to see, everyone's faces, familiar faces. Every year you come back, and it's like for an instructor and for myself that work here, it's just like a meet-up once a year.
Yeah, it's a pretty special place to be a part of course. Abby, well, good luck at Silverstone next week, and thanks for stopping and chatting to us.
No worries, thank you very much.
Lovely to hear from Abby Eaton, who certainly involved in so many aspects of motorsport. Great to see. And so many of us enjoying being here at Goodwood this weekend. It has been remarkable seeing the bikes, the cars, and you all have wonderful views if you're standing around at the side of the track and hopefully enjoying the weather, even though it's getting a little bit windier now, but it's still been pretty pleasant. And if you're watching us online as well, I'm sure you're enjoying the opportunity to see some remarkable machinery, some great drivers and riders from the history of all the sport that we're enjoying. Now, what we're getting ready for, Keith, is a bit more of an attack up the hill, because we are getting ready for a sort of practice timed session for the hill climb competition that goes throughout the weekend.
Yeah, this is the sport proper, isn't it? We're getting into the situation now where it gets a little bit more competitive than pulling wheelies and drifting along, and I'm looking forward to because we've got some really unusual cars that have got a lot of power.
Are you disappointed that the bikes don't get to play in this?
Actually, no, because I know what a bunch of hooligans they're likely to be, and what can go wrong on a course this narrow with the crown of the road as it is and the like, you could find yourself in a lot of trouble. Yeah, it's live.
Oh, I'm sorry if we're getting a little bit of a problem getting some sound out. We'll just experiment. We've got maybe try the other one as well. So we'll work that out in just a moment. But yeah, so we will hear from Keith in a moment, but he was just telling me that he's not too worried that the bikes are not doing the hill climb from a safety point of view, that we're going to see plenty of cars out there.
Well, let's see if this particular mic works, and maybe if you can hear us now. Is that something a little bit more like? Well, thank you very much, folks. It might be a good thing, some of you might agree.
Not at all.
But we were talking about the bikes up on the course here, a competition from the bikes. I think that it probably is a little bit too narrow. The crown of the circuit here, the run past the Duke's house, is just too much of a camber on the edge. There's a couple of little drain manhole covers in places as well that the bikes might get a bit close to. So possibly, and I know also, well, we saw how competitive the old guys were. You can imagine what it's like if we put some young guys up here in a competition.
It could get very feisty out there, couldn't it? We, of course, we've seen various different winners over the years of the hill climb shootout, and that's what we're going to be seeing practicing in a little while. Willie Green won it, first of all, back in 1993 when this all began. Martin Brundle was an early winner, Jonathan Palmer as well. Nick Heidfeld set the record in a Formula One car back in 1999, but that record was broken by Romain Dumas just in 2019, not that long ago, 39.90.
I think the Heidfeld up the hill really made the difference for me, because that really did show just how difficult it was to keep a car that's used to a normal circuit online, because it was shaking from side to side as the camber got hold of the normal geometry of the steering and the like. It moved it around, so it was actually frightening to watch how quick Heidfeld. It was the quickest time we'd ever seen at the time, and it looked like it.
Yeah, sort of when they stopped Formula One cars really having much of a go at it, because I think they felt they were just almost getting too fast for them going up the hill. And we've seen a real variety of machinery setting the pace. I tell you what, Justin Law is one we've got to watch out for. He's in his Group C Jaguar again. He has been fastest here in that car back in 2017 and a different Jaguar back in 2013, and he was pretty quick yesterday, but I'm not sure he's going to have the outright pace initially. So starting with Timo Bernhard, another very experienced competitor with a Porsche 911 RSR. We're going with something pretty current straight away.
Tell you what, that is very, very fast in the first couple of sectors as well. He's already with us here. Straight through at Moulcombe, looking very, very quick indeed. I mean, I have to say, using all of the road, it's pretty hard to do, you know. Hill climbing is a real skill. To be able to dump the clutch and get out from the blocks, if you like, and straight away be on it without any kind of warm-up into it at all, on a narrow track like this, with the camber all over the place like this, it's pretty tricky.
He knows these cars well. He's driven it at Le Mans with Romain Dumas and Sven Muller in 2018. So he knows how to get across the line, and he does 50.73. So that sets our initial pace, and he's certainly a very representative driver. We've got some more action now with a single-seater heading up the hill to see who is going to be going up next. We've got Nick Heidfeld out there as well at the moment, I think. But yeah, here we are with the older Formula One car, the Shadow.
Fast and furious up the hill then. Everybody looking for a bit of an advantage now. This is competition time to get themselves through to the final competition. Up past the splint wall. Looking a little bit steadier up there, and you might be with the amount of things that can go wrong.
So this was a 1978 Formula One car built by Shadow, designed by Tony Southgate. And let's just see what sort of time he does. I don't think it's going to be quite as quick. No, it's not, is it? 54.24, so 4 seconds off the pace so far.
Fastest launch so far for the first 100 yards is Adam Smalley in 4.9 seconds. And he really is flying. 125 mile an hour now through the first speed trap.
Adam is a youngster. He was the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup champion last year. He was the Ginetta Junior champion a few years ago. And Adam was fifth fastest yesterday when we did the practice runs. So he's definitely one to keep an eye on.
Wait to see what he gets at the top of the hill. It's going to be a fast time, I've got the feeling. 49. It's the first of our 49s in this session so far.
Right, that's good, isn't it? So, yeah, Adam.
Oi, get on there.
Oh, this is
Pastrana.
Fun. Yeah. This is an amazing machine. Look at it.
He's not a bad driver either.
He missed out on getting the fastest time here last year just by a tiny margin.
That thing is radical. The way that all the aero devices come up to try and squash it into the floor in braking is just remarkable.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff. And it was quick yesterday, and it's going to be quick again. It actually set the outright pace yesterday.
Well, it's fastest car for the first speed trap, that's for sure. 135 mile an hour this time, so it's quick in a straight line.
Yeah. Subaru base, it's a 2.3 flat turbo engine, some 860 horsepower apparently in this thing.
Richard Lights had done the fastest time in 48.16 previously, but Travis Pastrana has just done a 47.25, right. 130 mile an hour average over the finish. So this is the weapon that we're looking at now. This reminds me more of something like you shoot from a gun or from a cannon rather than actually drive.
But look at this. This is Max Chilton now, and This is the little machine that is so rapid. It was second yesterday.
3.6 over the first 100 metres, 132 miles an hour through the first speed trap, 18.4 at intermediate 1. This thing is by far and away the quickest. It's a weapon, 29.9 at intermediate 2. What are we going to have at the top of the hill? What a vehicle. I hope they've got enough room at the top to stop.
Yeah, and you're probably thinking, what on earth is this thing? It's the Mercury Automotive machine. Electric power. How is it?
6 seconds faster than anything else so far. Wow. 41.2. 41.2?
It's getting down towards the record. 39.9. He's not that far off it.
Unbelievable. I don't know what it is about the thing. It just looks astonishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impressive indeed. We've got a few more quick cars heading up the hill as well. And this is the hydrogen-electric combination that's going to be, in the future, a very important part.
Big snap sideways.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slide. It's a big machine, too. Takes up a fair bit of space,
Well, that's the other thing with the vehicle we've just seen going up there. It's narrow, agile, and on a hill climb. Seems to have everything going for it.
Yeah, it certainly does.
41.29 it was to beat. 49.5. Ben Mitchell has gone up there.
Yeah, Ben Mitchell, always quick. He's in a Formula 2 car, and he's done well. Yeah, Justin Law is about to go, I think. Now, Justin, I mentioned, former fastest at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. He won it in 2017, but he crashed last year. So let's see whether he's going to be able to get right up there. I think it's going to be hard to beat the time that Max Chilton has set.
I would say so.
This was the last Group C Jaguar built. It was prepared by Tom Walkinshaw Racing back in the day, 1993 machine. Let's have a look. Right on board. Let's go quiet and listen. Sounded like a good getaway.
Yeah, the launch is so important, isn't it? To get over that first 100 yards in time.
Justin has sort of specialised in this Goodwood Festival of Speed over the years, and Goodwood in a way has been his thing. A lot of his racing has purely been historic racing, and doing a wonderful job. So how are the splits looking? So 22.25 on the first interval, not as quick as Max Chilton. It's a decent pace. This was the section where he had an accident. He's had an accident in the past, actually threw there nice and cleanly.
I was keeping quiet. To the top of the hill then. A little bit of straw being blown over the track as well now with the wind that picked up a little earlier on. Something that we had yesterday, and they cleaned the track up brilliantly this morning. It was absolutely pristine. You could eat your dinner off this hill climb first thing this morning when I got here. But it's just beginning to blow just a little bit of the straw over the track where you don't want it. Mind you, as this start line rubbers in really nicely, the launch is getting better and better for some of these cars.
Yeah, Ed Berrier in the James Bond livery Chevy Camaro. This is fun to watch. NASCAR machine. It's not going to be the fastest car up the hill, but it's definitely an entertaining, and it sounds wonderful. Just give this a listen. You can't avoid it. You can hear it pretty much wherever you are. And it rumbles past us.
Rattled the windows on the commentary box, that's for sure, up through Moulcombe.
It's lovely to see it with that livery on it as well. Really impressive machine.
Shaken and stirred.
Indeed it is. 5.9 litre, that V8.
Wow. Split a kiss in the tarmac.
But it's not going to be up there with the sort of pace that Max Chilton has set. I'm not sure anyone is going to be. 41 seconds. Getting under 50 seconds up this hill is a big moment. You see, Ed's done a 53.5, very respectable. Getting under 50 seconds is one thing, but getting down into the low 40s, well, that's amazing.
Here we are. Pretty little car, the BMW M1. I love the look of these, always did.
Yeah,
always will.
Yeah, Sam Hancock at the wheel of this, and the M1 Pro car. This one actually was the one that raced at Zolder back in the day with Elio De Angelis. And it also then moved over to America, and it won the 1981 Insta GTO series.
Tell you what, those nice little kidneys at the front that you had on the M1 cars. Now we've got great big grills on the front. The latest incarnation of BMW.
Very different, you're right. 54.55, so not quite up there with the pace setters. Pat Blaney-Edwards is always one to watch. He's in another of the BMWs. This is the one that started the M division effectively for BMW. We saw him go up a little bit earlier.
One of the first cars I ever worked on, a 3-litre CSL, when I worked for Wollaston Motors BMW up in Northampton when I was 15 years old.
A car that was very successful in the 1970s. It won 6 out of 7 titles between 1973 and 1979. It's not going to have the pace, clearly, of some of the really rapid cars that we've already seen going up the hill, but it is a gorgeous machine. Beautiful livery, stylish. The aerodynamics on the 3-litre CSL were a crucial part, and of course in those early 1970s it was only really when Formula One was developing wings, and now they were sticking them onto sports cars as well. He's coming up across the line. Let's just see what he's not in the 50s, I'm afraid, but that's not a great surprise. 60.98.
It's a fairly old school car, isn't it, nowadays, so you can't expect the CSL to be quite there. Now then.
Yeah, going back in the day here, aren't we? We're going back to some of the early cars that we've got. This is the Alfa Romeo 308C of Julian Madgen, and he's done a lot here. Only one of 4 of these that were built. It's 3-litre, straight 8 engine. Won the Mille Miglia back in the day, and this car's often been at Goodwood, and he's heading up the hill right now.
It looks good. If it was in any other competition, you would say that's a fantastic car. I've got to say that it looks right, and he looks like he knows where he's going, that is for sure, and that's not a bad time for a car of that era.
No, it's right. It's pretty respectable. 60.7 seconds.
Here we go. Can-Am time.
Yeah. This is always lovely to see the Can-Am machines, and this will sound wonderful.
Look at those Venturis. Look at those carburetors.
Get ready for the sound again here. as it blasts off the line, but it's a big machine. It doesn't have a lot of space to go from side to side. Won the last Can-Am Championship for McLaren back in 1971, this type of car.
I'm going to run to our truck in a minute and tell someone off who said it looks like a piece of cheese. That's not the way to treat a Can-Am car, especially a McLaren. Iconic in their time. Absolutely brilliant vehicles, brilliant cars. I'll be round to see you soon.
He's got to squeeze it through a tiny gap here, really, as well, going up past the flip wall. But he does it well. And
top of the hill, wait for it.
An issue up here, have we?
No, it's going to the line. Flat out.
Oh, he has had to slow down, yeah.
Oh, dear, that's wrecked his time.
What a
how are they going to work that out?
And I think just up ahead of him is Giancarlo Fisichella in that Ferrari 333 SP. Certainly one of the cars that Giancarlo's due to drive this weekend. But that is very unfortunate. Remember, this is a practice run.
Yeah,
so
there's still more.
It's not as if it's going to set the scene for the whole weekend. Well, there we go, back.
It's amazing that we're only on day 2 of 4.
Absolutely. We're watching Tadzio Otis now, number 304. This is the Ferrari 750 Monza. And
she's working.
Yeah, early car, of course, very pretty. So quite a light car. It's only 760 kilos. It was a car that was raced in the United States back in the day by the likes of Carroll Shelby and Phil Hill. They had quite a lot of success with it. And you can see the work going on at the steering wheel.
Yeah, I've said it before. I think fluorescent gloves are definitely the way to go when it comes to watching motorsport. So we can see how hard the drivers are working. Quite often you don't quite catch that with black gloves on, but fluorescent gloves, and we can see all of the yawing going on. Keep the thing on track. Just like that.
Beautiful 1955 sports car heading up the hill, but it's not going to be anywhere near the pace that we have seen by Max Chilton. That 41.2 is the pace to beat. I think it's unlikely he wasn't going to beat that. We've seen a couple of cars in the 40s. We saw a 47.25 for Travis Pastrana. And,
Pastrana looks spectacular, whereas the weapon that we saw with the fastest time, I've truly never seen anything quite like that. Tell you what, this thing's moving as well.
Yeah, well, this is the Toyota GR Dakar machine. Won Dakar again this year, 2022 winner. And so it is a potent machine, but it's huge too.
Well, I was going to say, if the Duke of Richmond decides to put a sand dune in the middle of the driveway, then perhaps
it could be the winner. But yes, it's unlikely to be the winner on this type of track versus some of the machinery it is up against. When you think how big this is compared to the little machine that Max Chilton has set the pace with, there's a definite bonus. Over the line goes the Toyota. And actually it was done as a demo. We didn't get a time come up for us on that one. So there's got a few more to be timed. Another one of the very early machines just heading up there now.
I wonder if they turn the headlights in like that for an aerodynamic effect, where they turn them in sideways rather than having them flat out facing forwards. I'm sure that's what it will be.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 Monza, 1933. And Gareth Graham is the driver. Well, Michael Gans actually is being listed as the driver of this one. Yeah, there's two of the Alfa Romeo 8Cs. So the 124 is the Michael Gans car. 8-cylinder, straight 8-cylinder engine in these from the early 1930s. A car that was designed by a very famous designer of the period called Vittorio Giano. And Tadzio Nuvolari raced with them in the 1930s, taking victories in Targa Florio. So it was a very successful car back in the day, but obviously not going to be a front runner in terms of setting the pace here. We're about to see it coming over the line. Michael has done an 81.19 or 81.20 as it pops up on our screen, and yet it's a lovely car to see. So and a few more to watch as well from these early ones. And we've got the Aston Martin coming up next. This is the Green Pea Aston Martin, I believe. This is the 125 machine. This is the Ulster, the Aston Martin Ulster.
Another elegant-looking car.
It is indeed, yeah. This was an ex-works Aston Martin from 1930. It was racing in the days, of course, when Brooklands was still the key place to race. And it had a fourth-place finish at the Brooklands Double 12, as it was called back in the day. Ooh, jiggling on the front wheel.
Indeed. Sun's just coming out as well, which will make a difference track-wise. It will get a little bit more heat in the track.
And Robert Blakemore, who has had this car for a little while, just giving it a nice run up the hill. It's a very different style, different noise, of course, to some of the other rapid machinery that we've been looking at. And it's not going to be a particularly rapid pace, but Robert will be completing the run in this very, very beautiful Aston Martin from the 1930s. In some ways it looks quite subtle, doesn't it, compared to the Le Mans Aston Martins that then came along. The blower Bentleys as well. They were very different, but this Aston Martin, a very lovely design, the Ulster.
So the timing continues here as we move back down to the start line again, and another classic.
Yeah, I think this is Nick Sleep, isn't it? Yeah, Nick Sleep with his Bentley. So, as I was saying, the Bentley's quite a lot bigger at that time, although this one actually is not as huge. I was looking at it earlier on over the weekend.
Is this the one that you said did the tour of Spain?
Yeah,
he and his wife.
Yeah, they just come back from Spain in this Bentley Supersport, and they had a great time out there in this sort of 2-week competition, driving all around Spain for historic cars. And now he's enjoying driving it up. And he actually said to the Goodwood guys, "Oh, it's in a bit of a mess. I've still got all the I've got to get it cleaned up and all the stickers moved off." And they said, "No, leave it as it is." And it is lovely to see it, actually, with all the stickers on, that he was running with it in this event just a couple of weeks ago.
I think sometimes you can be overly precious regarding the turnout of the car. A bit of patina never does any harm, especially if it's competition patina.
Well, let's see how he gets on. It's obviously not going to be a pace setter up the hill here. We're seeing some of these slower runs now from the older vehicles that are part and parcel of this, but they are still very pleasant. It's rather fun the ways the crash helmet matches in with the colour of the car as well. You expect Bentleys to be green, don't you, most of the time, but this is a rather lovely blue with a gold
trim.
Yeah, gold trim, gold radiator trim. It's brass, really, I suppose, but it looks gold, so it's rather wonderful. So over the line he goes, Nick. Very experienced racer, of course. We see him at Goodwood all the time, doing all sorts of racing.
Wow, look at this weapon.
Yeah, very, very early machine indeed. I think this might be categorised as a demo, looking at this. I'm not sure they're timing this. This is the Benz 200 Blitz & Benz.
That is a very unusual vehicle, and changing gear and the like must be a skill all on its own.
Yes, very different thing to drive. This was back in 1909. This machine was created with a 21-litre engine, and yet only 200 horsepower. That's how it was back in the day.
They obviously knew fuel wasn't going to be the price it is today.
You look at the size of those exhaust pipes. I mean, they're just massive, aren't they?
I never know whether they're changing gear or altering a signal ahead.
A lot of work going on the outside of the cockpit, and you can see how it moves around. Such narrow tyres, and yet it's got the grit to go over the line. Actually, that's not a bad run. 76 seconds there.
80 odd miles an hour as an average. It's still a fast time.
That's impressive
for a vehicle of that era, that age.
Yeah, that is impressive, definitely.
Oh, here we go. Mechanic on board.
Yeah. So another one of these very early machines. So this is Ben Collins, the number 104, the Mercedes GP 1908. It's a winner of the French Grand Prix in 1908. It was an event that was run near Dieppe, but Grand Prix in those days were somewhat different. Apparently, that Grand Prix was some 450 miles. It was basically on a road track, and they had a good result with the victory with this. Another huge engine, 12.8 litres, and producing some 140 horsepower. And of course, you used to run with a mechanic sitting next to you. That's exactly why you see a pair in the car doing it as it would have been back in the day. And often the one alongside had to pump up the fuel pressure or do other aspects to keep it going throughout.
A little trouble with his peak on his on his helmet there, the passenger as well.
Coming up over the line, and Ben does 81.18 seconds there in a very early car indeed. One of the oldest cars that we've got here this weekend. That really is going back to 1908, that machine. This lovely Lotus next.
Yeah, Chris was on about this at the Radio Goodwood first thing this morning at 7:15 this morning. We were talking about this derivative of Lotus, and it was very interesting. And anybody that knows their Lotuses will know just what a rare item this is.
Yeah, they only built 7 of these Lotus 10s. But what I didn't know, which Chris was telling us, because most of them were built with a Bristol 2-litre engine. So the Bristol Motor Company that produced the engines, that most of these were with those. But apparently this one has an Offenhauser engine, and it's a small Offenhauser engine, whereas usually they're huge. So that was really interesting to hear. So this is a very unusual Lotus with its power plant as well.
If you're here tomorrow and you're here early, 7 o'clock, and radio will be on.
It's worth listening to, definitely.
It is. I mean, I have to say, I was here early this morning. I joined in with the guys, but you tend to sit back and listen to people with so much experience of some of the older cars. And Chris, I must say, his expression of clearing grannies and chickens off the track when certain vehicles were coming along as quick as they were back in the old days.
Now, we've got a few of the touring cars, the super touring cars from the 1990s, early 2000s. They're also coming up the hill, which is good to see. You're watching Jason Minchell, who's always rapid. But this is a Volvo S40. It won the British Touring Car title in 1998. Ricard Rydell was the driver for Volvo back in that period. And Rydell had 5 victories that year. In fact, his competitor, Anthony Reid, had 7 wins. But Ricard just had the consistency throughout the year to be able to take the championship. Now, Jason is always rapid. Jason Minchell in this car. We see him doing a lot of historic racing. They have, as a family, a wonderful collection of cars. He does 61.07 seconds, which is pretty effective. But then we've got a little bit more of a slightly more modern machine now. Just heading up the hill. 214. That is the Focus of Steve Perez.
All of the track and a bit more on the inside curb, or inside grass, and the outside grass as well. So pretty committed to the fastest line for him. I've got to say, this guy is certainly driving it. Seb Perez then.
Yeah, it's Seb Perez rather than Steve, so he's going well with it. This is a rally car, effectively, but it still works well. And a rally car that was very successful back in 2005. It was actually the Focus was a winner in World Rallies Catalonia and Corsica with Marco Martin. And Seb Perez is pushing on hard. He's a good racer himself. Across the line, 53.3.
Yeah, that's not shabby.
We've seen for a while.
Yeah, it's not shabby at all, but still pales into insignificance of the very early and quick time by Max Chilton.
Oh, yeah, that is pushing on pretty hard.
What is it about touring cars that brings out the hooligan in people?
It does seem to, doesn't it? Which is fun to watch. This is a Honda Accord, a car that took a couple of victories back in 2000, Tom Christensen. And you can see Tom Christensen's name is on the side of the car because he raced in British touring cars then. A man who had so much success, and he's actually here this weekend as well. But yeah, this is the Honda Accord, and he took the last 2 wins of the Super Touring category. And before the Super Touring category ended, we went on to a slightly different format in the British Touring Car Championship. So, is he going to beat the time that we saw Seb do a moment ago?
Don't think so. 55.7. Let's have a look.
And Anthony Reid, he went in between the two of them and did a similar time actually, but Seb was still a bit quicker. So, next up, we've got the rather lovely Lancia heading up. This is the Lancia Rally 037. Look at that. Big front end, all these spotlights on the front. And this is a car that won the manufacturer's title for Lancia in the World Rally Championship back in 1983.
A bit more of the juiced grass, getting a trimming through the right-hander. Just the right kind of car to manage that manoeuvre.
The 1983 machine. This was when Group B rally cars really were becoming the big thing. It had started the year before, 1982. In 1983, it was, in a way, it was the first true win for a proper Group B car, because Audi had won the previous year, but they'd already been running the Quattros before the new rules came in. You can see a good balance in this little mid-engine machine. Let's see what the speed is as he comes over the line. And what's he done? 62.4, so not quite as quick as some, but we are about to see, I think, something fairly quick, aren't we?
I think we really are. This is the latest incarnation of the van from Ford, 2,000 horsepower, or the equivalent of it, fully electric. Look at it move.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing. I walked past it in the paddock earlier. It's quite small. Like you said, be great fun for putting your bikes in the back. It is pretty small, I have to say. It's a reduced size version of the Transit.
I think in that case, I'd just take the front wheel out the bike. Make sure I could get it in, but I'd love a van like this.
Oh, wouldn't we
It
all?
is a concept, of course, but super van, I think we can justify that tag as it comes to the finish. How quick?
That was an interesting little dab with the brakes. I wonder what that was about. 47.9. Now that's pretty rapid, you know.
That is unbelievably rapid.
That is actually Travis Pastrana, who was second quickest, is 47.2. So I think that's the third fastest hill climb we've seen so far.
I can just imagine Sabine Schmidt round the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife. I can do that in a van, Jeremy.
And here we are with a very modern car, 911 GT2 RS. This is a 2022 Porsche. So very up to date. Kyle Fortune is driving it. We might see a few different drivers, I gather, in this over the course of the weekend. There's a bit of a list of different drivers who may well be in this. And I don't think it's going to be able to compete with those really, really rapid machines that we've seen up the hill already, and indeed even not that Transit Supervan.
Mind you, if you've got the money, this is an everyday car, isn't it? That's the wonderful thing about Porsche. It is a supercar, but it's an everyday car too, if you've got that kind of budget.
Yeah, the perfect car to enjoy, and still a dream for so many people to be able to buy a Porsche one day and go playing with it. And there we are. That's the latest version of the GT2 RS.
An interesting car, an M4 CSL.
Yeah.
So remember the CSL that we saw a little earlier on? The lightweight M4 version of it. Now, this should be a really rapid car. They are big, though. I've got a 4, and I have to say, there's not a lot of room around it when you want to park it.
It's going well. It's got real speed, this BMW M4, hasn't it? And again, it may not compete with Max Chilton's fastest time so far, but for a road car, for a car that anybody can just take on the road, it's very rapid.
Have to say, though, prices are up there nowadays. It's all a little bit sky high. And when you think you might want to run that as an everyday car, I'm not so sure.
I think it's going to have to back off.
He is. Otherwise, it's going to be in a massive collision.
We've got the Extreme E out there as well.
It's all happening thick and fast now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. This is
Jamie Chadwick. Jamie Chadwick, then. She has been very, what's the word? Enthusiastic around this track, I think.
Yeah, it's great to see Jamie competing in this. Let's see what kind of time she can do with it. I don't think it's going to challenge the electrical little tiny machine that is fastest so far at Max Chilton.
I love the way the weight transfer front to back from acceleration to braking in these extreme cars.
Yeah, the movement you see in it, the weight, as you say, that weight transfer and how visible it is. On a Formula One car, you know, they brake so late and so hard, but you don't see any movement because they're trying to control aerodynamics. But these machines, you see that. You're absolutely right.
That's the last one then. Up the hill, under the clock. More tomorrow, but that's where we are at the moment. The course car's just come through here on our position. So Max Chilton then, a 41.294, and that is going to take some beating. And nearly 6 full seconds faster than Travis Pastrana. Travis Pastrana looked quicker than Max Chilton, but Max Chilton's machine, that McMurtry Automotive Spearling, was impressive.
Yeah, so Travis Pastrana, very good. Roman Dumas in the super van was quick. Richard Leeds. Adam Smalley was impressive in the Porsche. Ben Mitchell, always quick. He's a classic car race winner. Nick Heidfeld in the Formula E, 50.9. Andy Middlehurst in the multiple winning Nissan Skyline. That was pretty well up there too. Anthony Reid completed the top 20 in the Nissan Primera. Saw Ewan Sergeson in the Shadow DN9. That had quite a fun play up the hill. And yeah, so a real mixture of machinery, and we shall see how they all get on tomorrow. Jamie Chadwick just doing that across the line there, actually, completing that list at a 61.810 seconds.
All of the crew vans and crew cars going up the hill then to collect their vehicles from the top paddock. Now then, we've got, as the fans move themselves around into a position of relaxation and look across towards the red arrows.
Good afternoon, Goodwood. My name is Squadron Leader Graham Muscat. I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It is fantastic to be stood on the top of Goodwood House, looking across the Goodwood Motor Circuit, seeing all you people down there. It is great to be against a capacity crowd once again. Got a couple of minutes. The team are airborne out of Farnborough, and they're working their way towards the Goodwood Motor Circuit as we speak. There are 3 shows that we can do today, a full, a rolling and a flat. Looking at the cloud base, it's probably going to be a rolling show, but we'll wait till Red 1 makes the call on his way in. As you're all aware, COVID-19 has played a significant impact on all these top events over the last 2 years. And it is great to see such a capacity crowd once again out in the open enjoying these sort of events. And for us as a team, we are displaying 65 displays this year and 15 flypasts, which again is a maximum crowd and displays for the season. There are 9 Red Arrow Parrots in the team this year, with only 7 in the display. Red 10, myself, and Red 11, OC Rafat Wing Commander Montenegro, fill in the slots where required on flypasts. The Red Arrows are a squadron of over 120 people. Over 100 of them are engineers, administrators, logisticians, support, public relations, and they are the ones that you see wearing a blue overall. Of those blues, there are a specially selected 10 called Circus, and they are the ones that fly in the back of our aeroplanes throughout the season, where we can't take a full engineering complement. One particular member is SAC Abigail Druitt, who is Circus 10, who is on the roof with me today of Goodwood House, and she will film the display and is also responsible for the images. But Goodwood, put your hands together for a colourful and loud arrival of the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. As the team arrive at approximately 400 miles an hour, they switch the smoke to white as the team leader, Red 1, brings the formation around to the right. Red 1 makes the call, and the team start to collapse into a 7-arrow position, all simultaneously arriving on time. Red 1 is squadron leader Tom Bold. He is in the 2nd year as the team leader, having previously been synchro leader in 2017. And he's also a qualified Hawk instructor and a qualified Takana instructor, previously Hawk display pilot. And he has flown the Typhoon operationally on the front line. The smoke comes on as the team start to make their move into the next formation, with Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 moving back towards the formation. They form the first large big wing shape, which is associated with space, which is one of our themes for this year. This is Shuttle. As the smoke comes on the right of the formation, closest to the stem is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stuart Roberts. Stu's in his first year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon with 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, Red 3, once again in his first year as a team, having previously flown Tornado on 9 Bomber Squadron, as well as Typhoon on 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. Reds 4 and 5 smoke as they move forward, with Reds 2 and 3 sit just behind Red 6. The Red Arrows are based at RAF Scampton, just to the north of Lincolnshire. RAF Scampton was the base for the famous World War team 617, the Dambusters. RAF Scampton will close at the end of 2022, and the team will move to RAF Waddington, just to the south of Lincoln. In tribute to the history of the station of RAF Scampton, its people and the squadron of 617, as well that now the squadron flies the F-35 Lightning, this is Lightning. On the right-hand side, furthest out, is squadron leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He's in his 5th year as in the team, having previously served as the Synchro leader. He's a previously qualified Tucano display pilot and flew the Typhoon on the front line. Reds 4 and 5 again, once again the smoke comes on as the formation moves slowly up just to sit behind Red 1. The go call is made by Red 7 as Red 6 moves to the right and Red 7 to the left. Red 6 now sat behind Red 2 and Red 7 sat behind Red 3 on the left-hand side. All while Red 1 is bending the formation to the left, making the move even more difficult. As the formation bends around to the right, you can see the iconic shape of the Hawk aircraft. The Hawk has been in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976 and has been with the team, the Red Arrows, since 1979, replacing the Follard Gnat. In 2022, in the end of March, 100 Squadron closed and the Royal Naval Air Service stopped flying the Hawk, making the Red Arrows the sole flyer of the Hawk T-Mark 1. Once again, Reds 4 and 5 smoke as they move their way back to the rear of the formation. The Royal Air Force is constantly trying to develop its capabilities and abilities, and have acknowledged that space plays an important role in those capabilities. Space is an important part of all military operations of land, air, sea and cyber domains. In a tribute to those early space missions of the 1960s, with a shape that represents the lunar landing craft of those missions, this is Apollo.
Holding the bank now, please.
Red 1 calls for the formation to change once again as Reds 6 and 7 move up alongside Reds 2 and 3, and Reds 4 and 5 sit and trail on the rest of the formation. Red 1 bends the formation around to the right-hand side. Get your cameras ready for the colourful and dynamic crowd favourite. Representing the aircraft no longer in service but was on operations for nearly 40 years, this is Tornado.
Falcon, go. 4 and 5. Whoa, go.
The caller board is made by Red 4 as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the formation. As Red 1 brings the formation around to the right, look for the colour change. As Reds 4 and 5 smoke red and blue. Smoking red is Flight Lieutenant David Simmons, Red 5. He has previously flown Tornado GR4 and also the Harrier and F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. The aircraft in this particular maneuver are flying with their air brakes out. This allows the aircraft to sit at a higher power setting, creating hotter gas in the back of the aeroplane, making the smoke a lot more vivid. Red hot. 2022 is a special year for the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth as Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II celebrates 70 years on the throne. This makes her the longest living queen in history. As a tribute to her special jubilee of the Platinum, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready for the colourful Jubilee Present. As the aircraft pass, showing their colour, SAC Abigail Druitt, Circus 10, would like to put a shout out to her Uncle Steve, who is here today. The team now split into a separate formation and we start the second half. The first half you've seen some formation flying involving 7 aircraft, shown some graceful formation and some formation changes in flight. Formation flying is a core skill of all military pilots, but I think you'll agree that Red Arrows take it to the next level with those formation changes and graceful flying. The second half, the team will split into 2. Reds 1 through 5 are now known as Enid. This is named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series books. Red 6 and 7 are the synchro pair, led by Red 6, the synchro leader. In the second half, you will see the synchro pair performing some fast, high, dynamic opposition passes. And the aim of the second half of the show is to show the precision of the pilots and the agility of the Hawk aircraft. Coming directly towards us with their nose lights, get your cameras ready for the colourful detonator.
Very shy rundown, sir. Enid. Break, go. And smoke off.
Red 6 and 7 break away from us, smoking red and blue. Red 7 on the left and Red 6 on our right. As they pull up to approximately 1,500 feet before coming back around to dive down to approximately 300 feet. And with a closing speed of over 700 miles an hour. As the synchro pair line up towards, watch for the double rolls before another series of barrel rolls. As the synchro pair leave the display area, coming in from our front right, you'll see Enid formation with them all set at line astern. As Red 1 brings the formation around to the right, you'll see all the famous 5 sat in line astern, all taking the reference off the leader. This is the Helix. Red 1 makes the call with the even numbers moving to the right-hand side and the odd numbers moving to the left-hand side into a formation known as Leaders Benefit, with Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 just sat behind Red 1. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Leaders Benefit present. As Enid leave the display line, you've got synchro pair coming back in, smoking white. Once again, with a closing speed of over 700 miles per hour. Red 6 and 7 now pull up at approximately 400 miles an hour and pulling 5G. Up to approximately a height of 2,500 feet before they come all the way over to the inverted with a 60 degrees nose down in a half horizontal. Heading back down to that 300 feet. Once again with that 700 miles closure in the Boomerang. Coming in from our left-hand side, we have Enid formation as Reds 2 and 3 smoke red and barrel roll around the rest formation, followed by Reds 4 and 5 smoking blue. This is the rollbacks. This is one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots every year to master.
Check spoke 7.
Synchro coming in from the right-hand side as Red 6 rolls inverted. And Red 7 rolls around the smoke of Red 6, smoking the red, white and blue. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant James Turner, known as JT. He's in his 3rd year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon operationally, and is a qualified Hawk pilot. Keep your eye on the synchro pair to our left-hand side as they once again pull up to 5G, coming back towards us with Red 7 in trail on Red 6. As Red 7 now brings to the left-hand side, he's smoking blue. Coming up from our right-hand side, you have Enid formation in the inverted V. Red 6 lining up with the rest of the formation for the colourful double goose.
Power. A little bit right now.
Each aircraft is fitted with a smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing white smoke for 5 minutes, 1 minute of blue smoke, and 1 minute of red smoke. Therefore, each display is very carefully choreographed to make sure we have the right smoke, the right colour at the right time, and that we don't run out in the appropriate time in the display. Looking directly in front of us now, you see the synchro pair pulling up. The red smoke comes on as the synchro pair split for the synchro heart. Once again, the synchro pair turn towards us, looking for that 300 feet and that closing speed of over 700 miles an hour. For their final pass in a manoeuvre which was named by a viewer of the One Show in 2020, a series of barrel rolls and inverted flying in crossbow. Coming directly towards us now, you have the Enid formation. It's been an absolute pleasure to display for you today. Please put your hands together for the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows! Red 1 will now gather the rest of the formation and take them back to our operating base for today, which is Farnborough. As I said, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to display for you today at Goodwood. It's a very unique location for us, and we hope you enjoyed the display and enjoy the rest of your display. Thank you very much for your support and listening. Thank you.
Right, well, we've got some more action taking place on track right now. We've got an interesting group coming up once again. We've got rally cars coming up. We've got Lancia, special Lancia cars. A lot of them are rally cars as well, and Group B rally cars, and some of the Brickyard heroes to enjoy. So we're looking at one of the Citroen rally cars, Sebastian Loeb, who took so much success over the years. This was one that he competed in and scored one of his many, many world championships together, and always lovely to see it heading up the hill. A neat little car, not over the top, but very, very effective over the years for Citroen.
Oh, it's all getting a bit hectic here at Molcom. Just as I looked out of my window, lots of sideways action going on there, that's for certain.
We got some of the Ford Focuses as well from the mid and late 2000s. They were very, very important machines. The Malcolm Wilson M Sport outfit winning constructors titles in 2006 and 2007, and a consistently winning device. And the Ford Focus really has been over the years very, very impressive indeed. We've got cars from early 1970s as well, some of the Lancias that we're going to be seeing heading up the hill, and we've got some older cars from the United States. I'm not sure we're going to see all of them in this particular batch. There we are with the Ford Escort RS 1700T. Lovely machine. It didn't last, it didn't do a lot in rallying, unfortunately, but it still looks fun.
It does, the RS 1700. I mean, what was this, the forerunner to the RS 2000? And
more the RS200 really. They built this for Group B, but it really wasn't quite competitive enough at the time, so they had to rethink it all.
An expensive exercise in what not to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a prototype. It was rear-wheel drive, and of course everyone was going four-wheel drive then, weren't they? Because the Quattro had already been showing us how competitive it was to be in rallying with four-wheel drive, and then that was good enough. Yeah, there you are, Quattro. That was such an amazing machine when it first appeared and started winning everything.
And of course, everybody on the road started to get four-wheel drive. The Audis were the forerunner to that as a road-legal car. Now we've all got them.
Yeah, and that's
James
Rimmer who's driving that one. And we've got something slightly different here, the Nissan 240 RS. So this was very much a two-wheel drive machine, which did have success in various aspects, but it wasn't a full-on Group B winner. But a lovely car, and more based on a sort of road car in some ways. The Nissan 240 RS, 2.4 litre four-cylinder, using a bit of grass.
Yeah, lots of inside grass there at Moulcombe, which is a slightly unusual place to be running up where he did. Lots of demo up on my screen here, on the timing screen. I've got to say, not that many that are counting towards our timings. This is an interesting looking thing, isn't it?
Yes, this is a different device. We haven't seen this one until now.
Who's ever driving it is useful.
It's the BRX Hunter that is being driven. It's a 2021. It's Simon Hart. It's a ProDrive machine, in fact. And this is a very up-to-date piece of kit, and it's a rather fun thing to watch, isn't it? It's the first time that I've seen it coming up the hill this weekend.
It's got that slightly Jaguar rear end on it, I think, to those lights and the like reminiscent of.
Yeah. So it's very much an off-road special machine.
Now a bit of stunting.
Yeah, that's fun to see.
You're going to see a bit more. Yeah, I can tell you, when they've got those kind of crash bars on the sides, it means that this thing is prepped for laying on its side and for getting in a bit of a mess. So prepare yourself.
Yeah, provide some more entertainment, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, get it in gear. That's the trouble when you've got a neutral between first and second, as most motorcycle gearbox configurations have. Of course, racing configurations now, neutral is right at the very bottom.
That's Terry Grant doing the tricks in the Aston Martin.
You want somebody who's pretty good at it, wouldn't you, to be able to do this? You've got to be fairly confident to be that close proximity, 2 wheels and 4.
Nice to see, though, isn't it? It's like combining us two in the combox, Keith. You know, you've got the 4 wheels and the 2 wheel guys.
Yeah, it's when he rides over the top of it, then... I was only joking.
Well, Terry, I don't know if he's waiting to do something special.
I was only joking.
They're obviously up to some more tricks. This is all part of the entertainment.
Well, we've got a fellow in World Superbikes called Toprak Razgatlioglu, a Turkish rider who many of you may have seen. Fans of World Superbikes will have seen it. Toprak is a little bit special. He's not supposed to ride in this style. That's quality. I like that. That is quality.
Real connection.
And they make it look easy, and it is obviously not. That's superb.
Really good. Connecting motorbikes and cars in a perfect way with the rider 1 foot on each, and still playing all the way. They may be turning off at this section. I know this is the area where Terry often turns off to the left-hand side. They don't do the full climb.
You almost feel slightly sorry for Terry Grant, because he can't demonstrate his body language or the skill that it really takes to keep a car as close to something like anything, in fact, not just a motorcycle, but to keep that car as close as he is. So we've got rear-wheel spinning motorcycle against rear-wheel spinning car in synchronicity. That is superb control from both rider and... There's a stop rack type manoeuvre, so a stoppie par excellence. Never as easy as it looks. There's many a motorcycle rider that's attempted a burnout or attempted a stoppie, and it's all gone particularly badly. As I say, don't try this at home, folks.
Definitely not. It's pretty impressive what they can do, though, isn't it? And
yeah, look at the size of the sprocket on the back of that thing as well. It's geared for this kind of game. It's a massive sprocket, lowering first gear right the way down.
But we actually do sometimes. You were saying, you know, you don't see much of Terry in the same way, but sometimes he stands on the outside of his car.
Yes.
It's going round and round in circles.
Well, maybe he'll do that in a minute and shake hands with the rider right outside our commentary box. Then nearly blew the windows out there.
All about the entertainment, all about the show. There's so much around here at the Festival of Speed that people can enjoy. You see some remarkable control, both with bikes and cars, and this is just a part of it. Rally stage up the hill, providing us with lots of fun and games during the day as well. They're right outside our booth now, giving us lots of noise.
And again, sideways action on a motorcycle is actually quite difficult to do. Drifting a motorcycle is not the easiest thing in the world to do. You know, this is obviously gearbox-wise, it's geared for it. Tell you what, let's put a fair old stink in this commentary box.
Yeah, we've got plenty of tyre smoke in here now, haven't we? At least we can see out the window, so we're not doing too bad.
Fair comment. We've been getting a fair bit of octane in here as well. You've got to load up the front wheel before you dare grab a big handful to get the rear in the end. If you don't get the weight onto the front, so you've got the grip with the front tyre, you end up with locking the front brake, and then you are going down. Very rarely do you save a front brake slide. Known as a face plant in our trade, and you don't want one of them, believe me. But you've got to load the front up a little bit before you can get the thing up on the front wheel in that manner.
He's certainly doing it extremely impressively, but these two are both excellent stunt riders and drivers together, and it's a great cooperation between them. We'll see a bit more of this, I'm sure, as we go throughout the course of the weekend.
I like the way he checks behind him to make sure that Terry's not too close. You know that Terry Grant is not going to be taking any risks, but the rider again just looking over his shoulder, making sure that no one's too close to him when he sticks it on the front, sticks it on the nose of the bike. Good job then, a bit more stunt to enjoy. There'll be a bit more going on up in the top park Fermate.
Some lovely slow-mo, look at this.
Is he running a belt on that? Yeah, I think that's a belt, not a chain. Just trying to look and see what the final drive transmission is. No, it is a chain. Just out of interest.
Well, it works very well. Very effective piece of kit and beautifully ridden throughout that little run up the hill. We're going to see a few more cars heading up the hill in a moment as part of this batch 2 that we're enjoying. And I know all of you around the Festival of Speed thoroughly soaking up some wonderful actions and beautiful cars and bikes that are all here this weekend. But there's so many aspects, so many areas around the Festival of Speed venue to look at. Well, in the meantime, let's go to Ed Foster back up at the top of the hill with Dario Franchitti.
Dario Franchitti, you've driven so many cars from IndyCar's history, kart history, Formula One, but this is something a bit special, isn't it? Because it's Bobby's car from 1986.
It's certainly, I think, the smallest car I've ever driven inside. I mean, I'm really struggling to fit in it. And I phoned Bobby this morning. I said, how small are your hips? Because I've got the seat out and I still can't get in it. To drive this thing for 500 miles, seriously impressive. And actually, the thought that was in my head the first time up the hill was, if you have an accident in this thing, it's, you know, that really focuses the mind, and really incredible. But this is the actual 86 Indy 500 winner.
I know, while I was looking, your feet seem quite close to the front.
Yeah, they're certainly ahead of the centre line of the front wheels, aren't they? I mean, this was the safest thing they could build at the time, but crikey, I mean, look at that. The roll hoop's designed to dig into the ground, isn't it? It's it was obviously very quick, but yeah, March 86C, chassis number 13. I noticed that this morning when I got in it too, but yeah, a wonderful thing to get to drive, and this is one of the special things of Goodwood, isn't it? Getting to drive stuff like this and seeing what the guys who went before went through. I mean, the mirrors are useless, absolutely useless. Can't see a thing out of them. So just little things like that gives you some kind of understanding of what it was like.
I mean, the Goodwood Hill is not the perfect place for an IndyCar like this. Can you get any idea of what it was like?
Gives you some idea. The turbo lag is incredible, and just the feeling, actually, again, sitting so far forward, it's a much different feeling in the car. When it does come on song, when the turbo spools up, you get some idea of the acceleration, and yeah, I don't think it was shy in horsepower, neither back then or today.
Well, good luck trying to lose all the weight before you run in it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mark Higgins, you cannot miss this in the top paddock. It's quite a bit of machinery. What is it?
Yeah, this is based on the BRX. It's the Hunter. It was a one-off build at the moment as a road car version of the Dakar car. So again, it's a prototype like what we drove before with the Subaru. This one's about 600 horsepower. It's a real beast of a car, and if you lived in the desert, it's the perfect little toy, really.
I was going to ask, how much of a market is there for a road car made out of a Dakar car?
I think if you go to the sort of Middle East, there's a lot of guys that have the money. They have the playground outside their door to drive one of these. So I think there is a market for it, and it's a very special toy. It's an expensive toy, but you've got something the same as a Dakar car that you can drive every day as well. We've even got aircon.
And how is it coming up the hill? Because it's not that suited to a tight, narrow hill climb, is it?
No, when you're going through the wall, it's obviously quite narrow, but the car works well. It's the first time I've actually drove it, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's a very nice bit of kit, and again, built by ProDrive, so they know what they're doing.
I'm going to have to finish there, because I'm pretty sure my trouser leg's on fire from the exhaust. Cheers, Mark.
Thank you.
Sorry, Grant, Lee Bowers. You've just arrived in wonderful, dramatic fashion. Lee's panting a bit. You've got an easy job, Terry, because you just sit in the car.
It kind of looks like that because we make it look so easy. Actually, I've got the harder job, making sure I don't knock Lee off. That's what I reckon anyway. Do you think?
Well, that's a true story, yeah. I obviously don't want to be knocked off. Terry actually comes into me. I'm just in one place. Terry comes to me. So he actually has got the harder job, yeah. I agree.
Lee, I've got to ask, how do you learn to do a front flip off a motorbike?
By accident, I went into Tesco's, pulled the front brake hard one time, and I ended up on my feet. And from ever on, I just do front flips now.
As Lee's profession is probably quite painful to learn, yours is probably quite expensive, knocking cars about.
Kind of both. I mean, we've been mates. We do this all over the world. We've been doing it for years. When we first started doing it, there's a lot of other tricks we do, by the way, which we haven't done yet, but we will. One of which is I skid really fast, high speed into Lee, and then stop millimetres from the side of the bike, and he leans against I broke his ankle twice, but he's all right now, he's mended. So that was a while ago, so he trusts me a lot more now. Lee, how does it feel to be Terry's punch bag?
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I mean, as I say, we worked together many years. Accidents happen, obviously. He's professional, I'm half professional. We just do stuff together to please the crowd. So it's all about pleasing the crowd, make everyone smile.
Well, we love it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with style and choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, street your mom, pal, Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey Car.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
This side there's life, that side there's death.
Hacemos una incorrecta y uno
cosa costruida, hermano.
Was never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations, you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me and Dad stopped breathing and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figure that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, how could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
It's a glorious late afternoon on the second day of the 2022 Festival of Speed here at Goodwood. Fans still lining almost the entirety of the hill climb and all the stands in between and the passageways between the cars and the awnings where everyone can get up close to the cars, the drivers, the riders and the bikes. It's a busy, busy day, and the exciting thing is we've got 2 more days to follow. But this is the first day of true competition. My name is Bruce Jones and Martin Haven alongside me. We're heading into some very, very special places indeed with the next batch of cars, including a celebration of 75 years of Ferrari, Martin.
We are indeed. It is customary, by the way, to wave at yourself on the screen, just for those 2 young visitors. Yes, we're going to be celebrating 75 years of Ferrari, all sorts of anniversaries, centenaries, 50ths. We've got the 50th anniversary, of course, of BMW's M Division, which are also celebrating 75 years since Enzo Ferrari stopped running cars under the banner of Alfa Romeo and started running them under the own banner and his own banner of Scuderia Ferrari. So there a legend was born, and I'm sure he would be very, very pleased to see exactly how globally well known his family name is. Hello there. Look at you. Brought your favourite friend with you as well. Fantastic to see so many fans here at the circuit, at the hill climb. Fantastic to see so many families as well. And actually, it's not just us as punters and commentators, but the drivers universally are so excited when the kids come up and just gawp at the cars and chat. And I was talking to Michelle Gatting from the Iron Dames team, and she was saying, you know, young girls and boys are coming up, and just because they're attracted by the stark pink of the car, and then when they see the pink race suits, they go, oh, and then they look up and they see it's a woman driving, and they're like, oh. And yeah, I mean, there are there are converts for life being made here, and maybe Mum will be a convert as well if the kids work on her long enough.
Could well be. You can see that's one of the Thacum buggies that you can pick up for young children, and certainly it's a long day. A lot of adults would like to get in the Thacum buggy and be pulled around, but people are standing trackside because they know that, of course, photos to be taken, and it's good to see people actually, Martin, with proper cameras as well as just the traditional, well, not so, the current telephones.
But actually, phones are phenomenally good, especially when you're walking around here, because you can get so close to the cars and the drivers when they're stationary, and that's really when they're at their best. And on light like today, it's fantastic. But yes, high shutter speed and a good lens is going to get you some great action stuff. You can interact with Goodwood Road Racing Club at Goodwood RRC on all the usual outlets, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. If you are on the gram, as I believe the kids don't say, then let's stop tittering there, you're the same age as us. Then, yeah, send us some of your pictures, because honestly, the content team here at Goodwood love to see the cars that they have arranged to get here, that they've managed, begged, borrowed, or nearly stolen to get here, on people's social media feeds, because that's sharing the love, that's sharing the passion, that is sharing the adventure. Put your arm down, sir, you've been a bit warm in that sweatshirt. It's just such a wonderful place to be, and Bruce, you know, we're so privileged to be able to come here and just to talk to drivers about cars, but they will talk just as long to the fans as they will to some tall idiot with a microphone.
Exactly. We gave them a choice of two tall idiots with microphones to choose between. But up there in the paddock, for a little example, I was talking to Alexander West, who's had a phenomenal time, the Swedish racing driver. He said, not bad time of year. Competed at Le Mans, headed to Spa-Francorchamps, did 2 days of testing. I'm here in a Formula One Ferrari from 2008. It's actually Felipe Massa's car. Remember, he was world champion for all of 10 seconds before Lewis Hamilton gained the place he required on that wet final lap and took the 2008 World Championship. But he was just saying how much he loved it. I said, okay, so what cars did you watch growing up in Finland? And he said, I said, presumably it was on the Graveland. And he said, well, actually, no, I'm now looking to, I've got an Alfa Romeo from 1965, and I'm really hoping for an invitation to the revival. So, you know, he's assembling an astonishing number of cars. But it was people coming up, and people would just wait. People are so polite here. And Emanuele Pirro, of course, who's been pretty much to every Goodwood event, he interrupted a conversation with Gianfranco Brancatelli to talk to me, and Gianfranco was just going to waving and saying hello, but people were queuing and waiting for an autograph, and the drivers are aware of it. They'll break off their conversation to sign things, and it really is very special because they know no one here is going to be pushy, and that makes a huge difference.
And actually a lot of foreign drivers, where they come from Europe or come from the States, they say it could only happen here because everybody is so polite. But I think everybody respects the fact that drivers aren't behind a fence and don't disappear instantly and are here to chat about cars. And the drivers, you know, the drivers, I was talking to Karun Chandok, who was asked at breakfast by a car owner if he would like to drive a 956 up the hill today because the regular driver couldn't be here. And he said, that was never a hard question. He said, that was the car that made me love Le Mans. Of course I would like to drive it, yeah. And Dario, you know, he's here driving a Bobby Rahal Indy 500 winning March. And, yeah, he'll drive anything. You know, you think, oh, he's Dario Franchitti. Of course he won't. Yes, he will. He will literally drive anything. And, in fact, he was suggesting, well, you know, some of those bikes, He loves a bike as well. He didn't want to say it too loud because his wife was there, but he does love a bike as well. And I said, I'm going to say it. If anybody has a bike that they want Dario to ride, Dario will ride it. I said to him, it only goes as fast as a throttle as you turn the grip. And he said, yeah, nice theory.
But the Franchitti family, they are motorsport and petrol through and through and through. And Dario is now building a pretty exquisite collection of cars. And, a lot of people think, well, you spent a lot on your cars, but whenever I listen to what Dario's getting, you've also chosen incredibly well. Maybe his interest match mine. I don't know.
Well, if anybody has a classic car at home or a rally car or a racing car, club level or any level above, it is always a commitment. There's always a financial commitment, and whether you're Nick Mason and it's a 250 GTO or whether you've got a Mini, the commitment is the same. The time, the effort, but the enjoyment, the rewards, those are what keep bringing you back. And that's the glory of this place. Is it's Stig in a short wheelbase Quattro. It's the right driver in the right car, but it's people who are just dyed in the wool petrol heads, and talking to people who come for the first time, fans and drivers who are fans basically until they come here and sit in the car, they're still fans. Just the overwhelming variety of stuff is choose your favourite car. Can you come back next week and ask me when I've driven them all? That's the sort of answer that you're getting.
Yeah, you do. And certain drivers, they know that they're in great demand to drive the cars. But the thing I love is the fact you can be walking across the paddock, you say, oh, sorry, excuse me, nearly bumped into someone, and the person you stepped around them is actually a famous driver, just working to his car. And like with Emanuele Pirro, he's back in the McLaren overalls that he last wore when he last drove that McLaren. Hasn't been in McLaren since he was a test driver for them for 4 years, a very long time ago.
He's retired, he lives in Italy, his wife is a fantastic cook, and he can still fit into the overalls he was wearing when he was 20-odd. Yeah, I know. Among the many reasons to hate Emanuele Pirro that don't work, the fact that he's still as skinny as a rake doesn't make it. So Terry Grant and his drift crew are here, and all the stunt drivers are here as well, and you see Terry, as ever, giving everybody rides that make them violently car sick. And he's camped here on the campsite, not too far away from the hill climb itself, and just loves coming here, loves coming to Goodwood, and anybody who I defy anybody to come for the first time and say they genuinely would not want to come again to any of the meetings here, whatever the weather, no matter how much shoe leather you wear out. The variety and the constant surprising things that you stumble across around every corner just are unparalleled anywhere else.
Well, rain or shine, and we've had both extremes of both those sorts of weather. You just wear it. That's what happened to be there on the day, and very seldom, unless it stops the cars and bikes go up the hill, does it spoil the fun. But you talked about tripping over things, and at the end of the day, everybody would have covered a considerable distance, and they still, unless they were really lucky, would have only seen a fraction of what is on offer. But everyone will go home with one or two memories. It might be the sounds, it might be the smells, but certainly the action. It takes everyone to a different level, and people have been brought up looking at motorsport on television, not going to circuits. We know crowd figures are generally down, but I think they're coming back now. When they come here and they just feel that visceral engine note going up through the sternum, that puts the hook in the mouth, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And whether you've been, you're here for your 20th time, whether you've been to every single Festival of Speed, and if you have, you definitely know what you're talking about. Whether you're here for the first time or not, it is definitely it's a real addiction. It really is. You can't come here and not be moved, by something you've seen or something that somebody talked to you about, or moments like the Wayne Rainey moment. There's just so much going on at these events. It's remarkable.
There really is, and I chatted to a lovely gentleman earlier who's very kind about our commentary, so I liked him immediately. But he was talking about having every magazine from Autosport since 1959 when he started reading it. That is an epic collection. Right, celebrating 40 years of the fabulous Group C era of racing. We talked about Emanuele Pirro. I can offer you Emanuele Pirro. He's aboard the Lancia LC2, always blindingly fast, but its Achilles heel, Martin, was reliability.
Particularly in the gearbox, actually, the transmission was often what let it down. But you're right. I mean, in terms of outright pace, every bit a match for a Porsche 956, 962. fabulous turbocharged V8 and just a wonderful looking device. And of course, classic Lancia Martini colours. You know, honestly, this was my favourite Group C car. It wasn't, as you say, the most successful, but it was absolutely my favourite. And just a travesty that they never quite got to win Le Mans.
No, they did win the Spa 1,000 kilometres. And one of the drivers on board was, well, two of them were Formula One drivers who, in those days, could do other things as well. Riccardo Patrese and Mauro Baldi were the two aboard. Now, the Porsche 956. This is just such an epic car. 1982, the first year of Group C as the World Sports Car Championship. Top class, and at first it was a hideous formula for some of the drivers because they had to drive saving fuel as they went. Derek Bell famously loathed it, but in no time at all he started winning.
And this is the second 956 that's actually come past us. There's a green and white Skull Bandit J. David car that was campaigned by John Fitzpatrick in period, and he and Derek Bell won the Brands Hatch 1000 Ks in it. Sean Lynn in this Rothmans Porsche 956. And there's a 956 and a 962 in which Derek Bell won Le Mans. And so much of his success came with the Porsche factory at Le Mans. And again, a very different sights and sounds from the MCAs. There's two MCAs here, a red one and this Dow Corning, which I think was the second year that they ran this car.
It was indeed, the Aston Martin engine in the back, and the driver on board, Andrew Hibbard. We used to see him in a little Formula Junior single-seater, but, you know, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Only driving it today. We'll be here to hand it over to the owner tomorrow, but he said totally honoured, and the first time he's driven anything up the hill. Has been here as a child, he found himself sitting in a few cars and lusting after the Ford rally cars, but this is a different equation.
Really driver forward position as well, the ankles right by the front wheel line, but that glorious Tadek Merrick designed all aluminium V8. The car, the engine essentially straight out of a V8 Vantage and then tuned for racing at Le Mans. And again, off the line goes the flat six turbo Porsche 962. John Watson raced them in period very successfully, and here he is driving the car up the hill.
And of course, John was part of the community down in Pagham alongside Derek, the whole Bell family, John Watson and several others. And when John wasn't racing or testing, and they tested so much in those days, he was fishing. He's a keen fisherman. But the good thing about John, he's got such a rich history with Porsche. Didn't race them for long, but he's got a gorgeous 1973 Carrera RS he's owned from new. But John really starting to get the flavour again. He's got himself into a lot of cars recently through Goodwood, and really, you know what, he loves it. He deeply loves it underneath. This is the 962, not the 956, so a little safer to drive, a little more developed, but a fabulous car.
Absolutely right. And yeah, the whole family were big Porsche addicts right from his childhood. And again, we talked about Lancia versus Porsche, Sauber Mercedes. Peter Sauber's team originally ran Group C cars with BMW 6-cylinder engines. Then they decided that Mercedes V8 would be the car to have. It was not an official approved Mercedes program to start with the C8, but by the time the Sauber C9 came along, he had been pedalled by, is your father here? Alex Brundle, he's not. The Sauber C9 was very much then starting to become a Mercedes program. And then, of course, they took it on themselves and ran their own program of Mercedes endurance races, including the junior drivers team, which had the likes of Hans-Harold Frentzen and one M. Schumacher Esquire driving for them in World Endurance Championship
and
races.
another one of that group was Carl Wendlinger, who's here this weekend. I almost caught him for an interview. You know, I saw him, I turned around and he was legging it down the paddock. We will catch him, though. There he wasn't indeed.
So, and right back to the earliest days again, talking about the 75 years of Ferrari 125, a 166mm Barchetta, in fact, this is.
No, this is the 125S. This is the
125S.
original one from 1947.
Right, okay.
This is where it all began. Look at the condition of this car. And very, very quickly thereafter, the performance increased. But this was the starting point. And of course, Enzo Ferrari needed to sell cars, so he needed something that wasn't too extravagant, something people could afford. But notably, he needed to get the road cars sold so he could do what? Go racing.
Exactly right. And road cars were definitely just for him to fund the racing from. So Sally Mason-Styron with husband Dudley have been fanatic Ferrari campaigners there. V6 Tasman powered single-seater, they hill climbed and raced for many, many years. and really passionate. Nick Mason here with a Ferrari 250 Mille. This is a 250 TR Testarossa. Peter Bradfield at the helm. I'd always like to see a Ferrari in something other than Rosso Corsa. Of course, it is the factory's colours, but the bright yellow cars, Scuderia, Francorchamps, Curie Belge, the Belgian national colours, I think, always look so good on a Ferrari and so evocative, and this deep blue really suits the car superbly.
It really does. It sort of makes it longer and sleeker. So Peter Bradfield looking elegant with his white helmet with the black stripes. Now a Ferrari 250 GTO, and it's bright green. It's the BP green, and that was one of David Piper's cars. He ran it in those colours, and this one has been owned by Sir Anthony Bamford of JCB fame for a very long time. But you could pick it out in the light with the bright yellow nose. This a truly exquisite Ferrari.
And if you're up at the top paddock, Sam Hancock on his way in the 246 Dino that he regularly races in the Goodwood Revival at extreme pace up the hill, really giving it the beans.
One of my favourite Ferraris
car ever
from the mid-1960s. 1965, the 365 P2 stroke P3, and a lot of cars since then have copied design elements of this, but this was the car that Ford most notably wanted to take on and beat in its quest to win the car.
At the wheel, Tom Christensen, who was driving the V16 Auto Union. Again here, the engine behind, but of a whole different era, some nearly 40 years after the Auto Union was originally created, and with 4 fewer cylinders and a lot less tail wagging the dog. But Tom, his first time out in this car. On screen now, 250 LM, the first mid-engine Ferrari racer, Rosso Corsa, and the Cambridge Blue, the pale blue there of Sir Ronnie Hoare, Maranello concessionaires, the British Ferrari importer, and those colours were his colours from his college when he was rowing for Cambridge. So the Cambridge Blue on the car was always an indicator that it was a Maranello concessionaire's car.
And don't forget that 265 LM won the more in 1965. A famous helmet. It's Nigel Mansell aboard the Ferrari 639. It was the car that introduced the semi-automatic gearbox, and ironically didn't get to race. It became the development model for the 640, but it just looks so simple from the outside. Nigel with his visor up just a tiny little bit. He's been having a few sneaky little cheeky runs in the evening to get used to this car, but Nigel in the Ferrari, it just looks right.
And of course, after his dominance with Williams and then moving to Ferrari, his tigering spirit, his never say die attitude, his bravery won him enormous kudos with the Italian fans, with the Tifosi.
Well, not so much the tiger. In Leone, he's a lion-like spirit, and he attacked from the outset. This is actually just before his second time at Williams, when he came good and won the championship in 1992 in Red 5. We'll be seeing that in later batches, waving to the fans. And you know, like a lot of drivers who haven't been in the cockpit for a while, they get back in and they realise this is what they're made for. This is their environment. So Nigel will be going faster and faster and he gets more in tune, but it's great to have him back here at Goodwood.
And to have a driver from the team in that period actually driving the cars with a degree of aplomb as well. So, yeah, Nigel Mansell. And, you know, his World Championship success came with Williams, but he certainly made a big mark in Ferrari. Italian fans still worship him, as they did all of their brave drivers.
Now, so we've got to brace a load more cars about to leave. The Marshal is just getting the Ferrari sort of chase car, if you will. Very, very elegant. One of the road cars off to one side. I think they're getting all the single-seaters through ahead of it.
Otherwise they're all going to boil, aren't they? Yeah, the race cars will not like sitting still.
Okay, we're getting a bit more modern in the Ferrari range. And again, just waiting for the signal, get going, and we've got a Ferrari Challenge car tucked in behind, but this is a fabulous sound that comes out of just checking which one this is as it goes into the first corner. Get a good view of the flanks. Marchionnet traditionally in a lot of these cars.
Well, Mark is down to drive a Ferrari F60, which this definitely isn't.
No, it definitely is. This is the Ferrari. Look, you've got the narrow rear wing. You forget how much the rules of Formula 1 keep chopping around. Make the wing wider, make it higher, make it lower. Still trying to work out the right formula to get the best racing out of Formula 1. But how many miles of display running and test running with Mark Genet done? Phenomenal.
Yeah. And there's still the groove tyres. still running on groove tyres. That's what the car was designed for. And what's required to run these cars is really quite remarkable. I mean, you've got to keep old computers running to even get the thing to start. This is not like a Cosworth. You can't just plug in the starter and squirt a bit of easy start down the trumpets and let it go. These things require an awful lot of preparation. Debremea out in will be out in a 488 GTE. He is the boss of the Iron Lynx Racing
This
team.
is the third iteration of the Ferrari project cars, the 599 XXX Evo. This is a car that you buy and you take it to, or Ferrari takes to the track with engineers, with driver coaches. You get a lot of track time, but you are spending a lot of money. But if you're an absolute Ferrari aficionado with the budget to match, this is an amazing car to have.
Cash-rich time poor is the sort of category that you fall into here, where you have just enough time to get there, drive the car. And again, the Cambridge blue on the front of this 296 GTB, the very latest Ferrari. And again, for gentlemen of a certain age, Thomas Magnum and his 308 GTB was very much the car to aspire to, and this would be very much the modern equivalent.
Yeah, and the Ferrari 296 is the base model, if you will, the starting point for the next GT3 car out of Ferrari. And having seen the renderings and now seen it in the flesh, I can see it's going to be very, very attractive indeed in GT trim.
And it's interesting, isn't it, how the sharp edges of the 488 have sort of mellowed and become rounded again. You know, it's another different phase of the design language.
Well, the Ferrari B812 Competizione, well, it does what it says on the tin. It looks mean and, again, just so quick. And we always like Ferraris away from the red, Martin, but this is the Giallo Fly, the yellow that has been such a popular car, really from the Daytona onwards in the early 1970s.
Yeah, and I mean, it is as shouty as the car itself, but it is a gorgeous colour. A little bit more subtlety in the gunmetal.
Well, this is the Roma, a car that I really felt when it was introduced probably a couple of years ago now, brought the elegance back to Ferrari. Fewer great big accoutrements. Yes, we've got that little flip-up rear wing, but that touchdown makes it look neat and tidy. And I think we're going back to the grand touring age of GTs for the road. We've got the supercars. This has got supercar performance, but it will look very discreet standing. So as much as a Ferrari can look discreet, but I think a delicacy of design is really the hallmark of the Roma.
Again, it doesn't shout hypercar. It just speaks, volumes about class and comfort and continent crushing ability. What it's not doing is challenging to a fight outside the back of a pub.
Nice analogy. Ferrari pushing on very hard indeed, and I just double checking. I think that might be Alexander West waiting for a caption to come up. If he's in the F2008, that should be the front wing looks. Yeah, that's the F2008. So this is Alexander West, the Swedish racing driver. Does a lot of GT racing. He'll be competing the Spa 24 Hours. He's a greedy lad. He did the Le Mans 24 Hours a couple of weeks ago. He's loving this.
Well, he didn't do the Nürburgring 24 Hours, did he? He certainly didn't do Spa 24-hour bike race just before Le Mans.
He probably has to work a little bit for a living, Martin.
Yeah, well, that's true. There are more 24-hour races than there are weekends in the year almost, but some of them have an awful lot of call. So Alexander West just exercising himself gently in this car. That isn't, 2008 Formula One car is still an awful lot of car to be pedalling up a very narrow driveway.
So that was powered by the 2.litre V8 when the engine size changed down to that size, and of course it's changed since again. And Terry Grant could wait no more to leave the start line. Off he goes. What is he going to do? We've seen him in the Aston Martin, we've seen him in something small. Now it's the Jaguar time. He shares the love.
He does indeed. So in front of the house there is the base of Jerry Juder's sculpture for this year, celebrating BMW's M division.
Wherever Terry performs, it draws the crowds. The match eventually comes to an end, and he's a very exquisite full stop, but the fans lining the hill, loving it all.
Yeah. And good news, no ankle breakages so far, which is always good. So cameramen loving that, by the way. Bike goes one direction, car goes the other. Okay, so everybody clear the shot, but not in the same way. Yes, thanks. That's where a pull focus isn't working quite as well. So this guy's doing, as ever, a fantastic job. Well, we're going to join Ed Foster up in the finishing area in a moment or two. We already mentioned Emanuele Pirro, who we saw driving one of the cars. As you'll appreciate, when you're at the side of the track, cars come by faster than the TV shows them, so we do have some little gaps, one of which was Little Art, Arturo Mezzario, Italian Grand Prix racer of the 1970s. And again, a face that has been very familiar in paddocks at racetracks over the years ever since. Ed Foster caught up with them at the top of the track. Let's hear from him now.
John Watson, the wonderful thing about being in the top paddock is you never know who's going to arrive, but immediately I recognised your helmet colours. So welcome, and what a lovely thing to be sort of reunited with a Porsche.
Well, I raced in '84 on 4 separate occasions, but actually entered 4 separate events for Porsche. One, Spa, was not a great result. The other 2, we didn't even start the race, but final race in Japan, Mount Fuji, won with the legendary Stefan Belloff. In fact, in fairness, Stefan won the race and I co-drove with him. So that was, I think, in a 956. This is a 62. So very much similar, just a slight difference in wheelbase, but part of that magic family of 956, 962s.
And all the drivers I speak to always say that they were actually just wonderfully easy cars to drive. Is that true?
They must have muscles on them like Popeye, because actually, coming out of a Formula One car, there was a real culture shock to get behind the wheel of this time. The downforce was considerable. The car is a very physical car to drive. The way the car works best has actually been driven hard, because then the balance of the car, the aerodynamic balance in particular, begins to work very, very well. But believe me, these races in Group C throughout the 80s were tough, tough races.
Well, John, lovely to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andre Lotterer, you were so successful at Le Mans in the sort of modern age, as it were. These were so successful at Le Mans back in the Group C days. It must be so wonderful to try something like this from the race's history.
Yeah, it's lovely. I love Group Cs. They're the most sexy beasts that you can find, and this one is one of the first one. I think there's the second one. It won Le Mans in '82 with Jackie Hicks and Derek Bell. It only did Le Mans, and yeah, to be able to drive it here in Goodwood, yeah, it was mega. I've driven a 962 on the Porsche Proving Ground, and I got to give it a bit of speed. So really, really nice to drive and a lot of fun, big boost. So yeah, I think they reached like really, really crazy speeds back then.
You know, you've raced old cars at Revival, but could you be tempted to race something like this?
Definitely, of course. Yeah, I love all these cars, and yeah, I think it's another beast. But yeah, it'd be interesting to push the limits, you know, to see how it feels. Of course, it has downforce already. It's the ground effect cars, so definitely be interesting. I mean, there are Group C races, so who knows? Maybe one day I'll participate.
We'll see if we can get you an invite. The drivers always say these are quite physical cars to drive. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I can relate to that. Like, there's no power steering nowadays. The modern cars have power steering, and there it's like really hands-on, and you feel the loads on the steering. And back then there were only even 2 drivers. So yeah, true heroes. Really look up to them, and yeah, shifting the gears, looking after the car, and yeah, pushing a car like that to its limit without power steering is quite something.
Andre, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Arturo Mezzario, you've very kindly selected an interpreter for us, but I wanted to ask.
No, he's no interpreter, he's my friend.
So, I wanted to ask, Ferrari, it is just so quintessentially Italian, it's almost part of the country. Do you feel that when you're driving something like this?
È così la quintessenza dell'Italia.
Sì, siamo tutti dei piccoli Leonardo da Vinci, ogni italiano ha un'inventiva, spiega bene?
Yes, he says every Italian is a small Leonardo da Vinci because it's geniality of us. Yeah.
He also told you to explain it well as well, didn't he?
Yeah. I just recommend. So I take it serious, the translation job.
And this car, the Sharknose, it's such a magical piece of time. But what they've done in recreating this car is such a special thing, isn't it?
Sì, veramente hanno fatto una magia. Devo dire molte grazie ai meccanici e ai tecnici inglesi che sono riusciti dal nulla a ricreare una macchina uguale a quella che Phil Hill vinse il campionato del mondo nel 1961.
Yeah, Arturo says it's a piece of geniality. English mechanics were able to recreate from zero the car that Phil Hill won the championship with in 1961.
Arturo, Emanuele, grazie mille, è stato meraviglioso.
Grazie per te.
Ciao.
Grazie, ciao.
Marc Genet, another Festival of Speed, another Marc Genet, another Ferrari. It's such a fabulous weekend, this, isn't it?
It is, especially that badge we just did now, that is very special with one of the most valuable Ferraris in the history of that brand. And honestly, I've been at Goodwood for many, many years, but probably I've never done such a special badge like this Ferrari one. And yeah, it's always nice, but it was nice to be part of it.
Now, you play such a large role in Ferrari's history. It must be amazing to be a part of a manufacturer that has produced this many cars.
Yeah, like when I see, Nigel Mansell, driving the Ferrari F1, we have the CEO coming along with the Ferrari Daytona. So be part of this family. I always dreamt of being part of Formula One day, but with Ferrari, my dream didn't go that way. So yeah, I'm very happy. It's been now almost 20 years I've been with this company, and it's incredible. And today we are showing why it's such an iconic brand. There's so much history linked to motorsport and of course to very beautiful road cars.
Now, you almost always in a Formula One car coming up the hill. You'll know it pretty well by now, but it's narrow. You've obviously got wet tyres on, but it's quite difficult getting one of these up the top. You've got cold brakes, cold tyres.
Yeah, that's why we go for wet tyres, because the grip is very consistent. You could go with slicks, but the first corners is very cold, And it's very narrow, it's very bumpy, especially when you cross the start and finish line with the Formula One. It really is harsh. I try to make it a little bit with speed. I know some people go in first gear doing burnouts. I try to do like third, fourth gear just to show the sound and the speed of a Formula One car. I've been up so many times now because I've been here always with Formula One car that I know the corners, but you always play very safe.
Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
this is the next sports car. I mean, when you say that and they're not replicas, that's when you begin to realise just what we have at Goodwood.
And also, Zav, what's at stake? Because they're very, very valuable cars.
Yeah, that's true. Gosh, Martin's not hanging about either.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think one of the things, certainly in the back of an owner's mind, though, is if you're in an Escort Mark II and to an extent a Metro 6R4, you can still get parts. So, again, but they would say Darrell Taylor goes a little bit wide there, and John Saunders goes off into action against the clock, and it's ticking away for him now with the Metro 604. They would say these cars are to be used, and they're rally cars, and they're to be used in action. They do demonstrations around Europe. They do timed events on hill climbs and sorts of. Some of them still go rallying and into club rallies and national rallies, where you don't have to have homologated cars. And certainly in historic, some of the cars that you've seen out, like Dave Watkins, that car that you saw, he was on the Roger Albert Clark rally, the same rally that I did last November, in the snow, in the ice, in the teeming rain, and he was loving it. And you know, he was putting his car to the test, as he is here, as are the Larbys. Stuart Larby there, and that noise of the Audi Quattro, you could identify that anywhere. Even a Martian could identify that.
Yeah, it's amazing because I was lucky enough in 1984 to go to the start of the Ulster Rally. I was there at the first stage when Walter Roll brought the Sport Quattro to go testing, and to this day I remember, I think it was Jimmy McRae and Russell Brooks were seated behind him in the Mandas, and even on the stage, Tony, they got out of the car to watch the Quattro off the line, and it was just phenomenal. It really, really was. I mean, it set the place on fire. Just the power of it, 4 seconds a mile quicker than the Mantas, and I mean, that was just phenomenal.
Start of the revolution, wasn't it? Well, interestingly, back there, that you saw John Saunders when he came in, he went really wide to the right up on the grass to get as much steering as he could. Clearly, steering lock is not that brilliant on the Metro 604, so he can slick it down into first and drive it round Delta and get round the barrel. There's really a Golf GTI. It's a great little car. And that is in the original works colours. Well, it is an original car, of course. Computer Vision were the sponsors, 84, 85, 86, and the Tony Pond car.
Puncher.
That is, because he hit the bank instantly. That has pushed the tyre back off the rim. The air's just spewed out the side of that, and down it's gone. So it's going to be difficult for him. He's going to have to limp out, which will probably be the best thing for us, as you can see, and hopefully the tyre will stay on the rim long enough for him to get up and out of the stage.
So Brynmore keeping very right, trying to get the front wheel drive car around there. That was very neat, very clean. Back now to Chris Dakin, our clock of the course here. Michael Weeks normally navigates for Chris. They've had a few outings together this year. Chris now down in under the trees, through Stratus, down into Cooper's.
In fact, with 2019, I couldn't do the World Rally Championship, Wales Rally GB, and neither could Chris Dakin. Nicely round, Frank. Brilliant. That's the best I've seen of the Martini Lancias go round there. He made short shrift of that one. Big handbrake round and then straightened it up and right out the other side.
So from our rally stage, from Tony and Zav up in the dust, back to the hill, and Martin Haven, Bruce Jones on the microphones. Lots of people still here at the Festival of Speed enjoying their day. Glad to see you here. Bruce, we saw a little bit earlier the BMW 3-litre CSL. This is its nemesis, its arch rival. Steve Millen here in the Cologne Capri. Mark 1 Capri, but with a difference, a Cosworth-tuned and built V6 engine, the GA V6, a superb-sounding machine.
Yeah, so this is the very early Capri before they put rear wings on the car, the latter model. This is the 2.6 litre car. Steve Millen driving it beautifully, but it had that absolutely clear engine part that made it out. But I think those days, 72, 73, 74, watching on the Nürburgring Nordschleife these battles were epic. They brought up many young drivers, BMW, Ford, both signing up. The greats, we've got Jackie Stewart here. He was a Ford's worst rival. We had Matt Sherkin, Stuck, etc., etc.
A man who did more for driving careers in the 70s than probably anybody else, Jochen Neerpasch. Not only the boss of Ford Motorsport, but then went on to be the boss of BMW Motorsport, or was it the other way around? I forget. But enormously influential, got so many young drivers into cars. This car in period raced by Manuel Reuter in DTM. And this is a 190E. This is not the Evo 2, this is the Evo version, so the early version with a 4-cylinder engine. Cosworth tuned 2.3 16-valve engine. Arch rivals were the BMW M3, again another 4-cylinder 16-valve engine, and the Audi V8 limousine. You'll see that being driven here as well in works colours, and that car about twice the size, twice the length at least of the Mercedes and the BMW, but just as successful in period.
And the body shells stayed very, very similar, but looking at this 1992 190E, compared, I drove one at the end of 1995 at Hockenheim. What a treat. There was much more tech in that, but this was fearsome battling, and the DTM back then I think was at its absolute zenith, and the fact that DTM is now for GT cars really to me is a massive, massive travesty. There's enough GT racing without that.
Well, before the saloons came along, it was originally a German GT championship, so sort of full circle 50 years later. Coming up behind it, well, we're looking here at the phenomenal Napier Railton, but if you're up at top paddock, approaching soon behind that Manuel Reuter DTM car will be Tom Christensen in the V16 Auto Union twin rear wheels for the hill climb here, as it would have hand in period, driven by Hans Stuck Senior, not Stritzel, Hans Stuck Junior, who is the Hans Stuck of your career, Bruce, and mine. But this Auto Union pre-war V16, a fabulous device, and as you see, Tom Christensen driving it with great aplomb. We saw this car a little earlier. It was the Napier Railton, a Napier Lion aero engine, 24-litre. And here we can see the Alfa Romeo P3 coming away from line. This is the car that really made Alfa Romeo as a Grand Prix force hugely successful, hugely influential, and achingly pretty. And again, the patina of this car, not just the sort of black marks on the back, but that would all originally have been a bright red car. It has aged and is dark and beautiful and just that sort of almost plummy colours.
Mind you, that Italian racing red, Martin, got lighter and brighter, became orange under Ferrari with that sort of 1970s into the 1980s Marlboro influence, of
definitely,
course, the main sponsor.
Philip Morris had a lot to say for it, didn't they?
Jaguar C-Type, still to me one of the most exquisite body shapes, and in the early 1950s, great success at Le Mans, brought disc brakes into competitive action, and Vernon McKenzie enjoying a drive. But of course the C very quickly became the D, and even more success, but not just from the works team for Jaguar, but of course the Ecuria Cos cars. Great success for the Scottish team. I mean, that's what Ecuria Cos means down at Le Mans.
Beautiful pea green colour on Vernon McKenzie's car Vernon is driving. And again, you know, for students of design, from the C-Type to the D-Type, a very easy transfer. Add a fin and you're looking at a D-Type. You can see the E-Type, and most of all you can also see the Mark II and Mark I and Mark II Jags in it. I mean, the family face was very evident, and they then morphed into the 420G and the X-Type, and then into the XJS. That family line is traceable right back to this car, and of course the XK engine first made its appearance in C-Types as well. And then stepping back a
30
few
years
more
further
decades.
1922 AC Brooklands Racer, when Brooklands was a thing, that amazing bank circuit down near Weybridge in Surrey, and Freddie Smith at the wheel. But clearly fewer tools to play with, and in fact, drifting to the side of the circuit by the looks of things, side of the hill climb. Unfortunate for Freddie Smith, but he tucks it away.
Yeah, easing himself out of the way, doesn't want to leave oil everywhere or do any damage to his venerable AC. And again, you know, that car, barely 30 years, maybe 35 years since cars had actually first been invented. And then a further 35 years on, we're in 3-litre Formula One. I mean, it's just a remarkable rate of progress. And again, right back here, earlier still than the AC, we're looking at one of the real Edwardian Leviathans. What Leviathan?
It's the Sunbeam. It's the mighty 350 horsepower Di Nanzanti at the wheel, and this is a 36-valve V12. Ferrari would have liked that, but look at that tail. It's like something out of the comic books. Doug Hill actually at the wheel at the moment. He's sharing the driving with Ian Stanfield across the 4 days. This is a car that was fitted with a 350 horsepower engine at Goodwood in 1920, before Ken Elmley Guinness used it to set 3 records. And records were the things you aimed for in those days.
Can you imagine, for starters, racing this thing flat out? Can you imagine doing it in a cloth shirt and a cloth helmet? And then can you imagine doing it around the bumpy banked Brooklands? It's bumpy now, it was bumpy then. Cars took off because the bumps were so big. Can you just imagine? I mean, that's why the cockpits are so large, because you've got to fit those cojones in somehow.
You do, and this was a car that was then bought by a certain Malcolm Campbell, and its name became Bluebird, and it started, you know, it was a speed record car, and it obviously went on to greater things. 2 generations of the Campbell family. So Doug Hill, who knows this car implicitly, and all things to do with Brooklands, puttering his way with that huge amount of torque up the hill. Not a lot of revs, but certainly lots of grunt.
And even at top speed, this thing would barely have been doing 3,000 RPM. Metallurgy just didn't allow high engine revolutions. I mean, if those of you who were here earlier saw the Beast of Turin, you can almost, it's like measuring the pulse, hearing the firing stroke of that engine. You know, there's one beat about every second and a half as the pistons explode, because they're literally the size of fire buckets. And this is absolutely no different. Huge, over-engineered. I mean, they're almost as if the car is some kind of steam engine. That's the kind of venerable engineering that's going on. But again, this was absolutely pushing the boundaries at its time in every way that some of our electric and hydrogen-powered races are doing now.
Equally so, and one thing that should stand out about that speed circuit down in Surrey, it was far from smooth, and some of the shots, you see cars on the banking with all 4 wheels in the air, and some cars did go completely in the air over the top of the banking, but the bravery was truly astonishing down there. But a great place that dragged racing forward enormously in the first few decades of the 20th century.
Well, for those of you who are still here, enjoying a little bit of late afternoon action at Goodwood, plenty still to do. And you know what? This is now the time of day. You haven't made your escape before the traffic, so it's now time to get some dinner and have something to drink as well before you go home. Watch all the action this evening. We'll be on the radio as well once the course here goes quiet, the rally stage goes quiet, so there is plenty to keep you interested as you either enjoy some dinner here or jump into the car and start to wend your weary way home.
And of course, Martin, also as the paddock empties out, that's your chance to get your close-up shots without other people in the way. Yeah. And those that are either the early birds or the night owls really get the very best shots.
No, you're absolutely right. And yeah, there is so much to see, whether whatever era is your favourite era, now, then, or the future. There is so much to see, and again, you will just fill your car up. Now, we just saw these boys and girls down in the collecting area. This is from the e-scooter championship, brand new electric scooter racing series that is a city centre racing series, co-created by Alejandro Agag, the creator of Formula E and Extreme E, and Lucas de Grassi. This is kind of his brainchild, actually, Lucas, because obviously all the other things he do aren't quite barking enough.
No, indeed, and we heard from British speed skater Elise Christie earlier, 110 kilometres an hour, did you say? Or was it 100 kilometres?
100 Ks, which is, 62 miles an hour. That is more than enough on a tiny scooter around the city streets.
So Elise, of course, would love to use all the power she's developed in her legs, but she can't. What she can use, though, is the balance and that ability to lean into a corner that obviously works so well until it doesn't work at all in skating and you're off.
Well, and it's those shock absorbers, obviously, and in skiing, it's the legs are all dampers. That's what the power's for. She's also using it for motive force on the ice, and particularly in short circuit skating, which is so explosive. But that means that she actually has got great lower body strength, and that really will benefit her when she's riding on the e-scooters. Well, it is time, I think, since there is an absence of cars stopping our spectators from going across the track, to catch up with some of our drivers. So let's hear first from Alan Wynne.
Alan Wynne, there are so many wonderful cars here, but I have such a soft spot for this, the Napier Railton. I mean, it achieves so much, but just tell everyone sort of it's a headline fact.
Yeah, I'm 24 litre, 535 horsepower at 2,500 RPM. Fastest car ever around the Brooklyn circuit, an average speed of 143.44 miles an hour. First car ever to average 150 mile an hour for 24 hours, which it did on the salt flats of Bonneville in 1936. So if you imagine that, it's like driving across the Atlantic in 24 hours in a motor car, 3,600 miles. Yeah, the car was built for John Cobb by Thompson and Taylors, and designed by the amazing engineer Reed Railton. And it's a complete one-off. Everything on the car was built for the car, other than the engine, which was it's an Napier Lion modified for use here. And the steering box is off a Bentley, but everything else was built specially for the car.
And Alan, I mean, you've probably driven this car almost more than anyone else now. Is it quite an easy thing to get up the hill?
It's easy to get up the hill once you just got to remember that it's only got two-wheel brakes, even though they're Magic aircraft discs. You just need to remember to slow down before other people start slowing down. It's got bags and bags of torque, as you can imagine, but you just have to feed the throttle in quite carefully. But yeah, she certainly goes, and at the end of the day, there's 1,300 foot-pound of torque in there, which means that she gathers herself up and she handles beautifully. It's got very, very good front rear weight balance, and it really does handle well. Just a joy to drive once you get it going. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, you're a lucky man, Alan.
I am very, very lucky to be allowed to drive this. Yes.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, Ed.
Steve Millen, it's wonderful that there are so many owners of these cars that are willing to let you drivers drive them up the hill, and this is a particularly special one, isn't it?
It really is. 50 years ago, this car was winning touring car championship races in Europe with Jochen Mass and Hans Stuck and so on. So it's a really great old car.
And just in front of us, but behind Andy, the cameraman, you'll see Jochen Mass sat in the 300 SLR, who won the Spa 24 Hours in this car. It must be wonderful following him up the hill.
And it is, and there's so many great drivers here. It's really fun to be here and meet people and that. And the people are different when they're retired. When you're in the middle of a professional series, you're much more serious, and this is just so much fun.
And has Jochen come over in the assembly area to have a look at what it looks like now?
He has. He actually spent quite some time with the owner, and they went over little details about what they did during the season and so on. So I think he's really enjoyed it.
Steve, thank you so much.
Thank you.
we're urgently looking for breakthroughs in the prevention and cure of dementia. We sponsor the brightest and best scientific talent from around the world. We're fast-tracking research by bringing Formula One innovation into the laboratories. Working faster and smarter, together we can beat this disease. Let's beat dementia together.
Because that's just gone straight past me, I'm afraid. I'm not actually quite sure. It's just they just didn't get any. Well, yeah, they've given us copious information, as you can see. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It is, what day are we now? Friday evening. 5:56, goodness me, on what has actually been rather a lovely day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We're down in the home of Charles Richmond, the Duke of... Here we go. We're in the middle of something. We are here on his driveway up to his house, which is, or the driveway through the grounds up to the house, which you can see in the background there with the domes and the Jerry Judah built statue sculpture out the front, which is part of the celebration of 50 years of BMW's M division. So back with Sean Ward and Martin Haven, ready to take a look at some of our supercars, some of the first glance cars, and some of our road bikes as well. So, as well as competition machinery on 2 and 4 wheels, manufacturers are using the enormous influence and prestige of Goodwood's Festival of Speed to launch brand new machinery. And Sean, some of this is a very, ooh, what's that moment? So, ooh, what's that, other than being a yellow Ferrari?
This is the Ferrari Daytona SP3. It follows on from the Ferrari SP1 and the SP2 and the Icona series. So it's basically limited run, very special indeed. Big wave there, thank you, hello. So this has a V12 engine, 599 cars, 6.5 litre V12, 840 horsepower, revs to 9,500 RPM. Only 599
Now, I recognise the helmet colours, and I can't for the life of me think why I recognise the helmet colours. Have you got any idea who's driving it with such excitement?
Potentially Raffaele Di Simone, I think.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd recognise Raffaele Di Simone's helmet. That's been driven by with enormous excitement and verve. And actually, the passenger was waving. I'm not quite sure whether they were waving for help or just enjoying the ride enormously, but I think I'd be clinging on to things with both hands.
I think they were alarmed. Now, this is the Ferrari 812 Competizione. This has a 6.3 litre V12, 830 horsepower. That's up 30 horsepower on the standard 812 Superfast. Revs to 9,500 RPM. So the standard 812 Superfast revs to 8,900. So there's an extra 600 RPM.
Now, this is a little bit more sort of home territory for me. Caterham taking over the rights to build the Lotus 7 from Colin Chapman back at the end of the 60s, based in Caterham in Surrey, hence the name. And Graham Nern and family now still building some of the fastest, most exhilarating road cars known to man. Fairly basic, as you can see. Oh look, somebody's little bunny has been attached as well, little monkey bear to this Caterham 7. So what's the spec on this 7?
This is the Caterham 420 Cup. So at the moment, this is the fastest Caterham they build, the most extreme version. So if you're looking to see lots of track days, as you can see from the fact it doesn't have a windscreen, this is designed for fun on a track. I mean, you can drive it on the road, of course, but if you want to go and have fun, this is currently the most extreme Caterham you can buy.
So fully spec'd up, undoubtedly. Well, it's got the roll cage there, as you say. Yeah, no full screen. It's got little aero screens, wind deflectors. And
teddy bear is optional, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're possibly right.
He's missing an eye. I hope that was before he started the hill climb.
Oh dear. Oh yeah. Where there's blame, there's a claim. That's all I'm saying.
Now this is the Pagani Huayra R 6-litre V12. Behind that, the Hennessy's Venom F5. This is an absolute monster. So John Hennessy down in Texas, their team, they're aiming to go 500 kilometres an hour with that car. 311 miles an hour. So far in testing, they've hit 271 miles an hour. And that is just in testing.
Well, I suppose you have to test these things to that speed before you actually get to somewhere like the Nardo Speed Bowl, where you can actually run at that velocity.
It's got a 6.6-litre twin-turbo flat-plane crank V8, 1,360 kilograms, 1,817 horsepower, all going through the rear wheels.
So it's 1.6 tons and it's 1,800 horsepower.
1.3 tons.
1.3 tons, so that's a 2,000 horsepower per ton. Wow. I mean, again, it's just... We talked about this a little bit earlier. The specific power output of some of these cars is... You know, what happened to the days when 400 horsepower was quite a lot?
And this is the Gordon Murray Automotive T50, 3.9-litre naturally aspirated V12, developed in conjunction with Cosworth. It revs to 12,100 RPM, entirely road legal, uses ground effect with the fan that you see at the rear there to suck it to the ground. 36 horsepower more than the McLaren F1, designed of course by Gordon Murray, the same person. 150 kilograms less weight.
And similar single-seater driving style position with 2 passenger seats to either side and slightly behind the driver. Dario Franchitti, the test driver, so emotional about this program, really loves this car to pieces. He just was waxing lyrical about it earlier, saying what a phenomenal noise it makes. And you're right, you know, Gordon Murray designed the McLaren F1 road car with a V12 engine behind it. This has got a smaller, lighter engine. It's got 25, 30 years of high-performance technology involved in it as well. So it's lighter, it's more powerful, but it's again, the idea is to create a true driver's car. Now, this is a car that even now looks so futuristic. Never mind what people thought of it in the 1970s, the Aston Martin Bulldog.
5.3-litre twin-turbo V8, remember back in the 80s. 608 horsepower, did 192 miles an hour in testing. Aston Martin wanted this to be their first 200-mile-an-hour car, but they did that test, got 192, then they thought, actually, this is too expensive. We can't do this.
Well, Aston Martin was at that stage in one of its kind of perennial 70s, 80s crises of ownership and finance, and so it didn't happen. Twin-turbo version, essentially, of the Tadek Merrick designed all-aluminium V8 that came in with the DBS V8 and then went through into the Vantage, the Valanti of the late 1980s, early 90s, and was a mainstay of Aston Martin for sort of 20 years. And the twin-turbo version, I mean, again, you know, going back here, something like a Ferrari 308 would have been just north of 300 horsepower. This was absolutely benchmark moving stuff and phenomenally futuristic. I mean, looks like something you would only ever see in a motor show. And the fact that they nearly productionized it just shows how adventurous Aston Martin designers were then and remain to this day. Now, look at this leaving the line in a pall of smoke.
This is the Hispano-Suiza Carmen. Comes from Spain. It's got 2 electric motors, 1,020 horsepower. Just 24 cars will be made.
Hispano-Suiza, again, another very historic Spanish brand. High caliber, high prestige cars in the, well, the brand sort of disappeared in the early 1960s, but has been revived in the last few years. You and Hanky here in one of the McLaren Arturas, and we've seen a number of these cars here. This is the new mainstream McLaren.
Yep, exactly that. It replaces the Sports Series, so the 570 GT, the 570S, the 540C as it was, the 620R. This replaces all of them. They've now gone. This has a new twin-turbocharged V6, whereas those cars had twin-turbocharged V8. Still, similar amount of power, if not more actually. It's more than 600 horsepower, but it can drive on electricity alone. You don't have to wake anyone up when you leave in the morning.
Where's the fun in that? It's a great evocation of the MP412. I mean, the 12C, the first McLaren road car, still the lines very evident in that.
McLaren Speedtail now as well. So this, like the McLaren F1, has 3 seats. Driver sits in the centre, 2 passengers can sit either side. This will do more. This is faster than the McLaren F1. This will do more than 250 miles an hour. It's a hybrid. It's got the 3.8 litre twin-turbo V8 that you're familiar with from other McLarens, but high powertrain, more than 1,000 horsepower. Super slippery body. We've seen this car here before. We've never seen it running on the hill before.
Again, you look at it as it comes towards you, okay, that's a McLaren, and then as it goes by you go, oh, is it really? Because it's got the long tail, the Speedtail there is such a very different look from any of their other road cars, and that's that high speed long tail that we're looking at here.
And this is the McLaren 765 LT, and behind that McLaren 720S, finished in Golf colours. 765 LT we saw before was the hardened, more lightweight version of this car. This car driven by Bruno Senna, so you know he's going to be trying very hard. Look at that.
Well, evocative colours, nobody dislikes a car in pale blue and orange, do they? And Bruno Senna giving this car plenty of work out here. Le Mans prototype driver, races in LMP2 regularly. Highly successful driver as well. And I don't know who the lucky stroke unfortunate passenger is, but boy, they are getting the ride of their life here. Bruno Senna flashing across the line. That was an untimed demo run, but I bet you somewhere someone he knows had a stopwatch running on that.
We're looking at here is the Maserati MC20, first mid-engine sports car that we've seen since the MC12, almost 2 decades ago now, not quite, but getting that way.
It is, yeah. I mean, it seems like a long while ago that the MC12 was a new kid on the block, and actually this is, again, you can see little echoes of that, particularly in the nose. So just waiting for the hill to clear a little. Not sure if there's been a slight failure to proceed just in front. Be churlish to talk over that, wouldn't it? Maserati leaves the line. And behind it, another very familiar face. The Aston Martin grille, absolutely unmistakable.
That's the way to leave the line. Thank you very much.
That was £6,000 worth of tyres, just about.
It's worth it. It's entirely worth it.
It certainly is. So Aston Martin's current flagship model, the DB11.
Yeah, so this sits below the DBS. DBS is the kind of hardcore Grand Tourer. This, slightly more relaxed, but still more than 600 horsepower from a 5.2 litre twin-turbo V12. Rear-wheel drive, automatic only nowadays. You can't get a manual gearbox. One of these, which is a bit of a shame, but it's still a lovely car. Replace the DB9, of course.
I think so many of the owners are going to be driving it in normal motoring, and as a result, you know, a good automatic, particularly with the amount of power and torque that these cars have, is actually a lot of times a saving grace. There will be drivers who wish that they had a manual gearbox very occasionally to row up and down just to make the car make the phenomenal noise as it does. I think in most practical terms, automatic is what you need in a car with that wave of power and torque. Speaking of which...
So this is the Aston Martin Valkyrie. It's effectively Aston Martin's first mid-engine hypercar. It's a car that was developed in part with Red Bull Racing, Advanced Technologies. Adrian Newey had a hand in the design, which is why it's so sculpted effectively by aerodynamics. 1,160 horsepower at 7,000 RPM, 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12. Just listen to it.
And just look at it as well. Look how much car you don't see when you look underneath it, when you look through it. I mean, it is real Formula One style technology, this car. Peter Dunbrack, one of the hardcore group of test drivers, of course, Le Mans racer and very successful sports car racer. But he is the man charged with really giving the Valkyrie a thorough airing here at Goodwood. And that really put it through its paces.
Here we have the Aston Martin V12 Vantage Speedster car that comes from Aston Martin's Q division. Just 88 of these cars, all of them sold, of course. And as you can see, no windscreen.
No. Well, in the spirit of sort of ancient racers of the 40s and the 50s, like the D-type Jaguar with the aerodynamic headrest behind the drivers, or head fairing behind the driver and passenger seat. I mean, if this was black, it would be Batman's sport car, wouldn't it?
It's quite a machine, isn't it? And the fact that these are road legal, so you can just be, let's say, walking down a high street somewhere, maybe in Chichester, just down the road, and yet something like this could just poodle on by. You wouldn't be able to look away.
No, you absolutely wouldn't. I'm not quite sure where the shopping goes, but I'm sure that's possibly the least of your worries if you're in a V12 Vantage, anything, never mind the Speedster.
0 to 62, 3.5, top speed of 198 miles an hour.
And probably one of the final hurrahs for a V12 engined Aston Martin. Now then, Singer have made a name for themselves over the years, haven't they? Recently reimagining Porsches. This is Marino Franchitti. And he is in one of the Singer Porsches that they have brought here to the Festival of Speed. Again, based on the 930, the original Whaletail 911 Turbo. What a beautiful piece. And you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, it's a nice 911 Turbo. I can't think of a way of describing how wrong you are at just how nice a job it is. Singer essentially disassembled the car, look at every single element, how they can make it better, put it back together. And that's what's happened with this as well. Now, very familiar names from motorsport fans, a Porsche 930 Tag Turbo.
This comes from Lanzanti. They've essentially got hold of the 1.5 litre twin-turbo V6 Formula One engines from the 1980s. That was something, they did a test with this engine in a 930 road car at the time. Lanzanti has been given the opportunity to build these today. So there are... So, sorry, my mistake. There are 11 of these cars based on the one-off prototype from the 1980s. Wow. This exact engine powered Alain Prost to 6th place in the 1986 German Grand Prix, 3rd at Hungary, 7th in Japan in 1987.
So what we're saying is this is a 930 Turbo, which clearly wasn't fast enough in the first place, and they have got an ex-Alain Prost Grand Prix Porsche-built Tag Turbo Formula One engine in the car, because clearly a 911 Turbo is not enough unless it's got a genuine Grand Prix engine in it. Well, again, in the familiar papaya of McLaren, the P1 GTR 18, and again, another project from Lanzanti.
Yep, so this 3.8 litre twin-turbo V8, as you'll be familiar with from the McLaren P1. Very special car. Just a few of these made. Getting close to the wheel there, isn't he?
Again, phenomenal looking device, phenomenal sounding device.
So it's built as a tribute to the F1 GTR 27R, which ran in McLaren Orange in 1987. So there are going to be 6 of these.
If you have to ask, you know how much they cost. This is, again, we're sort of looking almost at unobtainable, and then here, when you see a hypercar with the 3-pointed star on, you know there is something very special about to leave the line. And for the first time, actually, we've got an onboard view as well.
Note the camera rather than rear view mirror, because there is no view out the back.
Selecting dynamic, no. Sport, no. Hyper sport, no. Flicking off all the traction control, you know. And these are the things that you don't find in the owner's manual. Turning off all the driver aids, look, just adjusting dials on the steering wheel. This is the closest thing to a Formula One car that Mercedes have got that Lewis Hamilton doesn't have first dibs on.
That's the thing, this was unveiled by Lewis Hamilton in 2017, the Mercedes AMG 1. What he's just done there is go from highway to track, which puts up the rear wing, opens up the levers just above the wheel arch. Maximum downforce, maximum attack. Only 275 of these cars will be made. Really special car, 218 miles an hour flat out, 1.6 litre turbocharged engine from the Mercedes Formula One team. Yeah. Incredible, and this again is road legal.
Yeah, it is basically Lewis Hamilton's engine in a road car, and as insane as that sounds, I think that's probably what it feels like to drive as well. AMG celebrating more than 55 years of tuning Mercedes, and now part of the Mercedes empire. And those ceramic brakes making a very distinctive noise as he gets onto the anchors as he comes past the finish line at the top of the hill. The AMG one, what a thing.
Lamborghini Huracan STO getting towards pushing on now in the Huracan's life. So this is a lighter, slightly more powerful version of the Huracan, rear-wheel drive only. Basically, if you love going out on track days, let's say you like your Porsche 911 GT3 RSs, stuff like that, then this could also do you very nicely.
Looks the part, sounds the part, and undoubtedly feels the part as well. Brutally fast and very flamboyant as well in front of the grandstands at Moulcombe. This is just a great way to sell high-performance cars, isn't it? Not just on the numbers and not just on the road test reviews, but on the way these things look and can be driven on what is a very narrow piece of tarmac.
This is the Alfa Romeo Tonale, the all-new Alfa Romeo SUV, driven by a journalist who always matches his trousers to the colour of the car. Alfa Romeo's new baby SUV. It sits below the Stelvio. There's hybrid powertrains. There will be an electric version coming along very shortly. Very pretty car. Again, it's the whole Alfa Romeo range. You're looking and think, yes, I know exactly what that is. That's an Alfa Romeo.
Absolutely. So James Batchelor, okay, so he's obviously trying to keep his trousers green, not going for very lurid moments. That must be quite a challenge. What's he going to do if he gets offered a drive in the Iron Lynx Ferrari? I'm not sure he's got any bright pink stripes. He probably has.
I don't know how he does it, but I've never seen him driving a car where his trousers don't match.
Is that some sort of green screen camouflage? You only ever see James Batchelor from the waist up because everything matches.
It could be. It's just quite a skill. I don't know how big his wardrobe is, but he planned everything very nicely.
Across the line comes the Alfa Romeo Tonale.
Important car for Alfa Romeo. You know, they're trying to bolster their range. SUVs are where the money's at, quite frankly, so they needed to build another one.
Yeah. And again, you know, everybody needs an A sector, a B sector, a C sector, a D sector car, you know, hatchback, saloon, and SUVs are no different. Flying Spur V8S driven by Andrew Unsworth.
Yeah, so Bentley have just added an S variant to the Flying Spur, the Continental GT, the GTC, the convertible. Essentially slightly more sporty focused, but not in terms of, they haven't gone crazy with suspension or brakes or anything. They've just tweaked things ever so slightly and given it a slightly sportier look.
And here is another of our first glimpse cars launched here globally, the first ever viewing of this car. And we're not just talking driving, we're talking first ever global viewing of this car, the BMW M3 Competition Touring.
This is
a
exactly
wagon.
It
is a wagon.
3-litre turbocharged inline 6, 510 horsepower, 8-speed automatic, 3.6 seconds to 62 miles an hour in an estate car. We've been waiting for this car for so long. I'm so happy it exists.
So it's Jigger Richmond, who enjoyed the first drive up the hill of it. Big smile on his face as he got out by all accounts. And I'm not sure again who the lucky passenger is here, but this will be a wide-eyed ride. So important model, the Touring, an important name for BMW over the years, particularly in the 3 Series. It was always a big seller. M3 Touring, goodness me, that's really lifting the bar a little, isn't it?
Pushing down to the first corner.
Yeah.
Flick it in, watch the lock come on.
Ooh,
there we go.
Nicely done. Again, I'm sure they could be a little bit more lurid, and probably will be by the end of the weekend as well.
This is the new Genesis GV60. All electric, was only launched 5 or 6 weeks ago now, so very new car. Genesis, interesting new brand trying to break into new markets, all new cars. Yeah, quite difficult to bring a new car brand into a different market, but I think they've got a lot going for them, you know, like it's, if you don't go into a dealership, traditional dealership, you can order online, or you can go to, they've got a retail space in London. If your car, say, needs a service, you don't have to take it to a garage. Someone will come and collect it. They'll give you another Genesis, either your spec or higher, so that while your car is away, just being taken care of, you're not left on your bicycle.
It does seem to me, actually, that with EVs, it is possibly easier than ever before to create a new car brand. Yeah, sure, you still need the pressings and all the other stuff to build the chassis, but you don't need to go creating and designing new internal combustion engines with all the technology that involves, and powertrains and gearboxes and transmissions. EVs simplify the whole deal for a new brand.
And this is the Land Rover Defender 130. So this, again, all new. This is the biggest version of the Land Rover Defender you can buy. They launched with the 110, then they went down a size to the 90, and now they've gone the other way, and you've got space for, well, frankly, every belonging you could possibly need in the 130.
And again, as is Land Rover's tradition, that's the wheelbase length. So, yeah, 90 is the shortest wheelbase, and then 110 and 130 is really the fully extended wheelbase. And I'm not too sure many Defenders will ever be driven with quite this degree of alacrity by their owners. However, it has been, you know, a mainstay of Land Rover's production, the basic workhorse of the Land Rover range for decades, and is still an enormously popular seller worldwide. Well, we can see it on the hill here. Of course, its natural habitat will be at a little bit less speed, and quite often with much less traction available. Powering away from the line again, overpowering the rear tyres.
That was the Mercedes AMG GT63 SE Performance. 4 doors, 843 horsepower.
Of course. Goodness me.
And now we have the Polestar 1 in Sun. So Polestar 1, 4-cylinder engine, turbocharged and supercharged. That was a limited run version where just 25 were finishing that gold colour.
And staying with Polestar 2.
Yeah, this is the experimental Polestar 2. So more power. It's gone on to become the Polestar 2 BST Edition 270, which is on the Polestar stand, inspired by this car. More power, more than 400 horsepower, all electric, motor on each axle. Looks like quite fun, actually.
It does, doesn't it? Or Joachim Rudholm at the wheel, really making it look like a lot of fun. And Polestar are very driver-focused cars, very, very driver-focused cars. You know, originally a kind of joint development rather than offshoot of Volvo, hence you can see an awful lot of sort of commonality in styling cues, but becoming very much a different brand.
And there's more to this as well than just, you know, more than 400 horsepower, 470 horsepower. It's got Akabono brakes, it's got Öhlin dampers, fully adjustable, so it might yeah, on face value, look like potentially any other Polestar 2, which all of them are fairly quick to begin with. This has got quite a bit more going on.
It's feels very track-focused in spec, doesn't it? And again, with the kind of horsepower that this is developing, the camo is starting to look as though this might be quite a track-focused car as well in the right hands, although that's not necessarily what it's been ultimately designed for.
This is the Polestar 5, under camouflage at the moment because you won't see it until 2024. You've got the Polestar 3 and the Polestar 4 SUVs to come in between that. 884 horsepower, 900 newton meters of torque, 2 motors, based on the Precept concept.
It's good to see concept cars out and running.
But also a four-door car with 884 horsepower. Yes. There's not much to complain about there. You don't need that, but it's great that it exists.
It is great that it exists, and you know, again, all these halo cars, you know, it's not necessarily the car they're going to sell the most of, but it's the ones that attract the attention, and there's a lot of that reasoning in why these cars exist, not just because we can.
Exactly.
Which is as good a reason as any, I always think.
Looks superb as well.
Alpine A110, again, a name and a very evocative factory Renault 1970s, early 1980s colour scheme on this A10 Tour de Course. Tour de Course, the French round of the World Rally Championship, and one in which Alpine and Renault have both been extremely successful, an all-tarmac rally. And this evocation of that success absolutely looks the part.
The thing about the Alpine A110, small, lightweight. We've talked today about how when you're driving a car like that and you're on the road, you've got so much space to do with. Cars keep growing and growing and growing, but Alpine have gone the other way. They said, no, we're going to go with low power, relatively low grip, lightweight. It's all about driving fun. That's it. That's why this car exists.
Does not have 800 horsepower, does not have 4 doors, does not weigh 1.3 tons. And, you know, and all of that, again, simplify and add lightness, the great adage of Colin Chapman, that's definitely been part of their thinking here. They wanted to create with this Alpine, the first Alpine car, the feel of the old Alpine A110 Roadster. I mean, Berlinette, it's a great looking car. Lots of action with two-wheel machinery heading up the hill as well.
The thing about the motorcycles is, unlike cars, they set off thick and fast. You're never a few seconds away from seeing another one.
I can remember that from Festival of Speeds gone by. That by the time you've recognised what you're looking at, the cameras have cut to the next one. We are fast approaching the end of the day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, day 2 here in 2022. Look forward to seeing some of you, I'm sure, again tomorrow. I'm sure there will be a few multiple visitors in the audience here today. And for those of you who are still here, we are getting towards the end of our day. However, there is another global launch which is still to come. So we're seeing a lot of our first glimpse, both of those motorcycles. Of action still to come, wherever you are, whether you are here beside the hill, up by the rally stage, somewhere at the Festival of Speed, then wherever you are joining us around the world, you can still follow all the action on the stream. Live audio from the radio stream through the night, well, through the night here in the UK as well, but you can pick that up whenever and wherever you wish to. And we have 2 further days of action still to come. That will culminate for a lot of our competition drivers on Sunday in the shootout. Capital T, capital S. That is where the drivers who reckon they got a chance of being fastest in their cars will go up the hill against the clock. So a great look down on the Goodwood Festival of Speed venue. In the background to your left with the green domes, that is Goodwood House with Jerry Juda's sculpture outside, featuring a beautiful array of M-badged machinery from BMW. And just in the centre, in the foreground, you can see the Formula One pit lane and a lot of the other paddock areas. Hospitality units and grandstands, and the giant screen just down on the left-hand side of the bottom of the picture, right beside the commentary position, showing fans, one of a number of huge Jumbotron screens showing fans action from all the way round the Festival of Speed. It's been a really lovely day today, actually. A couple of times the sky threatened to darken and maybe sprinkle a little. We didn't get rain, but it has been relatively hazy, and that's actually quite good news for temperatures for the fans around and about. So we have one more piece of action still to get through, and that will be another global launch. And this one has been kept extremely under wraps and is going to be a very major piece of news. Let us start our build up to this with Ed Foster. He is with Bruno Senna.
Bruno Senna, McLaren has an amazing stable of road cars at the moment. Tell us a little bit about this one you've just come up the hill in.
Well, this is the Gulf spec MSO 720S, which is a fantastic, nice spec of the 720, which is obviously a great car already. And coming up the hill here, every year, you know, I've done this so many times, but every year, no matter what you're driving, it's always a thrill. So this is a very fast car. We're doing over 120 miles an hour on very narrow roads, and it's always really cool to participate on the Festival of Speed.
Now, obviously, you were in McLaren Formula One car members meeting. This is also extremely powerful, very, very quick. Is it a bit like threading the eye of a needle coming up this hill in that?
Yes, it is. And somehow I kind of remember the hill. Every time I do it, I remember a little bit more. And then there's a bump before the wall that I didn't remember yesterday. And I got on the brakes and I was a bit floaty. And I'm thinking, I don't want to be, you know, missing a couple of meters here. So I'm backing off a bit today because really it is like threading the needle. Everything happens very fast. I think the passengers have a real good time, so it's a great opportunity for us.
And what else are you driving this weekend?
For the moment, I'm just driving this one. I'll see if I can steal the Speedtail because I haven't driven the Speedtail up the hill yet. So I'll, you know, talk to someone sweetly and see if they let me drive it.
Bruno, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Bruno Senna, as ever, effusive, fast, and a great chat. If you see the drivers wandering around in the paddock, by the way, do stop and say hello. They'll always find a moment or two, and every single one of them, new or very experienced, is a dyed-in-the-wool motorsport fan, and they love talking motorsport. Whether they are on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or 3 wheels, they will be very happy to talk to you. Or in plenty of opportunity to look at their cars and talk to the drivers. And by the way, the engineers and mechanics that are looking after them, because they tend to know just as much about the cars, if not more, quite often, than the guest drivers who've been brought in. If you're down in the Formula One Sky paddock over the next couple of days, then talk to the engineers there as well and learn a little bit more about Formula One. They'll be very, very happy to talk to you about it, and they are very keen to interact with the fans, which is something they so rarely get a chance to do at any Formula One Grand Prix. So one little last piece of action, or little, just a small global launch here. I know what's coming, and I have to say I am super, super excited to see the car we're about to see. Not too many other people do know what is going to be revealed here, but it is going to be a very major first public viewing of something that we've been waiting on tenterhooks to see. So, heading up the hill, we have a Porsche road car. And again, just a wee distraction from the main event.
So here we've got the Porsche 911 Sport Classic 3.7 litre turbocharged flat 6 from the 911 Turbo. 540 horsepower, 7-speed manual.
And a glorious sound, and on this one, what a glorious colour as well. That's a real 70s retro livery, retro colour, absolutely fabulous.
I'm frustrated, I can't remember the colour, but 4-litre naturally aspirated flat six, revs to 9,000 RPM, more than 500 horsepower, rear-wheel drive.
I'm having that colour. You can keep your greys, you can keep your glossy primers, you can keep your nearly blacks and your silvers. I'm having that vermilion pink. That is my colour.
Here we have the Cayman GT4 RS, again, very similar engine to the 911 GT3, 4-litre, flat six, 500 horsepower, PDK only, rear-wheel drive. It's the Cayman we've all been dreaming of driving and owning now.
So many evocative cars in the Porsche range at the moment. We've seen a lot of them here as well, coming up the hill in the last couple of days, and of course we've seen so much of their history as well, from Le Mans, from Can-Am. Their first ever Formula 1 car is here, and here under wraps we are ready to unveil the very latest. Let's start with David Green down at the start line.
Well, I'm here for a very special global launch here with Berno Demmer from the Porsche Penske Motorsport. We're going to take a look at this car, but it's the very first race car of a brand new category, LMDH. What makes this car so special?
Yeah, it's very special because it's the first time we are having a global category back, which can race in IMSA in the US and the WC. So worldwide, major races like Daytona, Sebring, and of course Le Mans.
And how long has this car been in development for?
We started with it in October 21, and I've been quite busy since then, testing a lot, starting in Weissach on the proving grounds in the factory, and then since the beginning of this year we are on the tracks in Europe. So we are in Barcelona, Aragon, and yeah, all over Europe.
Well, it's looking about ready to go. When are we going to see it for the first time racing in Anger?
I mean, we have to finish the development first, of course, and yeah, the process is that we're going to be at the start in Daytona 23 for the first time to really take it racing.
Fantastic. Well, before we take out the covers off this car, let's take a quick look at this video.
Hybrid on.
Well, very exciting stuff there, and I think we've waited long enough. Let's take the covers of this exciting new race car.
Well, this is the first view globally of Porsche's 963. This is their LMDH racer. Penske Porsche Motorsport will be running this car in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series and the FIA World Endurance Championship. Their goals will be victory at Daytona, at Sebring, at Le Mans, at Petit Le Mans. They will wish to win the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series and the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's the first of the new brand of hybrid-powered hypercars, which will take on the world's greatest endurance racing challenges, and it reunites two hyper-successful names, Penske and Porsche, back together since the first time since their LMP2 days, and the car having its first public outing here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Not seen pictures of this car before, not seen this car in action before, nobody has. This is Dane Cameron, with the honour of debuting the 963 LMP. I've got to say, if looks are anything to go by, this should be the business. It sounds right, it looks right. Porsche Penske Motorsport will have two operational bases, at Weissach in Germany and in Penske's base in North Carolina. And the cars will run in the FIA World Endurance Championship and in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, racing in the top tier. The aim to come back and win the Daytona 24 Hours, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and all the other great endurance classics, and take on all comers. The most successful brand at Le Mans have just unveiled their new prize fighter here at Goodwood on a warm, sunny Friday evening. Well, that is the way you round out day 2 here at the Festival of Speed.
Well, a global launch then at the end of day 2 was something pretty special to round out the day, and you to present it, David. I mean, do you get a little bit nervous when you're about to kind of launch a car which hasn't been seen by anyone for a first time?
Well, there's been so many launches already, and we're not even into Saturday and Sunday, but that was very special. A Porsche race car, especially a Le Mans car, something that's going to be taking on all those historic races, is a very special moment. And to see it for the first time at the start line, the Festival of Speed, was a great moment.
It had a lot of attention as well, let me tell you that. The crowds were lined up here to get a first glimpse of that awesome new sports car. David, a couple of other highlights as well, which I think everyone will agree with me on here. Obviously, Wayne Rainey got another outing on his 92 winning motorbike, the Yamaha, of course, and Nigel Mansell, he also went out. I mean, that was pretty special, David, wasn't it? Your reactions to both of those gentlemen?
Well, to see Wayne again, I mean, you know, it's great for these people who weren't there yesterday. So, you know, for my money, he can get there anytime he wants, because it's just a special moment for all these fans who've come here today who weren't perhaps here yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Nigel then is out on track at the moment. You guys can get to relive this at the moment. I think he'll be driving his World Championship winning Williams car as well. Maybe tomorrow you might get a glimpse of that, which, again, that's going to be awesome for the spectators here in person at the festival.
Well, for me, Nigel was always exciting when he was behind the wheel in any car, in any moment. So even on the hill tomorrow, that's going to be something great.
Yeah, well, day 3, of course, is coming your way tomorrow on Saturday. Let's bring you up to speed then on the timetable for tomorrow. Exactly what you can get to see. Let's have a quick look then. The Ferraris in the Group C, they're coming your way first up. And then at 10:30, it's the Grand Prix Greats, Sparks of Genius and Racing Motorcycles. And then nearly at lunchtime, 10 to 12, we've got the balcony moments with Giacomo Agostini. We saw him, didn't we, a little bit earlier. We can't wait to see him get on one of his MV Augustas tomorrow, hopefully. And at 12:05, more BMW M celebrations. They've been going on for the last 2 days already. The 1:15 BMW M cars, sports races, modern GT. The list is endless and what you're going to get to see tomorrow. 3:10, we've got that Wayne Rainey balcony moment. That's going to be very special. And then I'm really looking forward to this. 4:10, we have the qualifying for shootout on Sunday. I think everyone will be wanting to see just how competitive our races are around here. And we're going to end up the day with Driftcarna round 2 at 5-5. I mean, I think, David, I'm really looking forward to seeing all these guys and girls get competitive in the shootout qualifying. What are you most looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, as you say, we had a little bit of a hint today from the practice times, and it looks pretty special, I have to say. That 41.2 by the McMurtry car by Max Chilton, that's threatening the all-time record out on the hill. And so, you know, it bodes well for both the qualifying and, of course, the final day on Sunday.
I did speak to Max, actually. I think it was yesterday. He said, oh, maybe I'm trying to get in the top 5. He obviously wasn't telling me something. He thinks he can go fastest overall on Sunday when we do get that shootout, of course, up the hill. Well, guys, we really do hope you've enjoyed day 2 of the Festival of Speed 2022. David and I have loved bringing you all the action once again. We still have 2 more days of action, so loads more for you guys to see over the course of the next 2 days. If you are back here tomorrow, we'll see you then. If not, we'll catch you online. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye.